A Mistaken Marriage Match, A Generation of Military Counselor Chapter 16 to Chapter 30. It's her? That mysterious woman who had mysteriously appeared in the rainforest. She had also gone down with the water. Could it be that she was also a member of the rebels? Or was it really as Han Shu had said, that she was the woman of the leader of the rebels? Gu Yun's gaze was locked onto her. The woman seemed to have sensed this intense gaze and looked in Gu Yun's direction. A pair of dark and sharp gazes met in the air. The woman's beautiful face was filled with coldness. Not only was there no sign of panic, but there was also a calm and austere aura. In the torrent, she was agile and her movements were neat. Everything around her seemed to be under her control. Gu Yun was certain that such a unique woman was definitely not simple. She could not let her escape. She lowered her head to look at the current situation. The torrent had passed and the water was less than 2 meters deep. The water was also gradually slowing down. Her swimming skills were not bad, so she should be able to swim over. According to the woman's speed, she could block her path. After making an assessment in her heart, Gu Yun felt that it was feasible. She hung the ice chain at her waist and prepared to jump into the water. Before she could jump, her shoulder was pressed down by a broad and strong palm. Su Ling's low growl sounded in her ears. "What are you doing? Let go. We can't let that woman escape." Gu Yun wanted to push Su Ling's hand away, but his grip was so strong that she could not move. However, she did not have time to explain in detail. If she did not stop her now, it would be too late to stop the woman in green. Su Ling looked in the direction Gu Yun was looking at and easily found the green figure. It was a slender and dazzling woman. She had a cold and aloof temperament. She was the mysterious woman that Qing Mo had mentioned previously. Su Ling's eagle-like eyes narrowed slightly. Just as Gu Yun was secretly anxious, she suddenly felt her shoulders lighten. Su Ling's low voice sounded in her ears again, but this time, it was extremely soft. "I'll do it." Before Gu Yun could react, Su Ling had already flown out. His long, dark red figure flashed before Gu Yun's eyes. His shoulder was still injured, so he couldn't be soaked in water. Gu Yun's heart was still in her throat a moment ago, but in the next moment, she landed steadily. Moreover, she felt that she was very stupid. The other party was someone who knew Qin Gong, unlike her, who only wanted to jump into the water to intercept them. Su Ling took a deep breath and used the big trees in the forest as stepping points. After a few leaps, he had already landed on a tree trunk where the green-clothed woman would definitely pass. Su Ling, who was standing proudly on the tree trunk, was dressed in a dark red battle robe. He was tall and handsome. The sunlight passed through the forest leaves and shone on his resolute face. His chiseled face was expressionless, and his black eyes were so cold that it was frightening. However, the woman's heart suddenly tightened. It had been 5 years, and they finally met again. The woman seemed to be in a trance. She looked directly at Su Ling with a complicated and joyful expression. Gu Yun thought that she had seen wrongly, but the woman didn't swim to the side to avoid Su Ling. Instead, she went forward to meet him. Did this mean that they had known each other for a long time? Calming down, Gu Yun crossed her arms in front of her chest and silently stared at the two of them, waiting to see what would happen. Soon, the woman followed the flow of the water and came to Su Ling's side. Su Ling jumped down from the tree and grabbed the woman's shoulder with his hands that were like iron pincers. The woman frowned in pain, but she didn't make a sound. However, the little green snake coiled around her arm keenly felt its master's abnormality. Its scarlet little eyes glared, and its black little tongue also hissed out. Its 2 sharp long fangs were completely exposed, and it bared its fangs at Su Ling. Seeing that it was about to bite Su Ling's hand that was holding the woman's hand, the woman tilted her head slightly and glared at it. The little green snake closed its mouth, feeling wronged. It didn't dare to act rashly and obediently lowered its head. Its body that was wrapped around the woman's arm didn't dare to move. If one didn't look carefully, it really looked like an emerald green ribbon. While the woman and the little green snake were communicating with their eyes, Su Ling had already lifted her out of the water. His strong arms tightened around the woman's slender waist. The woman's body stiffened, but Su Ling didn't seem to feel anything strange and brought her through the forest. The woman tilted her head slightly, and Su Ling's cold and resolute face was right in front of her. Being so close to the face that she had been thinking about for so many years, the woman's face became colder and colder. Her brows unconsciously frowned because he didn't remember who she was at all. He had forgotten about her. Gu Yun's cold eyes slightly raised. She was now 100% sure that they definitely knew each other. At least, the woman in green definitely knew Suling. Gu Yun didn't forget how hard her snakeskin whip was and how ruthless her attacks were. Now that her opponent was Suling, she didn't even bother to struggle. It could be seen that their friendship wasn't shallow. Gu Yun didn't realize that her tone seemed to have lost its usual indifference. Her hands that were wrapped around her chest were also frequently flicking. After a few ups and downs, the two of them landed steadily on the high ground. Suling let go of the woman's waist. The woman had just stood firm when Suling pushed her back without any pity. He said to the group of soldiers behind him, "Escort her back to the camp and keep an eye on her." "Yes." After speaking, Suling turned and walked towards Xianxia. His eyes were only focused on the water in front of him. He didn't care about the woman behind him at all. The woman didn't look at Suling again. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across her gloomy eyes. In his heart, she was really just a captive. Since that was the case, why should she think too highly of herself? Anyway, she and he could only be enemies in the end. The woman stood there indifferently. The soldiers behind her took a step forward and wanted to tie her up. The woman's clear eyes darkened. "Be careful." Gu Yun, who had been secretly observing her, immediately held the ice chain horizontally in front of the two soldiers. The biting cold air of the ice chain made the two soldiers subconsciously take a big step back. At the same time, the emerald green ribbon on the woman's wrist suddenly moved nimbly. A small emerald green snake opened its dark mouth and pounced towards the place where the two soldiers were just standing. The hissing sound made people's hair stand on end. The two soldiers were so shocked that their eyes widened and they froze in place. So close. If the madam hadn't stopped them, they would have been bitten by the snake. The snake's color was very bright and its mouth was dark. It must be an extremely poisonous snake. They didn't expect that a seemingly ordinary and weak woman would have such a poisonous thing on her. The soldiers had a lingering fear, but they couldn't let the captive escape. Gathering their courage, 7 or 8 soldiers prepared to go up together. The ice chain in Gu Yun's hand blocked their path again. This was because the woman's hand had already touched the snake-patterned belt on her waist. If she didn't see wrongly, that was the snakeskin whip that could withstand the sharpness of the ice chain. Gu Yun held the ice chain in her hand tightly and slowly walked in front of the woman. She stood in front of her and was surprised to find that the woman saw the small cart not far away. When she saw that it was still filled with sulfur and kerosene, a trace of panic flashed across her face. "You're in cahoots with Wu Ji and Yan Go." It wasn't a question, and Gu Yun said indifferently. The woman's expression had already returned to normal. It was as cold and gloomy as usual. Her cold gaze met with Gu Yun's and the long snake whip in her hand was already out, pressing towards Gu Yun's face. Gu Yun had already expected her to make a move. When she raised her whip, she had already jumped back nimbly. The long whip didn't hit Gu Yun but was buried more than a foot deep in the mud. The woman suddenly lashed out. Other than Gu Yun, who had already expected it, everyone else was shocked. The woman also took advantage of the moment when everyone was shocked to move her figure. Her speed was so fast that it was somewhat strange. When Suling heard the strange sound and turned around, he only saw the green figure that was so soft that she didn't have the strength to fight back earlier, leaping up with an agile and vigorous posture. She fell into the current once again. In the next moment, that familiar black figure also jumped into the current like a cheetah. Suling's heart stopped. The water was already very weak and he could immediately deploy a second attack. He couldn't leave it this time. The green-cloaked woman's martial arts shouldn't be weak and she was so cunning. Could she deal with it? His large hand touched the scarlet blood sword on his waist. The warmth of the sword calmed his heart a little. Fortunately, she had the ice chain with her, so it should be fine. As the water weakened, it was very difficult for both of them to move in the chest-deep water. Gu Yun didn't relax at all. The green-clothed woman tried her best to shake her off, but she still followed closely behind the woman all the way. After being swept for another 3 to 4 li, the two of them could finally stand up straight in the knee-deep water. Their wet clothes stuck tightly to their bodies. Both of them looked like they were in a sorry state. However, one of them stood proudly with a long whip in her hand while the other held a long sword in her hand. Both of their eyes were filled with killing intent and no one cared about their appearance at this time. The water gradually receded until it reached their ankles. Guyun gently pulled out her sword. Following the clear sound of ice chain being unsheathed, Guyun's slightly raised voice carried a hint of a smile. Last time, we didn't decide who was better. How about we decide the winner today? Guyun was certain that this person must have some connection with the mountain bandits. It wouldn't be easy to catch her, but it would be good if she could delay her. Moreover, other than the scarlet blood, this was the first time she encountered a weapon that could compete with ice chain. She was quite interested in the snake whip in her hand. The woman stared at Guyun's face with a complicated expression for a long time. Finally, her thin lips that were as beautiful as peach blossoms curved slightly. The long whip in her hand lightly waved towards the ground, causing countless splashes of water and mud. Did she want to compete? She would accept the challenge. She also wanted to see how different Suling's wife was. Guyun also saw the same interest in the woman's eyes. Without posing for too long, Guyun held ice chain tightly and took the lead to attack. As she approached, the woman immediately felt a wave of excruciating cold air blowing towards her face, making her almost unable to withstand it. The little snake moor that was circling around her hand suddenly slid to her neck and gently wrapped around her neck. A warm current flowed continuously into her limbs. Although the temperature around her was still very low, the woman already felt much better. Holding the long whip tightly, the woman nimbly waved it back. The long sword and the soft whip tangled together once again. This time, Guyun flipped the sword without hesitation. The sword's edge rubbed against the soft whip and actually emitted a faint fluorescent light. The soft whip was also forced to loosen. Guyun quickly pulled out ice chain and attacked the woman's chest again. The distance between the two was very close. The woman didn't have time to swing her whip and wanted to dodge to the side, but Guyun moved faster than her. The long sword was right in front of her eyes, but the little snake around the woman's neck suddenly leaped up and flew to ice chain, tightly wrapping around it. Guyun suddenly felt an enormous force tugging at her. She couldn't hold the sword in her hand and it flew to the side, stabbing into the ground. Guyun didn't have a sword in her hand, but the woman still had a whip in her hand. The sudden change caused Guyun to be at a disadvantage. The woman seized the opportunity and brandished her whip. Guyun rolled to avoid it in a sorry state. She thought that the woman would persevere and follow up her victory with another attack. Who knew that after the woman's cold eyes silently glanced at her, she actually gently threw the long whip in her hand and hung it on the tree beside her. Then, she stretched out her fist towards her. Guyun was slightly startled. Did she want to have a barehanded fight with her? She was actually a sentimental person and didn't want to take advantage of others. Guyun's impression of her improved a little. At this moment, Ice Chain had already broken free from the little snake's entanglement and flew back into Guyun's hand. Guyun smiled slightly and confidently stabbed Ice Chain into the ground. Guyun similarly stretched out her fist towards the woman. She hadn't had a pure fist fight with someone for a long time. Today, she could fight to her heart's content. Both of them saw faint admiration and excitement in each other's eyes. They stared straight at each other and slowly approached each other. The moment their wrists touched, they launched an attack at the same time. The woman changed her fist into a palm and her slender and sharp fingertips slid past Guyun's eyes. Fortunately, Guyun retreated quickly and dodged the woman's hand. Guyun grabbed the woman's wrist with one hand and used the other hand under her armpit to grab her belt. Then, she lowered her body and lifted the woman half over her shoulder before throwing her out fiercely. The woman only felt her waist and hand tighten. Before she could react, her body was thrown out inexplicably. After rolling a few times on the ground, the woman immediately stood up. She was secretly puzzled. What kind of move was this? Guyun didn't give her a chance to catch her breath and attacked again. Close combat had always been Guyun's strength. Guyun's punches were very fast and she never used flashy feints. Every move was to defeat the enemy. The woman took several punches in a row. She originally wanted to figure out Guyun's foundation before attacking with all her might. Now, it seemed that she didn't fight wholeheartedly. Before she could figure out Guyun's moves, she was already seriously injured. The woman's qigong was very good. Her movements were very light and her moves were elegant. Gu Yun originally thought that this kind of fighting style only looked good. It was strenuous but impractical. However, after exchanging blows with the woman, she realized that she was wrong. The woman's moves were graceful, but they were full of strength. It looked like a light wave or a lift of her long leg, but they all contained extraordinary strength. Just like Taiji fist, it looked slow and gentle, but it was really not easy to deal with the soft force. Gu Yun used the fighting style of Jeet Kune Do. Every punch hit the flesh and focused on the weakest part of the human body. The woman's body was agile and her breathing was long. She had a variety of moves. The more the two fought, the more enjoyable it was. However, their physical strength was getting weaker and weaker. The woman punched Gu Yun's chest again. Gu Yun seized the opportunity and wanted to use a shoulder throw. Just as her hand grabbed the woman's belt, the woman was already alert. She quickly turned her hand and grabbed Gu Yun's belt from behind. In the end, Gu Yun used all her strength to throw the two of them heavily to the ground. Neither of them had a good time after the solid fall. In order to prevent the other party from taking advantage of the situation, the two of them let go of their hands at the same time and raised their legs to kick each other in the stomach. The strong force sent the two of them flying in opposite directions for more than 30 feet. Holding their stomachs, the two of them collapsed on the ground in exhaustion. They panted heavily and stared at each other vigilantly. Not far from their sides, Little Green Snake moved to the left. Bing Lian immediately flew to the left and blocked its left side. Little Green Snake moved to the right. Bing Lian flew to the right. Little Green Snake did not move, but Bing Lian did not let it go. He leaned forward and knocked its head with the tip of his sword. Little Green Snake was angry and hissed at him. Bing Lian quickly retreated a little. When Little Green Snake calmed down, he leaned forward again. One snake and one sword, they were having a lot of fun. The two of them could not help but smile. The atmosphere was not as tense as before. The woman's smile was extremely beautiful. Although it was just a faint smile, it was enough to make people lose their minds. What's your name? Gu Yun suddenly wanted to know her name. Even if she did not know her identity, even if they would not become friends, she still wanted to know. The corners of the woman's lips stiffened, and her expression suddenly became alert. It was also at this moment that the mountain fire in the distance reignited, and thick black smoke filled the entire sky. The woman's expression also darkened along with the sky, making it difficult for anyone to read her expression. Suddenly, she jumped up and pulled back the leather whip hanging on the tree. She blew a long whistle. A green fluorescent light flashed. The little green snake that was playing happily with Bing Lian was already coiled around her hand. She quickly ran towards the stream not far away. Hey! Everything happened in a flash. Gu Yun immediately got up and chased after her. The woman ran to the side of the stream and plunged into the rushing water without any hesitation. The green figure disappeared behind the waves. She could no longer be seen. Gu Yun chased to the stream. She did not jump into the water like before. The current was turbulent. Her swimming ability was not enough for her to chase after the enemy in such an environment. She was afraid that she would lose her life before she could catch up to the enemy. She would not fight a battle that she was not confident in. With her arms crossed in front of her chest, Gu Yun stared in the direction of the rushing water for a long time. She did not see the green figure again. Bing Lian also joined in the fun and flew in front of Gu Yun. It hovered in the air and swayed left and right. It looked very excited. Gu Yun did not look at it. She just said faintly, "You were having fun just now." Just as she finished speaking, Bing Lian's sword body stiffened. It plunged straight into the soil beside Gu Yun's feet. It did not dare to move. Gu Yun laughed. Didn't they say that Bing Lian was a 1,000-year-old ancient sword? Why was it acting like a child? Gu Yun rushed back. Gradually, she could see the fire. However, because of the flood just now, the soil was too humid. The trees were wet. Although the fire was lit, it did not burn vigorously. That was why the black smoke was so big. At present, it seemed that the things that were used to ignite the fire had been used up. It only burned a few miles. Thousands of soldiers were on alert and paying attention to the surrounding movements. As the fire slowly moved forward, they closed the net bit by bit towards the rebels' lair. Squinting, she did not see Su Ling's figure. She only saw Ling Xiao and Lo Yan, one on the left and one on the right, commanding the soldiers to move forward slowly. Guyan walked behind Ling Xiao and asked, "Where are Su Ling and Yu Shijun?" Ling Xiao turned around and saw that Guyan was not injured except for being a little embarrassed. He then replied with relief, "General Su calculated that the camp should not be far from here from the time when the rebels came down with the water. He was worried that the rebels would escape through the water when they saw the fire. Therefore, together with Deputy General Yu, he led 5,000 soldiers to attack the rebel camp along the stream." Guyan nodded in understanding. She suddenly had a strong interest in the leader. If the woman in green was his woman, what kind of man was he to be able to conquer such a strong and intelligent woman? If he was only the leader of the woman in green, what kind of charm did he have to make such a proud and courageous woman be willing to be used by him? Eager to know the answer, Guyan also followed the stream and rushed towards the rebel camp. Following the stream for another 4 or 5 miles, she could hear the sounds of fighting. Guyan's heart jumped and she quickened her pace. She originally expected to see an intense and exciting battle, but the scene in front of her made her somewhat puzzled. In the dense forest, there were several natural caves connected together. It was a good place to live. When Guyan arrived, the battle had already ended. In front of the cave, hundreds of rebels had been controlled. Yu Shijun was arranging for the soldiers to tie them up with ropes to prevent anyone from escaping during the journey back. Su Ling's tall figure stood in front of the largest cave. There was no trace of joy on his face. He looked pensive. Guyan did not walk over. Instead, he seemed to feel something and turned around to look in her direction. "I let her run away." After calmly explaining, Guyan did not say anything else. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed past the side of the cave. Guyan shouted in a low voice, "Who is it?" At the same time, Guyan's figure had already rushed towards the dark shadow. Su Ling followed closely behind. 2 long swords, one red and one white, closed in. The dark shadow's figure paused and was forced to take a few steps back by the sudden sword aura. Looking at his movement speed and skill, this person's martial arts should not be weak. However, he definitely could not avoid the simultaneous attack of 2 swords. The 2 of them tacitly moved their swords away at the same time. Although the swords were separated, the man in black could still feel 2 strong sword auras. One was as hot as a raging flame and the other was as cold as ice. They attacked him from both sides. The man in black felt a sweet taste in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Yu Shijun also rushed over with more than 100 soldiers. Guyan and Su Ling silently put away the swords in their hands. Yu Shijun was enough to deal with this person. Just as Yu Shijun went forward to capture the person, a grayish-blue figure suddenly flew out from the forest. The long sword in his hand was pointed at Yu Shijun. He even shouted loudly, "Leader! Leave quickly!" "Leader?" Guyan frowned slightly. This man in black was the leader. Yu Shijun narrowly avoided the long sword and went forward with a broadsword in his hand. He fought with the man. Both of their martial arts were equally matched. It was difficult to determine the winner or loser. The man in black suffered internal injuries. He pressed his chest and panted anxiously, "Left emissary, leave quickly. This subordinate will definitely not abandon you and run for his life." The man tried to get close to the man in black several times but was blocked by Yu Shijun. The man was anxious and his swordsmanship became messy. Soon, Yu Shijun found a flaw and broke the long sword in his hand. Without a weapon, the man was at a disadvantage and was taken down by the soldiers. Yu Shijun put away his broadsword and asked, "Who are you?" The man snorted and replied, "I will not change my name or my surname, Yu Xiang." Guyan glanced at the man. He looked ordinary, but his eyes flashed with a cunning light from time to time. This person must be a treacherous person. The man in black was also tied up. Guyan took a step forward and grabbed the man's black robe that almost completely covered his face. A resolute and arrogant face appeared in front of everyone. The man was in his early 30s. He had a square face and fierce eyes. He was tall and strong. Facing them, he could be considered calm and composed. His arrogance and domineering aura were not bad either. However, Guyan felt that something was missing. At least, it did not match the image in her heart. The leader who attacked the army provisions at night, kidnapped Han Shu, set up the promise of Crow Valley, and cleverly intercepted the flow of water to resist the enemy. Could this man be the leader in front of her? Guyan narrowed her clear eyes and asked coldly, "Are you their leader?" The man turned his head and replied righteously, "The winner takes all. I, Mutsong, have nothing to say about being captured by you today." He avoided her question and was eager to emphasize his identity. The suspicion in Guyan's heart gradually expanded. "General, I think most of the rebels escaped with the flow of water just now. We only caught about 500 people." After counting the number of people, Yu Shijun was also somewhat puzzled. This battle was too easy. After the flood just now, he thought that there would be a more difficult battle waiting for them when they attacked the rebel camp. He did not expect it to be so easy. Suling obviously felt that something was wrong and asked, "What about the man in blue who was extremely coquettish?" That man was extremely arrogant and his position among the rebels should not be low. He had always thought that Wu Ji and Yan Gu were the left and right envoys of the rebels. But today, Yu Xiang appeared. Yu Shijun shook his head, "I did not find that man. Could this be a trap set up by the rebel leader?" Just as Suling and Guyun were thinking about it, a young general hurried over and reported, "Report. The commander and vanguard have found the gold and are now transporting it down the mountain. They also caught the right envoy of the rebels, Wu Ji." Caught Wu Ji? Regardless of whether the person in front of them was the rebel leader or not, at least they caught an important person. Suling gently raised his hand and said coldly, "Take them back." "Yes." The group walked down the mountain. On a mountain ridge 7 miles away, a proud and aloof figure silently looked at the mountain fire that was gradually extinguishing in the distance. Behind him, a man in dazzling blue clothes snorted unwillingly, "Leader, when are we going to rescue Wu Ji?" "I know what to do." A hoarse voice sounded in a low voice. Yan Gu could only obediently shut his mouth. His slender index finger lightly brushed over little green snake's cold body. His deep cold eyes looked indifferently into the distance. Suling's group escorted the leader, Yu Xiang, and hundreds of rebels to the front of the camp. They just happened to meet Han Shu, who was escorting Wu Ji. The two groups had just met when Wu Ji, who was always expressionless, saw the man in the black robe and immediately shouted in horror, "Leader!" As he spoke, he began to twist his tightly bound body with all his might. He looked like he wanted to rush over, but his shoulders were heavily pressed down by Han Shu's large hands. In the end, Wu Ji was unable to break free from his bindings. During the battle at Crow Valley, they had all seen Wu Ji. Seeing how nervous he was towards the man in the black robe, Yu Shijun, who had some doubts earlier, also believed that the man in the black robe should be their leader. However, Guyun came to the opposite conclusion. This person was not the leader of the rebels. Looking at Wu Ji's performance in Crow Valley, Linley could tell that he was an extremely calm and indifferent man. The anxious expression and agitated body language he displayed just now were completely out of character for him. Yet, he did it. It could only mean that he was acting. His exaggerated expression coupled with his still cold eyes was too obvious. It could be seen that he did not practice. Guyun restrained his shrewd eyes and did not say anything. Suling's face was still gloomy. No one could tell what he was thinking. He only heard him say to Yu Shijun, "Take them down together. Lock them up separately." "Yes." Yu Shijun received the order and left. The group of people walked towards the main camp. At this moment, a red shadow, or rather, a mud shadow, appeared in front of everyone. The person who came moved quickly, but no one could understand why he was in such a sorry state. When the person came closer, other than Guyun, who was trying hard to hold back her laughter and her face was a little distorted, the others were extremely surprised and baffled. Especially Suling. It was rare for him to open his eyes wide. He stared in disbelief at the man in front of him who looked as if he had rolled in mud. His body, face, and hair were full of stinky filth. Was this the Mui he knew? The man who could not tolerate a trace of filth and was obsessed with cleanliness? Han Shu was a straightforward person. He casually asked the doubts in his heart, "Mui, what happened to you?" Mu Yi's face, which could only be described as dark, turned cold. He only wanted to quickly wash off the filth on his body. Before that, he would not open his mouth or even breathe. Gu Yun's mood was at its peak. It was not in her character not to take this opportunity to step on him again. Gu Yun looked at Han Shu with a you don't know look. She smiled embarrassedly and said, Han Shu, the mud in the rainforest is a rare preservative. I know how to enjoy it more than you do. Is that so? The straightforward Han Shu was stunned. Although he still did not believe it, his pair of tiger-like eyes still looked curiously at the mud on Mu Yi's body. Seeing Mu Yi's face turn from white to green, then from green to black, Su Ling did not doubt that Mu Yi was so angry that he wanted to kill the woman who was still watching him make a fool of himself. The tall figure moved slightly towards Gu Yun's direction, but Mu Yi did not pounce on her. He narrowed his eyes and hissed word by word, Ching, mo. Just you wait. After saying that, Mu Yi left in a huff. Gu Yun coldly replied to his angry back, anytime. Only you are allowed to frame others and watch the show, but others are not allowed to fight back. What a joke, Su Ling secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Mu Yi's martial arts were strange. He did not even know how profound his skills were, but she challenged the limit of his patience. This woman really did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. At this time, Su Ling still did not know why the two of them had a grudge. If he knew, he would be worried about how Gu Yun would punish him in the future. This woman not only did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, but she also had a vengeance. Gu Yun was about to turn around and return to her tent when a young general ran towards them and said anxiously, General, there is an urgent letter from the Ministry of Justice. Ministry of Justice? He did not have much connection with the Ministry of Justice. Why did they send an urgent letter? Su Ling said in a deep voice, present it to me. When Gu Yun heard that it was an official letter from the Ministry of Justice, she suddenly thought of Shan Yulan. Her footsteps slowed down. The young general looked at her cautiously and replied slowly, but, the letter says, to Ching Mo for her? Not only was Su Ling puzzled, but even Gu Yun was puzzled. Why did the Ministry of Justice send her an official letter? Although she had doubts in her heart, Gu Yun still reached out to the young general and said, give it to me. The young general secretly glanced at Su Ling. After seeing him nod slowly, he dared to hand the official letter to Gu Yun. Gu Yun opened the official letter neatly. The so-called official letter only contained a small piece of paper. Gu Yun's expression changed slightly after reading it. Su Ling and Han Shu looked up at the same time and saw a line of very concise and small words scribbled on it. Lucy, the case is tricky. Return to Y quickly. What did this mean? What did the symbols before and after represent? When did the Ministry of Justice's official documents change to such a format? Most importantly, what did the Ministry of Justice's handling of the case have to do with her? They were puzzled, but Gu Yun already completely understood. The only person who knew her English name was Ching. And she was in such a hurry to send her back. She must have encountered some trouble. Su Ling's eyebrows were tightly knitted as he had a stomach full of doubts. Gu Yun had already straightforwardly closed the letter and said, I want the best horse. What for? Su Ling asked, but he had already vaguely guessed her intentions. Sure enough, Gu Yun replied concisely, return to the capital, immediately. Immediately? Su Ling's thick eyebrows were even more tightly knitted together. What was so urgent? A note could make her rush back regardless of everything. Was it because that person was Shan Yulan? Gu Yun was indeed rushing back because of the person who wrote the note, but that person wasn't Shan Yulan. It was her most important friend in this strange world, Zhuo Qing. From the moment she left the camp, she was in a bad mood. Why did she have to return to the capital with Su Ling? He was the commander-in-chief of the Su army. He should return to the capital with the army, shouldn't he? Well, it was all because of Su Ren, this thing who wished for the world to be in chaos. He pretended to be serious and said that the emperor's imperial edict said that the suppression of the bandits would only take a month. With so much gold, it would definitely exceed the time limit to transport it back. He insisted that Su Ling go back and personally ask the emperor for a few more days. Fine. Even if he begged him, there was no need for him to go with her. Han Shu was also an idiot. He said that if the two of them went on the road together, they could take care of each other and it would be very good. Good my ass. If he was with her, it would be lucky if he didn't use his hands. It would be lucky if he didn't use his mouth. The most disgusting thing was that Suling actually agreed to go back with her. Didn't he find women troublesome? Didn't he like to be alone? In short, the final result was that the two of them were forced to travel together. The two horses left Pei City one after the other. Gu Yun decided to make one last effort. Suling, although you and I are going to the capital, we walk different paths and can't make plans together. It's better for us to go our separate ways. Just thinking about being with him on the road gave her goosebumps. She thought that Suling probably didn't want to, but it was inconvenient for him to say anything in front of the crowd in the army. Suling's originally joyful mood somehow dropped to the freezing point. His cold and unyielding voice and arrogant attitude made people feel extremely uncomfortable when they heard him. You are a member of the general's estate. Who allowed you to move freely? What did he mean by that? Could it be that she had become a pet in his family? What a joke. She knew it. How could she be calm when she was with a man like Suling? Was the general's estate that great? There would be a day when she would leave the general's estate. For now, I will tolerate you. Suling thought that she would yell at him because he clearly saw the obvious anger in her eyes. However, Gu Yun didn't say anything. She turned her horse around coldly and continued to gallop forward. Suling frowned. He really couldn't understand a woman's thoughts and actions, especially her. He's gone? On Chui Feng, a clear figure suddenly turned around. Her emerald green dress rippled faintly. Her usually indifferent face flashed with obvious surprise and disappointment. Her tone also sounded a little hurried. Yes. Although he was usually a little impatient, he wasn't a stupid person. It wasn't hard to see that the leader thought highly of the man called Suling. Yenga replied truthfully, he left in the afternoon with that barbaric woman. Only the two of them left? The woman felt an inexplicable loneliness in her heart. If he really left, would it be another 5 years or 10 years before they met again? She turned around indifferently. The woman mocked herself. They couldn't even be enemies. Yes, the others are still in the camp. Leader, Suling has already left. Can we go and save Wuji? Since Suling was no longer in the army, they didn't have so many scruples anymore, right? No. When he spoke again, there wasn't any strange emotion in his deep voice. It was as calm and hoarse as usual. The Sioux army's camp is heavily guarded. We can't act rashly. Their goal is the gold. They will definitely send a large number of soldiers to transport and protect them. Naturally, there will be fewer people escorting Wuji and the rest. We will take action when they pass through the long canyon outside of Pei City. She was the chosen guardian of this forest and the leader of the clansmen. In this life, she was destined to not leave this place. Since that was the case, it was better to not meet her. It was autumn. The night wind wasn't cool. The moonlight was clear and bright, illuminating the quiet official road like a faint white silk embedded between the mountains. However, the sound of hurried horse hooves came from afar and broke the silence of the night. 2 black horses galloped over, leaving 2 ink marks on the white silk. Of the 2 horses that were originally moving side by side, one suddenly jumped 3 feet away. The rider on the horse pulled on the reins. The horse stopped in pain and stopped horizontally on the official road. The horse behind was shocked. The rider could only quickly hold on to the reins. The horse immediately neighed and stopped dangerously at the place where it was about to hit the horse in front. Glaring at the man on the horse, Gu Yun growled, "What are you doing?" Did he know that if she didn't stop the horse, both of them would be in trouble? Suling nimbly got down from the horse. His face was darker than the night. He coldly said, "We have been on the road for a day and a night. Now we must rest." Gu Yun coldly snorted, "If you want to rest, that's your business. Don't block my way." She didn't ask him to go with her. This man was crazy. Suling ignored her. He stepped forward and pulled the leather rope around the horse's head, pulling it towards the small forest at the side. Gu Yun was angry. "Suling, do you know what it means to respect others? You can choose to rest by yourself, or I will force you to rest." Suling didn't turn his head as he pulled the horse with one hand. His domineering answer challenged Gu Yun's nerves. "Damn it. Gu Yan's cold eyes shot daggers at the self-righteous and arrogant man in front of her. She tightened her grip on the ice chain. As if he had eyes on the back of his head, Suling coldly replied, "If you still have the energy to fight with me, I will be happy to accompany you." It wasn't hard to hear that Suling was trying his best to suppress his anger. She didn't sleep for a day and night. Other than eating dry food and feeding the horse, she didn't stop. How much was this woman trying to be brave? Was the person who wrote the letter really that important? Was it worth it for her to risk her life to rush back? Gu Yan took a deep breath and warned herself not to be impulsive. Don't argue with him. Don't waste energy on him. Calm down, calm down. After some mental adjustment, Gu Yan finally smoothed out her luck a little. She tried her best to speak in a calm tone. I think we need to have a good talk about this trip. After all, we will be together for the next few days. I can't stand it if we quarrel with each other all day. What do you think? After a long time, the man in front of her coldly replied, Speak. We are all traveling together. I think that respecting each other should be the most basic courtesy. Do you have any objections? After a long time, there was still no response from the front. Gu Yan automatically thought that he had agreed and continued, I must rush back to the capital as soon as possible. I can't dawdle like when I came here. Rest every day is necessary. I understand this very well. The reason why I have been traveling for the past 2 days is because now is the time when my physical strength and energy are at their best. Therefore, I will only rest for 2 hours. The further I go, the worse my physical strength will be. I will also extend my rest time by an hour every day. Do you have any objections to this? If she really had to rush back, then the rest time would be arranged like this. Suling had to admit that she was very good. Her arrangement was very reasonable. But the question was, did she need to work so hard? Gu Yan waited for a while. The man in front of her was still speechless. Could she automatically assume that he had agreed again? Shrugging her shoulders, Gu Yan concluded, if you don't express your opinion, then it means that you have acquiesced. Then I'm very happy that we have reached a consensus. Gu Yan dismounted from her horse and nimbly began to prepare for the night. At this time, Suling, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked without rhyme or reason, Are you really in such a hurry? After regaining her senses and understanding what he was asking, Gu Yan simply replied, Yes. The word yes caused the temperature around Suling to drop by several degrees. Bing Lian and Qi Shui both sensed it. Unfortunately, Gu Yan, who was a little slow in this aspect, automatically ignored it. The two of them were well versed in the ways of survival in the wilderness. They quickly found the most suitable place for the night. The fire was also lit within half an hour. Taking out water bags and dry food from their bags, the two of them minded their own business and ate their stomachs. After eating and drinking to their fill, Gu Yan suddenly said in a low voice, Take off your clothes. Suling's heart suddenly jolted. Before he could digest the meaning of Gu Yan's words, a bag of medicine was thrown at his feet. Suling looked a little dazed as he stared at her. Gu Yan impatiently said, Hurry up, don't waste my time. Before leaving, Suren forced the medicine to her and repeatedly told her to help Suling change his dressing. He also desperately reminded her that Suling was injured because he saved her. It seemed that if she didn't help him change his dressing, she would be guilty of a great crime and heartless. She couldn't be bothered to care about him. Understanding her intentions, Suling was a little embarrassed. His expression didn't look too good. He coldly refused, I'll do it myself. Without waiting for him to finish his words, Gu Yan, who was rummaging for medicine and fine cloth, replied in a negotiating tone, You can choose to take off your clothes obediently, or you can choose for me to take off your clothes forcibly. Suling suddenly wanted to laugh. This woman really held a grudge. She threw his words back at him. Forget it. She was a woman who wasn't shy. Why should he mind? With his back facing Gu Yan, Suling quickly took off his shirt. Under the light of the fire, the lines of his muscles were even more obvious. Gu Yan gently raised her eyebrows and secretly praised him. Suling had a strong and healthy physique. His wheat-colored skin and perfectly defined muscles were really enviable. However, Gu Yan only limited herself to admiring him. She took off the old cloth, took out some ointment, and carefully applied it on his wound. Under the military doctor's meticulous care, the wound was already slowly healing. However, there was still a small circular hole on his back. It would probably leave a scar. On his back, there were still some old wounds of various sizes. Gu Yun didn't think it was hideous. Instead, she admired him a little. Su Ling's calmness when he took off his clothes just now became a little strange when Gu Yun's slightly warm fingertips and ice-cold ointment were slowly applied on his wound. It was the same ointment. Her movements weren't that gentle, but why did it feel so different from when the military doctor changed his dressing? That kind of hot, cold, painful, and numb feeling, to be honest, wasn't too good, and when Gu Yun helped him tie the bandages and wrapped the bandages around his chest, her chest faintly brushed against his back. His mind couldn't help but think of that night in the tent. His chest rose and fell along with his breathing, damn it. He was a normal man. At this moment, Su Ling regretted asking her to change his dressing. In comparison, Gu Yun didn't have so many distracting thoughts. She had seen too many men's bodies. In the past, during the special training, she had bandaged countless male team members in the wilderness. Therefore, this matter was a piece of cake for her. Neatly tying a knot and wrapping the ointment in fine cloth, Gu Yun said coldly, "All right, rest. We'll set off in 2 hours." After speaking, Gu Yun laid down in front of the bonfire. She placed her hands behind her back and laid on the ground casually. Su Ling's face darkened again. What kind of woman would lie flat and sleep in the wilderness in front of a man without any scruples? At least, he hadn't seen it before. Was she really unguarded against him, or had she always been so bold in her actions? For the first time, General Su was so interested in studying someone other than the enemy. Moreover, it was the woman he used to disdain the most. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. Su Ling simply closed his eyes. The best way to deal with this woman was, out of sight, out of mind. After a long time, Gu Yun slowly opened her eyes. She turned her head to look at the man who was sitting cross-legged and secretly regulating his breathing. Sleep time was limited. Gu Yun would always choose the most comfortable and effective way to sleep when the environment allowed. She was a little curious. Could someone like Su Ling really rest like this? Would his feet go numb? After a few days, Gu Yun came to the conclusion that meditating with his eyes closed wasn't very reliable. Because Su Ling's face was getting uglier and uglier. His deep eyes were bloodshot, his black clothes were wrinkled, and his hair, which had always been wild, was even more messy. He was simply a living icicle. Gu Yun attributed the reason for all of this to a severe lack of sleep. However, she guessed wrong about the reason for the lack of sleep. After rushing for 5 days and 5 nights, she finally returned to the capital. She immediately rushed to the Ministry of Justice. The chief judge of this case was Shan Yulan from the Procuratorate Department. She was already mentally prepared that it would be a difficult case since Qing called her back in such a hurry. However, she was still shocked when she heard that it was a serial murder case. Qing's autopsy report showed that the deceased were all females. There were no other injuries on their bodies except for a 5-inch-long knife wound below their left chest. The cause of death was that the murderer had removed their hearts from the knife wound. The deceased had an expression of extreme fear on their faces, but there were no injuries on their bodies. Not only was the murderer's method of killing first-rate, but his modus operandi was also very skillful. There was no evidence left at the scene. The Ministry of Justice had already investigated for a month. The crime scene and witnesses had been checked countless times, but there was still no result. Qing asked Qing Heng from the Ministry of Justice to look for the files of similar cases in the country in recent years, hoping to find clues. "Madam, why didn't you enter the residence?" The 2 young generals looked strangely at their madam, who had been sitting on the steps of the general's residence for less than an hour. Gu Yun's brain froze as she analyzed the case. She looked up and saw the 2 soldiers looking at her with a silly smile. For a moment, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She could analyze the case thoroughly and logically, but she couldn't make up her mind when it came to her own matters. She originally didn't want to return to the general's residence. It wasn't that this place wasn't good. The soldiers here were very straightforward. Furthermore, her freedom wasn't too restricted now. However, when she thought of living under the same roof as Su Ling, she felt inexplicably irritated. What was even more hateful was that there was also the matter of the golden 8 trigrams plate. If she didn't stay in the general's residence, she wouldn't have any news about the 8 trigrams plate and wouldn't be able to return. In order to return to the era that belonged to her as soon as possible, Gu Yun finally decided to live in the general's residence. After making the decision, Gu Yun stood up and smiled gently at the 2 young generals. I'll have to trouble you to tell the soldiers in the residence that the general said that he has someone he likes and will marry her soon. In the future, you are not allowed to call me madam anymore. Otherwise, you will be punished by military law. Do you understand? The 2 young generals looked at each other for a long time before they reluctantly replied, understood. Then, how should we address you? You can just call me Miss Jing. Gu Yun was in a good mood. As long as it wasn't that damned madam, it didn't matter what they called her. They were certain that Gu Yun must be very sad in her heart and was only acting fine for the sake of the overall situation. The 2 of them looked at each other and said firmly, yes, Miss Jing. Don't worry. In our hearts, you are the general's wife. Huh? The corners of Gu Yun's mouth stiffened. She didn't care. Coughing lightly, Gu Yun emphasized, I appreciate your kind intentions, but please don't call me madam anymore. The general will be unhappy. You must convey this to everyone, understand? Yes. The 2 of them looked like they were standing up for her, but their answers were still loud and clear. Gu Yun was already very satisfied with this. As long as she did not hear the word madam in the future, she would feel much better. She was really tired. Gu Yun smiled at the 2 young generals and turned to enter the residence. Looking at Qing Mo's forced smile and dazed back view, one of the young generals said indignantly in a low voice, how can the general treat madam like this? The general doesn't know how to cherish such a good woman. That's right. The other person quickly echoed. No wonder madam's expression was so bad. She was sitting outside the residence for so long and didn't go in. How pitiful, when a man was gossiping, his skill was so profound that it sometimes left women in the dust. Not long after, rumors about Su Ling abandoning her spread in the general's residence and even in the Su family army. There were many versions. Gu Yun was dizzy and only wanted to sleep. She walked straight to the backyard. When she reached the front hall, she bumped into Suyu, who was walking towards her. Obviously, Suyu did not expect Gu Yun to actually return. A trace of joy flashed across his eyes, but he quickly put on an impatient expression and said, why are you back so soon? Where's second brother? Did eldest brother come back together with you? After running around for a few days, she was busy analyzing the case just now. Now that she finally had some free time, Gu Yun really felt very tired. She ignored him and continued to walk to the backyard. Under the contrast of the black clothes, Gu Yun's face appeared very pale. The dark circles under her eyes were frightening. So you finally felt that something was wrong with her. He blocked her path and did not let her continue walking forward. He asked, it's only been a few days. Why do you look like you're half dead? Gu Yun did not want to explain and wanted to ask him to let go. So you suddenly grabbed her wrist and said anxiously, is your illness acting up again? Do you want to invite your sister over? The anxiety and worry on his young face were not concealed. It was obvious that he was sincerely concerned about her. Gu Yun replied faintly, I'm fine. Su Ren is still transporting the gold. Su Ling should have gone to the palace. After entering the capital, they parted ways. Are you really okay? Suyu was still a little worried. He muttered to himself, it's better to invite a doctor back to take a look. Last time, her sudden fainting was really frightening. Gu Yun rolled her eyes. She broke free from his hand and continued to walk to the backyard. Suyu growled in dissatisfaction, hey, I'm talking to you. Where are you going? To sleep. These 2 words floated over from afar. Suyu was stunned for a moment. Then, he shook his head and laughed softly. It turned out that she did not sleep well. It seemed that suppressing the bandits during this period of time must be very tiring. Alright, he would instruct the kitchen to make a few good dishes for her to nourish her body. Suyu happily walked to the kitchen where he rarely appeared. He completely forgot about what he was going to do. The kitchen made a table of good dishes with great difficulty. In the end, Gu Yun was completely asleep. Suyu shouted until his throat was hoarse outside the door. In exchange, he only heard 2 words, "I'm not eating." Staring at the sumptuous dishes on the table, Suyu's anger rose. This damned woman who didn't know what was good for her. Next time, even if she wanted to eat, he would not let her eat. Just as Suyu was about to flip the table in anger, Suling's tall figure appeared in the front hall. Eldest brother. Seeing Suling, Suyu suppressed his anger. Just as he was about to stand up and greet him, a faint smell of wine assailed his nose. Suyu frowned. "You went to drink?" "Qingmo lied to me and said that you went to the palace." "I wanted to ask you what the emperor said." Suling's eagle-like eyes darkened. "She's back?" Suyu hatefully replied, "She's back." As soon as she came back, she went to sleep. She still knew that she needed to rest. Suling coldly snorted. He rubbed his sore neck and turned to leave the front hall. Suyu called out, "Eldest brother, why aren't you eating? Why was this table of dishes so unpleasant?" "Sleeping." Suling coldly threw down these 2 words and strode away. "Sleeping again?" Suyu was gloomy. A gentle breeze brushed past his face. The moon was as cool as water. The 100-year-old parasol tree used its vigorous branches to hold up a large umbrella, isolating the beautiful moonlight. Only at the very top of the tree could a clear crescent moon be seen. In the middle of the dense leaves, a silver light that was more dazzling than the moonlight gently swayed. On the high branches, there was a dark figure with his hands resting on his head. His eyes were closed, as if he was sleeping. But even so, one didn't dare to easily approach him. He was just casually lying down like this, yet he was able to attack or retreat without any flaws. The man slowly opened his eyes and habitually turned his head slightly to look. This was the highest place in the vicinity. He could easily see the smooth rock wall and the forest that she used to train soldiers. A trace of self-mockery flashed through Ao Tian's indifferent eyes. When did he start to habitually look at the forest? He heard that she went to Pei City to suppress bandits. How did such a small body store such a large amount of energy? What an interesting woman. "Good morning, Miss Qing." "Good morning." "Good morning, Miss Qing." "Good morning." Although she didn't get enough sleep, after a night of rest, Gu Yun's spirit was much better. After a night of publicity by the 2 young soldiers, the effect was pretty good. Everyone who saw her no longer called her madam. It was just that, they seemed to be unusually warm towards her and had a cautious look. She was a little puzzled, but she was still very happy. She had finally succeeded. What a beautiful day. Gu Yun was in a good mood. When she saw Suyu from afar, she smiled and said, "Good morning, Suyu." Suyu was still upset about what happened last night. She snorted and said, "You really can sleep. You're simply a pig." Gu Yun gently raised her eyebrows and laughed. "A pig is still better than a chicken." "You." Suyu glared at Gu Yun angrily. It was all her fault. She said that he ate so little that he looked like a chicken. Now, every time her sister saw him, she would call him Chicken General. Both sisters were equally hateful. An old servant was carrying Suyu's breakfast over. When he saw Gu Yun, he smiled amiably and said, "Miss Qing, have you eaten breakfast? I'll go get it for you." "No need. I'm in a hurry to go out." Gu Yun waved her hand and left the angry Suyu behind. What did the servants call her? Miss Qing? Didn't they usually call her madam? Suyu secretly nodded. Actually, it was best to call her Miss Qing. She wasn't Big Brother's woman, so why call her madam? You lie tea house. 3,000 taels. Are you sure? Qianjing's phoenix eyes sparkled. His usual indifferent ruffian look was swept away and he stared straight at Xueqing. Sure enough, he was a money spirit. Talking about money, his spirit came up. Xueqing lazily nodded her head. Qianjing immediately shouted, "I will go." 3,000 taels, the Ministry of Justice really spent a lot of money this time. Looking at the 2 people who were calm and composed, Xueqing asked, "Ao Tian, Yi Mei, what about you two?" They were her main target today. The victims this time were all young ladies from aristocratic families. The security in the residence was very strict, but the murderer still succeeded. It was obvious that his martial arts were excellent. Even if the murderer was found, the Ministry of Justice might not be able to catch him. With the help of these two people, she was more confident. They were bounty hunters. 3,000 taels should be attractive. I don't have time. The hoarse male voice was still cold. His silver hair drooped slightly, and he looked uninterested. Well, there was no need to win him over. He had already written his refusal clearly on his face. The golden mask covered the woman's expression, leaving only a pair of cold and sharp eyes. She didn't immediately refuse. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she was indifferent and silent. Xianxia curled his lips and said, "Senior sister, the murderer killed 4 innocent women in a row. This person must be eliminated." From the first moment he met the senior sister, she always had a pair of cold eyes. His senior brother caught people based on his mood, but she had a heart full of justice. The people she caught were all unpardonable criminals. Money definitely couldn't move her, but sin could. Sure enough, Yimei's cold eyes flashed slightly. She nodded almost imperceptibly. Shuiqing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She had gained something today. Knock knock. There was a soft knock on the door. The few people in the room looked at each other. Shuiqing whispered, "Come in." She had specifically told the boss not to let anyone disturb them. Who could it be outside the door? Unlike the soft knock, the door was pushed open neatly as soon as Shuiqing finished speaking. A delicate figure leaned against the door. Shuiqing chuckled, "Why are you here?" She wanted Guyun to sleep a little longer, so she didn't look for Guyun. Guyun came looking for her first. "It's her." Ao Tian's calm eyes flashed with a touch of splendor, but it quickly disappeared. After sleeping, Guyun's spirit was obviously much better. Her expression was no longer so cold. She chuckled and replied, "I went to the Prime Minister's residence to look for you. Lu Xian said you were here." "What's the matter?" Guyun wasn't in a hurry to come in. She waved her hand and said as she retreated, "You guys talk first." Shuiqing smiled and said, "We're done talking. Let's talk at the Ministry of Justice." "Wait." Shuiqing and Guyun had just opened the door when the man's low and hoarse voice spoke coldly again. Shuiqing turned around. Ao Tian's icy face was still expressionless. She threw out 4 words coolly, "I'm in too." Xianjing's face was full of surprise. Yimei's cold eyes also flashed with a trace of surprise. Senior brother always meant what he said. What made him change his mind? The two of them looked thoughtfully at the woman leaning against the door. She seemed casual and lazy, but always exuded an elite temperament. Was it because of her, the procurator's residence? "Have you found the files that I asked you to find?" Qingheng put a stack of files that had been sorted out on the table and replied, "I found it. If I didn't look for it, I really wouldn't have noticed." It turns out that within these 6 years, within Xiangyu's borders, there were more than 1 or 2 cases like this. It's just that they weren't serial murders. Some of the cases were solved and the culprits were already punished. Some of the cases haven't been solved yet and are already old cases. Now that I've counted, there are actually as many as 13 cases. He had found more than 10 bailiffs and looked through the files for an entire night before finding them. Shuiqing was originally lazily propping up her cheeks. Hearing his words, she also perked up and asked, "The deceased were all female?" "All of them were murder in a secret room." "Died from blood loss due to heart theft?" "Were there frightened expressions on their faces?" Although they were all cases of heart theft, it might not be done by the same person. Yes, they were all female. There were only 2 cases of murder in a secret room. However, the deceased died from blood loss due to heart theft. The files didn't record the expressions of the deceased. The files were all reported from various places. The coroner's records and autopsy methods were also different. It was very difficult to unify. Guyun's index finger lightly tapped on the table. She frowned and asked, "Are there any other similarities?" "There is." Although there was, Qingheng's face didn't show any excitement. 3 of the females were also learning the Guqin from Sumu Feng at that time. However, it might be a coincidence. Shuiqing and Lu Jin both had a disappointed expression. Guyun asked, "Who is Sumu Feng?" She hadn't heard them mention him. Shuqing explained embarrassedly, Xiangyu's most famous Guqin master. He's an indifferent and cold man. After teaching many prestigious families, the 3 deceased this time were all his students. However, the last time I saw him with my own eyes, he had blood fainting. Moreover, it didn't seem like he was faking it. She believed in Qing's judgment. However, there weren't so many coincidences in this world. Everything needed to be verified. Gu Yun stood up confidently and smiled, since he has a suspicious point, regardless of whether he really has blood fainting or not, we should still meet him, right? Su residence. The Su family had settled down in Xiongyu country's most prosperous Xingfeng city other than the capital. This residence was merely a side courtyard built by the Su family in the capital. The Su family was worthy of being called a music master. Even if it was just a side courtyard, it was decorated in a fresh and refined manner. Everywhere it revealed a kind of elegant and peaceful atmosphere. As usual, Gu Yun habitually surveyed her surroundings. She walked back and forth in the middle of the hall. She thought that this kind of so-called rich family would make them wait for a long time. She didn't expect that they had only arrived for a short while when a deep voice leisurely sounded, "Miss Qing." Gu Yun turned her head to look. Her sharp eyes couldn't help but slightly squint. The person who came was dressed in white. His steps were light and graceful, like a gust of wind blowing in their faces. His handsome face, calm demeanor, and that pair of calm and deep eyes could easily capture everyone's gaze. Gu Yun finally understood why Shuqing would use indifferent and cold to describe him. He was like a cloud, giving people a kind of cold and fleeting feeling. He had no one to rely on and was indifferent and alienated. Shuqing nodded her head generously and smiled, "Young Master Su, are you feeling better?" Su Mufeng smiled and replied, "Thank you, Mississippi. I'm fine." Gu Yun's sharp eyes couldn't be ignored by many. Su Mufeng looked at the lady who was standing in the living room and staring at him. He nodded his head at her gracefully, but the smile on his lips was so faint that it was almost indiscernible. This person was very interesting. You wouldn't feel that he was impolite, but you definitely wouldn't feel his enthusiasm. Shuqing smiled and said, "She's my younger sister, Qing Mo. These 2 are officials from the Procuratorate office." Su Mufeng looked at the 2 people on the other side. His face didn't reveal any surprise or impatience. He only calmly asked, "Is there a reason for your visit?" Lu Jin stood up and cupped his hands in greeting, "Young Master Su, please forgive us for taking the liberty to disturb you. The victims of the previous cases were all your students, so we have some questions to ask you." Su Mufeng wasn't a member of the imperial court, but his reputation was extremely good. Facing such an elegant person, who wouldn't be able to resist showing respect, Su Mufeng lightly nodded his head and replied, "You don't have to be so polite. Please ask. When young master gave the ladies their last lesson, was there anything strange about them?" "No." Su Mufeng's reply was calm and concise. "How long did young master teach them the zither?" Miss C and Miss Li taught 3 lessons each. Imperial Princess only taught 2 lessons. Su Mufeng's calm expression was calm and he even cooperated. "Do you need a list of the names of the people this Su has taught?" "If you need it, I'll get my servants to send it to the Procuratorate office tomorrow morning." This. Su Mufeng was so cooperative that Lu Jin felt somewhat embarrassed. "That's great." Gu Yan's clear voice sounded somewhat threatening. She approached Su Mufeng step by step and coldly asked, "As their teacher, how do you feel about their deaths?" Facing Gu Yun, Su Mufeng didn't evade or get angry because she wasn't a member of the Yamen. His face was still indifferent and expressionless as he replied, "I'm very shocked. I hope the murderer can be found as soon as possible." Gu Yun's bright eyes flickered. This person's expression was too calm, so calm that she couldn't tell what he was thinking. Perhaps she had met her match. Gu Yun walked in front of Su Mufeng and continued to ask, "What do you think of the murderer's method of killing?" "I don't know how the murderer killed, so I don't have any opinions." Su Mufeng's tone was calm and his expression was natural. Every question he answered seemed to be flawless. Gu Yun continued to approach. Shuqing stood up and wanted to pull Gu Yun back. She seemed to have gone overboard today. However, when Shuqing stood up, she coincidentally stepped on Gu Yun's skirt. Gu Yun was only focused on Su Mufeng and didn't pay attention for a moment. she staggered and fell forward. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and immediately grabbed Sumu Feng's hand to stabilize her body so that she didn't fall. Guyun straightened her body and apologized, "I'm sorry." Just as she was about to retract her hand, she realized that the arm under her hand was trembling. She looked up at Sumu Feng. That indifferent and calm face showed that he was deliberately hiding his nervousness and panic. Guyun was slightly startled. She only held his hand for a moment. Xueqing wanted to go forward and ask her how she was, but she saw Guyun's body go limp. She leaned on Sumu Feng and said softly, "I think I sprained my leg." "Sprained just like that?" "Impossible." Even if it was really sprained, it was impossible for Guyun to stay in a man's arms and not get up. Xueqing took a step back and watched quietly. Guyun could feel that when she fell limp in his arms, Sumu Feng obviously stiffened. He pushed her to the wooden chair at the side. He used a lot of force and his voice was stiff and cold. "Miss, please sit." Guyun's eyes flashed. Not only was her body still in his arms, her hands were also wantonly wrapped around his waist. She pretended to be coquettish and said, "It hurts. I can't walk. Help me over." Sumu Feng was completely at a loss. His slender fingers pushed away Guyun's hands that were wrapped around him. His expression turned from indifferent to cold. At this moment, a sharp growl came from outside the door. "Why are you two pulling each other?" Looking in the direction of the low voice, a woman in her 30s strode towards them. The woman was wearing a dark blue dress. Her hair was tied into a towering bun with a few unique silver hairpins. She had a delicate face and a tall and slender figure. She was definitely a great beauty. However, her eyes were filled with anger. Her pair of phoenix eyes stared at Guyun with a burning anger. Seeing the person who came, Sumu Feng respectfully called out, "Aunt Xian." The woman did not even look at him and walked directly to Guyun. "You sprained your ankle, right? Let me help you." Before she finished speaking, the woman grabbed Guyun's arm and pulled her away from Sumu Feng. The force was so strong that it made Guyun frown. Guyun was almost thrown onto the wooden chair furthest away from Sumu Feng. She calmly observed this Aunt Xian, who suddenly appeared. Her phoenix eyes coldly swept over Qingheng and Lu Jin. The woman impatiently snorted. "What else do you want to ask? Please hurry up. Mu Feng still has a lot of things to do." Qingheng and Lu Jin looked at each other, then looked at Xueqing. Xueqing gently shook her head at them. At this moment, Guyun suddenly stood up. She smiled brightly and replied, "There's nothing else to ask. Sorry for disturbing the two of you. Goodbye." The group of people left the Su residence. Outside, the sky was already filled with sunset clouds. What entered their sight was like a dream. It was so beautiful that they could not bear to look away. However, no matter how beautiful the sunset was, it was in vain. Soon, the darkness would drown out all its brilliance. Back at the procuratorate office, Qingheng sat down on a chair and sighed. "Sumu Feng doesn't seem to have any problems, right?" Guyun shrugged and smiled meaningfully. "His attitude towards women is very strange. His aunt is also very strange." What kind of question was this? Qingheng did not give face and said, "He is a modest gentleman. Towards a woman who suddenly throws herself into his arms, he naturally has to keep his distance." Guyun coldly rolled her eyes at Qingheng. She asked in a deep voice, "His politeness, alienation, uneasiness, and even disgust are all understandable. But why did he panic? Isn't this strange?" Panic, was it that serious? He really did not see it. Qingheng tried hard to recall Sumu Feng's expression at that time. Lu Jin directly asked, "What can his panic mean?" Guyun smiled noncommittally. "I don't know. Panic could only mean one kind of emotion." Indeed, it did not mean anything. Guyun looked at Xueqing. She only saw her holding the cup to her lips without drinking. Her brows were slightly furrowed. She did not know what she was thinking. Hence, she asked softly, "Did you think of something?" Slowly putting down the cup, Xueqing replied, "I remember that on the day Prime Minister Lu's younger sister, Shi Wu, was attacked, she also had physical contact with Sumu Feng. That night, something happened. Originally, she did not notice it. But just now, when Gu Yun mentioned physical contact, she also felt that Su Mufeng's reaction to other people's touch was a bit excessive, especially when it was a woman. Just as Zhu Qing finished speaking, Qing Heng immediately stood up and said, "I'll go investigate." His figure had already flashed out of the door. The corners of Gu Yun's lips curled up slightly. Although this person was a bit impatient, his action and thirst for knowledge were very commendable. Zhu Qing crossed her arms in front of her chest. With a frosty expression, she snorted coldly, "If the murderer is him, then the dizziness was just an act in front of me." Lightly patting Zhu Qing's shoulders that were tense due to anger, Gu Yun consoled her, "It's not impossible." When the three victims were mentioned, his face did not have the slightest bit of guilt, panic, or complacency. This is not a state that a murderer should show. This can only mean that either his acting skills are really good, or we guessed wrong. If they guessed correctly, then Su Mufeng would be a big challenge for them. 2 hours later. The sky was completely dark. A few oil lamps were lit in the study room. The three of them each took a side and flipped through the files. A lean figure rushed into the room like a whirlwind. Qing Heng hugged a porcelain pot and drank a few cups of water before he recovered. His legs were about to break from running. Lu Jin anxiously asked, "How is it?" Carelessly wiping his sweat, Qing Heng panted as he happily nodded and replied, "According to the personal maidservants of the three young ladies, they had indeed seen Su Mufeng the day before they were killed. Moreover, they had more or less physical contact with Su Mufeng." As expected, Zhu Qing snapped her fingers and said, "Among Su Mufeng's students, only these few young ladies were in danger. Perhaps this is the reason." Qing Heng suddenly thought of something and whispered, "If it's really like this, his target tonight is." The three of them looked straight at Gu Yun, who had her head lowered as she flipped through the files. They saw her slowly raise her head and her bright eyes lit up. She smiled excitedly and said, "Me. Impossible." In the front hall of the general's residence, Suling and Suyu were eating. Gu Yun rushed back to discuss with Suling. She hoped that he could reduce the number of night patrols in the general's residence. Otherwise, the general's residence had such a complicated terrain and tight security. She was afraid that the murderer would not dare to appear. Who knew that before she could finish her words, Suling's cold voice rejected her without any leeway. "Why?" Gu Yun frowned, "I heard that the celebration will begin in a month. Your emperor also wishes to solve this case as soon as possible. Now that there's a chance to catch the murderer, why aren't you willing to cooperate? Could it be that he didn't want to catch the murderer? The general's residence has its own rules." He had heard about the Heartless case. The murderer's methods were extremely cruel. He removed the heart and let the blood out. It caused the people in the city to be in a state of panic. Even the slightly more famous women were scared to death. Yet, she was so stupid to be the bait. Dan Yulan was already incompetent to this extent. It's just for one night. Gu Yun naturally knew that military discipline was the most important thing in the military camp. She could understand that the general's residence had its own rules. However, there was a reason for this. One night should be enough. No. Suling rejected her again. Did she want to die that badly? Gu Yun took a deep breath and swallowed the anger in her chest. She replied coldly, "All right." After speaking, Gu Yun turned to leave. Suyu, who had been sitting beside her, anxiously asked, "Where are you going?" Gu Yun cast a sidelong glance at Suling's dark face. It was as if someone owed him millions. She sneered, "I'll just stay in the Prime Minister's residence for the next few days. Lu Xian shouldn't have so many rules. Anyway, the murderer's target is me. He should be going wherever I am." After speaking, Gu Yun turned to leave. Suling narrowed his eyes and growled, "Stop." Gu Yun's footsteps paused. She slowly turned around and coldly met his dark eyes. On Suling's chiseled face, the traces of his teeth being tightly clenched could be clearly seen. It showed that he was trying his best to suppress his anger. Before Suling could say anything, Suyu had already begun to flip out. "Qing Mo, get your facts straight. You're a member of the general's residence. What's the point of staying in the Prime Minister's residence?" "No way." Gu Yun sneered as she crossed her arms in front of her chest and asked, "The security in the general's residence is so tight that the murderer might not appear. If the murderer is allowed to roam free, there will be more innocent girls who will die. Then according to the two great generals, how should we deal with this matter? Who was the one who said that the general's residence had its own rules and she respected their rules, so why were they still shouting? Suyu was momentarily at a loss for words. She looked at Suling beside her. Suling suddenly stood up and approached her. He stood in front of her and his tall figure almost completely enveloped her. Gu Yun stood there quietly and allowed him to glare at her with his sharp eagle eyes. Just when Gu Yun thought that he was going to flip out, she heard him say coldly, "Suyu, go and make the arrangements. Only for one night. Let her stay in Etian Park tonight." His words were directed at Suyu, but his dark eyes were always looking at Gu Yun. Etian Park? Gu Yun? Yes, this name was really wuxia. Suling's attitude suddenly took a 180-degree turn. Gu Yun was a little puzzled. She wanted to say something, but Suling had already walked past her and left the front hall. Looking back at his proud and aloof back, Gu Yun really couldn't figure out what this man was thinking. She couldn't figure out what he was thinking. And Suyu, big brother, was so determined just now. Why did he agree now? In the spacious room, there was a simple large bed. There was a low table beside the bed. There weren't any decorations. Although the moonlight wasn't bright tonight, there were no layers of light gauze curtains. The situation in the room could still be vaguely seen. On the large bed, there was a woman lying on her side. Her eyes were closed, and she looked like she was already asleep. The weather was too hot. The two wooden windows were open, and the night wind could easily blow in. Similarly, a thin black figure easily entered the room. After the black figure flew in, he didn't immediately walk to the woman's bed. Instead, he stood in front of the window for a while. After a long time, he walked to the bed and stared at the woman sleeping soundly on the bed. He stood there in a daze for a while. Suddenly, he walked to the side of the low table, picked up a cup, and smashed it on the ground. The sound of the porcelain cup breaking was ear-piercing and clear in the silent night. Gu Yun's brows were tightly knitted. Her sharp eyes suddenly opened, but the black figure was already trying to jump out of the window. "You just came and you want to leave already?" The cold voice didn't have the slightest bit of drowsiness after sleeping. The black figure's feet sped up. Gu Yun stepped on the edge of the bed and pounced in the direction of the black figure. She strangled the black figure's neck from behind. The black figure felt the pain and his body became sluggish. He didn't expect that this woman would have such sharp skills. The black figure turned sideways and threw a punch at Gu Yun's abdomen. Gu Yun took the opportunity to turn sideways and used her knee to hit the black figure's back. The black figure's eyes darkened, and his hand touched his waist. Gu Yun only saw a flash of silver light. She wanted to retreat, but the black figure's other hand held on to her arm and didn't let go. She didn't have a chance to retreat. She was afraid that when the black figure came in, the ice chain would be too sensitive and startle the murderer. She didn't bring it with her. Now that she was defenseless, she was in a passive position. Gu Yun secretly gritted her teeth. She decided to go forward and stick close to the black figure. She was shorter than him, so she might be able to dodge the sword. But before she could move, she felt her waist tighten. When she came back to her senses, she was already in a person's embrace. The silver light was also intercepted by a pair of large hands. The smell of blood permeated the room, and a smear of bright red was dripping down from the gaps between the fingers. Gu Yun's eyes widened as she looked at the man beside her. Ao Tian was dressed in black and had silver hair. His face was pale and cold, but there wasn't the slightest trace of pain on his face. It was as if the drop of blood that splashed out wasn't his blood. In the dark night, this man who exuded a cold and charming temperament not only made Gu Yun a little flustered, but the black figure was also stunned. Ao Tian gathered chi in his palm and twisted his hand. The black figure immediately felt an extremely strong force coming towards him. The soft sword actually slipped out of his hand. The black figure panicked and turned around to jump out of the window. The courtyard was already surrounded by soldiers holding spears. The black figure narrowed his eyes. It was like catching a turtle in a jar. It seemed that if they didn't deliberately lure him, it wouldn't be easy for him to enter the general's residence. Gu Yun grabbed the silk quilt from the bed and tore it into long strips. She wrapped Aotion's bleeding hand and anxiously asked, "Are you okay?" Blood quickly dyed the pure white silk quilt red. Aotion retracted his hand and coldly replied, "I'm fine." After saying that, he walked out of the room without looking back. Gu Yun was baffled. This man's personality was too strange. The two of them walked out of the courtyard. No one noticed that in the corner, a pair of deep black eyes flashed with a complicated light. The long sword in that person's hand was already unsheathed. However, he was still one step too late. Su Ling left Gu Yun's courtyard expressionlessly as if he had never appeared. In the courtyard, countless torches were lit, illuminating the small courtyard. The black figure was surrounded by soldiers. He understood his situation and didn't resist. He only looked coldly at Gu Yun, who was walking towards him. "I've underestimated you, little girl." The black figure spoke. It was actually a clear and melodious female voice. With a light wave of her hand, the black figure elegantly pulled off the black cloth on her face. A beautiful face suddenly appeared. "It's you." Gu Yuexin. After catching the culprit, the Ministry of Justice immediately interrogated Gu Yuexin. She admitted that she killed the culprit. However, the reason was somewhat laughable. She killed the culprit to protect Su Mufeng from being harassed. The Ministry of Justice's main hall was a little too quiet. Gu Yun said softly, "I think there are still some suspicious points." A criminal case required 100% evidence. All the chain of evidence had to be complete without any omissions. In this heart-plucking case, if Gu Yuexin was the culprit, there were too many suspicious points. Shan Yulan laughed heartily and said, "Miss Qing, feel free to speak." Walking to the middle of the hall, Gu Yun explained the suspicious points one by one. First, although Gu Yuexian's martial arts is not weak, it is not very high. If it was not for the deliberate removal of half of the night patrol soldiers, she might not even be able to find my room and would have been captured. The general's residence is so heavily guarded and the murderer can come and go as he pleases. It does not seem like something that Gu Yuexian can do. Second, to kill 3 people in a row, her technique is so skillful, but she is not clear about the details of her killing. This is absolutely not justifiable. Third, her eagerness to admit her guilt may indeed be to protect someone, and that person may be the murderer. Qing Hang was the first to object. "You think that young Master Su is the culprit?" "I don't think so. Everyone in the Su family knew about young Master Su's anemia, and the Su family even found many doctors to treat him. This couldn't be fate." Shui Qing, who had been silent all this while, finally raised her head and said worriedly. Gu Yuexin said that the reason why she was able to make the victims unable to scream or move was because of the Gu family's illusions. If it's really that powerful, Su Mufeng might have also been affected by the illusions and killed people without even knowing it. The reason why he killed people was because of the woman's touch. As long as the woman deliberately touched him, he would kill people uncontrollably. This was the so-called hypnotic suggestion. If it was true, then the real culprit should be the person who hypnotized him, killing people uncontrollably? Everyone's expression in the main hall changed. Gu Yun looked very relaxed. She smiled and said clearly, "These are just our guesses. We have to be prepared tonight. Whether the culprit comes or not, we can only leave it to fate. This time, let me be the bait. I must solve the mystery of the illusions." Shui Qing suddenly requested. Lu Xian frowned. "Can't someone else do it?" "It's too dangerous." Shui Qing shook her head lightly. Gu Yun said straightforwardly, "If it's really an illusion, the only one who can solve this mystery is her." Qing was not only the most outstanding forensic doctor in recent years, she was also a teacher in the police station who was responsible for nurturing professionals. If Su Mufeng was really hypnotized, Qing should be able to help him, in the general's residence. The sky was about to brighten, but there was no movement inside or outside the room. The entire general's residence seemed to be quieter than usual. The moonlight tonight was unusually bright. The moonlight shone into the room through the open window. Shui Qing, who was lying on the bed, closed her eyes slightly and looked at the situation in the room. Lu Xian was worried that distant water wouldn't be able to put out a nearby fire, so he arranged for Ma Bai, who was dressed in black, to hide on the roof beam. Ao Tian was hidden behind the wardrobe, and Yimei, Qianjing, and the Ministry of Justice's people were lying in ambush outside the room. Gu Yun insisted on entering the room. Lu Xian was also worried about Shuqing's safety. The two of them hid in the furthest corner of the room. From here, they could clearly see what was happening in the room through the screen. Suddenly, a black shadow flitted past the window. That person was dressed in gray and had a silver-gray mask on his face. His thin figure was elongated by the moonlight. He was silent and swift. Ma Bai and Ao Tian, who were hidden in the room, held their breaths and quickly held their breaths. This person was definitely an expert. If they were discovered by him, tonight's arrest operation would be over. The man in gray stood in front of the window and glanced at the woman who shouldn't be on the bed. His eyes darkened. He hesitated for a moment and turned to leave. No, I can't let him go. Otherwise, even if I catch him, I won't be able to solve the mystery of the illusion. Shuqing suddenly sat up straight. She anxiously and warmly called out in a low voice, Mufeng, is that you? The man in gray's back stiffened. He didn't answer, but he didn't leave either. It really was him. Shuqing got up and slowly walked behind him. However, she didn't get too close. She lowered her voice and said as gently as possible, actually, I've already liked you since the first time I saw you. Tonight, I spent a lot of effort to send Qing Mo away so that I could wait for you. The man in gray slowly turned around. His back was facing the moonlight, and he was also wearing a silver-gray mask. Shuqing could not see his face, and also could not see his expression. She only heard a low and deep male voice that was penetrating with a hint of sexiness as he lightly laughed and replied, You knew that I would come? This voice, the voice was very similar to Su Mufeng's, but the tone and intonation were completely different. Shuqing secretly calmed her state of mind, lightly shook her head, took a step forward, grabbed his wrist, lightly swayed on one side, pretended to be shy and said, I did not know, but I hoped that you would come. As a result, God heard my prayer, you finally still came. Gu Yun fiercely rolled her eyes. Can this woman not get too into character? Prime Minister Liu, who was rumored to be gentle like jade, had already loosened and tightened his fist several times. Shuqing thought that the man in gray would push her away. This was Su Mufeng's normal reaction. Who would have thought that not only did he not push her away, but he instead wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her tightly into his embrace. His face was even more ambiguous as he rubbed it back and forth on her cheek. His seductive voice was a little hoarse and hot as it faintly sounded by her ear. You said you like me? The ice-cold mask rubbed against her face like a snake's scales across her cheek. That kind of gloomy and terrifying feeling was very torturous. Shuqing secretly took a few deep breaths before softly nodding her head and replied, N. Without waiting for her to come back to her senses, the man had already picked her up by the waist and walked to the spacious bed. He gently laid her down on the bed and immediately pressed his body against hers, trapping her between his arms. His fingers circled around and teased her earlobes non-stop. This man was too good at flirting. Was he really Su Mufeng? Shuqing stretched out her hand with difficulty and gently caressed the man's masked face. She softly murmured, Mufeng, I want to look at you. Gu Yun carefully looked at Lu Xian, who was still calm. She only saw that his pair of phoenix eyes were slightly cold. Even in this kind of night, she could still feel the murderous intent in his eyes. She somewhat admired this man's rationality and deeply understood that this man loved Luoqing terribly. The man in gray grabbed Shuqing's hand. Ma Bai, who was hiding on the roof beam, immediately raised his guard. Shuqing was also startled. She thought that he was going to get angry. Who knew that the man would actually grab the mask himself and elegantly remove it, gently throwing it to the side of the bed. Shuqing finally saw the man clearly. The face in front of her was angular and extraordinarily handsome. It was indeed Su Mufeng's face, but Shuqing didn't dare to confirm. Was this person really Su Mufeng? His black eyes that had a faint silver-gray color during the day were actually silver-gray under the night sky. He was half squinting with a smile that wasn't a smile. His thin and rosy lips held a teasing smile. It was different from the cold elegance during the day. At this moment, his entire body was exuding a lazy and devilish charm. He was so dazzling that it made one's heart beat faster. Shuqing was puzzled at this moment. She began to question her previous judgment. It was impossible for hypnosis to change a person to such a large extent. Xueqing sank into her own thoughts, but the man didn't allow her to be distracted. He gently pinched her chin and asked softly, "Are you willing to do anything for me?" Xueqing was stunned. She nodded and smiled. N. Lightly scratching the tip of Xueqing's nose, the man caressed her cheek and asked softly, "Good girl, are you willing to give me your heart?" His deep voice was gentle and charming. Xueqing gently raised her eyebrows and asked, "You want my heart?" Xueqing's answer made his eyes flicker, but he quickly recovered his devilish smile. "You're not willing?" Both of their eyes stared at each other without blinking. Xueqing could see the silver light circulating in his deep and serene eyes, just like a deep pool, sucking her in little by little. That was a very peculiar experience. Xueqing felt that she had a moment of absent-mindedness and dizziness. After a moment, Xueqing nodded and replied, "Okay." The man's face lit up with an excited and wanton smile. He sat up straight and looked at the motionless woman with satisfaction. His hand familiarly reached for her belt. Soon, her clothes were all gone. He smiled gently at the woman who was staring at him. "Don't be afraid. You'll be free soon." The thin blade moved along her smooth skin. The sharp and cold blade slid across her chest. The seductive red blood flowed along the blade, slid across her waist, and fell into the silk quilt. The man slowly stretched out his hand. As usual, he neatly slid the blade into her chest. After a while, he held a beating heart in his hand and held it in front of Xueqing. He was waiting to see her frightened and painful expression. This was the most exciting moment for him. When he met Xueqing's eyes, his heart panicked. The eyes that met his were calm and deep. There was not a trace of fear or pain on her face. The devilish smile on the man's lips froze. How could she be so calm when she saw her heart being dug out? What was going on? What's going on? The man sitting in front of the bed was not the only one who had this question. Other than Gu Yun, the other three men in the room looked at the scene in front of them in amazement. A moment ago, after the man and Xueqing who was lying on the bed looked at each other for a long time, he minded his own business and sat up straight. Xueqing immediately moved to the side. Then, something strange happened. The man faced the empty bed and made an action of taking off his clothes. Then, he took out a sharp and thin blade from his waist. He skillfully and neatly made a cut. His hand also reached into the position where he cut the blade. His hand seemed to be holding something and then took it out again. His face was filled with excitement and fanaticism. It was as if he was demonstrating how he stole the heart in front of him. No matter how they looked at it, it was strange. Guyan smiled slightly and calmly replied, "You'll know when you continue watching." It seemed that Xueqing had successfully carried out the anti-hypnosis. "You." The man stared at Xueqing's deep and serene eyes. He only felt a burst of dizziness. He was shocked to discover that the heart in his hand had unexpectedly disappeared without a trace. The blood in his hand also disappeared without a trace. There was nothing on the plain white bedsheet, and Xueqing's sharp eyes were coldly watching him. "This is impossible." The man stared at Xueqing. The expression on his face changed from arrogance and devilishness to shock and uneasiness. Xueqing slowly sat up straight. Her red lips opened slightly and she said coldly, "In this world, you're not the only one who knows how to hypnotize people." She admitted that at the beginning, she was almost lost in his eyes. If she hadn't been prepared, she might have been successfully hypnotized by him. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across the man's eyes. Xueqing was shocked. Her body quickly fell back and her hand instinctively covered her chest. The knife in the man's hand slid across the back of her hand. At the same time, Lu Xian's anxious voice sounded, "Mabai, Ao Tian, catch him." Mabai jumped down from the beam and attacked the man's back. The man nimbly turned around and kicked out. The knife in his hand was still unrelenting as he stabbed towards Xueqing, who had already shrunk to the deepest part of the bed curtain. Just as he was about to stab Xueqing's chest, a large palm suddenly stretched out from behind the bed curtain. It intercepted the man's wrist and used internal energy to shake off the man's attack. Xueqing only felt her shoulder tighten. An enormous force threw her off the bed. The force was so great that she almost crashed into the screen. Fortunately, Lu Xian and Gu Yun caught her body in time. She didn't fall and hurt herself. The man immediately retreated out of the window. In a flash, he was already outside the room. Mabai and Aotian also rushed out. Outside the courtyard, what greeted him was Yi Mei's flaming whip. All around the courtyard, the archers who were lying in ambush all appeared. They drew their bows and aimed at the silver ash in the courtyard. Mabai, Yi Mei, and Aotian besieged him. The man didn't have a chance to escape again. Yi Mei's whip trapped the man and tied him up. The other officials also went forward and used the prepared hemp rope and iron shackles. The man was tied up tightly. When Qingheng saw the man's face, he immediately scolded in disdain, "Sumu Feng, I didn't think that you were actually the murderer. You even let your own aunt take the blame for you. You're worse than a beast." The man who was still struggling stiffened. His ruthless eyes stared straight at Qingheng and shouted, "What happened to Aunt Xian?" His eyes were malicious and ruthless. He didn't look like the usual Sumu Feng at all. Qingheng couldn't help but panic. He swallowed his saliva and scolded, still pretending. "Men, take him back." The Yamen runners rushed forward and pulled the man away. Shuiqing whispered, "Wait, I have something to ask him." Qingheng turned around and saw that her hand was wrapped in a cloth. He thought that she was seriously injured and advised, "Madam, you should go and bandage your wound. If you have any questions, you can ask them when you get to the Yamen." After saying that, he turned around and shouted to the Yamen runners, "Take him back." This time, they finally caught the real murderer. Seeing the group of people hurriedly walking out, Shuiqing lowered her head and sighed, "I'm afraid we won't be able to ask him." Others may not have heard it clearly, but Gu Yun heard it very clearly. After seeing the evil Sumu Feng and thinking about the cold and indifferent person during the day, she had a bad premonition. The next day, when Gu Yun and Shuiqing came to the Ministry of Justice again and saw Sumu Feng in prison, the two of them were shocked. At this time, he was elegant and cold. He was a completely different person from the bloodthirsty maniac last night. The two of them asked about what happened last night. He didn't remember what he did last night. With no other choice, Gu Yun and Shuiqing could only ask Gu Yuexin. In order to make them believe that Sumu Feng didn't kill people on purpose, she told them about the pain Sumu Feng experienced as a child. It turned out that when he was young, there was a rich young lady who accused him of taking liberties with her. He was beaten to death by his father's wife because of this. His mother was beaten to death in order to save him. From then on, as long as a rich young lady took the initiative to throw herself at him, he would have the intention to kill. After he killed someone, he couldn't remember anything. Shuiqing suspected that he had dual personality. However, in this era, it was impossible to do a mental evaluation. Even if it was proven that he was sick, what could they do? The people he killed were all daughters of high officials and nobles. They would never let him go. When the two of them walked out of the Ministry of Justice, their hearts were heavy. Under the cold moonlight, a petite figure was leaning against the cold stone wall. The mottled shadows of the trees on the cliff top were projected onto her body, making it almost impossible to see her appearance and expression clearly. However, the large jar of wine by her feet showed that she was in a bad mood. The faint fragrance of the wine was intoxicating, but it could not dispel the woman's furrowed brows. She and Qing both knew that a person like Su Mufeng who had a serious mental illness should be treated and helped instead of taking his life. However, not to mention in this era, even in the legal society they lived in, the families of the deceased and the ordinary people couldn't accept the result of killing someone without paying with their life. As a police officer, seeing Su Mufeng sentenced to death made her very upset, but she also knew that she couldn't save him. Every place had its own legal system, and it wouldn't change because of her. The conflict between values and right and wrong was probably the reason why she felt so depressed tonight. She couldn't continue to stay here. She had to go back. This thought had never been so obvious. Guyan decided that she would look for Suling tomorrow to ask about the golden 8 trigrams plate. She grabbed the wine jar and took a big gulp of wine. A familiar feeling of being peeped at once attacked her again. Who is it? It was this feeling again. It was the same feeling she felt when she was training in this forest last time. Last time, she almost caught him. This time, Guyan wasn't interested in hunting. She said faintly, "Come out." She thought that person wouldn't come out in the end. Unexpectedly, just as she finished speaking, a tall figure slowly walked over. The black clothes made him almost blend into the night, but the silver light was so dazzling that one could tell who it was at a glance. "It's you?" Guyan narrowed her eyes slightly. At this moment, Aotian had already walked in front of her. Seeing that cold and pale face, Guyan smiled and said, "I didn't expect us to have already fought." It turned out that the person who had been peeping at her was Aotian. Guyan retracted her gaze and raised the wine jar in her hand again. She tilted her head and gulped down 2 more mouthfuls of wine before saying softly, "You have 2 choices. One is to sit down and drink with me. The second is to stay away from me. I'm not interested in being stared at like a monkey tonight." The hoarse voice had its usual coldness and sharpness, but it was not difficult to hear the irritation in it. Under the night sky, she casually sat on the ground with her back against the cold stone wall. Her hair, which was tied up in a high ponytail, fluttered in the night wind. The large wine jug in her hand was disproportionate to her petite body, giving her a different kind of elegance. However, the restlessness and annoyance between her brows were also not concealed. A trace of doubt flashed across Aotian's calm face. What made such a calm and determined person like her fidgety? Sitting on the floor beside Guyan, Aotian recalled the expressions on her and Qing Ling's faces when Shan Yulan announced the emperor's verdict on the heart-destroying case today. Aotian seemed to understand what she was upset about. However, why would she, who seemed to abhor evil, have such a heavy expression on the verdict for a murderer like Sumu Feng? He couldn't understand and asked, "You don't think that Sumu Feng deserved to die?" Guyan's hand, which was holding the wine jug, paused. Had she become so obvious? She laughed self-deprecatingly and replied faintly, "Yes, he shouldn't have." She really did think that way. Once this woman had a goal, she would complete it even if it meant risking her life. Would she? Aotian looked at her with a grave expression. Guyan laughed in spite of herself, "You have such a serious expression. Don't tell me you think that I'm going to break out of prison?" Guyan casually said. Aotian raised his cold eyebrows slightly. It was obvious that he had such a thought just now. Guyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did she look like such a reckless person? Slowly putting down the wine jug in her hand, Guyan sighed, "Every era and every country should have a legal system. Even if it's backward and doesn't conform to everyone's wishes, or even unfair, it's still a relatively fixed standard. Having a legal system to rely on is much fairer than the officials all over the place who decide the case based on what they think is right and wrong. So I respect the legal system. Even if I feel that there's a problem with Qionyu's legal system and Sumu Feng shouldn't have died, I will only choose to work hard to change the legal system and not simply break out of prison alone. Breaking out of prison is meaningless to me. It's also very stupid." Aotian's gaze was complicated as he stared at the woman in front of him who acted naturally and casually but wanted to reverse the legal system the moment she opened her mouth. She knew that a country's laws, even if it was the emperor, he couldn't change it just because he wanted to. Even if these words sounded ridiculous and unrealistic, but when it came from her mouth, it made people unable to laugh at it. Her voice wasn't loud and her expression was as calm as usual. That kind of insolence and arrogance seemed to fill her entire body, making people unable to ignore it. After a long time, Aotian's cold voice carried a faint smile as he replied, "You're very arrogant." "Arrogant?" Guyan thought for a moment and finally laughed out involuntarily. She casually handed over the wine jar in her hand to him and said, "I think this should be a compliment. Thank you for not saying that I'm self-righteous and overestimating my capabilities." Guyan's generous self-mockery made Aotian's cold mouth dyed with a few traces of a smile. Unfortunately, it was so faint that if one didn't look carefully, it simply couldn't be seen. Receiving the wine jar, Aotian was momentarily absent-minded. This was the wine that she drank in one gulp just now. He drank it again, all right? He glanced at her and saw that her eyes were magnanimous and her smile was free and easy. The other party was so magnanimous, why was he still being pretentious? Grabbing the wine jar, Aotian also took a big gulp of wine. Immediately, a burning hot current burned from the mouth to the stomach. What a strong wine. She was still drinking so fiercely just now. The rather light touch showed that there wasn't much wine left in the jar. Sometimes, this woman was so forthright that she could make men blush with shame. Taking another big gulp of wine, the burning hot feeling in the heart didn't seem to be bad. Aotian didn't seem to mind and replied, "Actually, if you really want to break into the prison, it's not impossible." Su Mufeng was indeed a rare character. It was indeed a pity that he died like this. This time, it was Gu Yun's turn to blush with shame. This person's words were really arrogant. Why couldn't she break into the prison? Not to mention that she had always respected the law and judicial procedures. Even if she really wanted to break into the prison, the heavily guarded prison of the Ministry of Justice was not a market where she could enter and leave as she pleased. Moreover, what would happen after the human tribulation? Let Su Mufeng and herself wander the world with a body full of crimes. Under the moonlight, he was cold and aloof. Looking back at Aotian's cold side profile, Gu Yun suddenly felt a little curious. Why would a person like you become a bounty hunter? Aotian seemed to be a little interested in this topic. It was rare for the reticent him to reply, "Why not?" With her back against the cold stone wall, Gu Yun cast a sidelong glance at him and laughed. "I don't see much of a sense of justice in you." The woman beside him was different. Although she was also cold, she could feel Yimay's integrity and kindness. As for Aotian, to be honest, she couldn't feel any of it from him. Gu Yun continued to laugh. "I don't smell any stench of money either." After saying that, both of them thought of the money grubber Qian Jing at the same time. They looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Gu Yan's hand supported her slightly tipsy head. She thought for a while and laughed. "I guess, you became a bounty hunter because it's challenging?" Arresting criminals as a profession was not because of a sense of justice, nor was it for money. The only thing she could think of was a man's desire to conquer. However, Gu Yun didn't see any approval from Aotian's face. Instead, there was a faint disdainful look on his face. Not because it's challenging? After thinking for a while, Gu Yun still couldn't figure it out. She blamed the alcohol for numbing her brain. Gu Yun jokingly replied, "So you're killing time?" Aotian's dark eyes slightly raised. He looked as if he didn't expect someone to guess correctly. Gu Yun was a little confused. "I guessed correctly?" Aotian didn't say anything. However, the faint smile on his face already explained everything. Gu Yun patted her forehead and laughed. It was the first time she heard of someone becoming a bounty hunter to kill time. However, it didn't seem strange for someone like Aotian to do such a thing. She didn't know if it was the effect of the alcohol or because of the laughter just now, but her depressed mood seemed to have improved a little. She looked up and saw that the moon was gradually moving to the west. It was hiding behind the rock wall. She couldn't see the bright moon and could only see wisps of light. Gu Yun sighed softly. "The moon is not bad tonight. It's a pity that it's boring to look at it from here." Gu Yun was just saying it casually. However, a strange light flashed across Aotian's cold eyes. His low voice was somewhat bewitching. "I have a good place to look at the moon." After saying that, Aotian got up and walked in the opposite direction of the dense forest. Gu Yun smiled slightly and didn't think much about it. She followed the ink-black figure. In front of the rock wall, only an empty wine jar was left. The tall, 100-year-old parasol tree had luxuriant branches and leaves. Even the branches at the top of the tree were still thick enough for a person to sit on. Gu Yun looked up and could see a crescent moon blooming in the dark sky. Countless stars, bright and dark, were so close that she could almost reach out and pluck them. Everywhere she looked, there was moonlight and starlight. How long had it been since she saw such a scenery? How long had it been since she was in such a good mood to admire the moon? She had almost forgotten. Gu Yun smiled. "It's indeed a good place to admire the moon." After looking at it for a long time, Gu Yun reluctantly withdrew her gaze. Unexpectedly, when she lowered her head, she found that the forest under her feet was shrouded in the moonlight. The beautiful scenery swaying with the breeze was also intoxicating. The faint fragrance of the parasol tree wafted to the tip of her nose. Gu Yun was even more dizzy than before. She wanted to change her position to look at the scenery below. When she moved her body, the tree trunk swayed slightly. Gu Yun quickly grabbed the branch next to her. Aotian, who was sitting next to her on another branch, also immediately grabbed her arm. The tree trunk finally stopped swaying. Guyan smiled embarrassedly, thank you. It seemed that she was really a little drunk. Her body was almost not listening to her. Aotian did not say anything and silently withdrew his hand. Guyan saw that his hand was wrapped in a black cloth. She suddenly remembered that he had blocked the sword for her, so she asked with concern, how's your hand injury? Thank you for saving me that day. Perhaps he rarely received gratitude from others, or perhaps he never cared about other people's feelings. In short, there was no expression on his cold face. He only replied in a low voice, it's nothing. Then, he elegantly lay back with his hands behind his head and looked at the sky indifferently. This person's personality was so strange. Guyan rolled her eyes, have you always been so cold? What answered her was still a frozen cold face. Okay, pretend I didn't ask. Guyan shrugged. She was asking for a snub. Aotian's position was really suitable for stargazing. She felt a little dizzy sitting down, so she might as well lie down. Guyan slowly lay down with her hands on the branches and leaves beside the tree trunk. The stars entered her eyes, and the faint fragrance of the plants and trees surrounded her along with the cool breeze. She could even hear the low chirping of insects. Everything was so peaceful. Guyan slowly closed her eyes and sighed. Why hadn't she met a normal and friendly person since she came to this era? Suling's arrogance, Muyi's evilness, the green-cloaked woman's mystery, Aotian's cold arrogance, and even Lu Xian was actually a scheming fox. She was indeed more suitable for the 21st century. She really wanted to go back. Perhaps the alcohol had really gotten to her head, or perhaps lying down was more comfortable than sitting, or perhaps the quiet environment around her was really suitable for sleeping. Guyan actually fell asleep in a daze on the swaying branches of the treetop. An hour later. The person beside him didn't move for a long time, and her breathing became more and more steady. Aotian suddenly had a bad premonition. He sat up straight and looked at Guyan. He saw her lying flat on the branch with her hand half resting on the branch beside her. Her eyes were tightly shut, and she looked like she was sleeping. Aotian frowned and called out softly, hello? There was no response. Aotian called out again, and what answered him was a sweet sleeping face. This time, it was Aotian's turn to not know whether to laugh or cry. Was this woman mistaken? This was a treetop more than 10 feet high. Even if he had extraordinary martial arts skills, he only dared to close his eyes and rest. She fell asleep just like that. She might be fine if she didn't turn over, but as long as she turned over, she would definitely fall half to death. Aotian was annoyed in his heart. He wanted to shake her awake and ask her if she wanted to die, but when his hand reached out to her shoulder, he stopped. Under the moonlight, her face looked so quiet and so cute. Her long eyelashes cast 2 crescent-shaped silhouettes on her fair face. Her dark red lips were full and moist, and the faint dimples on her cheeks were not so obvious when she woke up. The 2 deep knife scars were even more eye-catching at this time. What was she thinking at that time? Why would she, who had always been rational, choose to harm herself to solve the problem? Aotian's hand unconsciously stroked the hideous scars in everyone's eyes. He stared blankly at the sleeping face in front of him, and a strange ripple passed through his heart. What kind of woman was this? How could there be such a huge difference between when someone was awake and when they were asleep? Aotian didn't know how long he had been staring at this face like this. Guyan suddenly moved, startling Aotian back to his senses. He quickly held her shoulder. Fortunately, she only moved her waist and didn't turn over. After a while, she fell asleep again. She slept soundly, but Aotian was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. He slowly withdrew his hand from Guyan's shoulder and frowned slightly. He gently stepped on a few branches under his feet to Guyan's side. The dense branches interweaved into a small net. Even if she turned over, she wouldn't immediately fall off the tree. With his back against the tree trunk and his feet stepping on the branches, Aotian didn't look at the woman beside him again. The inky black sky was suffused with a faint red glow. The chirping of birds in the forest became more and more lively. Guyan rubbed her eyes when she heard the chirping of the birds, as if it was right beside her ears. When she opened her eyes, what entered her eyes wasn't the plain white canopy, but the grayish-blue sky. She was absent-minded for a moment. Very quickly, she remembered everything that happened last night. She then remembered that she drank a lot of wine, then admired the moon on the tree. Then, she took a nap, and then, she fell asleep. Gu Yun suddenly sat up straight. When she saw the layers of leaves and branches below her, she couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. She slept on the tree for the entire night. She was really something. She was really lucky that she didn't fall to her death. While her heart was still beating with fear, Gu Yun still keenly noticed where she was sleeping. There seemed to be a lot of branches around her. Looking along the branches, she saw a pair of long legs stepping on the place where the branches connected to another trunk. Looking up, that cold and silent face was looking straight in another direction. Ao Tian? Did he accompany her for the entire night? You. Gu Yun was about to speak when a deep voice interrupted her. It was as cold as usual, but it sounded a little anxious. I'm waiting for the sunrise. Sunrise? Following his line of sight, sure enough, the fiery red sun was slowly rising. The morning glow dyed the sky red, dispelling the darkness of the night. It was indeed beautiful. It turned out that he had such a refined interest. Gu Yun still wanted to thank him, but she realized that Ao Tian was too lazy to even look at her. It was as if he was deliberately avoiding her. Gu Yun didn't understand, but she didn't force him. She stretched her waist and smiled. Then I won't disturb you from watching the sunrise. After sobering up, Gu Yun's movements were obviously more agile than before. She lightly jumped onto the trunk beside her. Ignoring whether he was paying attention to her, she only smiled at Ao Tian's back and said, "Thank you." With that, Gu Yun climbed down by herself. Ao Tian looked down. The agile figure had already reached the tree and ran towards the back door of the general's residence. The thin figure quickly disappeared into the forest. Ao Tian also didn't understand why he had to sit here for the entire night. He didn't want to watch the sunrise at all. But now, he had no choice but to watch because he couldn't go down. He moved his two stiff feet with difficulty. His feet were already numb from stepping like this for the entire night. Gu Yun came back in a hurry because she felt embarrassed to face Ao Tian after sleeping on the tree for the entire night. Secondly, it was because of the matter of the golden 8 trigrams. She was afraid that Suling would go out in the morning, so she wanted to quickly go back to wash up and find him earlier. However, Gu Yun had just walked to the backyard where she usually stayed when Suling's tall figure appeared in her shabby little courtyard. It was really a coincidence. It saved her the trouble of looking for him. Gu Yun walked forward and was about to greet him when Suling's face darkened. His deep voice was filled with anger as he growled, "Where did you go last night?" Gu Yun immediately swallowed the morning greetings that were about to come out of her mouth. Her good mood from the morning also vanished into thin air. It turned out that he had nothing to do early in the morning and came looking for a scolding. She, who had a fiery temper to begin with, became even more furious as she directly retorted, "What? Have I lost my freedom to this extent? Do I need your permission to leave the general's residence and even have to report my whereabouts to you when I'm in the residence? Where did you go last night?" Suling gritted his teeth. The patrolling general reported that her courtyard was empty the entire night. The guards at the gate also said that she didn't go out. They sent people to search the entire residence but couldn't find her. Although that Su Mufeng was caught, who knew if he was the real murderer, what right did he have to question her whereabouts? Gu Yun snorted and walked straight into the house. When she passed by Suling, she felt a pain in her wrist. Gu Yun had no choice but to stop. She heard an even more furious growl, "You drank." Although it was only a faint smell of alcohol, it was still so obvious after a night. She must have drunk a lot last night. Gu Yun simply stopped walking and stood opposite him. She sneered, "I drank. I even slept on a tree at the back of the mountain for a night. What do you want? I should be the one asking you that." He was worried about her for a night, but she was still carefree and happy. Suling was worried about her safety last night and spent a lot of effort to send people to search the imperial city for a night. Looking at it now, it was simply ridiculous. Suling's good intentions were treated as ill intent. He was burning with anger. Gu Yun didn't know what he did and only thought that he was looking for trouble. She replied even more rudely, "What a joke. You came here early in the morning to denounce me, and you're asking me? I didn't know that there were rules in your general's residence about not drinking and not spending a night at the back of the mountain. I'll have to trouble the great general to write down those rules for me to see in the future so that I can hang it above the door. I don't know which rule I'm breaking. Qing, Mo, Suling, who was never good at arguing, naturally couldn't win against the sharp-tongued Gu Yun. In addition, he wasn't willing to admit that he was worried about her for the entire night. Now, he could only hold it in until his eyes turned red. He glared at Gu Yun and wished that he could strangle her slender neck. Hiss, it hurts. Gu Yun struggled to break free from Suling's iron grip. 5 red and swollen fingerprints immediately appeared on her wrist. One could imagine how much strength he used just now. Gu Yun cursed inwardly. This damned boorish man. Looking at the clear fingerprints on her wrist, Suling's surging anger finally subsided a little. He said coldly, "From today onwards, you will move to Heavenly Court." This place was too close to the back of the mountain. She was so wild. It was better to live in Heavenly Court. It was closer to Soaring Cloud's pavilion so that he could keep an eye on her movements at all times. Gu Yun was still angry. How could she listen to him? I'm not going. This place is quite good. I'm used to living here. Suling seemed to have expected her to say this. Thus, he replied in a deep voice, I want to demolish this place to build an armory. You have to move out. He did plan to build an armory, but he originally wanted to build it next to the school grounds. Now, it seemed that this place was even better. An armory? So he came to find her early in the morning for this matter. Didn't the general's residence have an armory? Gu Yun wanted to ask again, but Suling's tall figure had already strode away. Hey! She called out, but Suling didn't even look back as he walked away. Oh no! Slapping her forehead, Gu Yun lamented. Didn't she want to ask him about the 8 trigrams plate? How did it become a quarrel again, in the study? Did she move over? Suling placed the brush in his hand on the brush holder in frustration. He asked the old servant who was serving hot tea. Uncle Ming, who had worked in the general's residence all his life, could be said to have watched Suling grow up. Naturally, he knew who Suling was asking about. Thus, he replied in a low voice, Miss Qing has already moved over. This old servant followed the general's wishes and bought some clothes and accessories for Miss Qing. Miss Qing asked them to move away. She said she didn't need them. Suling frowned. He waved his hand and replied. Move away. He also couldn't imagine her dressing up like a noble lady. Yes. Uncle Ming quietly retreated. When he reached the door, he suddenly heard Suling call out, wait. Uncle Ming stopped and stood respectfully at the side, waiting for Suling's orders. After a long time, Suling coughed softly and asked in a low voice, why don't you call her madam anymore? These days, he had heard the servants call her Miss Qing. From what he knew, they had always called her madam. Suling faintly felt that there was something fishy. Uncle Ming was an old servant in the family. It was more reliable to ask him and he wouldn't gossip. Uncle Ming lowered his head slightly, as if he was thinking about how to answer. Suling felt even more strange and lightly said, speak. Uncle Ming replied awkwardly, Miss Qing said, this is the general's order. Suling's cold eyes narrowed slightly and continued to ask, what else did she say? She also said that the general already has a sweetheart and is about to marry the new madam. Therefore, the servants are not allowed to call Miss Qing madam anymore. Otherwise, they will be punished according to military law. Clatter. Uncle Ming heard Suling's large hands clench so tightly that they made cracking sounds. His heart was in his throat. Everything about his master was good except for his bad temper. After he became the general, he got angry easily. She said that? Suling's voice wasn't loud, but the cold air that assaulted Uncle Ming's face made him not dare to open his mouth again. He could only nod his head very lightly. Go, call that woman over. Immediately. When the dark expression met with the extremely low roar, one didn't need to be smart to know that the general was angry again. After an hour, Gu Yun finally arrived. Suling already had a violent temper. At this moment, because of the long wait, he became even more irritable. Gu Yun had just stepped into the study when she was immediately greeted with a shower of scolding. You are getting more and more daring. Passing out a false military order is a crime punishable by death. Do you know that? Before Gu Yun came, Uncle Ming had already secretly revealed to her that the general was angry because of her making the servants change the way they addressed her. He told her to be careful, so she was already mentally prepared. She entered the room unhurriedly and sat down on the large wooden chair. Then, she smiled faintly and said, Great General Su, there is no need to be angry. Since you have charged me with a crime, you should at least let me know how I will die, right? She still dared to play dumb. Su Ling questioned, When did I say that I want to marry a wife? When did I say that the servants will be punished according to military law if they call you madam? Gu Yun was already prepared. She coughed lightly and replied with a smile that wasn't a smile, Great General Su is talking about this matter. Then I have no choice but to defend myself. First, let's talk about the military order. I didn't say that this was a military order. I only said that this was your idea. They interpreted your idea as a military order. It can be seen how much they respect you. You should be happy. Next, let's talk about the false rumor. You haven't married yet, so you will definitely marry in the future. I am not your madam to begin with, and you have always opposed them calling me that. How can you say that I am false after I passed on this idea? Or do you want them to call me madam? This last sentence made Su Ling feel like he couldn't say yes or no. In the end, he could only reply hatefully, You are twisting words and forcing logic. Gu Yun flipped her hands and smiled with a helpless expression, If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. You are the great general. In this residence, whatever you say goes. I can't do anything. Her eyes swept over the pure black paperweight on the table. Gu Yun suddenly changed the topic and said with a smile, However, I really shouldn't have used your name to tell them about this matter without discussing it with you. I will pay attention in the future. She didn't forget the purpose of this trip. She absolutely had to figure out the relationship between the Golden 8 trigrams plate and the Su family. She really didn't want to stay in this damned place for a moment longer. Su Ling was not used to Gu Yun suddenly lowering her posture. He was so surprised that he forgot to react for a moment. She would also show weakness? Could it be that she was playing some tricks again? Gu Yun wasn't interested in apologizing, nor was she sincere. Naturally, she said it smoothly. She pretended to inadvertently get up and saw Su Ling's handwriting. She moved the paperweight away and picked it up to look at it while sighing, I haven't practiced writing for a long time. I almost can't write anymore. Your handwriting is quite natural and unrestrained. The first sentence was made up by her, but the last sentence was the truth. Su Ling's handwriting was casual, but it didn't lose its stability. People who saw it couldn't help but want to praise it. Su Ling leaned back on the wooden chair. His eagle eyes quietly stared at this woman's strange behavior. When did she praise him? There must be a conspiracy. Su Ling didn't answer. Gu Yun was too lazy to continue acting. She put down the paper and picked up the paperweight again. She played with it in her hand and whispered, What an exquisite paperweight. This pattern is very familiar. Familiar? Su Ling asked calmly, You've seen it before? Of course, she had seen it before, but now wasn't the time to confess. Gu Yun deliberately pretended to think. After a while, she smiled and said, I remember. The last time I was sick, so you sent me to some room. There was a big picture in there. It was this pattern. Why does your family like this pattern so much? Is there any special meaning? So it was like that. Su Ling didn't care and replied, It's the Su family's emblem. Legend has it that it can protect the Su family's descendants. The Su family's ancestral home and the Su family's army's main battle flag will be imprinted with this pattern. It's not strange for you to see it in the Su family. Not daring to be too obvious, Gu Yun could only pretend to be very interested and asked, It's just a pattern. How can it protect your family's descendants? Or is there a legend? Or is this pattern derived from somewhere? Even though Gu Yun was already very careful, Su Ling still vaguely felt that something was wrong. He smiled deeply and said, You seem to be particularly interested in the Su family's emblem. Gu Yun knew that she was still a little too impatient. Su Ling was such a cautious and smart person. She had to be a little patient. Putting down the paperweight in her hand, she half leaned on the table and crossed her arms in front of her chest. Gu Yun helplessly replied, I just think that it's very beautiful and exquisite. Every time I meet you, we either have a big quarrel or fight. It's rare to find a topic, so we just casually chat. If you don't like it, I'll leave. What Gu Yun said was what Su Ling was annoyed about. Why couldn't they talk nicely every time? Why did they have to be tit for tat? Seeing that Gu Yun showed weakness, as a man, Su Ling couldn't be too stingy. Seeing that Gu Yun was about to get up and leave, he whispered, if you like it so much, I'll give you this paperweight. Gu Yun was secretly happy that this move of retreating in order to advance was successful, but she didn't dare to show it on her face. She deliberately teased, a gentleman doesn't take what others like. I'll just appreciate it. Besides, you look so serious and cautious. Maybe your family's emblem contains some secrets. Let me guess, is there a treasure map inside or contains some secret to immortality? Can it subdue demons and devils, or travel through time and space? Gu Yun spoke half-truthfully, but her shrewd eyes were always staring at Su Ling's face, not letting go of the slightest bit of expression. Unfortunately, after listening to her words, Su Ling didn't see the slightest change in his expression. Instead, he laughed, how can there be such a magical thing? A woman was a woman. She could even think of such a bold and imaginative thing, he didn't know. She was a little disappointed, but Su Ling was the only person who knew about the golden 8 trigrams plate. Gu Yun still refused to give up and continued to ask, scarlet blood and ice refining are very magical, so I'm also very curious about your family's emblem. Maybe it's even more magical than scarlet blood and ice refining? Scarlet blood and ice refining are a pair of ancient treasured swords. They are very human-like. For thousands of years, they have been guarding the Su family. After the eldest son of the Su family was born, scarlet blood belonged to him. As for ice refining, glancing at Gu Yun's carefully listening face, Su Ling paused for a moment. He concealed the fact that ice refining's choice was the eldest daughter-in-law of the Su family, and evaded the important and dwelling on the trivial. Ice refining can find its own master. Why could ice refining, but not scarlet blood? Moreover, if ice refining could find its own master, then after so many years, why was it still in the Su family? Gu Yun always felt a little strange, but before she had time to think about it, Su Ling diverted her attention again. As for the family emblem, it's actually just a kind of spiritual power. After so many years, I haven't found anything special about it. You don't have to hold too much hope. Just a spiritual power? Gu Yun replied with some disappointment, it turns out that the so-called family emblem is just a pattern. I thought there was a prototype. There is, but it's just an ordinary golden 8 trigrams plate. Su Ling's casual words made Gu Yun's confidence, which had fallen to the bottom, soar again. There really was one. There really was a golden 8 trigrams plate. If Gu Yun hadn't always been calm and had strong self-control, she would have cheered at this time. She forcibly suppressed the ecstasy in her heart and asked as calmly as possible, there really is one? Can I see it? Su Ling shook his head. Gu Yun wasn't willing to give up. With a touch of displeasure, she deliberately provoked him, I'm just interested in this kind of magical thing. I just want to take a look. I won't damage your family's emblem. I didn't expect you to be such a stingy person. Su Ling didn't get angry and smiled, it's not that I don't want to show it to you, but the family emblem isn't in the general's residence. Where is it? The ancestral home. The descendants of the Su family go back to worship their ancestors once every 3 years. Only then can they see the family emblem. The family emblem was the treasure of the entire Su family. Naturally, it was impossible to keep it in the general's residence. Moreover, this family emblem did have a strange legend, but in Su Ling's heart, it was just a legend. Once every 3 years? The Su family valued the golden 8 trigrams plate so much that it was difficult to even take a look at it. Wanting to see it was probably even more difficult. Since the golden 8 trigrams plate wasn't in the general's residence, Gu Yun didn't want to alert the enemy. She could ask Su Yu about the location of the ancestral home. He was much easier to deal with than Su Ling. Gu Yun lowered her head and pondered. Su Ling thought that she was really disappointed. After thinking for a while, he said, if you really want to see it, next spring is the day of worship. I will bring you back to see it. Ah? Gu Yun froze for a moment. He wanted to bring her back? Even if she didn't stay in a large family, she knew that this kind of worship was not a trifling matter. Could she bring him back just like that? If Suling brought her back, it would naturally be easier to get close to the golden 8 trigrams plate. However, this meant that she would have to stay in the general's residence until next spring. It was only autumn now. For the first time, Gu Yun had the feeling of wanting to cry. Suling naturally didn't know that she was struggling so much in her heart. He only thought that the two of them had finally calmed down after much difficulty. He said in a good mood, it's not early anymore. Let's go and have dinner. Oh. Gu Yun replied absent-mindedly. She followed behind Suling casually, thinking about how to live for the next 6 months. After hastily eating a few mouthfuls of food, Gu Yun returned to Yiqian Court. She sat on the window lattice and watched the sun gradually set in the west. She was worrying about what gift to give for Qing's wedding 10 days later. Uncle Ming's deep voice came from outside the courtyard, young lady. Gu Yun was too lazy to move. She didn't care that her posture was not ladylike at all. She replied in a clear voice, come in. Uncle Ming carried a tray and walked towards Gu Yun. Before he could see what was on it, Gu Yun said impatiently, what is it now? I don't lack anything here. Take it away. Uncle Ming hesitated for a moment and said, the general just ordered this old servant to send it over. He asked someone to send it over? Gu Yun glanced at the things on the tray. It was a set of brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. There was also the ink-black paperweight that she played with in her hand in the afternoon. Gu Yun was startled. She had just casually mentioned it in the afternoon. She didn't expect that he would ask someone to send it over. Gu Yun didn't refuse and smiled, leave it there. Yes. Uncle Ming put the tray in the room as if relieved of a heavy burden and immediately retreated. With her back against the window lattice, Gu Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she looked at the neatly arranged 4 treasures of the study on the table. How could she possibly know how to write? Xianxia's capital was indeed bustling. Both sides of the street were 3-story and above buildings. Shops stood in great numbers and there was a boiling cauldron of voices. The bluestone-paved road was smooth and flat, faintly showing the luxury of a large country. Perhaps it was because the celebration was approaching. Everywhere was hung with festive red silk and lanterns. Looking from afar, it was somewhat eye-catching. The autumn sun was not as gentle as the summer sun. Especially at noon, the bright sun almost made people unable to open their eyes. Xiangyu's folk customs were relatively open. There were many women walking alone on the street. But in the midst of the myriad of colors, that smear of black was particularly conspicuous. It was the first time Gu Yun was so leisurely walking on the streets of the capital. It had already been 4 to 5 months since she came to this strange world. If she wasn't training soldiers, she was competing. If she wasn't investigating a case, she was suppressing bandits. Now that she was free, she didn't know what to do. In a few days, it would be Qing's wedding day. She had to do something. Unfortunately, after walking for more than an hour, she didn't see anything suitable. Not far away, there was a shop that was very impressive. In front of the door, there were 2 carved green jade pai xiao. The entire shop was decorated elegantly. On the large black jade signboard, there were 4 big words, Golden Jade Fate. The corner of Gu Yun's mouth raised slightly. Based on this good shop name, she should go in and take a look. Just as she entered the shop, a shop assistant dressed in blue immediately came up to her. He secretly observed Gu Yun and said with a smile, Miss, please come in. Our shop sells treasures. You can choose as you wish. Gu Yun looked around. In the 4 corners, there were jade carvings of mythical beasts that were half the height of a person. It looked very impressive. In the middle, there was a circular display table with many jade ornaments on it. Gu Yun didn't know much about jade. She just swept a glance and didn't see anything that caught her eye. Just as she was about to leave, the shop assistant took a step forward and said with a smile, Miss, what style do you like? This one will recommend a few good goods in the shop. You might as well go in and take a look. This lady seemed to be dressed simply, but her temperament was extraordinary. The decorations in the shop could be considered grand and impressive. The furnishings were all good things. She actually just swept a glance and didn't see anything that caught her eye. With his many years of experience in treating customers in the shop, this lady definitely wasn't as poor as she looked. There was an inner room? Guyan didn't know where else to go, so she decided to go in and take a look. She said casually, "I want something festive or exquisite." The shop assistant guessed, "Miss, are you giving it away?" "Yes." The decoration of the inner room was more comfortable than the outside. On both sides of the wooden square table were comfortable cushioned seats. There were about 4 sets of such tables and chairs in the inner room. The distance between the tables was also relatively far, so there was a relatively independent space. 2 women in their 40s were picking and choosing things. Behind them stood a waiter who was also dressed in blue. "Miss, please wait for a moment." The waiter went to get something. Guyan chose the seat closest to the door and sat down. With her cheeks propped up, Guyan waited in boredom. She sighed inwardly. These idle days were really boring. She slept in the general's residence for the entire day yesterday. Today, only half a day had passed, but she was already bored to death. Not far away, the 2 women's choosing things was probably secondary. Gossiping and chatting were the main things. The inner room was relatively quiet. Even if Guyan didn't want to eavesdrop, she could vaguely hear them talking at once. The woman in purple lowered her voice and pretended to be mysterious as she said, "Have you heard? The daughter of the Fong family, Fong Yijuan, hanged herself last night." "What? That's impossible." The woman in yellow beside her said anxiously, "I've seen that girl. She's quiet and obedient. How could she hang herself?" "You don't know about this. I'm only telling you. Don't spread it." The woman in yellow patted her chest and replied, don't worry, don't worry. I'm not that kind of person. Tell me, tell me." Guyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They wanted to keep what they said in this kind of situation a secret? They probably couldn't wait to spread it as widely as possible. The woman in purple looked around and then said vividly, "Some time ago, Madame Fong's father died of illness. Madame Fong brought Yijuan back to Yen City to attend the funeral. They only came back last night. When they were almost home, they didn't want to spend the night outside. Who knew that something would happen while they were on the road in the middle of the night?" "What happened?" The woman in purple was closer to the person beside her. She replied, "They met a rapist." "Ah!" The woman in yellow cried, "How can this be? Where did they meet?" The woman in purple made a shushing gesture and sighed, "Keep your voice down. It's about 50 li outside the capital. I heard that the man's kung fu is very powerful. 7 or 8 servants were not his match. In a short while, he kidnapped the child. When the servants found the child. The purple-clothed woman sighed and did not continue speaking. It was like a storyteller. Everyone knew what happened next. Gu Yun, who had seen many cases of rape and murder, didn't need to guess to know the result of the woman being kidnapped. Sure enough, the woman in yellow also guessed it. She asked in a low voice, "She was ruined?" "Of course. Her clothes were all torn, and she fainted naked in the wilderness. Fortunately, she didn't die. But as a woman, what's the point of living after encountering such a thing? Look, she ended her own life last night." Gu Yun frowned. Since she could survive, why would she commit suicide? Gu Yun was slightly annoyed. The shop assistant just happened to bring over a plate of jade ornaments. He replied, "Miss, these are the best goods in the shop. It's most suitable to be used as birthday or wedding gifts. Please take a look." Gently waving her hand, Gu Yun replied impatiently, "All right, leave it there. I'll call you when I find something I like." "Yes." The shop assistant could tell that Gu Yun wasn't too happy. He didn't stay by her side and retreated to a position by the door. Gu Yun casually flipped through the things on the tray, but she was somewhat absent-minded. Her ears were still focused on listening to the conversation between the two. "They're really wicked. Say, this Fong family is famous for being kind in the capital. They provide free medical treatment for 5 days a month. Many poor people who can't afford to be treated survived thanks to their medical treatment and medicine. How did they encounter such a thing? It can't be true. Who doesn't want it to be false? Madame Wang told me this personally. Her sister-in-law's younger sister is Yijuan's sister-in-law. How can this be false? Sigh, the celebration is coming soon. Why is the capital becoming more and more unstable? After listening to a few words, they probably had nothing else to say. Gu Yun was about to concentrate on choosing a gift when she heard the woman in purple say anxiously in a frightened voice, I heard that the murderer is probably a foreigner. His hair is white. White hair. It's so scary just hearing it. White hair. Gu Yun's hand that was holding the hairpin paused. She didn't know why, but an indifferent lonely figure and dazzling silver hair suddenly flashed across her mind. On second thought, she felt that she was ridiculous. Even if someone like Ao Tian would kill someone, he wouldn't do such a thing. That pair of cold and arrogant eyes wouldn't care about any woman at all. Miss, which one do you want to choose? Gu Yun thought to herself. A clear female voice sounded in her ears somewhat impolitely. Gu Yun came back to her senses and saw a beautiful woman who was as elegant as a lotus flower standing in front of her. On her plain face, there was a pair of bright eyes that shone brightly. There was a sense of alienation in her gentleness. Fooer, don't be rude. The woman softly scolded the young girl behind her. The girl pursed her lips and didn't dare to speak again. The shop assistant also saw the small conflict on their side and hurriedly came over with a smile. Miss Yu, these things were chosen by this young lady first. Otherwise, this little one will find other accessories for you. The shop just received a new batch of goods. Gu Yun came back to her senses and looked at the messy jade accessories on the tray. She smiled embarrassedly and said, It's okay. I really don't know which one to choose. Miss, if you like something, just take it. The woman didn't take it immediately. Instead, she smiled faintly and said, Miss, you want to choose a gift for someone, right? It was fine as long as she liked the thing she chose for herself. There was no need to put in so much effort. Looking at her clueless appearance, she was probably going to give a gift to someone. Gu Yun nodded, yes. Wedding gifts. This woman was quite observant. The woman glanced at the things on the tray and said, You can give a ruby or colored glass as a wedding gift. If it's a relative or a close friend, you can also give a jade comb or a golden hairpin as a wedding gift. Jade comb? Gu Yun felt that this was not bad. Qing was the same as her and rarely used accessories. The jade comb was practical and beautiful. Gu Yun took out a sparkling and translucent white jade comb from the tray and said with a smile, Thank you for your guidance, Mississippi. I want a jade comb. The young lady behind the woman laughed and muttered, Who would give just one? Only relatives would give one to each other. You should give a pair as a wedding gift. Although she deliberately lowered her voice, everyone still heard it clearly. Fooer. The woman glared at her and then said to Gu Yun apologetically, My family is not strict. Miss, please don't take it to heart. A so-called beauty should be like this. Even when she glared at people, it was beautiful beyond compare. Gu Yun didn't mind and replied, It's okay. Finding another jade comb on the tray, Gu Yun handed it to the shop assistant beside her and said, Help me wrap this pair up. Yes. The shop assistant took the jade comb and left. At this moment, the woman took out a jade ornament from the tray. There was a half-opened lotus flower carved on it. This should be the item that she took a fancy to. What a graceful woman. Gu Yun chuckled and asked, I haven't asked for Mrs. name? Not only was this woman beautiful, but her clear and gentle temperament also made people feel comfortable. Gu Yun couldn't help but want to know her name. The woman slowly raised her head and replied in a low voice, Yu Handan. Yu Handan? Gu Yun gently raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, What an elegant name. My name is Qing Mo. The woman nodded in a friendly manner, Miss Qing. At this moment, the shop assistant also brought over the wrapped brocade box and said, Miss, I've already wrapped it for you. It's a total of 180 taels of silver. Oh. Gu Yun took out the bag of silver that Suyu asked Uncle Ming to give her when she left this morning. Although she had been here for a few months, she only knew how to recognize copper coins and silver notes. She still couldn't tell how many taels of silver were from the size of the silver. Handing the bag of money to the shop assistant, Gu Yun asked, "Is this enough?" The shop assistant nodded and replied awkwardly, "It's still short by 30 taels." Gu Yun frowned, but there wasn't much embarrassment on her face. She thought for a moment and replied, "I only brought this today. Why don't you keep it for me first? I'll come and get the money tomorrow." The shop assistant replied awkwardly, "Our shop doesn't have a rule of keeping goods. There's only this pair of jade combs. I'm afraid that by the time Miss comes tomorrow, it will have already been sold." Gu Yun smiled and replied in a carefree manner, "Then there's no other way. I don't have enough money right now and you won't keep it. If it's gone tomorrow, then it's gone." After speaking, Gu Yun put away the bag of money and prepared to leave. The woman from before suddenly said softly, "Actually, Miss can give them a deposit and let them send it to your residence. At that time, you can pay the shop assistant." Gu Yun's eyes lit up. She looked at the shop assistant and asked, "Can I do that?" The shop assistant nodded and replied, "Yes." Gu Yun heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "That's good. You can send it to the general's residence." When Gu Yun said general's residence, the shop assistant's body trembled. The woman was also slightly stunned. "Is it the general's residence?" the shop assistant asked carefully. Gu Yun thought for a moment and replied, "Yes, it's Su Ling's general's residence." She actually called General Su by his name. She must be a close relative of the general. When he heard Gu Yun ask how much the deposit was, the shop assistant quickly replied, 20 taels will do. Gu Yun opened the bag of money and took out a banknote with 20 taels written on it. She handed it to the shop assistant. The shop assistant took the banknote and quickly replied, "I will definitely send it to Miss in the afternoon." Gu Yun nodded and replied, "Thank you." The shop assistant bowed again and replied, "I don't dare." Looking at the woman who was standing quietly at the side, Gu Yun smiled and said, "Thank you too, Miss Yu." The woman nodded slightly and replied with a faint smile, "You're too polite." Her tone was obviously more distant than before. Although Gu Yun did not understand why, she could tell that the other party was unwilling to speak with her. Gu Yun straightforwardly left a sentence, "I'll be leaving first." She had already walked out of the inner room. When the black figure disappeared outside the shop, the servant girl said embarrassedly, "Miss, isn't there no woman in the general's residence?" But then again, looking at her dressing, she really doesn't look like a woman. No wonder she can stay in the general's residence. The woman laughed and scolded softly, "This mouth of yours. There will be a day when you will offend everyone." The servant girl shrugged her shoulders and looked unafraid. She was dressed in black, her hair was tied up high, her smile was casual, and her movements were elegant. Even she couldn't help but get close to such a woman, right? Yu Handan looked at the direction where there was no one and secretly guessed who she was in the general's residence. There were elite soldiers guarding outside the general's residence all year round. Ordinary people didn't dare to make a noise when they passed by the door, let alone approach it. Everyone knew that there were no women in the general's residence. Usually, the three generals didn't have all kinds of toys. The shop assistants of Golden Jade Fate had been to almost all the high officials, nobles, and imperial relatives' residences in the capital, but they had never been to the general's residence. The two shop assistants looked at each other and took a deep breath. Then, they took the brocade box and walked into the dignified residence. Just as they walked to the entrance, they were immediately reprimanded by the guard, "What are you doing here?" The two of them hurriedly stopped. One of them raised the brocade box and respectfully replied, "This one is a shop assistant of Golden Jade Fate. The miss of the general's residence asked us to send this over." "Miss?" The guard hesitated for a moment and didn't react in time. A young general beside him said in a low voice, "Is it Miss Qing? Do you want to go in and ask Uncle Ming?" Early this morning, Miss Qing left. She probably bought it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any other woman in the general's residence. N. The guard nodded and said to the two shop assistants, "You two wait outside the residence first." "Yes." The two of them immediately bowed and retreated outside the door. At this moment, a tall figure was walking towards the entrance and almost bumped into them. Fortunately, the person nimbly dodged and didn't bump into them. When the young general saw the person who came, He immediately straightened his clothes and said anxiously, "General." When the two shop assistants saw that it was the general, they quickly lowered their heads. They didn't even dare to look at Suling's face. Suling frowned and asked, "Who are they?" Suling's face was unhappy. The young general immediately reporting to general, "They are the shop assistants of Golden Jade Fate." They said that someone in the residence ordered something. It might be Miss Qing who ordered it. Qing Mo bought something? Suling's foot that had already stepped through the door paused. He turned to the shop assistant and asked, "What is it?" His slightly cold voice was low and clear. It couldn't be considered strict, but it made people apprehensive. The shop assistant swallowed his saliva and respectfully replied, "A pair of white jade combs." Miss Qing said it was for the wedding banquet. Wedding banquet? Suling then remembered that her sister's wedding was in a few days. No wonder she wanted to go out to buy things. He stretched out his hand and said, "Give it to me." "Yes." The shop assistant carefully handed the brocade box to Suling. Suling opened the box and took a look. Inside was a pair of sparkling and translucent white jade combs. The palm-sized jade combs were set off by the red brocade box and looked even more translucent and white. Closing the brocade box, Suling didn't ask for the price. He casually said to the young general, "Take them to the accounts room to get the money." "Yes." The young general led the two to the side door. Suling suddenly said, "Wait. What else did she like?" The shop assistant thought for a while before replying in a low voice. Miss Qing also held a jade buyao and looked at it for a long time. "Later, send that buyao over as well." After speaking, Suling took the brocade box and strode into the general's residence. "Yes." The shop assistant secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had a discerning eye and didn't offend that simple-looking young lady. After having lunch outside and slowly walking back, it was already afternoon. Guyun leaned on the round table in boredom with her cheeks propped up. She laughed at herself. Being a rich young lady really wasn't something that someone like her, who had to work so hard, could be. In the past, when she was busy with cases, a day would pass in a flash. She always wished that there were 48 hours in a day. Now, a day felt like a year. While her imagination was running wild, Uncle Ming carried a tray into the courtyard and said from afar, "Miss, the things you ordered are here." "Okay." Guyun lazily replied. When Uncle Ming placed the tray in front of her, Guyun found that other than a square red brocade box, there was also a slender light green box. The decoration was quite simple and elegant. Guyun opened the box to take a look. Lying inside was a hairpin made of green jade. The long tassel-like pendant was very beautiful. With a gentle shake, it would emit a soft hum. The workmanship was exquisite and refined. The entire hairpin looked magnificent. Carefully putting the hairpin back into the box, Guyun smiled and said, "I only want the comb. The hairpin isn't mine." The hairpin was very beautiful and somewhat familiar, but she really didn't buy it. At this moment, Guyun had completely forgotten that she had been holding this hairpin in her hand while listening to the two women gossip. Uncle Ming awkwardly replied, "The general ordered this old servant to bring this over. This old servant doesn't know anything else." Guyun waved her hand and didn't insist, "You go and do your work. I'll go and find him later." With Suling's bad temper, it was better for her to talk to him herself. There was no need to make things difficult for the old man. "Yes." Uncle Ming breathed a sigh of relief and retreated. Guyun stared at the two exquisite gift boxes on the table and fell into deep thought. For the past few months, she didn't buy anything. She basically didn't spend much money. She was busy training soldiers and working on cases, so she forgot about money. She didn't know when she would find the golden 8 trigrams plate. She couldn't go back for a while. She couldn't keep using the Su family's money like this. Now, she had to seriously think about the problem of making money. In the study room, the celebration was approaching. A large number of foreign envoys, nobles, and merchants came to congratulate them. Within the capital, in order to ensure safety, it was necessary to arrange patrols. In order to show that the country was prosperous and the people were at peace, soldiers couldn't be everywhere on the streets. The deployment of military forces became a big headache. Su Ling looked at the military deployment map of the imperial city in his hand and secretly thought of countermeasures. At this moment, a series of brisk footsteps stepped into the study. Su Ling raised his head and a plain white paper appeared in front of his eyes. After taking a look, Su Ling's cold eyes suddenly darkened. He glared at Gu Yun, who was sitting in front of the desk with a natural expression, and coldly asked, "What is this?" "An IOU." Gu Yun replied very seriously, "I heard that you helped me pay for the jade comb. This is an IOU for 160 taels. During the day, I also took 150 taels from Suyu. I'll send the IOU to him now. When I have the money, I'll return it to you. However, it might not be so soon. The interest will be calculated according to the interest of the bank." "Who told you to write an IOU?" Su Ling was already irritated by the military deployment map. At this moment, his mood became even more depressed, and his tone inevitably became a little irritable. Gu Yun was baffled and impatiently replied, "I don't have the money, so I can only write an IOU first. If you don't agree, then I'll borrow money from Suyu to return it to you first, and then I'll return it to him." After speaking, she turned around and was about to go out to find Suyu. "Stop." Hearing that she was going to find Suyu to borrow money to return it to him, Su Ling was even angrier. He pushed the IOU to the desk and coldly said, "Take it away. I'll take it when I borrow money from Suyu to return it to you. It was the fairest to exchange the money with one hand and the IOU with the other." The fairness in Gu Yun's eyes really angered Su Ling. "Qingmo. You're now living in the general's estate, so you're a member of the general's estate. It's natural for you to use the general's estate's money. You don't need to write an IOU, do you understand?" Gu Yun, who was abnormally slow in matters of the heart, naturally didn't understand the meaning behind Su Ling's words. She continued to insist, "I'm already very embarrassed to be freeloading here. I definitely can't take your money for free. Keep the IOU first, I'll definitely return it." "Damn it." The man, who had always been unruly, was also angered by Gu Yun's stubbornness and shouted, "I said I don't want you to return it." What was in her head? Why couldn't she live like an ordinary woman? Was it that uncomfortable to use his money? Why was he shouting? Gu Yun was at a loss. Wasn't it natural to repay a debt? Knowing that both of them had fiery tempers, Gu Yun was too lazy to continue arguing with him. She indifferently replied, "I'll leave the IOU here. It's fine if you tear it up if you don't like it. As for the money, it's your business whether you want it or not." "Isn't it still my business?" Before Gu Yun could turn around, Su Ling had already shouted again, "Stop right there." Gu Yun cursed inwardly. Why was this man so fussy? She glared coldly at Su Ling. She was about to flip out when he talked about the IOU, but who knew that Su Ling would suddenly ask, "Did you buy the jade comb to congratulate Qing Ling and Lu Xian's wedding?" Gu Yun was stunned for a moment before she nodded and replied, "Yes." Su Ling suddenly lowered his head and flipped through the blueprint in his hand. He said indifferently, "I just didn't buy any gifts, and I don't know what to pick for them. I'm also very busy with the celebration. The jade comb will be the gift we chose. You can take the IOU." The gift we chose? Gu Yun felt that it was a little strange, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly how strange it was. She had just opened her mouth, but she didn't know what to say. Su Ling raised his head and stared straight at her. He frowned and said, "You can't be so stingy, right? I'm a grown man. I really don't know what to give them to congratulate them. In the past, when friends got married, they also bought gifts together. It wasn't a big deal to give gifts together." Gu Yun thought for a moment, then finally nodded and replied, "All right then, I'll give you a share." Su Ling sighed inwardly. This woman was really difficult to deal with. He definitely couldn't use force, so he could only use soft tactics. As long as she didn't keep mentioning the IOU, it would be fine. After all was fair in war. Oh, right. Gu Yun thought of the second thing she came here for. She took out a light green box from her sleeve and gently placed it on Su Ling's desk. She smiled and said, "This isn't mine. I'll return it to you." Su Ling coughed lightly. He replied in a cold and uneasy voice, "It's yours." Gu Yun looked at Su Ling in confusion. Su Ling lowered his head and continued to look at the blueprint in his hand. He replied coolly, I'm giving it to you. Gu Yun's intelligent eyes raised slightly. She smiled and said, why are you giving me something for no reason? Pushing the box in front of Gu Yun, Su Ling pretended to be calm and replied, it's all thanks to your strategy to suppress the bandits this time. This buyao is my gift to you. Can you accept it now? So that's how it is. Gu Yun smiled generously and said, I'll accept the thank you. I don't need the gift since I don't need it anyway. It would be a waste to give such a beautiful accessory to her. Gu Yun gently pushed the box back. God knows that this was the first time he gave something to a woman, but she actually didn't want it. He must be crazy to want to give something to a woman who didn't know how to appreciate things. Perhaps he was angry from embarrassment. Su Ling stared coldly at Gu Yun and said in a cold voice, since I'm giving it to you, it's yours. If you don't like it, throw it away. Although he said that, his face had an expression that said, try throwing it away if you dare. Gu Yun laughed. Was this man giving her a gift? Was he sure he wasn't threatening her? She grabbed the box on the table. It was rare to see him so awkward. Gu Yun couldn't help but tease him, okay, I'll throw it out. Sure enough, his sharp eyes almost shot her to death. Gu Yun found it funny and left the study room. Looking at the thin figure outside the courtyard who finally kept the box in her sleeve, Su Ling's tight lips finally raised slightly. Unfortunately, the next moment, Gu Yun suddenly turned around and said loudly to him, that's right, the IOU of 90 taels, I'll bring it to you later. Su Ling's mouth instantly froze. Damn it, this woman actually wanted to talk about the IOU, in the reception hall. Take it away, take it away. Is there a need to write an IOU for such a small amount of silver? I don't want it. Su threw her IOU far away as if it was something unclean. Gu Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She teased, have you brothers always been so generous? It's really a blessing from the heavens that you still don't have 4 walls. Su glared at her. Did she think that the general's residence's silver was so easy to spend? If she wasn't the one who spent the money, would he be so generous? Good intentions were treated as ill intent, so you didn't accept it. Gu Yun also didn't pick it up. She let the IOU fall at her feet and smiled faintly, it's up to you whether you accept it or not. Anyway, it's fine as long as I remember it. She concluded that the best way to deal with the men of the Su family was to not reason with them. She just needed to stick to her own principles. Gu Yun's face was full of determination. So you couldn't help but scold in a low voice, why are you being so awkward? If you want to use the general's residence's money, just go to the accounts room and withdraw it. Aren't you just looking for trouble? Gu Yun ignored him and continued to ask, in your Xianxia, how do women usually earn money? To be honest, she really didn't know what women could do in this era. Why are you so stubborn? Don't you understand my words? Su also twisted his head. He turned his head to the side and didn't talk to her anymore. Lightly curling her lips, Gu Yun deliberately sighed and replied, it's fine if you don't want to say. I'll ask Lu Xian another day. Why are you asking him? Su was flustered and exasperated. If she really asked Lu Xian, people would think that their general's residence couldn't even afford to raise a woman. Wouldn't that make people laugh to death? Knowing this woman's character of not giving up until she reached her goal, Su could only reply perfunctorily, women earning money is nothing more than being someone's maid or old mother to earn a bit of monthly money, or selling some embroidery or something. These aren't suitable for you. Gu Yun's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. She shook her head and sighed, it seems that I'm really not suitable to do things that women do. That's right. Su finally breathed a sigh of relief and drank a mouthful of tea to calm down. At this moment, an excited whisper sounded coldly in her ear, I should find some men's work to try. Pooh, a mouthful of tea spurted out. Su choked and coughed half to death. Gu Yun also ignored him. She smiled leisurely at the side and said, bounty hunter's work seems to be not bad. It seems to be quite profitable. It also suits me. She remembered that woman called Ji Mei was a bounty hunter, and her ranking wasn't low. She could give it a try, but criminal investigation was her strength. She was a little weak when it came to pursuing criminals. Let's give it a try first. Su finally stopped coughing. With a long face, he lamented, "Suit my ass. Great aunt, don't torment yourself." Looking at his miserable appearance, Gu Yun laughed out loud. Laughter continued in the parlor. Outside the parlor, the person who was about to enter stopped in his tracks. His deep eagle eyes narrowed slightly, and his face was full of helplessness. How could she not torment herself? Suling rubbed his temples with a headache. Alright, since she wanted to earn money so much, he had to think of something for her to do. In short, he definitely couldn't let her become a bounty hunter, Heavenly Court. Perhaps it was because no one had lived here for a long time, or perhaps it was because there weren't any tables or chairs in the courtyard, but there wasn't even a place to sit in the huge courtyard with green grass. Under the moonlight, a woman dressed in black sat on the ground. She held a lustrous white sword in her hand, and beside her feet was a pile of ice. Ice refinement, know your place. You're not allowed to release cold air anymore. This is already the third piece of frozen towel. If you continue like this, I won't wipe you in the future. Gu Yun threatened fiercely with the last piece of wet cloth in her hand, even though the target was a sword. Under the moonlight, the lustrous white sword flashed for a moment. It restrained its cold air in an incomparably aggrieved manner. Gu Yun picked up the wet cloth and tried to wipe it. The water on the wet cloth still formed a thin layer of ice. Fortunately, it didn't directly freeze into ice again. Gu Yun took the wet cloth and gently wiped the sword's body with satisfaction. The cold and arrogant man standing outside the door couldn't help but smile when he saw the scene. She actually told ice refining not to release cold air. It was forged from 1,000-year-old cold jade and heavenly silkworm snow silk. How could it not have cold air? Moreover, in all these years, he had never heard of anyone giving ice refining a bath. Suling slowly walked into the courtyard. The moonlight elongated his tall figure. Gu Yun raised her head and glanced at him. She saw an obvious smile in his eyes. She didn't mind and smiled naturally. Sit. Suling looked around. Other than the ground, there was no place for him to sit. He didn't say anything. Suling did as she did and sat down on the grass. Gu Yun wiped ice refining clean and put it back into the scabbard. She said to Suling, "Wait a moment." With that, she got up and went into the house. After a while, she returned with a piece of paper in her hand in front of Suling. "Here." He glanced at the contents of the paper. As expected, it was an IOU. Suling didn't refuse this time. He took the paper and put it in his sleeve. He said seriously, "I came to discuss something with you." Gu Yun wasn't used to Suling accepting the IOU so readily. Hearing the seriousness in his tone, Gu Yun asked curiously, "What's the matter?" The Su family army has always been brave and fierce on the battlefield. However, after suppressing the bandits this time, I realized that the Su family army's training may be a little monotonous. The form of battle is also limited. Therefore, I hope to increase their training program. I hope that when facing different environments and different enemies, the soldiers will be able to display their greatest defensive power. Suling thought for a long time. If he casually gave her something unimportant to do, she would definitely ignore it. When suppressing the bandits, he had already seen that Xianxia was very interested in military matters. She also had some ability. If he asked her to supervise the training of the soldiers, she would probably agree. Gu Yun naturally didn't know that Suling just wanted to find something for her to do. That was why he discussed military matters with her and gave her suggestions very seriously. "Actually, you have been leading the Su family army for a long time. You have fought countless battles in the north and south. The main mode of war is still the two armies facing each other. There are hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the Su family army. If every soldier has to undergo special training, it will consume a lot of military supplies. You can choose 30,000 elite soldiers and increase their training program so that they can calmly deal with various environments and enemies. They can fight together with the army or independently carry out various surprise attacks and encirclement missions." After Gu Yun finished speaking, she paused for a moment. She seemed to hesitate. Suling saw that she wanted to say something but stopped. He took the initiative to ask, "Continue." After a long time, Gu Yun said in a low voice, "For a team like the Su family army, it is necessary to form a special force to carry out special missions. Everyone in this team must be an elite individual soldier. They must be able to independently complete special missions such as harassing, sabotaging, scouting behind enemy lines, stealing intelligence, and even fighting and assassinating. Their equipment must be the best and their ability must be the most outstanding. Most importantly, they do not belong to any battalion in the Su family army. There is only one person who can order them, and that is you. Su Ling's heart suddenly froze. His dark eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Gu Yun's plain face. Her clear eyes were full of magnanimity and clarity. Looking into Su Ling's deep and complicated eyes, Gu Yun suddenly understood why he was alert. She shook her head slightly and smiled calmly. You don't have to be so nervous. I didn't ask you to rebel. Besides, if you want to rebel, a special force is not enough. In a sense, soldiers and swords are the same. They are all weapons. There is no difference between good and bad weapons. It mainly depends on the person who uses them. Forming a special force is just my personal opinion. You can slowly consider whether it is feasible or not. Gu Yun shrugged indifferently. She was just giving him a suggestion. It was up to him whether he listened or not. She got up and picked up a few pieces of cloth that had turned into ice cubes and put them into the wooden bucket beside her. Gu Yun sighed. She had always cherished her weapons and used to take good care of them. Now it seemed that this was not suitable for ice refining. Gu Yun was busy with the things at hand and did not notice that the pair of eagle eyes had never moved away from her. I think you said it very well. This is also what I want to talk to you about. Perhaps he just wanted to find something for her to do at first, but now he changed his mind. After tidying up the things with great difficulty, Su Ling's low voice sounded behind her. Gu Yun slowly turned around and asked in disbelief, You want me to help you train them? It was not that she did not believe in her own ability, but she did not believe that Su Ling would ask her to train such a special force. Su Ling nodded generously and replied, When I need to use this team, I must have encountered the most dangerous situation. I need someone who is capable and trustworthy to train them. Someone who is capable and trustworthy? Was he talking about her? The more Gu Yun listened, the more her scalp tingled. However, she did not see anything strange on his face. Gu Yun remained silent. Su Ling asked directly, I will give you a monthly salary of 300 taels. Are you satisfied? Although Gu Yun did not know what 300 taels meant, she knew that it was definitely not a small amount. She could vaguely guess the purpose of Su Ling's visit tonight. Thus, she snorted coldly in her heart and said calmly, How much is the monthly salary of the Han Shu? Why did she ask this? Su Ling hesitated for a moment. Under Gu Yun's cold gaze, he finally replied, 200 taels. Could it be that she saw through his intentions? Just as Su Ling was worried that the stubborn her would refuse, Gu Yun straightforwardly replied, I just started to get used to your army. Just treat it as a probationary period. I will receive the same monthly salary as the Han Shu. When the results are out, I will ask for a raise. She would not reject money. Moreover, she was receiving benefits that were equivalent to her own efforts. It was not important to her what Su Ling's intentions were. After taking his money, she would naturally let him see the value of this money. She really missed the days when she trained Ling Xiao and the others. Perhaps with their company, every day here would become better, since she agreed. Su Ling felt relieved. Thus, he replied, Su Ren will arrive in the capital in 3 days. At that time, you can choose the soldiers you need from the Su family army's permanent troops stationed in the capital. He now had some expectations for her so-called special forces. He still remembered that outstanding man called Ling Xiao. He was willing to give up the opportunity to enter the tiger subduing camp to be by her side. Perhaps she was really worth it. The special forces value quality over quantity. I only want the most outstanding 100 people. She had once told the Han Shu that she would achieve her goal of fighting against 1,000 people by herself. Okay. Since he left it to her to train, Su Ling did not intend to interfere. Under the moonlight, 2 slender figures, one tall and one short, stood shoulder to shoulder. Her beautiful face became gentler. Her long eyelashes were like crescent moons, and her bright eyes were as clear and persistent as usual. It turned out that a woman's eyes could be so beautiful. Su Ling's deep black eyes stared intently at her. Yun suddenly felt uneasy and asked awkwardly, "Is there anything else?" "No." Suling left a cold sentence and turned to leave Chen court. Seeing the tall figure leave in a hurry, Yun was confused. Why was he glaring at her? The moonlight was hazy. In an exquisite little room, a gentle oil lamp was lit. In front of a small crib, a beautiful and dignified madam was tenderly looking at the baby on the crib. Her face was full of love. The baby's pink face was flushed. Under the gentle coaxing of the madam, he peacefully fell asleep. The maidservant standing behind the madam advised in a low voice, "Madam, it's already past midnight. The young master is asleep. You should also rest early. This servant will take good care of the young master." The madam frowned slightly. Her eyes never left the little life in the crib. After a long time, she reluctantly put down the baby in her heart and worriedly instructed, "N, you must take good care of him. If there's anything, immediately call me." This was the child that she and the master had hoped for with great difficulty. It was their lifeblood. "Yes." The maidservant nodded repeatedly. Her delicate hand gently pulled up the small blanket and covered him. Only then did the madam reluctantly get up. Just as she walked to the screen, she heard the tightly closed window suddenly being blown open by a strong wind. With a bang, it smashed into the wall. A dark figure suddenly appeared in the room in an incomparably ghostly manner. Under the moonlight, the tall figure stood silently in front of the crib. He was dressed in black and had silver hair. His appearance was as cold as the Grim Reaper. With his back to the moonlight, his appearance could not be seen. However, she could feel the cold aura coming from him. The madam asked in panic, "You? Who are you?" The man did not speak. He nimbly picked up the baby from the crib. Because of the strange sound and the sudden touch, the baby moved uneasily. The madam was even more alarmed. She rushed forward and anxiously shouted, "What are you doing? Put down my son." The man indifferently turned around. The dazzling silver hair drew a silver light under the moonlight. The dark figure also went out of the window. "Stop, give my son back to me." A mother's nature to protect her child made the usually weak woman quickly rush to the window. She almost grabbed the man's lapel. The man's eyes flashed with a cold light. He mercilessly waved his hand. The madam's figure was immediately like a kite with a broken string. She fiercely hit the screen not far away. Ah! The madam's forehead hit the edge of the screen. Blood flowed down. The blood scared the maidservant awake. She quickly stepped forward and helped the madam who was half lying on the ground. She anxiously said, "Madam, are you okay?" The two sat on the ground hugging each other. The dark figure also quickly disappeared into the night. This unforeseen event frightened the child in her arms. He cried loudly. The cry became more and more distant, but it fiercely tore the mother's heart. The madam did not feel the pain on her forehead. Her heart was torn to pieces at this moment. Her mouth kept crying, "My son! My son!" The maidservant supported the madam who fell on the ground. She screamed in panic, "Someone come! Someone come! Quickly! Something happened to the young master." The sharp cry quickly attracted a group of servants. Not long after, a middle-aged man in his 50s hurried over. When he entered the room, he was caught off guard by the mess and blood in the room. He helped the madam who was crying inconsolably and anxiously asked, "What happened here?" The deep and low male voice finally allowed the woman to regain some of her consciousness. She tightly grabbed his hand and cried hysterically, "Master! Master, please save our son." He was snatched away by a silver-haired man. "Save him! Save him!" Hearing the word silver-haired, the middle-aged man's hand that was holding the madam's hand uncontrollably trembled. Silver-haired man. Was it the silver-haired man again? Thinking of the recent events, the middle-aged man's face turned ashen. After accepting the task of training the special forces, Yun didn't have any free time. She had been working on the training plan for the past few days. At the same time, she also sped up the drawing of weapons and training equipment so that it would be convenient for Suling to order people to prepare. The reason why she only wanted 100 people was to ensure that everyone could receive the best training and have the best weapons. Guyun buried her head and thought about what other high-intensity training needed to be added. Uncle Ming's voice came from outside the door, Mississippi. Without looking up, Guyun asked casually, "What's the matter?" Uncle Ming didn't enter the room. He replied respectfully from outside, "Tomorrow is Prime Minister Lu's wedding. The Prime Minister's residence sent someone to say that for tomorrow's wedding, Miss Qing Ling has moved to Haoyue Courier Station. You can see her directly at the courier station tomorrow morning." Tomorrow is the wedding? She was so focused on the training plan that she almost forgot the time. Guyun patted her forehead and sighed with a smile, "I know." She stretched and realized that it was already sunset. The training plan in her hands was almost done, so she asked, "Is Suren back?" "He returned last night." It was good that he was back. Let the soldiers rest for a few days, then she could choose the soldiers. Guyun buried her head in the training plan again and replied faintly, "You can go ahead." "Yes." Uncle Ming turned and was about to leave. Guyun seemed to have thought of something. She raised her head and said anxiously, "Wait. Uncle Ming, please find me a woman's dress. Don't be too gorgeous and exaggerated. Send it over early tomorrow." She almost forgot that tomorrow was Qing Ling's wedding. She couldn't go to congratulate her in a black dress. "Yes." Uncle Ming smiled. It was rare for her to remember this. It seemed that the miss cared about that sister very much. The sky had just brightened. Guyun was hanging on a tree to do pull-ups after her morning run. This was the exercise she persisted in every day. It was also a habit she had for many years. There was a knock on the door outside the courtyard. Guyun guessed that Uncle Ming was here to send her clothes. She said loudly, "Come in." The door opened gently. It was indeed Uncle Ming. He was holding a large tray with colorful dresses in his hand. When they entered the yard, Uncle Ming glanced at the shadow still hanging on the tree. He took the dress into the house and then walked out and said, "Miss, I have prepared some women's clothes and some accessories for you. You can choose what you like." 48, 49, 50. After making enough for the day, Guyun let go and landed lightly on the ground. She had been so focused on exercising that she didn't notice that there was a little girl around 10 years old standing at the entrance of the courtyard. She was dressed in cotton clothes and looked very refreshing and pleasant. Her lively big eyes were round as she stared at her eyes full of surprise and curiosity. Guyun laughed. She was not used to seeing women after staying in the general's residence for so long. This child simply showed her emotions on her face. Guyun felt that she was very frank and cute. She smiled and said, "Who is she?" Uncle Ming waved his hand at the girl, indicating for her to come in. When the girl walked in front of Guyun and obediently paid her respects, Uncle Ming explained, "She is this old servant's niece. Her hands are skillful. Letting her help you dress up, you will be able to go out quickly. This old servant acted on my own accord, please forgive me." That's right. She only thought about the clothes. She didn't think about the hairstyle. She couldn't wear a long dress with a ponytail. She found it funny when she thought about it. She replied gratefully, "Uncle Ming, you are really thoughtful." "Thank you." Uncle Ming shook his head gently and smiled gently, "I don't dare. I will take my leave first." Miss Qing had a good temperament and character. If she could really become the mistress of the general's residence, it would be the general's and Su family's good fortune. Uncle Ming retreated. Guyun walked into the room and said to the girl who was still in a daze, "Come in." The girl timidly entered the room. Guyun's face was covered in sweat. She was about to walk to the basin to wash her face when the little girl walked one step ahead of her. She wet the towel and wrung it dry. Then, she handed it to Guyun. Guyun was slightly stunned. Whether it was at home or in the general's residence, she had always been self-reliant for more than 20 years. She was not used to someone taking care of her so carefully all of a sudden. Guyun awkwardly took the towel and asked, "What's your name?" The girl lowered her head slightly. Her voice was as soft as an ant, "Jasmine." "Anne, it's a very refreshing name." It was quite suitable for her. Guyun did not know how to get along with this kind of overly shy girl. She simply walked to the tray and picked up the clothes to try on her body. The clothes that Uncle Ming picked for her were relatively simple and elegant light-colored clothes. Gu Yun casually picked a lavender dress that was suitable for a wedding. She said to the little girl behind her, "I want to wear this set. You can comb the simplest hairstyle for me to match it." "Yes." The little girl glanced at the clothes in Gu Yun's hands and roughly knew what kind of hairstyle she wanted. However, the girl said that she wanted a simple hairstyle. The little girl was not sure and asked hesitantly, "Then I will comb a red cloud bun for you, or a flowing cloud bun." Gu Yun did not understand at all. She only emphasized one point, anything. In short, make it simple. "Yes." The little girl did not dare to ask again. After thinking for a while, she started to comb Gu Yun's hair. Half an hour later, Gu Yun was already a little impatient. Finally, the little girl chuckled in a low voice, "All right, take a look and see if you are satisfied." Finally, it was done. Gu Yun casually glanced at her reflection in the bronze mirror. The simple bun was tied behind her head, and the carefully woven braids intertwined. It looked very layered and not complicated. Gu Yun was very satisfied. Just as she was about to get up and change her clothes, the little girl brought over a tray of gorgeous hair accessories made of pure gold. She asked, "Which hair accessory would Miss like to use?" Gu Yun only felt dizzy from the dazzling light. Although the gold hair accessories were beautiful, it did not match her simple hairstyle. It also seemed tacky. Pushing the tray away, Gu Yun smiled and said, "No need. I'll just leave it like this." The little girl said with a troubled expression, "No, who doesn't wear a hairpin after combing their hair into a bun?" "No?" Gu Yun really did not understand that there was such a saying. Her brows were tightly knitted together. It was obvious that the little girl did not like these dazzling gold ornaments. The little girl picked up the jadeite hair ornament placed beside the bronze mirror and suggested, "Then wear this." The little girl placed it beside the bronze mirror. It must be a beloved item. Gu Yun glanced at the hair ornament. In comparison, it was better to choose this. Gu Yun did not have any objections and replied, "I'll take it." The sun was already high up in the sky. If she did not go out now, it would be too late. She casually placed the hair ornament on her head. With Jasmine's help, she changed into a long dress. Without any makeup on her face, Gu Yun hurriedly walked out of the residence. Long dresses were really not meant for humans. Gu Yun cursed in her heart. After stepping on the corner of her dress for the 20th time, Gu Yun finally arrived in front of the general's residence. Uncle Ming seemed to have been waiting there for a long time. When he saw her walking over, he quickly went forward to welcome her. He looked at Gu Yun's beautiful outfit with satisfaction and smiled, "Miss, the carriage is ready." Gu Yun nodded. With her outfit, it would be difficult for her to ride a horse. With a dark expression, Gu Yun had just stepped out of the carriage when a surprised male voice whispered, "Wow. Today, you finally look like a woman." Today, she was wearing a light purple gauze dress. It made her petite and beautiful figure look even more slender. Coupled with her bright and beautiful appearance, she looked even more pitiful. Actually, so you wanted to say that she was very beautiful today. However, when the words reached his mouth, he was too embarrassed to say them. He blurted out those words and felt a little annoyed. However, he saw that Gu Yun only rolled her eyes at him and did not get angry. It would be strange if Su Yu's mouth could say anything good. Gu Yun was too lazy to pay attention to him and walked towards the carriage. Suddenly, a blazing gaze that could not be ignored fell directly on her. Gu Yun frowned and looked up. Beside the pure black horse stood a familiar tall figure. "It's him?" It was normal to see him in front of the general's residence. However, under that pair of eagle eyes, Gu Yun felt nervous for no reason. At this moment, Su Yu was not the only one whose heart was pounding. When he met that pair of clear eyes, Su Ling could not move his eyes away. She was indeed a strange woman. She was able to blend gentleness and sharpness together. Just like now, although she was wearing a delicate woman's outfit, her clear eyes and cold and arrogant temperament did not diminish. Her elegance faintly revealed a charm that showed disdain for all the other beauties. When he saw that there was only a hairpin inserted into Gu Yun's bun, which was the jade buyao he gave her, Su Ling's heart rippled for a long time. Wearing this outfit and being stared at by his deep eyes, Gu Yun's palms were slightly sweaty. She felt awkward. Fortunately, Su Ling did not say anything. After a while, he nimbly mounted the horse and spurted away. After he left, the uneasy feeling instantly disappeared. Guyun secretly sighed in relief. She looked at Suyu and curiously asked, "Where is he in such a hurry to go?" Suyu's expression was not very good. He replied in a deep voice, "The emperor has issued an imperial decree to urgently summon eldest brother to the palace." He did not know why, but when he saw eldest brother staring at her without letting go, his heart inexplicably became irritable. "Did something happen?" "I don't know." Suyu coldly threw down a sentence and turned to enter the residence. Guyun was somewhat baffled. It was said that a woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. A man's heart was probably like sand at the bottom of the sea. She shook her head and stepped into the carriage that had been waiting for a long time. Sure enough, no matter what era it was, getting married was a tiring matter. After accompanying Xianxia for an entire morning at the relay station, she had a headache from the incessant chatter of the aunties. When it was finally time to escort the bride, it was even more exaggerated. Lu Xian brought over 100 retainers with him. There were also commoners who came to watch the show. In short, there were people everywhere. When the bridal sedan was finally brought into the Prime Minister's residence, Guyun decided to go back and rest for a while. She would just come over tonight to drink a cup of wedding wine. She was too lazy to join in the fun. When she walked back to the general's residence, she happened to meet Suyu at the entrance. Guyun still remembered his teasing in the morning. She originally wanted to ignore him, but when Suyu saw her, he was surprised. "You? Why did you come back?" Guyun stopped in her tracks and snorted, "Can't I come back?" Xianxia was getting married, not her. She couldn't just take a break. Seeing that her expression was not too good, Suyu frowned and asked in a low voice, "Did something happen at the Prime Minister's residence?" Suyu was acting very strange today. Guyun narrowed her eyes and looked at him calmly. She asked, "Did something happen at the Prime Minister's residence?" With two consecutive questions, Suyu did not know whether she knew or not. He could only smile embarrassedly, "No, no. I was just asking in passing." Guyun stared at him coldly. Suyu felt uncomfortable. He lifted his foot and wanted to go out, but a slender hand blocked his path. Guyun asked, "What are you panicking about?" "Panicking? I'm not panicking." "You must be joking." Suyu swallowed his saliva. Guyun could see that he was pretending to be calm. She was worried that something would happen to Zhuqing. Guyun anxiously asked, "What happened?" "I don't know." Suyu shook his head firmly. He turned around and walked towards the general's residence. Guyun grabbed Suyu's shoulder. How could she let him go? She shouted sternly, "Tell me the truth." Suyu turned around in frustration and lamented, "I really don't know. Wasn't eldest brother summoned to the palace early this morning? Just now, second brother was also summoned to the palace in a hurry. I heard that the two rebel leaders that second brother captured, after entering the capital, insisted that." Suyu paused for a moment. Facing Gu Yun's questioning eyes, he whispered, "That year, the ones who colluded with them and planned the gold case were Prime Minister Liu and his son." "What?" Gu Yun was so shocked that the hand that was grabbing Suyu trembled. This was impossible. It was not that she trusted Lu Xian and his son's character. She was also present when the rebels were suppressed. At that time, there were indeed signs that the rebels were colluding with the court officials. However, it should not be Lu Xian and his son. Lu Muhai's contribution in suppressing the rebels could not go unnoticed. After pondering for a while, Gu Yun asked, "What evidence did they bring out?" Suyu shook his head helplessly. Eldest brother and second brother were summoned to the palace. I also don't know what evidence second brother brought back. Actually, the rebels' testimony was not the most important thing. As the prime minister of the country, Lu Xian would definitely not be deposed just because of the testimony of a few petty thieves. The most important thing was what evidence they brought out. Also, if this was a deliberate framing by their accomplices in the court, then the pressure that Lu Xian would face would be even greater. Letting go of Suyu, Gu Yun turned around and left the general's residence. Suyu hurriedly followed. "Where are you going?" "You can't go and tell on us." Gu Yun narrowed his sharp eyes and replied coldly, "I know what I'm doing." Suyu was still worried, so he followed Gu Yun to the prime minister's residence. Inside the Prime Minister's residence, it was filled with members of the imperial family and officials of all levels who came to watch the ceremony. Gu Yun was in a hurry to find the room where Xueqing was resting. From afar, he saw the main hall filled with onlookers. He narrowed his eyes and saw Lu Xian holding Xueqing's hand as they walked towards the main hall. Gu Yun pushed through the crowd and finally walked into the main hall with great difficulty. He heard the ceremonial officer shouting loudly, "Newlyweds bow to heaven and earth." Lu Xian's eyes were clear, but his face was already a little red. He probably drank a lot of wine. Standing in the main hall, Gu Yun was prepared to wait for them to bow to heaven and earth before talking to Xueqing about this matter. "First bow to heaven and earth." The ceremonial officer's sonorous voice rang out. The two bowed deeply to the heavens. "Second bow to heaven and earth." Turning around, the two bowed deeply to both sides' parents. "Husband and wife." Just as the call sounded, an even more dignified male voice interrupted the last bow. "The imperial edict has arrived." Everyone looked back and saw Suling and Shan Yulan coming together, holding the imperial edict in their hands. Everyone thought that the emperor was unable to come personally, so he issued the imperial edict to congratulate Prime Minister Liu on his wedding. Everyone opened up a path, allowing the two people to smoothly enter the main hall. Gu Yun and Suyu behind her looked at each other. Suyu quickly shook her head and whispered in her ear, "Don't be impatient. Let's take a look first." Suling also saw Gu Yun in the crowd. Gu Yun stared coldly at him. Suling lamented in his heart. He also didn't want to cause trouble at someone else's wedding, but the emperor, it wasn't easy for him and her to get along peacefully. After today, he was afraid that it would no longer exist. Lu Muhai laughed heroically and said, "General Su, Shan Darren, I thought that the two of you wouldn't be able to make it to the wedding." He had always admired the Su family army. This time, he was able to fight side by side with the Su family army. He always felt that it was very satisfying and his impression of Suling was even better. Suling and Shan Yulan's faces were somewhat stiff. They chuckled and said, "Old General is too polite." They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to drink this wedding. Lightly coughing, Shan Yulan said in a clear voice, "Prime Minister Liu, receive the imperial edict." The group of people all knelt down. The sound of bells and drums also stopped. The crowded main hall instantly became abnormally quiet. Shan Yulan held the imperial edict. After a long time, he read it out loud. "By the will of the heavens, the emperor decrees, the rebels in the northwest are all to be suppressed. The rebels have confessed to colluding with the Liu father and son to steal from the national treasury with the intention of rebelling. Today, the Procuratorate Department's Shan Yulan and Defender General Suling are to jointly investigate this case. The Liu father and son are to be imprisoned." Imprisoned? How was that possible? The noisy main hall fell into silence again. Who would have thought that the popular Lu Xian would be imprisoned just like that? Gu Yan's heart was beating very fast. What evidence did the other party produce to make Yan Hongtian issue an imperial edict to imprison Lu Xian? Lu Muhai came back to his senses and immediately said in a rage, "Ridiculous. This is definitely a false accusation. I'll go with you right away and confront those traitors face to face. The Lu family is a family of martyrs. How can they be slandered?" Lu Xian remained silent. Shan Yulan could only step forward and make a gesture of invitation, saying, "Prime Minister Liu, the emperor's will cannot be disobeyed. Sorry for the offense." "Wait." Xueqing lightly waved her hand and the captivating red veil floated to the ground. She took slow but steady steps and walked between Suling and Shan Yulan. She raised her voice and said solemnly, "General Su, official Shan, there is only one last bow left before the marriage is complete. Qing Ling boldly asks the two of you to extend the time limit by half an hour." Suling and Shan Yulan looked at each other. They didn't expect this woman to make such a request. Lu Xian was imprisoned for the crime of rebellion. This was a crime that could lead to the execution of 9 generations of his family. However, facing Xueqing's firm and cold eyes, they had nothing to say. They didn't want to be arrested at this time. If they didn't even agree to such a small request, it wouldn't be right. The two of them turned their heads away at the same time and nodded lightly. They tacitly agreed. Xueqing walked towards Lu Xian, who was frowning and staring at her. She slowly reached out her hand and intertwined her fingers with his. Her slender fingers tightly clasped his hand, and a steady stream of warmth came from her palm. Lu Xian's emotions, which hadn't fluctuated even when he was imprisoned, were stirred up in all directions at this moment. Xueqing lightly raised the corners of her lips, and the resolute light in her eyes was somewhat dazzling. Her clear voice was so loud that everyone present could hear it clearly. Today, I want to become your wife. It doesn't matter if you are the high and mighty prime minister or a lowly prisoner. Everyone stared blankly at the woman in a red dress with no makeup. Perhaps many people felt that her actions were very foolish, but even more people were filled with admiration and gratitude for this kind of woman. After all, it was easy to share riches and honor, but it was also easy to share trials and tribulations. Gu Yun's heart also felt a heavy blow at this moment. Her heart ached for Xueqing, but at the same time, she was gratified that she found a man who was willing to share trials and tribulations with her. Ceremonial officer. Xueqing called out loudly. The ceremonial officer finally returned to his senses and loudly called out, "Husband and wife, bow to each other." The pair of newlyweds, their red clothes purer than blood, their sleeves fluttering in the wind, looked at each other with no one else in their eyes. There were no guests, no imperial edict, no red silk veils, and no ribbons. The two of them just looked at each other like this, their fingers tightly intertwined. After a deep bow, the ceremonial officer loudly called out, "The ceremony is complete." This marriage was considered complete. The originally silent people in the living room let out their first cheer after hearing the imperial edict. Lu Xian slowly let go of Xueqing's hand and walked towards Shan Yulan and Su Ling. He said with a faint smile, "General Su, Lord Dan, please." It was as natural and casual as when the three of them met at court. This man was in such a sorry state that it seemed like they would never be able to get close to him. The group of people left the crowded but abnormally quiet main hall. Xueqing stood straight in the middle of the main hall and slightly bowed to the guests who were either at a loss or waiting to watch a show. She spoke naturally and unquestionably. "Today, the Lu family has met with an unforeseen event. The wedding banquet will end here. If there is a chance in the future, the Lu family will definitely hold another banquet for relatives and friends. Everyone, please return. Xianxia, see the guests out." As the housekeeper, Xianxia immediately stepped forward and replied in a deep voice, "Yes, madam." "Everyone, please." The Prime Minister's residence was indeed worthy of being called the Prime Minister's residence. Even though it had met with such a huge change, it was still calm and not in chaos. The servants all calmly and orderly invited everyone out. The guests silently retreated. Gu Yun whispered to Suyu behind her, "You return to the general's residence first." Looking at her motionless appearance, Suyu anxiously asked, "What about you?" "I have something to say to her." Although Xueqing appeared to be very calm during the wedding banquet, her heart was probably not feeling good. The crowd had mostly dispersed. Suyu knew that she would not be able to persuade her and it was not good for her to continue staying. She could only remind her in a low voice, "All right, be careful." The main hall, which was bustling with noise and excitement just a moment ago, was now only left with a few servants who were tidying up the items that had been overturned by the crowd. The room was filled with bright red and it looked very dazzling at this moment. Xueqing walked towards the wooden chair at the side. Her movements were so slow that it seemed like she would fall to the ground if she moved a little faster. She finally sat down on the wooden chair with great difficulty. Her eyes seemed a little stupefied. Although her hands were tightly gripping the wooden chair, Gu Yun could still see that they were trembling. Gu Yun squatted down beside her and asked softly, "Qing, are you all right?" She felt a little heartache when she saw the scene of the wedding ceremony. It turned out that Qing's love for Lu Xian was so deep. Holding Xueqing's cold fingers, Gu Yun wanted to comfort her, but she did not know what to say. After a long time, Gu Yun finally whispered and sighed, "I will think of a way to find out what evidence the rebels have shown that can deal a fatal blow to Lu Xian. Don't worry too much, everything will be fine." The words that followed were really empty and useless. Helping Lu Xian to clear his name was the only way to help Qing, General's residence, Heavenly Court. "Su Ling, you deserve to die. You deserve to die." Gu Yun stood in the courtyard and cursed Su Ling fiercely in her heart. After she returned from the wedding banquet, she immediately went to the Ministry of Justice. Shan Yulan was not there. Qingheng told her that the main interrogation records for Lu Xian's case were still kept in the general's residence. They did not know the specific details. She searched Suling's study for an entire night but did not find anything. In the end, she was discovered by him. She did not expect that in order to prevent her from investigating the case, he would put her under house arrest and even send a group of soldiers to watch over her outside Heavenly Court. Guyan crossed her arms in front of her chest and sneered. Did he really think that she spent the past 6 months in the general's residence catching butterflies and embroidering flowers? Suling, if I, Guyan, want to leave the general's residence, it will be as easy as walking into the market next to my house. Looking at the moonlight that was gradually setting in the west, Guyan raised a sly smile. The time had come. Retreating to the corner of Heavenly Court, Guyan lightly jumped, grabbed the tree trunk above her head, and skillfully climbed to the top of the tree. 5 o'clock in the morning was the most tiring and easiest time for a person to relax. Guyan hid in the dense foliage and observed the soldiers stationed in the surroundings. As expected, the security at the entrance of the courtyard was the strictest. There was a guard every 10 meters or so along the walls of the courtyard. There was one guard under the tree she was hiding in. Guyan saw the opportunity and jumped down from the tree. The young soldier was shocked. Before he could react, he was hit by Guyan on the back of his neck and fainted. It was impossible to go out from the front door. Guyan planned to go out from the back of the mountain. When she led the soldiers for training, she had surveyed the terrain there. After crossing the back of the mountain was the official road. Although there were soldiers guarding there, it was definitely not as strict as the general's residence. There was still an hour before dawn. Guyan sneaked towards the back of the mountain. She did not dare to go through the gate of the military field because she had to pass through Lingyun Pavilion. Guyan could only go out from the backyard where she used to live. Although she was in a sorry state, she still entered the forest as she wished. After that was the back of the mountain. Guyan's speed increased. When she passed by the stone wall where she trained the soldiers last time, Guyan suddenly felt a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, the figure that made her gnash her teeth in hatred appeared in front of her. Suling's expression could only be described as thunder and lightning. Under the vigorous 100-year-old parasol tree, a black figure raised his head and looked at the treetops. After looking for a long time, he finally whispered, "Senior Marshal Brother? Senior Marshal Brother, are you here?" What answered him was the rustling of the leaves in the wind. "Not here?" Qianjing supported himself with one hand on the tree trunk and looked for a long time. Thinking of Ao Tian's cold personality, he finally decided to go up and take a look. Qianjing, who had average martial arts skills but excellent qigong, had already reached the treetops after a few jumps. Sure enough, that proud and aloof black figure was lying leisurely on the treetops, resting with his eyes closed. After calling for so long, he did not even respond. Qianjing was annoyed. He jumped onto the branch that Ao Tian was lying on and stomped on it twice. The branch swayed violently. He stomped hard, but Ao Tian seemed to be stuck to the branch, lying steadily. Qianjing, on the other hand, swayed a few times and almost fell down. After asking for a snub, Qianjing curled his lips and sat down on the branch opposite Ao Tian. He anxiously said, "Senior Marshal Brother, I finally found you. Why are you still in the mood to sleep here? Senior Marshal Sister and I were worried to death." Ao Tian was still lying there unmoved. Just when Qianjing thought that he would ignore him, he calmly replied with a cold voice, "What are you worried about?" Thinking that Ao Tian did not know the seriousness of the matter, Qianjing explained, "There have been 5 or 6 cases in a row in the capital. The criminals were all rapes and robberies. The murderer is extremely arrogant. His silver hair is his biggest feature." After saying that, Qianjing glanced at the unusually dazzling silver hair in the night and anxiously said, "If this is not a coincidence, then it must be a false accusation against you. Why are you still so indifferent?" A trace of malice and disdain flashed across his cold face. Ao Tian slowly got up, leaned on the thick branch behind him, and snorted, "Then what do you think I should do?" Although Qianjing had already guessed that he would scoff, he still advised, "At least you should investigate the background of the murderer. If it is a coincidence, you will definitely be rewarded with a lot of money if you catch him. If he is targeting you, then you have to be even more vigilant." The celebration will begin in half a month. The imperial court is extremely sensitive at this time. You have to be vigilant. Didn't they just want to force him to take action? He would never give in. Aotion's cold and arrogant face became even more unruly. That indifferent expression made Xianxia so angry that he scolded, "Senior martial brother." He was doing it for his own good. No matter how good his martial arts were, if he did not prepare early, he would become the target of bounty hunters. Not to mention that senior martial brother had offended many people in the underworld. They were best at beating people when they were down. Senior martial brother was forcing him into a desperate situation. Senior martial brother. Xianxia still wanted to persuade him, but he found that Aotion's attention was no longer on him. Aotion's cold black eyes flashed with a strange light that he had never seen before. Xianxia followed his line of sight and saw a black figure running in their direction. Judging from the figure's appearance, it was a woman. The woman crossed the open lawn and was about to run into the forest where they were. An extremely fast figure chased after her from behind. With a leap, the figure landed in front of the woman and blocked her way. Xianxia clearly felt that Aotion's body stiffened. He coldly stared at the two people below. To be exact, he was staring at the man. Xianxia was secretly puzzled. Who were the two people below? It was supposed to be the most beautiful moment when the curtain of night and the morning light met, but Gu Yun's mood was cloudy and she couldn't see a single ray of light. Su Ling's deep eyes stared at her coldly like a falcon staring at its prey. It was as if he would immediately pounce on her if she moved. A strong aura enveloped her. Gu Yun secretly took a deep breath to stabilize her emotions. When two rivals meet on a narrow path, the brave will win. She won't lose. She raised her head slightly and met his cold eyes. Gu Yun said in a low voice, "Get out of my way." I said, "You're not allowed to go out." His unquestionable voice revealed his strong forbearance. Su Ling was trying his best to suppress his anger. He didn't want to fight with her all the time, but every time she used her unruly eyes and stubborn nature to challenge his patience, just like now. I also said that I'm leaving tonight. Gu Yun's cold voice was equally powerful. You'd better not interfere with Lu Xian's case. You don't need to care about his matters, and you can't care about it. Su Ling's words had always been cold and domineering. The persuasion in his words made people unhappy. Sure enough, his domineering attitude made Gu Yun's face darken. Gu Yun replied uncompromisingly, "They went through the wedding ceremony, so Lu Xian is my brother-in-law. I'm definitely going to care about his matters. As for whether I care about it or not, it's none of your business." The two of them had many conflicts before. Su Ling understood that neither of them could persuade her. If they went hard on her, both of them would suffer. Secretly sighing, Su Ling said in a low voice, "Lu Xian is the prime minister of the country. His crimes will be decided by the emperor. You just stay in the general's residence and let nature take its course. Everything will be resolved." Everything will be resolved? Gu Yun's eyes flickered. Since he spoke so confidently, could it be? Gu Yun looked at Su Ling's deep black eyes and guessed, "You mean to say that all of this was actually a scheme set up by Yan Hongtian and you guys?" Given her intelligence, Su Ling believed that she already understood the stakes involved. He didn't point it out, only calmly replying, "The matters of the court aren't as simple as you think. Pull one hair and it will affect the whole situation. If you act blindly without thinking, not only will you not be able to save Lu Xian, you and your sister will also be dragged into it." Was this really a trap set up by them? Gu Yun sneered. Just because Yan Hongtian was the emperor, the so-called emperor, he could casually use others as pawns. Why did he have to do it at someone else's wedding? Or could it be that Lu Xian also knew that the only one who was sad was the bride who was still in the dark? Humph. From the moment they took Lu Xian away at the wedding, Qing was already dragged into it. Now he was telling her to consider the big picture. What was he doing earlier? Those large cat-like eyes revealed a faint disdain and anger, but Gu Yun didn't say anything else. She remained silent. Su Ling was anxious to bring her to Chuan. He held her wrist and pulled her along. Let's go back first." "No." Gu Yun coldly replied, "It's daybreak, I have to go to the Prime Minister's residence." She promised Qing yesterday that she would go and look for her. No matter whether this matter was a setup or Su Ling's lie to stabilize her, she must go and look for Qing. She cannot go missing at this time, as this would only make Qing worried about Lu Shiyan and at the same time worried about her. Actually, if Gu Yun said clearly that she wanted to accompany Xue Qing, Su Ling might not necessarily refuse. However, she had never been someone who liked to explain. Su Ling was rarely willing to explain to someone and even revealed the inside story to her, but she still wanted to wade into this muddy water. Su Ling's suppressed anger instantly soared. He growled, "You're not allowed to go. Come with me." Su Ling tightened his grip on Gu Yun's hand and dragged her back. Gu Yun naturally refused to comply and reached out to draw her sword. Su Ling was already prepared and quickly sealed her acupoints. Gu Yun felt her entire body go numb and couldn't move. Despicable person. She actually forgot that she could seal her acupoints. She couldn't move her body and she wasn't good at scolding people. Gu Yun could only use her most vicious eyes to glare at Su Ling. Who knew that not only did he not feel pain or itch, he even looked like he was in a good mood. Su Ling's thin lips curved slightly. He lifted her hand and wrapped it around his neck, easily carrying her horizontally. Seeing his smug look, Gu Yun was annoyed and scolded loudly, "Su Ling, you despicable person. Let go of me." The woman's sharp voice sounded in the early morning and was especially ear-piercing. However, before the woman's voice fell, Qianjing felt the tree trunk shake and the black shadow beside him flashed past his eyes. Qianjing was startled and called out in a low voice, "Senior." He reached out to stop him, but unfortunately, before he could even touch the corner of his clothes, the black shadow had already sped towards the direction of the two people. Su Ling carried Gu Yun and turned around to go back. His keen senses, honed from years of experience on the battlefield, made him feel a dangerous aura coming towards him. He hugged Gu Yun tightly and quickly dodged to the side. When he looked back, a dark shadow had already silently stood where he was just standing. The man in front of him had a tall stature that seemed a little thin, but Su Ling didn't dare to underestimate his opponent in the slightest. The man just stood there silently like this, and his cold aura had already closed in. In the morning light, only his head of silver hair was the most dazzling. His pale complexion matched with his cold black eyes, and when one looked at him, it actually made one shudder with fear. And his movements were so fast that they didn't even make a sound. It's him. Was he the bounty hunter who saved Xianxia at the general's residence last time? Su Ling secretly guessed why he was hiding at the back mountain of the general's residence and why he suddenly appeared now. Ao Tian? Gu Yun also recognized him at a glance. It wasn't strange for him to appear here, but she was puzzled. Why did he suddenly appear? Let go of her. A low male voice sounded without any warmth. Su Ling and Gu Yun were both stunned. He came for Xianxia? Did he come to help her? Both of them had their own thoughts. Gu Yun still didn't understand the situation, so she chose to remain silent and observe the situation. After Su Ling knew that his target was Gu Yun, he slowly put her down, unsealed her acupoints and protected her behind him. Gu Yun could finally move, but her hands and feet were still blocked, so she wasn't very nimble. She took a few steps back and used ice to support her body, minding her own business as she moved her hands and feet. What she didn't know was that the two men were already at odds because of her. The sharp eyes of a falcon met with the cold eyes of a wolf. The two men, who were equally cold and arrogant, didn't speak anymore. The weapons in their hands were ready to move. Su Ling had the scarlet red Qi Shui in his hand, while Ao Tian had the blackthorn Ling soft sword in his hand. The two of them didn't move, but the cold and wild aura had already made Qianjing, who was far away on the parasol tree, feel his heart beating rapidly. The sun had already risen, and Qianjing could finally clearly see who the man and woman on the lawn were. The woman was Qing Feng's younger sister, Xianxia, and the man was General Su Ling. Why did his senior, who had always been a loner, provoke them? Qianjing didn't understand, but now wasn't the time to think about this question. The war between the two men was already on the verge of breaking out. Qianjing, who was far away on the tree, had already felt the strange atmosphere. Gu Yun naturally also felt the tension between the two. She really didn't want to go back to the general's residence with Su Ling, but it wouldn't be good if Ao Tian was injured because of this. Just as she was about to open her mouth to mediate, Su Ling had already unsheathed Qi Shui and attacked Ao Tian first. Gu Yun knew the power of Qi Shui and anxiously said, "Be careful." Ao Tian's cold eyes slightly narrowed, and the corner of his mouth raised into a faint sneer. He waved the soft sword in his hand. The Blackthorn Ling soft sword was as thin as paper, as tough as silk, and as agile as a snake. Following Ao Tian's wave, it followed Qi Shui and wrapped around Qi Suling's arm. Suling's arm suddenly tightened, and he was secretly shocked. What kind of weapon was this? Wasn't it afraid of Qi Shui's heat? Su Ling injected his internal energy into Qi Shui, and quickly flipped the body of the sword. Raging flames instantly leaped onto the Blackthorn Ling soft sword, and Ao Tian also felt the heat in his palm. He had no choice but to withdraw the Thorn Ling soft sword, and jump back to avoid it. Just as the soft sword released Su Ling's arm, Su Ling seized the opportunity to hold Qi Shui tightly, and stabbed towards Ao Tian's chest. Gu Yun's heart suddenly tightened. If he was stabbed by this sword, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Ao Tian jumped back in the air, and simply couldn't avoid the sword. He came to help her, and she couldn't let him die on the spot. Gu Yun made a prompt decision, and pulled out her ice chain to meet the attack. With a crisp sound, the ice chain separated Qi Shui, and blocked the sword for Ao Tian. With Gu Yun's help, Ao Tian was fine, but Su Ling was burning with anger. She actually helped that man to attack him. Damn it! Did they already know each other, or did they just arrange to meet here? With Gu Yun's help, and his own subjective thoughts, Su Ling wanted to skin Ao Tian alive, so his attack was naturally more ruthless. Su Ling attacked Ao Tian again, and Gu Yun was helpless. She wanted to dissuade him, but seeing Qi Shui come at her with raging flames, she had no choice but to brace herself and receive the sword. Ice and fire met again, and this time, Su Ling used his full strength. Gu Yun only felt a strong and fierce force coming towards her. She braced herself to receive it, and knelt heavily on the ground with one knee. Hearing her groan in pain, Su Ling's eagle eyes turned cold. He retracted Qi Shui, and coldly stared at the woman who was trying to be brave. What was her relationship with that silver-haired man? She blocked the sword for him again and again? Ao Tian put his arm around Gu Yun's shoulder, and helped her up from the ground into his arms. His deep black eyes scanned her body, and seeing that she didn't have any obvious injuries, his hanging heart was slightly relieved. He had never felt his heart suddenly tighten to the point where he couldn't breathe. When he saw her blocking the sword for him, he finally knew what heartache and panic were. The hand holding the sword was still trembling. Gu Yun still didn't understand what kind of deep hatred there was between Su Ling and Ao Tian. Su Ling didn't seem to want to give up on Ao Tian's life. Gu Yun anxiously said to Ao Tian beside her, "Quickly leave, his Qi Shui is very powerful." The difference in strength between a man and a woman was still very obvious. Although both of them had sharp weapons, she obviously couldn't withstand his sword under his rage. Gently releasing the hand around her waist, Ao Tian didn't leave. Instead, he whispered in her ear, "Stand there and don't move." After saying that, Ao Tian actually went forward without a care for his life. Ao Tian. Seeing Ao Tian's dark figure rushing towards Su Ling, Gu Yun's heart suddenly jumped to her throat. Su Ling had always liked to attack as a defense. When Ao Tian rushed to a distance of about 1 zhang away from him, Su Ling took the initiative to make a move. Ao Tian stopped and his body swayed, narrowly dodging the sword. Suddenly, his dark figure split into 2, then into 4. Not long after, Su Ling was surrounded by a circle of figures. Each figure was dressed in black and had silver hair. They were all holding dark soft swords, but it seemed like their faces couldn't be seen clearly. It was hard to tell who was Ao Tian and who was an illusion. What a ghostly body technique. How did he do it? Such strange martial arts not only made Gu Yun dumbstruck, even Su Ling was shocked by the scene in front of him. It was as if he was besieged by dozens of people in an instant. Although he knew that most of them were illusions, he couldn't tell who was Ao Tian and it was difficult for him to guard against them. Ao Tian seized the opportunity and pierced his sword towards Su Ling's back. Su Ling, who had been walking on the edge of life and death for many years, still sensed the existence of danger at the last moment. Su Ling turned around to face Ao Tian. The tip of the sword was close at hand. Su Ling could only wave his sword to block and retreat at the same time. The moment Su Ling was forced to retreat, Ao Tian's low voice sounded in Gu Yun's ears, "Go." Gu Yun only felt her waist being wrapped in Ao Tian's arms as they rushed towards the direction of the forest. Seeing the two people's figures gradually disappear, Su Ling was not willing to give up. He raised his chi urgently. After entering the forest, the lighting was extremely poor. Su Ling almost lost them several times. Fortunately, Ao Tian was carrying Gu Yun, so his speed was obviously not as fast as before. Just as Su Ling was about to catch up with them, two streaks of light filled with murderous intent flew towards his direction. Su Ling had no choice but to jump back to avoid them. The streaks of light plunged heavily into the grass. Su Ling looked over. It was two flying daggers as thin as cicadas' wings. Who was it? How many people were hiding in this back mountain? After being blocked by the flying daggers for a while, Su Ling looked up again. Ao Tian and Gu Yun's figures were nowhere to be seen in the forest. Damn it. He actually let them escape. Qingmo, Qianjing clung tightly to the trunk and hid in the canopy. He held his breath and did not dare to make a sound. Even though he was several feet above the ground, he could feel the anger of the man who was roaring furiously below him. Senior brother. He really did not want to provoke Su Ling, really. Ao Tian's pace was very fast. If this was the so-called Qinggong, Gu Yun could only marvel at it. He used one hand to hold her waist and almost carried her as he ran forward. Gu Yun only felt the grass and trees around her receding rapidly. The speed was so fast that it made her dizzy. After running for about a quarter of an hour, the bumpy road made Gu Yun very uncomfortable. Grabbing Ao Tian's lapel, Gu Yun whispered, "Put me down." Ao Tian stopped in front of a big tree and gently put Gu Yun down without saying anything. It felt good to have one's feet on the ground. Gu Yun held onto the tree trunk and looked at Ao Tian, who had his back facing her coldly. She felt that something was not right. She was so far away from the last sword just now, but she could still feel the fierce heat wave coming towards her. Not to mention that he was facing it head-on. Gu Yun felt faintly uneasy and anxiously said, "Let me see your hand." "It's just a small injury." The low voice coldly refused. Ao Tian still refused to turn around, as if he did not intend to let her see. Gu Yun was impatient. She grabbed his hand and pulled him over. Ao Tian's pale face did not show a trace of pain. Only a thin layer of sweat on his forehead showed the fact that he was trying his best to endure. He was injured. Ao Tian still wanted to struggle, but Gu Yun whispered, "Don't move." The warm touch in his palm made Ao Tian slightly stunned. Taking advantage of the moment when he was in a daze, Gu Yun had already gently lifted his sleeve to check his injury. His arm was strong and the muscles were obvious. It was thicker than she imagined. There was a 20-centimeter long scar on his arm. It was not very deep and should have been caused by the sword energy. What was really bad was that the two sides of the wound were burned by the red blood and a large area of red and swollen blood blisters appeared. The knife wound and burn wound were intertwined, and the wound was very large. This kind of injury was the most painful and easy to get infected. Gu Yun sighed and said, "Your injury is very serious. Go find a doctor." "No need." Ao Tian replied indifferently. He took out a small porcelain bottle from his waist, bit open the cork, and poured 2 pills into his mouth. Then, he skillfully put the cork back and put the porcelain bottle away. It seemed that he had done this countless times. Gu Yun had a premonition that he would definitely not treat the wound properly. She reckoned that he would just let it heal slowly like this. Not only did he have a knife wound on his arm, but he also had a burn wound. If he treated it carelessly, it would be terrible if it got infected. Gu Yun could not stand it anymore. She grabbed him and sat him down beside a tree. She wanted to bandage his wound, but she realized that there was no cloth to bandage his wound. She thought for a moment and pulled off the headband on her head. It was a long black ribbon with wide edges. Along with the ribbon came a head of waist-length black hair. It flowed down smoothly like a waterfall and draped over her back. Gu Yun gently lifted Ao Tian's arm and used the ribbon to bandage his right arm. She did not feel anything, but Ao Tian was frozen in place. Her long hair fell on his shoulders and arms with the breeze from time to time. The feeling was very strange. It was a little itchy and a little numb. With her black hair fluttering in the wind, she half knelt by his side. Her brows were tightly knitted as she focused on bandaging his wound. Aotian slowly reached out his free hand, wanting to help her soothe the worry between her eyebrows. At this moment, Guyun had just finished bandaging his wound. She raised her head and wanted to warn him to pay attention to his wound, but she saw Aotian's hand stop in midair. His deep black eyes were filled with a responsible light. Guyun saw that he was in a daze and looked back at him inexplicably. Meeting her clear eyes, Aotian's heart suddenly thumped so fast that it was hard for him to control it. He did not know what to say and did not know where to put his hands. He suddenly got up, turned his back to Guyun without saying a word, and hurriedly ran forward. His hurried and flustered footsteps made Guyun puzzled. Hey! What was wrong with this person? After walking for a long distance, just when Guyun thought that he would disappear, Aotian stopped again. He did not turn back. After a long time, his cold voice finally returned to normal. I won't be going to the parasol tree for the time being. You can find me at the uninhabited area 10 li outside the North City Gate. After saying that, Aotian continued to walk in the opposite direction, leaving Guyun with a proud and cold back view. Guyun leaned sideways against the tree trunk. Her brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Something inexplicably grew in her heart. She felt strange. Was this the feeling of owing someone? This was bad. Guyun did not like it. Aotian should be an extremely cold person. Why did he help her again and again? Guyun was at a loss. She thought about it, but with her low EQ, she could not think of a reason. She did not know that the cold Aotian would never take the initiative to tell others his whereabouts. Xianxia also did not think that Aotian would take her away just like that. Suling's anger at this moment was enough to ignite the entire general's residence. After leaving the back of the mountain, Guyun went straight to the Prime Minister's residence. Under the guidance of a servant, she arrived at the Canvas Moon restaurant. Xueqing was sitting by the lotus pond. Beside her was a young boy who looked to be around 10 years old. Guyun walked to the stone bench beside Xueqing and sat down. Xueqing originally wanted to ask her something, but after seeing her clothes covered with mud and straw leaves and her messy long hair, she asked hesitantly, "You are?" She was too lazy to talk about the twists and turns in the morning. She only curled her lips and casually replied, "Last night, I was looking for information in the general's residence and was discovered by Suling. He actually wanted to put me under house arrest." Xueqing sighed inwardly. She escaped from the general's residence? The boy beside Xueqing covered his mouth and laughed. He teased, "You dug a hole to escape?" Guyun glanced at him. She frowned and looked at Xueqing. She asked, "Why is he still here? Wasn't this boy the Prince of Liaoyue? At this time, shouldn't he avoid arousing suspicion?" Although he was young and had an innocent and friendly appearance, his young face would occasionally flash an expression that didn't belong to his age. Before Xueqing could speak, Bai Yi was already glaring at Guyun. She growled, "Why can't I be here?" Xueqing patted Bai Yi's shoulder and said, "Bai Yi, go to the reception pavilion and have breakfast by yourself. I have something to say to Qing Mo. All right, I'm almost done eating." Bai Yi childishly glared at Guyun again. She got up and left. From the back, he looked like a child in a fit of pique. But at this time, the sinister look that flashed through his bright eyes made people shudder. Guyun's disheveled appearance made Xueqing very uncomfortable. Xueqing pulled her sleeve and sighed, "Come with me. I'll find you some clothes to change into." Okay. She also didn't want to wander around the streets like this. The two crossed the winding bridge and walked into Xiaoxing Pavilion. Xueqing found a relatively short dress in the wardrobe and threw it to Yun. Then, she retreated into the inner room and leaned against the screen. She slowly closed her tired eyes and asked softly, "Did you find any clues?" Suling revealed too little information this morning. She couldn't be sure if it was what she thought. Whether Yan Hongtian did it intentionally or not, only by finding the loopholes in the evidence could they have a chance to rescue Lu Xian. Guyun hesitated for a moment and replied, "Not yet. I was afraid that you would be worried, so I came to find you first. I'll go to the Ministry of Justice later and think of a way to meet the two leaders of the rebels." I should be able to get some information from them. Okay. A low voice came from outside the room. Guyan tied her ponytail as she walked out of the inner room. She saw Xueqing leaning against the screen with her eyes slightly closed. She looked sleepy. Under the shadow of the screen, the heavy dark circles under her eyes and pale lips made her look very haggard. Guyan lightly hugged her thin shoulders and said worriedly, "Qing, your complexion is very poor." Xueqing lightly leaned against Guyan's thin but very warm shoulders and smiled faintly, "I'm fine." It would be strange if she was fine. Guyan patted her shoulders hard and pretended to be relaxed with a smile, "Okay, don't worry too much. Be careful that Lu Xian comes and sees you like this. He'll break off the marriage." Xueqing smiled. Yan's method of comforting people was still as clumsy. However, her heart, which had been restless all night, seemed to have returned to its original position. Suddenly thinking of something, Xueqing said, "Oh right, there's one more thing." "What is it?" After thinking for a while, Xueqing slightly leaned over and whispered in Guyan's ear, "Liaoyu's seventh prince, Bai Yi, is very strange. He's very concerned about saving Xian. I keep feeling that something's not right. He seems to want to sow discord between Suling and Xian. He even wants me to find an opportunity to frame Suling." Guyan's expression changed from the initial calm to more and more serious. Bai Yi really did have ulterior motives. Was this within Yan Hongtian and Suling's expectations? "Madam." Outside the door, Jing Sa's obviously anxious voice startled the two women who were whispering to each other. The two of them looked at each other and had a bad premonition in their hearts. Xueqing took a deep breath and asked, "What happened?" "Master's old illness suddenly relapsed in the Ministry of Justice's prison this morning. The imperial physician has already gone to see him, but we don't know his current condition." Jing Sa's deep voice sounded urgently. Xueqing's expression changed greatly. She rushed to the door, opened it, and immediately shouted, "Quick! Prepare the carriage, we're going to the Ministry of Justice's prison." Jing Sa immediately replied, "It's already prepared." Knowing that Qing was worried about Lu Xian, Guyan whispered, "You go see Lu Xian. I'll go find Shan Yulan and contact him later." "Okay." Xueqing rushed to the prison while Guyan rushed to the procurator's residence. When they arrived at the entrance of the residence, Guyan only needed to report her name. The Yamen runner then took her to Shan Yulan's study with a look of understanding. As soon as Guyan entered the room, Shan Yulan stood up to welcome her. He went straight to the point and asked, "What is Miss Qing looking for?" "What do you want to ask?" "Just say it." Guyan was also not pretentious and replied, "I want to see the captured bandit leader." "Okay." Shan Yulan readily agreed, but it still made Guyan feel doubtful. She was not an official of the imperial court and did not have any official status. He did not need to respond to her request. Although she had doubts in her heart, Guyan still seized the opportunity and followed Shan Yulan into the prison. When she saw the two people in the prison, Guyan frowned tightly and anxiously asked, "Why is there only them? Where's Wuji?" When she left, she had clearly caught Wuji. Why was there no trace of him now? Could it be that Suling had hidden Wuji? Guyan suddenly felt that things were getting more and more complicated. Shan Yulan replied with an innocent face, "Commander Su only brought these two people back." "Then where's the so-called evidence?" Shan Yulan shook his head, "It's not in my hands." No wonder he was so generous to let her see the prisoners. Guyan sneered, "You're saying that all the witnesses and evidence were provided by the general's residence and have nothing to do with you? Or are you trying to say that you're just a supporting role in this plot set up by Yan Hongtian?" Shan Yulan was slightly startled. She actually knew about it? He originally thought that Suling would not let her find any clues. He did not expect that she would know so much in just one night. Although he was surprised, Shan Yulan's expression remained normal as he asked, "Someone as smart as you should naturally know that the general's residence has much more useful information than I do." Guyan did not say anything else and turned to leave the procuratorate residence. What should she do now? If she couldn't get the so-called evidence and couldn't see the key witnesses, she would not be able to investigate. Also, was the matter of Prince Liaoyue also part of Suling's plan? It was not a good idea to continue playing dumb like this. Lu Xian's illness today, was it an act or was it true? If it was true, she was afraid that Qing's heart would be even more chaotic and anxious. According to Zhuo Qing's personality, she would definitely not sit still and wait for death. Since that was the case, she might as well find Suling to talk about it directly. It would save both sides the effort and it might even backfire. She decided to do this. She sighed lightly. She still had to return to the general's residence one more time. Gu Yun hurried back to the general's residence. Just as she walked to the front of the residence, the young guard at the door suddenly widened his eyes when he saw her. He looked both surprised and frightened. Gu Yun was puzzled. The young guard came forward and swallowed his saliva. He said in a low voice with lingering fear, "Miss, you, quickly go in. But, be careful." Be careful of what? Gu Yun was baffled. She completely didn't realize what it meant to Suling that she was kidnapped by a man in the morning. Walking into the general's residence, Gu Yun felt like she had walked into the wrong place. The patrolling guards that were usually arranged in an orderly manner seemed to be gathered in the front courtyard at this moment. What was even stranger was that when they saw her, they all looked extremely happy. They swarmed around her as if they were afraid that she would grow wings and fly away. Miss is back. Quickly, report back to the general. They couldn't let the miss leave again. Yesterday, the soldiers who were in charge of guarding Heavenly Court were punished to stand under the scorching sun for an entire day because they didn't keep an eye on the Mississippi. Not to mention, the general seemed to have eaten explosives today. Whoever went near him would be unlucky. What are you all doing? Looking at the soldiers who didn't dare to come forward to pull her back but had already surrounded her tightly, Gu Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My great aunt, you're finally willing to come back. Following a loud shout, Han Shu's tall figure appeared in front of her. He tugged on her sleeve and hurriedly dragged her into the study. Gu Yun quickened her steps and could barely keep up with Han Shu's hurried footsteps. Gu Yun was curious and asked, what exactly happened? She seemed to have left the general's residence for less than a day. Could it be that the weather had changed? Don't ask so much. Let's go quickly. We're waiting for you to put out the fire. This great aunt still dared to ask what happened. How did she provoke that black-faced god? Today, they were almost burned to death by a certain someone's anger. Put out what fire? Before Gu Yun could ask, Han Shu had already dragged her into the study. As soon as she stepped into the study, Gu Yun already knew what Han Shu meant by fire. In the large study, Su Yu and Su Ren found the chair closest to the door and sat down. Their faces were covered in dirt and they looked like they were about to run away at any time. Seeing her walk in, Su Ren let out a long sigh of relief while Su Yu looked at her worriedly. Gu Yun looked up and saw Suling's tall figure standing in front of the study table. His back was facing her so she couldn't see his expression. However, just looking at his back, she could already feel his raging anger. Looking at Su Ren and Su Yu's expressions, she knew that a certain someone was in a bad mood. Gu Yun coughed lightly and said, Suling, Gu Yun had just opened her mouth when Suling suddenly turned around. His bloodshot eyes stared fiercely at Gu Yun as he growled in a hoarse voice, why did you come back? What's wrong with his voice? Gu Yun was just about to explain the purpose of her return but before she could say the word Suling's low and hoarse voice didn't allow her to speak anymore as he continued to roar, didn't you already leave with that bounty hunter? How dare you come back now? His deep eagle eyes revealed a deep reproach as if she had abandoned him. Although this analogy was a little funny and strange, Gu Yun did feel that way. Gu Yun was slightly startled and explained, do you think that the general's residence is a place where you can come and go as you please? At this moment, Suling could be said to be aggressive. It was as if he couldn't vent his anger if he didn't scold her fiercely. Big brother, it's good that she's back. So you still wanted to put in a good word for Gu Yun, but Su Ren shook his head at him, indicating for him to stop talking. Su Yu finally shut his mouth, but there was a flash of anger in his eyes. Gu Yun was a little helpless. What was wrong with Suling today? Wasn't he usually too lazy to talk and only knew how to stare at people coldly? Gu Yun opened her mouth again, but the result was still the same. Suling's roar almost blew the roof off, I've already tolerated you enough. Don't push your luck. Su Ren shook his head gently. Big brother was probably already moved by her, but he was unwilling and didn't dare to admit it. Otherwise, why would he be so flustered that she didn't even dare to say a word? He was afraid that she would say that she would leave the general's residence and never come back. Enough. After being interrupted again and again, even a person with a good temper would get angry, let alone Gu Yun, who had a bad temper to begin with. She looked coldly at Su Ling. Regardless of whether he listened to her or not, she said angrily, I came back to talk to you about my sister and Lu Xian. You don't have to be so overbearing. I'll leave after I'm done talking. I won't stay in the general's residence. Before she came back, she had already guessed that Su Ling would be unhappy because of what happened in the morning, but she didn't expect him to be so unreasonable. In the morning, he didn't care about her wishes and forcefully sealed her acupoints. He even injured Ao Tian without asking for the reason. She didn't even argue with him, so why was he so angry? She didn't want to stay in the general's residence. She didn't want to serve such a temperamental person. You still want to leave? Sure enough, the moment Gu Yun said that she wanted to leave, the dark shadow quickly crossed the table and came in front of Gu Yun. He tightly grasped her wrist with one hand and tightly held her slender waist with the other. Before Gu Yun could react, she was already firmly held in Su Ling's arms. That resolute and angular face and deep and angry eyes suddenly enlarged in front of her eyes. Gu Yun's heart suddenly tightened. The hand on her waist reminded her that the two of them were in an ambiguous position. When she finally came back to her senses, Gu Yun struggled and anxiously said, let go. Did she want to escape from him so badly? Not only did Su Ling not let go, but the hand on her waist tightened even more. Their bodies were tightly pressed together. Gu Yun almost couldn't breathe properly. The hand that wasn't being held hit Su Ling's back hard. However, it was as if he didn't feel pain. He let her hit him, but his hand refused to let go from beginning to end. Su Ren quietly got up and gave Han Shu and Su Yu a look. Han Shu immediately flashed out of the study. He didn't want to be implicated. Su Yu stared blankly at the two bodies that were almost pressed together. His hands were tightly clasped together, and his veins were bulging along with his blood vessels. Su Ren slightly frowned. He grabbed Su Yu's shoulder and dragged him out of the study. He fiercely patted Su Yu's shoulder. Su Ren coldly said, she's my sister-in-law. Su Yu's body stiffened. He forcefully pushed Su Ren's hand away from his shoulder and ran towards the backyard. Su Ren secretly blamed himself as he looked at the back of the figure that hurriedly escaped like a whirlwind. He had long noticed that something was wrong with Feather. He should have made him stay away from Qing Yamo earlier. It was useless to hit him. Gu Yun could only withdraw her hand. She was puzzled and asked, what do you want? He was the one who told her to leave. She said she wanted to leave, but he was so angry. What was Su Ling trying to do? Her thin waist could be held with one hand. Her soft and delicate body was pressed against his chest. Because of her restless movements, she kept rubbing against his chest. Her petite figure made her breath lightly spray on his neck. Su Ling could hear his own heartbeat. However, when he looked at the woman in his arms who had a puzzled and angry expression, all his throbbing instantly turned into a frustrated sigh that contained a tangled annoyance. Getting closer to Gu Yun's delicate face, Su Ling coldly snorted, you're not allowed to go anywhere. You can only stay in the general's residence, stay by my side. In the end, Su Ling didn't dare to say this last sentence. In the morning, when he saw that silver-haired man take her away, he felt that he was about to go crazy. When he thought of her leaving like this and never appearing in front of him again, he actually felt what was called flustered for the first time. He didn't know if this was the so-called love between a man and a woman. In short, he wanted her to stay by his side. His low and hoarse voice was no longer filled with anger. It was no longer domineering. Instead, it was like he was swearing an oath. His dark eyes looked deeply into her eyes. Gu Yun didn't dare to look at the affection flowing in his dark eyes. Her body trembled slightly for no reason. You. She could feel his determination when he said this. After saying you for a long time, Gu Yun didn't know what she wanted to say. If she still didn't feel that something was wrong with him at this time, then she was a little too stupid. But, what was she thinking? The scorching humidity in his palm almost burned her waist through her clothes. Gu Yun's well-organized brain that was analyzing the case was now in a mess. At this moment, she just wanted to quickly escape from this embrace that made her thoughts tangled. She wanted to withdraw her hand, but she was powerless. Gu Yun was annoyed. Do you want to break my hand? Glancing at her slightly red wrist, Suling loosened his grip slightly, but still refused to let go. The feeling of being trapped was really terrible. Gu Yun was flustered and exasperated. Suling, are you crazy? You're saying that I'm crazy? Suling narrowed his dark eyes and stared at the woman who was still struggling in his arms. It was rare to see a trace of helplessness and shyness on that delicate face that never had a good expression. Did he see wrongly? Because of this faint emotion, Suling's heart suddenly lifted. He bent down slightly and his lips slowly landed beside Gu Yun's ear. His low voice carried a teasing and frivolous laughter. I have something even crazier. His warm breath made her ear itchy and numb. What was he doing? Was he flirting with her? Damn it. Gu Yun secretly gritted her teeth. She couldn't move her body, so she simply used her head to hit Suling's chin hard. With a dull thud, Suling's teeth were slammed shut. A sharp pain assaulted him, causing him to groan in pain. Gu Yun originally wanted to seize this opportunity. Just as he was distracted, she twisted her arm. Suling was afraid that she would sprain her arm, so he could only let go. Gu Yun took a step back and finally escaped the embrace that almost suffocated her. Suling rubbed his almost dislocated chin and looked at Gu Yun, who was staring at him warily. He suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It wasn't easy for him to be interested in a woman and like the feeling of having her by his side. Unfortunately, every time he got close to her, he would be injured all over. God must be punishing him for his disdain for women in the past to let this violent woman appear by his side. Seeing him rubbing his chin and laughing strangely, Gu Yun had goosebumps all over her body. Suling was really too strange today. She took a step back. I don't think we can have a good talk today. I'll come again tomorrow. Gu Yun threw out a sentence and wanted to leave. Wait. Suling returned to his usual cold arrogance, but there was a strange smile on his face. He snorted and said, Didn't you come for your sister? Surin happens to be here too, and I'm in a good mood today. You can ask me whatever you want, but I might not be willing to listen to you tomorrow. Suling. He was threatening her. If she didn't say it today, he wouldn't talk to her in the future. Secretly gritting her teeth, Gu Yun stepped out of the study room and stepped back into the house. You win. If it wasn't for Qing, she wouldn't be threatened by him. Once this matter was over, she would definitely teach him a lesson. Suling's eagle eyes flashed. Qing Mo, no matter what, I won't let you leave the general's residence. Outside the palace. Qing patted Gu Yun's hand and said, You can just wait for us outside the palace. Okay. Gu Yun did not refute. The two looked at each other. Qing suddenly smiled and said, Thank you, Yun. Gu Yun smiled, Why are you thanking me? She actually did not do anything. Lu Xian's prison was originally a trap set by the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Qing's goal was to immediately rescue Lu Xian, while Yan Hongtian's goal was to weaken the West Empress Dowager's family's power in the imperial court. They each took what they needed. At most, she was the middleman, allowing them to sit down and bargain. Qing slowly nodded and smiled, Okay, I won't say any more. Because thank you was not enough to express her gratitude. Be careful. This time, instead of entering the palace to present the case with Yan Hongtian, it was more of a confrontation with the West Empress Dowager. Although she did not agree with them using Bai Yi to fabricate evidence to frame the West Empress Dowager, she knew that politics was far more complicated than a criminal case. I will. Don't worry, I won't fight a battle that I have no confidence in. I know. Go. The determined light on Qing's face was very beautiful. In order to save Lu Shipa, she was probably going all out this time. Qing, Suling, and Shan Yulan entered the residence. Suling suddenly turned around and looked at her deeply. Gu Yun did not understand what he meant. Gu Yun estimated that the negotiation would not come out for 1 or 2 hours. There were guards in front of the palace gate. She did not want to stare at them, nor did she want to go back to the general's residence and wait. Gu Yun walked towards the nearest tavern. Although it was the nearest, it was still some distance away from the palace. Gu Yun did not ride a horse. She slowly walked on the bluestone street and thought about Su Ling's strange behavior these days. It wasn't that he was making things difficult for her. After being caught by him that day, Gu Yun learned her lesson. She was very cautious when facing him and kept a safe distance. He didn't lose his composure like last time. It was just that he would often look at her with a complicated expression, but he would remain cold and arrogant without saying anything, which made her feel puzzled. It was already time to light the lanterns. There weren't many people on both sides of the street. Many hawkers were packing up and preparing to go home. Gu Yun's thoughts were a little complicated, so she walked slowly. At this moment, a familiar black figure walked out of the alley in front. The sky was dark and the moonlight was not very bright, but the silver thread was still so dazzling. Ao Tian? Gu Yun thought about the injury on his hand and was still a little worried. She quickened her steps and called out behind him, Ao Tian, wait a minute. From afar, the figure paused for a moment. Gu Yun thought that he had stopped to wait for her, so she ran towards him. Unfortunately, the black figure only stopped for a moment before he quickened his pace and rushed forward. Hello? Gu Yun frowned. Why did he run the more she called him? Ao Tian was indeed very cold and sometimes made her feel baffled. However, this feeling of eagerness to escape made Gu Yun puzzled. According to her observation, Ao Tian wasn't such a panicked person. Did something happen? Her natural curiosity towards unusual events and her intuition as a police officer made her decide to follow him and take a look. Gu Yun quickened her steps. The black figure dodged to the right and was extremely agile. Gu Yun struggled to keep up with him. She saw the black figure flash into an alley on the right and disappear in front of her eyes. The alley was very dark. It was a dead end. There were some miscellaneous items piled up inside, but there was no trace of the black figure. Disappeared? Gu Yun's cat-like sharp eyes slightly narrowed. She coldly scanned the messy dark alley that could easily hide people. He must still be here. Gu Yun was puzzled. Why did Ao Tian want to hide from her? After pondering for a while, she walked into the dark alley with light footsteps. The closer she got, the tighter her grip on the ice chain. She seemed to feel a dangerous aura as the ice chain in her hand trembled slightly. In the deepest part of the dark alley, there was a short arrow that flashed with a cold blue light. It must have been dipped in the most insidious peacock plume. As long as a wound came into contact with it, death was certain. The short arrow was slowly aimed at the woman who was slowly approaching. The bow was fully drawn. Just as the short arrow was about to be shot, a black figure flashed across the night sky and appeared in front of Gu Yun. Gu Yun subconsciously drew her sword. The sound of the ice chain being unsheathed rang in the dark alley. The face of the black figure behind the short arrow stiffened. You're looking for me? A deep voice, a flat tone, and a cold aura. It was Ao Tian. After he appeared, the strange and dangerous aura suddenly dissipated. Gu Yun retracted her sword and said unhappily, "Why did you run away just now?" Ao Tian's tall figure shrouded Gu Yun. After aiming for a long time, she still couldn't find a gap. Ao Tian didn't speak. The dark alley was too dark, so she couldn't see his expression clearly. She could only hear that his breathing was a little chaotic. Was it because he ran too quickly just now? After a long time, Ao Tian finally said indifferently, "I have something urgent. It's too dark here. Let's talk outside." Gu Yun was almost dragged out of the dark alley by Ao Tian. The two figures disappeared in front of her eyes. The black figure slowly put down his short bow. A cold and ruthless light flashed across his bloodthirsty fat face. Ao Tian, you also know how to care about people? Is she your weakness? His bloodless thin lips curved into a strange arc. When they walked back to the main street, the light was slightly brighter. Ao Tian's expression was normal. Gu Yun didn't ask any more questions because she knew that even if she asked him, he wouldn't answer. Gu Yun didn't forget the reason why she chased after him just now. She asked, "Is your injury better? Did you see a doctor?" "I'm fine now." As Gu Yun expected, Ao Tian still coolly said that he was fine. Gu Yun laughed and shook her head. She looked at his complexion. His complexion was still pale and his attitude was cold. Perhaps it was a good thing that there was no change. Guyun waved her hand and said, "That's good. Seeing how anxious you were just now, there must be something urgent. Go and do it." Guyun turned around and was about to leave. Ao Tian's cold voice had a trace of hesitation. Finally, he asked in a low voice, "Are you still living in the general's residence?" "Yes." Guyun generously nodded and admitted. In her heart, there was nothing that couldn't be said. She answered frankly, but Ao Tian felt that it was very harsh. His pale handsome face became colder, and a trace of self-mockery flashed through his icy eyes. It turned out that they were just flirting. He was being nosy. Guyun was puzzled by Ao Tian's cold aura. Just as she was about to ask, Ao Tian once again turned around and walked away coldly without looking at her. Guyun stood there awkwardly. She took a deep breath and had the urge to curse. Ao Tian suddenly stopped. Just like before, he turned his back to her and said, "In the future, don't chase after me when you see me." Guyun was still pondering over his words when Ao Tian's dark figure disappeared at the end of the street. What did he mean? Guyun was confused. Why did Ao Tian always give her an inexplicable feeling before he left? Was he blaming her for chasing after him tonight? She didn't do anything, right? Why did he suddenly seem like he fell into an ice cave? Suling was temperamental and overbearing. Ao Tian's emotions were erratic, suddenly cold and sometimes hot. It was really unpredictable. Ah, a piercing scream suddenly sounded. It was mournful and sharp. Guyun's cold eyes darkened. Her heart suddenly tightened. Her intuition told her that something had happened. Guyun ran in the direction of the scream. There were already a few people standing in an alley. Guyun approached. A few men dressed as peddlers were whispering at the side. Their faces were filled with fear. Beside the stone wall at the entrance of the alley, a young woman covered her eyes in horror. She kept shouting, "Dead. Someone died." Behind her stood a woman in luxurious clothes. The woman had one hand on the wall and the other on her chest. Although she didn't lose her composure like the young woman, her face was pale. The hand on her chest was still trembling slightly. Her eyes were closed and her breathing was chaotic. It was obvious that she was scared out of her wits. The woman looked very familiar. Guyun thought for a while and finally remembered. She was the Yuhandan who suggested her to choose the jade comb as a gift. But why was she here? Looking at her, she should be the first person to discover the crime scene. Guyun squinted her eyes into the alley. It wasn't a dead end. It was only 2 meters wide. In the middle of the alley, there was a woman lying on the ground. Beside her feet was a slanted lantern. With the lantern's light, Guyun could see the situation in the alley clearly. The woman lying on the ground was very young. Her long hair was scattered on the ground. The clothes on her body had been torn into shreds. Her naked body was white and beautiful. There were a few obvious bruises on her neck. The woman's eyes were wide open. Her tongue was stuck out. Her hands were bent stiffly on her neck. She might have been strangled to death. However, the strong smell of blood made her suspicious. When her gaze stopped at the woman's exposed lower body, a cold light flashed past Guyun's cold eyes. Between the woman's fair legs, there was an obvious wound, and blood was flowing out from it. Guyun's slender fingers clenched into fists, making cracking sounds. He took a deep breath for a while before he slowly calmed down the anger in his chest. His cold eyes secretly observed the crime scene. In the darkness, a curled-up figure seemed to be moving. There's still someone alive over there. It was obvious that someone had noticed this. A few bold peddlers wanted to go forward to investigate, but a slender arm blocked their path. Don't go near. Go and report it to the authorities. They didn't know how to protect the crime scene. Once they entered, they might take away or leave behind a lot of evidence. Moreover, it was hard to guarantee that the murderer wasn't mixed in with the crowd. The woman's clear voice stunned the peddlers. She looked at the creepy crime scene. She was so calm that she didn't seem like a woman at all. It was difficult to disobey her unquestionable orders. A few of them obediently retreated. One of them hurriedly ran to report it to the authorities. Guyan took a lantern from the side and tried her best to carefully approach the curled-up figure on the ground. When she got closer, she saw that it was a girl dressed as a servant. Her thin body was curled up and trembling. She buried her head between her legs and refused to raise it. Guyan didn't go forward to help her. Instead, she brought the lantern closer to the girl and shrouded both of them in the light. Then, she said gently, "Miss, are you okay?" The girl shrank back again and still didn't dare to move. Guyan continued, "I'll take you away from here, okay?" The girl's body stiffened for a moment. After a long time, she slowly raised her head. The tears on her face blurred her young face. She stared at Guyan in horror for a long time, unable to say a word. After making sure that she saw her clearly, Guyan tentatively held the girl's arm. The girl trembled but didn't push him away. Guyan exerted force and pulled the girl up from the ground. The strong force seemed to make the girl a little frightened and she began to struggle. Guyan was afraid that she would destroy the crime scene, so she didn't let go and pulled her out of the dark alley. Outside the alley, the light was much brighter. The girl didn't seem to be so scared, but she was still struggling desperately. Guyan didn't make things difficult for her this time. She let go of her hand. The female masseuse squatted on the ground again and kept trembling. Guyan half squatted and asked faintly, "Who is the deceased to you? What did you see just now?" The girl's body stiffened. She hugged her head with both hands and pulled her hair tightly. She sobbed, I. Blood, so much blood." Guyan frowned and pulled the girl's self-mutilated hand. She continued to ask, "It's okay now. Tell me what happened just now." The girl kept shaking her head and couldn't speak. Yuhandan, who finally recovered, saw Guyan keep asking and couldn't bear it. The girl was already so scared that she was incoherent. Why was she still being so aggressive? Patting the girl's curled-up body gently, Yuhandan said disapprovingly, "She's already so scared. Why do you still want to force her?" Her good upbringing made her reprimand sound less harsh. Guyan was speechless. She didn't want to force this child, but according to the current situation, she was the only witness in this case. She couldn't not ask. The confession was very important. At this moment, the Yamen runners arrived. Guyan saw Qingheng from the Ministry of Justice. She was about to get up and tell him about the situation when the girl at her feet suddenly waved her hands in fear. She kept twisting and screaming, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me." People in fear had a lot of strength. The girl waved her hands and pushed Yuhandan, who was beside her, hard. Yuhandan let out a low cry. Seeing that she was about to fall to the ground, Guyan quickly went forward to catch her. Guyan let go of her hand and didn't look at her. Instead, she squatted in front of the girl and calmly met the girl's fearful eyes. She said calmly, "Don't be afraid. No one can hurt you anymore. Tell me, who wants to kill you?" Guyan's cold and firm voice and stable and powerful aura seemed to calm the girl a little, but her eyes were still filled with panic. "Silver hair." The girl screamed. It seemed that only crying could alleviate her fear. Her trembling voice kept repeating, "A silver-haired man forced our young miss into the alley." Silver hair? Guyan's heart sank. Silver-haired man, fled in a sorry state. Aotian, no, it couldn't be him. But why was it so coincidental? And she had never believed in coincidences. The Yamen runners brought the corpses and witnesses back to the Ministry of Justice. Guyan returned to the palace gate. Suling and the others also came out. When they saw Lu Xian beside Shuiqing, Guyan asked, "Is everything all right now?" Nodding gently, Shuiqing chuckled and replied, "It has been proven that those documents of her having an affair with the mountain village can't be trusted. Now that the West Empress Dowager can't even protect herself, she can't stir up trouble anymore." Looking at the two of them holding hands, Guyan sighed and said, "It's good that you're out." Thinking of the corpses that were just transported away, Guyan asked, "There was a murder case just now. The victim is a female and she died in a very tragic manner." Shuiqing didn't even think and said, "Take me to see." The two of them hurried to the Ministry of Justice. Suling and Lu Xian looked at each other and shook their heads with bitter smiles. They could only follow silently. The morgue of the Ministry of Justice. The victim is a female. She is 5 feet 1 inch tall. She is between 16 and 20 years old. There are obvious bruises and finger marks on her neck. The cause of death is that her throat was broken by a strong finger force. A female corpse was placed on top of a wooden board. Xueqing was skillfully and calmly inspecting the corpse. Lu Jin was silently standing at one side and listening attentively, holding a pen and paper in his hand. He recorded every word that she said. There was a group of people around the wooden board. Shan Yulan and Qingheng stood behind Xueqing. Guyun crossed her arms in front of her chest and lowered her head slightly. She listened to Xueqing's explanation of the autopsy while her eyes stared at the ground. No one knew what she was thinking. Suling and Lu Xian didn't seem to be interested in the autopsy. They stood in the corner furthest away. Xueqing gave Lu Jin a look. Lu Jin immediately understood and gently bent the woman's legs. After examining them, Xueqing said coldly, "The other fatal injury is in the lower body. The large amount of bleeding is because the lower body was pierced by a sharp object. According to the condition of the wound, the murder weapon should be a two-edged dagger-like object that is about 4 inches long. There are no male body fluids left in the deceased's body. She shouldn't have been sexually assaulted before she died. There are no obvious external injuries in other places." Guyun silently narrowed her eyes, but her expression didn't change. Xueqing gently took off his gloves and walked straight to Gusher. He said, "That's the general situation. I'll give you the autopsy report after Lu Jin has sorted it out." Guyun gently nodded and looked thoughtful. Xueqing didn't disturb her. Yun was like this. She would be very engrossed in a case. Lu Jin picked up the white handkerchief and covered the corpse. Shan Yulan said, "Let's talk outside." The group of people went to the study of the procuratorate office. Lu Jin sighed and said, "I asked the deceased's maid, Xiaoyu. She was probably too frightened. No matter how I asked, she only remembered that a silver-haired man forced them into a dark alley and attacked the deceased. As for the method of killing, the time of the crime, and the appearance of the attacker, she couldn't remember anything at all." After looking at the corpse, Lu Jin felt very uncomfortable. The murderer's method was too vicious. Lu Jin took a glance at Lu Xian's side. Xueqing's complexion was as usual. He could not help but secretly sighed. This woman was really very powerful. The last time he saw the heartless female corpse, she was also so calm and composed. How did she do it in the end? Of course, if Lu Jin knew how many dismembered corpses Xueqing had examined, he would be relieved. Qingheng slammed the table and couldn't help but growl, "Silver hair again. Is there an end to it?" "Again?" Guyun asked, "Have there been many cases of silver-haired men committing crimes recently?" "Yes." Qingheng replied irritably, "Including this case, it's already the 5th case. In just half a month, this person committed crimes crazily. I think it's because of the celebration. The Heartless case has just been solved, and here comes another one. 5 cases in half a month? It was indeed a tricky case." Lu Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the silent Suling and the thoughtful Guyun. He suddenly said, "Shan Daren, many envoys and nobles from various countries have already entered Xiongyu. In a few days, they will arrive at the capital. If this murderer is not caught as soon as possible, there will be no end to the disaster. If he attacks the envoys and nobles entering the capital, Xiongyu will lose face. The emperor has already handed over the safety of the capital to the Su army. If Shan Daren has any needs, there is no harm in asking General Su and Qing Yamo for help." Shan Yulan slightly bowed and replied, "Rest assured Prime Minister Lu, this official will definitely do his best to catch the murderer." Guyun raised her head and looked at Lu Xian's warm and unfathomable face. She faintly felt that he wanted to watch a show. She looked at Xueqing and said in a low voice, "Lu Xian has just been released. He must be tired. You should go back and rest first. Leave this to us." Xian's body was indeed not very good. Xueqing nodded and replied, "All right, let me know if there is anything you need me for." N. Lu Xian smiled and nodded at everyone. He took his wife and left. After Lu Xian left, Suling did not say a word. He sat there coldly. His figure looked somewhat abrupt. Guyun kindly said to him, "If you have something to do, you can go and do it. If Shan Daren has any needs, I will discuss it with Su Ren." Su Ling coldly replied, I am fine. She wanted him to leave so much, Gu Yun smiled. Wasn't this kind of thing usually handled by Su Ren? Her good intentions were treated as ill intent. Who did she offend tonight? First it was Ao Tian, now it was Su Ling. Ignoring Su Ling's dark expression, Gu Yun looked at Qing Heng and asked, were the previous 5 cases all similar? No. Qing Heng shook his head and replied, in the first 3 cases, the murderer raped 3 women. One of them committed suicide. In the 4th case, the murderer took away a 1-month-old baby. The child's whereabouts are unknown, and we don't know if he is alive or dead. This murderer is probably a madman who specializes in raping and robbing. Shan Yulan frowned and sighed softly. The murderer did not directly kill the victims in the previous 4 cases. This time, his modus operandi is so cruel. If we can't catch him, I'm afraid he will be even worse next time. First, he raped someone, then kidnapped a baby. Gu Yun pondered. This murderer's crimes seem to have no pattern or specificity. After a long time, Gu Yun asked, are you sure it's the same person? The so-called evidence, other than a head of silver hair, is there anything else? Qing Heng replied in defeat, no. The murderer is very fast. He doesn't leave any traces, making people unable to start. He always does it at night, and the victims can only see a head of silver hair. It was precisely because there were no clues at all. The victims were either high-ranking officials, nobles, or just ordinary scholars. There was no connection or commonality between them. That was why they were unable to make a move. Actually. Lu Jin hesitated for a moment, then laughed softly. Silver hair is such an obvious characteristic. There shouldn't be many silver-haired men in the whole of Xianxia. Those who are strong in martial arts are even rarer. For so many years, I have only seen Shi Tian with silver hair. Lu Jin's seemingly true and false words made Gu Yun frown. Su Ling's cold eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. Qing Heng seemed a little excited. He slapped his thigh and said, that's right. There's less than half a month's time before the celebration starts. Time is tight. Catch all of them and interrogate them. Maybe we can get something. No. Gu Yun said coldly, silver hair is the murderer's obvious characteristic, but it doesn't mean that all silver-haired people are murderers. You can only ask them to come back to assist in the investigation. You can't arrest them because of this. As a police officer, Gu Yun had her own way of handling cases and criminal investigation procedures. She was against Qing Heng's way of doing things. The last time Ao Tian took Gu Yun away, Su Ling was unhappy. This time, Gu Yun's righteous words sounded like she was anxious to defend Ao Tian in Su Ling's ears. With anger in his heart, Su Ling snorted and said, he didn't kill anyone. Why are you afraid of being interrogated? Who do you want to offend? Gu Yun, who didn't want to pay attention to him, slowly turned her head and looked directly at Su Ling's dark and cold eyes. She replied in a deep voice, I don't want to offend anyone. Before the case is investigated clearly, I will always have a suspicious attitude. Anyone can be the murderer, and Ao Tian is no exception. But when I decide a case, I only believe in the evidence. When I decide a case, I only believe in the evidence. Her calm voice didn't seem to be agitated, but it was enough for everyone to hear clearly. It also startled the men present. Su Ling looked at her ice-cold and somewhat unhappy face. That kind of resolute brilliance made him feel that it was very enchanting. Covering up his slightly disordered gaze, Su Ling felt that he was really a bit crazy these days. Sometimes, she was simply refuting him, disobeying him and even mocking him. Why did he always see the brilliance that made his heart tremble on that disfigured face? Su Ling suddenly became silent. Gu Yun's face was also cold. The atmosphere in the study room was a little strange. Qing Heng coughed lightly and continued the topic just now. He said, for someone like Ao Tian, his whereabouts are erratic. If we don't issue a nationwide arrest warrant, it's impossible to find him. Qing Heng was actually just stating facts. Gu Yun was more and more unhappy. She directly looked at Shan Yulan and asked, Official Shan, can your Ministry of Justice issue arrest warrants for people who don't have any solid evidence and are only suspects? If this was also within the scope of Qiangyu's law, she thought that she didn't need to intervene in this matter. This place was simply not suitable for her to stay. Under Gu Yun's sharp gaze, Shan Yulan couldn't help but laugh and replied truthfully, no. He understood that the reason why Qing Heng said this was probably because he was afraid that the emperor would issue a decree like last time. If he couldn't catch the culprit, he would be sent to prison. That's why he was so anxious. Facing the woman in front of him who was firm and persistent in the law, Shan Yulan suddenly felt some admiration. Gu Yun secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that she had to spend some time to study Qiangyu's laws and judicial procedures. Qing Heng had been in the Ministry of Justice for so long. Naturally, he knew the rules. Just now, he was just desperately trying to find a doctor. Qing Heng irritably patted his head. He was still somewhat unresigned as he muttered, then what do we do now that we can't find him? The study room fell into a moment of silence. Gu Yun thought for a while and said, I know where he is. Su Ling's eagle eyes darkened. No one could find him, but she could. Ao Tian's matter, she really understood. Hearing that she knew Ao Tian's whereabouts, Qing Heng anxiously asked, where is he? Gu Yun shook her head and persistently refused, sorry, I can't tell you. Tomorrow I will go find him and try my best to persuade him to make a trip to the Yamen. Ao Tian didn't tell others where he lived. He naturally had his reasons. Without his consent, she also didn't have the right to reveal it. No need to be so troublesome. A cold and indifferent male voice sounded from outside the door. A few people looked up in surprise. A dark figure silently appeared in front of the heavily guarded study room of the procuratorate office. He quietly stood in the night, as if he had been standing there for a long time. Under the cold moonlight, that dazzling silver hair was so dazzling. Su Ling's dark eyes flashed a trace of surprise. His gaze swept past Gu Yun and looked at Ao Tian. He unconsciously clenched his fist. Ao Tian! Qing Heng exclaimed. Why did he send himself to the door? Ao Tian? Why are you here? Qing Heng unconsciously asked as he waited for the black figure to slowly walk over. Ao Tian indifferently leaned against the door and did not enter the room. If it was an ordinary person, he would appear casual or lazy. However, when he sat down, his entire body was filled with a cold and cruel aura. His expressionless face had a kind of indifference that kept people at 1,000 miles away. The moonlight shone through his back. Other than the silver hair that was easily overlooked, his entire person seemed to be immersed in darkness. He completely ignored Qing Heng's question. When the dark figure stood there, no one could ignore his existence. It was as if when he did not want you to feel him, you would never know where he was. However, if he wanted you to know, you could not ignore him no matter what. His appearance caused the atmosphere in the upper room to change a little. The expression on Su Ling's angular face seemed to darken even more. This person's whereabouts were erratic and he was eccentric. He might not even come if he was invited, let alone appear on his own. What was his purpose in coming to the Ministry of Justice? Shan Yulan secretly speculated. Lu Jin also keenly sensed that Ao Tian's appearance could be a turning point for the entire case. It could also be a crisis. Lu Jin stepped forward with a faint smile and said, in the past half a month, there have been many cases in the capital. The criminals have one obvious characteristic, which is silver hair. In fact, we are only asking you because we hope to prove your innocence. After all, you have caught many criminals for the imperial court. We don't want to suspect you. A trace of obvious mockery flashed through his calm eyes. He had never caught people for the imperial court, and he disdained to gain anyone's trust. Ao Tian coldly replied, there's no need to be long-winded. Ask whatever you want. Gu Yun thought it was funny. When such rude words came out of his mouth, it sounded so natural. Okay. Lu Jin stopped making small talk. These were meaningless to Ao Tian. What were you doing on the 11th, 16th, 19th, 23rd of this month, and tonight? Ao Tian was silent for a while, then he replied very cooperatively, on the afternoon of the 11th, I handed over the wanted criminal to the Ministry of Justice and returned to my residence. I haven't been out since. On the night of the 16th or 19th, I was sleeping on a big tree. On the evening of the 22nd, I stayed in my lodgings and did not go out. I went to Ostentatious Street tonight, and then came here. He had been to Glitz Street tonight. Qingheng anxiously asked, "Why are you going to Ostentatious Street tonight? When will he arrive and when will he leave? Is there anyone who can prove what you said?" He didn't know why, but he felt that these cases must be related to the man in front of him. Arrive at Ostentatious Street at 9 in the morning and leave at 4:45 in the morning. I've always been a loner, and no one can prove it for me. The low and cold voice revealed arrogance. Qingheng's face darkened, and he stared at Ao Tian unhappily. Who did he think he was? Compared to Qingheng's anger, Lu Jin was much calmer. Tonight's murder happened at Ostentatious Street, which is the time you said. This will make you very suspicious. Do you want to think carefully? If someone can prove where you were and what you were doing at the time I said just now, it will reduce a lot of suspicion on you. This time, Ao Tian simply chose to remain silent. He couldn't be bothered to explain. Shan Yulan's side had no evidence, and Ao Tian's side was arrogant and unruly, so the atmosphere became stiff and cold again. On the night of the 16th of this month, I was with him. A calm female voice broke the silence in the room, followed by the sound of a teacup shattering. The porcelain shards slipped from the loosened fingertips, and the tea splashed all over the floor. Su Ling, who was sitting at the head of the table, glared fiercely at Gu Yun. This damned woman, she didn't return home that night because she was with Ao Tian. Gu Yun was baffled by the stare. She stared strangely at Su Ling's hand that was scalded red by the hot tea. What was he up to again? Ao Tian's cold eyes quietly looked at Gu Yun, and he quickly retracted his gaze. The flash of light in his eyes was too short to be caught. The whole night? Qingheng carefully looked at the silent man beside Gu Yun, who was obviously fuming. He swallowed his saliva and asked softly, "You were all together? Where? What were you doing?" Facing a room full of men with strange expressions, Gu Yun cursed under her breath. What were these people thinking? Raising her head slightly, Gu Yun calmly replied loudly, "We were drinking at the back mountain of the general's residence. The correct way to put it is that I can prove that he was with me from Zishur to Inshur, as well as Chinshur." Gu Yun wasn't surprised to hear a few shallow exhalations. What did they think she and Ao Tian were doing together? Lu Jin heard that the time period seemed to be empty for another 4 hours, so he asked, "What about between Inshur and Chinshur?" Gu Yun replied truthfully, "I fell asleep during those 4 hours. I don't know if he left. When I woke up in the morning, he was there." She actually fell asleep in front of another man? Thinking back to the night he was worried about her, she actually drank and made merry outside with Ao Tian and didn't return for the whole night. Su Ling felt a sharp pain in his heart. This kind of strange pain was something he had never experienced before. Full of anger, he didn't know how to vent. Su Ling stared at Gu Yun with his fiery eagle eyes, and his fists were clenched so tightly that they made cracking sounds. Su Ling's gaze never left Gu Yun, as if she was his possession. Ao Tian suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. He couldn't tell what it was, but in short, he didn't want Su Ling to have an easy time. On the night of the 16th, I was with her the whole time. She fell asleep on the tree that day. I was afraid that she would fall down, so I didn't leave her side at all. Ao Tian looked at Gu Yun, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Although it was an extremely faint smile, no one present had seen it before. His cold voice was the same as before, but there was a faint pampering tone in it. After Ao Tian finished speaking, the room fell into an unprecedented silence. Finally, Su Ling's dark eyes moved away from Gu Yun and looked at the man leaning against the door, his eyes cold but provocative. The proud eagle eyes met the cold black eyes. The two equally cold men refused to give in to each other, but one was arrogant and unruly, while the other was indifferent and heartless. Gu Yun, who had a serious emotional deficit, only felt that Ao Tian was a little strange today. Shan Yulan and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry in their hearts. These two people wouldn't fight in the procuratorate office, right? In this kind of atmosphere, it was a little awkward for them to stand here. Lu Jin coughed lightly and quickly changed the topic. The case on the 16th happened at 2:45 in the morning, which happened to be the time when Miss Qing fell asleep. So even if you were with her that night, it still can't completely prove that you're not the murderer. Indeed, it can't be proven. If Lord Shan thinks that I'm a suspect, I can wait in prison for you to slowly interrogate me. Ao Tian slowly withdrew his gaze from Su Ling. His ice-cold face didn't have any expression, making people unable to understand the meaning of his words. The faint sarcasm didn't need to be figured out to be very clear. Shan Yulan was silent, as if he was thinking about something. Gu Yun suddenly felt that it was a little funny and said coldly, investigating a case and arresting a murderer is the responsibility of the government. If you think that Ao Tian is guilty, you should find evidence to prove that he's the murderer, not let him prove that he's not the murderer. Qing Hang and Lu Pu exchanged glances. Lu Jin stepped forward. Lord, the celebration is coming. Since Ao Tian is so righteous, please consider the overall situation. If the murderer still commits crimes while Ao Tian is in prison, it means that the murderer is not Ao Tian. If the murderer doesn't commit crimes again, the peace in the capital can be guaranteed during the celebration. They really want to lock up Ao Tian? Gu Yun's delicate eyebrows tightly knitted together. Was Shan Yulan really muddle-headed? Shan Yulan of course wasn't muddle-headed. He was very clear about what Qing Mo said. However, Lu Jin's words were also not without reason. This case was more difficult than the case of the lost heart. The murderer didn't have a fixed target. This made the entire city's people terrified. The foreign envoys might use this to mock Qiongyu. Until now, there were no definite clues. The Ministry of Justice had no way to start. Now it seemed that Ao Tian was the most suspicious. Locking him up, firstly, there was an explanation to the people. Secondly, this case might really be related to Ao Tian. Even if it wasn't done by him, it should be targeted at him. Shan Yulan hesitated for a moment. His shrewd eyes swept past Su Ling's dark face. He suddenly asked, the emperor has handed over the security of the celebration to General Su. What does General Su think about this? Gu Yun secretly scolded him for being treacherous. Although she only cared about solving the case and didn't like to ask about politics, she wasn't stupid. Shan Yulan knew that it was unreasonable to arrest Ao Tian like this. He wanted to make use of Su Ling to lock up Ao Tian. Last time, in order to help her, Ao Tian and Su Ling fought. Looking at his face now, she knew that he must be harboring hatred in his heart, then wouldn't Ao Tian be? Sure enough, Su Ling slowly raised the corner of his mouth. In a low voice, he replied clearly, Ao Tian has a head of silver hair. It matches the characteristics of the murderer. During the time when many murders were committed, no one could be found to prove his whereabouts. Tonight, he coincidentally appeared in the vicinity of the murders. It's really suspicious. Under that pair of eagle eyes, Ao Tian was unmoved. It was as if he already knew what he would say. His indifference was filled with faint ridicule and disdain. However, just when Gu Yun thought that Su Ling would agree to lock up Ao Tian, his resolute voice calmly said, there's no conclusive evidence. He's only a suspect. Therefore, it's against the law to put him in prison. Solving the case and arresting people is official Shan's matter. Why do you need to ask me? Although Su Ling was a military general, he had been an official in the imperial court for many years. How could he not know what Shan Yulan was thinking? He didn't like Ao Tian, but it didn't mean that he would be used by others. Gu Yun raised her beautiful eyebrows slightly. She looked at Su Ling with some surprise. So, he didn't only know how to get angry. Shan Yulan sighed inwardly. He still underestimated Su Ling. Thus, he slightly clasped his hands and smiled, General Su's words are reasonable. After pondering for a moment, Shan Yulan asked Ao Tian, then why don't we trouble Ao Tian to stay in the Ministry of Justice's wing for a few days instead of going to prison? Is this feasible? There's no need for the wing. It's more comfortable to stay in prison. Ao Tian said coldly and arrogantly. He stood up straight and said to Qing Hang, let's go. Qing Hang was stunned. He actually agreed. This person was indeed stubborn. Qing Hang seemed to have a better impression of him. He made a gesture of invitation, sorry for the offense. Please. Wait. Before the two of them walked out of the room, Gu Yun suddenly spoke. With her stubbornness and insistence on the law, she would ask them to stop. Shan Yulan had already expected this. He just thought that she would object to them arresting Ao Tian. Who knew that she would only calmly ask, Official Shan, I have something to say to him alone. Is that okay? Shan Yulan discreetly glanced at Su Ling. He was still sitting there with a dark expression and did not say a word. Since Su Ling did not have any objections, what else could he say? Please. Gu Yun took the lead and walked out of the room. Ao Tian hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he followed her to the courtyard. Gu Yun stood still in the courtyard. She suddenly turned around and looked at Ao Tian's calm face. She whispered, "You know who the murderer is, don't you? His purpose for coming here tonight was to arrest Shan Yulan and put him in prison." His clear eyes were filled with a sharp glint. Ao Tian's heart suddenly froze. He replied coldly, "This matter has nothing to do with you." With that, Ao Tian turned around and said to Qing Heng, "Let's go." The two of them quickly left the courtyard. Gu Yun stood quietly in the courtyard. She was deeply immersed in her own thoughts. Her brows were furrowed more tightly than ever. She did not ask Ao Tian again. She did not need to, because he had already told her the answer. He really did know. Who was the murderer? What was his relationship with him? Why was he willing to go to prison for the murderer? Su Ling stared at the woman in the courtyard who was frowning deeply. When had she ever been so worried? Was she worried about Ao Tian? Their relationship had already reached such a stage. In the early morning of autumn, the cool autumn wind rustled the yellowed leaves. A few withered leaves slowly fell, indicating the arrival of autumn. A plain-clothed woman was lying under a big tree. She was naturally not here to grieve over the passing of spring or the passing of autumn. Her heavy breathing was accompanied by the rise and fall of her body, and her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. 299, 300. After finishing the last sit-up, Gu Yun hugged her knees with both hands and breathed heavily. She almost did not sleep last night. She had been thinking about Ao Tian's case. The testimonies of the previous few victims were not of much use, especially the rape case. There were very few records, so the bailiffs probably did not dare to ask. Perhaps she should find the victim herself to understand the situation. There was also the case from last night. The interrogation record had not been completed. She felt that the murderer was in a hurry when he committed the crime last night. He was not as calm as the previous cases. She could tell from the location he chose. Did he do it on purpose, or did he do it in a hurry? With the case in mind, Gu Yun felt that it was better to go to the Ministry of Justice. She stood up nimbly and wiped the sweat on her forehead with her sleeve. Gu Yun walked out of the courtyard. Just as she walked out of Yitian Court, she saw Ling Xiao and Gu Jingyun standing at the entrance of the courtyard. From the looks of it, they seemed to have been waiting for a while. When they saw Gu Yun come out, they immediately went up to her. "Boss." Gu Yun looked at Gu Jingyun and said with a smile, "How are your injuries?" Seeing that he was full of energy, he should be fine. Gu Jingyun patted his chest and replied frankly, "It's completely healed." Gu Yun nodded with satisfaction and asked, "Why are you looking for me?" The two looked at each other. In the end, Ling Xiao said, "We heard that the general plans to transfer some soldiers from the Su family army for you to train personally. Is that true?" Ling Xiao asked in a low voice mysteriously, "Do we still have a chance to follow you?" Gu Yun smiled and replied clearly, "There will be a competition at that time. If you are outstanding enough, I only need 100 people." When the two heard that they would be selected through a competition, they breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Just wait and see." Previously, they were worried that the general would directly arrange the candidates. If it was a competition, then they had nothing to worry about. Even if they really lost, they could only blame themselves for being useless. They couldn't blame others. The two people's confidence made Gu Yun's mood better. She smiled and said, "Okay, I'll wait." After the three of them looked at each other and smiled, they had a tacit understanding in their hearts. Ling Xiao and Gu Jingyun ran towards the training field with ease. They reminded Gu Yun of the training of the special forces. Although Su Ling didn't mention it again, she couldn't be indifferent since she had already agreed. Thinking of this, Gu Yun decided to find Su Ling first, then go to the Ministry of Justice. When she walked to the front yard of the study, she happened to meet Su Ren, who came out. Seeing that she was about to go in, Su Ren asked, "Are you looking for Big Brother? Is he here?" Su Ren nodded and smiled, "Yes. This person was born in the year of the fox." Looking at his obviously strange smile, Guyun frowned. Is he angry again? On the way back to the general's residence yesterday, he had been acting strangely. He stared at her coldly with a pair of black eyes. When she thought he was going to flip out again, he rode away without saying a word. Sometimes, she really couldn't understand what Suling was thinking. Sighing softly, Surin replied with a faint smile, "You can go in. I have something to do first." Looking at Su Ren's back, Guyun subconsciously didn't want to go into the study. She felt that Suling was definitely not someone to be trifled with at this moment. Thinking of the last time he hugged her in the study and said some unfathomable words, Guyun's face burned for no reason. Her heart also panicked for a moment. Why don't she wait until there were more people before going to find him? Guyun turned around and retreated a few steps. She suddenly felt unhappy in her heart. When did she become such a coward? Wasn't it just a man? Last time, it was because she wasn't careful that he had the chance to take advantage of her. If she was prepared, she definitely wouldn't let him succeed again. Taking a deep breath, Guyun stepped into the small courtyard of the study again. Entering the room, Guyun thought that she would see an active volcano again. She didn't expect that Suling was sitting quietly at the table with a brush in his hand. She didn't know what he was writing. His resolute and angular face looked a little cold, but when he held the sword in his hand, there was an additional sense of cowardice. From the moment Guyun entered the courtyard, Suling knew that she had come. Originally, he didn't want to pay attention to her, but when she stared at him like that, it made him, who was used to being chased by countless gazes, dazed. After a quarter of an hour, Suling was finally defeated. Looking at the words that were obviously not as smooth as before, he cursed under his breath and put down the brush in his hand. He slowly raised his head to look at her and asked coldly, "What's the matter?" His deep voice and deep eyes finally made Guyun come back to her senses. She actually stared at him for so long. Damn it. Sitting down on the chair closest to the door, Guyun pretended that nothing had happened and asked, "It's nothing particularly important. I just wanted to talk to you about the training of the special forces. Now that Su Ren is back and the garrison has basically returned to the capital, I wanted to ask when you plan to start." After the celebration, he replied indifferently. Suling lowered his head and casually picked up a book. He didn't raise his head to look at her again. Guyun raised her eyebrows slightly. She was really not used to Suling like this. Usually, he would either yell at her or hit her. Otherwise, he would use her to train his eyesight. Today, he was so cold and calm that it made her feel a little strange. Guyun asked softly, "Are you angry?" Suling's hand that was flipping through the book paused for a moment. He quickly returned to normal and still didn't raise his head. He only replied coldly, "No." This was called not angry? It wasn't the first day that she knew him. She lowered her eyebrows and thought for a while. She didn't seem to have offended him. She really couldn't think of anything. Guyun directly asked, "How did I offend you?" She still dared to ask? Suling raised his head again. This time, his eagle eyes were no longer calm. If looks could kill, Guyun would have died many times over. She swallowed her saliva and felt that she was really a wretched person. She seemed to feel that this Suling was more real. Of course, it was also more dangerous. Guyun slowly stood up from the chair and smiled embarrassedly, "Go about your business. Sorry to disturb you." Guyun had finished asking what she wanted to ask. She planned to leave. Before she stepped out of the door, Suling's gloomy voice sounded behind her, "Wait. Where are you going?" Guyun turned around and answered truthfully, "I'm going to the Ministry of Justice to look at the case file." She really wanted to take care of this case. Suling snorted coldly, "You're so enthusiastic about this case. Is it because it's related to Aotion? That's why you're so concerned." Guyun sighed inwardly. Here it comes again, however, compared to the profound Suling just now, she was more willing to deal with him now. At least, she felt that he was very familiar with her. Guyun explained with a rare good temper, "I'm enthusiastic about all cases. Aotion saved me and helped me. Naturally, I hope that this case can be solved as soon as possible. However, even if this is just an ordinary case, I'm still concerned about it. All the criminals should be brought to justice. It has nothing to do with who is involved. If it's your matter, I'll do my best. If it's your matter, I'll do my best too. Su Ling's eyes, which were still burning with anger, suddenly darkened. The unhappiness in his heart was reduced by a lot because of her seemingly casual words. Thinking of how she did a lot for him when they were exterminating the bandits, Su Ling's eyes deepened as he stared at Gu Yun. His expression was somewhat complicated. Why was he looking at her like that? Facing Su Ling's strange eyes again, Gu Yun's heart began to feel uneasy again. She unconsciously took a step back and smiled. Go about your business. I'm really leaving. Wait. Her feet stiffened. Gu Yun sighed. What did he want to do again? Su Ling got up from the table and walked to her side. He seemed to be in a good mood and said, I'll go with you. After all, the Ministry of Justice is not an ordinary place. If he wanted to go with her, could she say no? Su Ling had already stepped out of the study room. The answer was obvious, no. Gu Yun silently followed Su Ling out of the courtyard. A young general came in and reporting to the general, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, Xianxia, requests an audience. Xianxia? Su Ling's sword-like eyebrows slightly knitted. Why did he come to see him? In fact, the Yu family and the Su family could be considered old friends. When his mother gave birth to Su Ren, she almost had a difficult birth. It was Madame Yu, who came from a medical family, who helped her. Thinking about it, the Yu family could be considered as their benefactor. It was just that after their parents passed away, their interactions with the Yu family gradually decreased. Yu Zhe rarely visited the Su family on a normal day. Just what was the purpose of his visit this time? Although he didn't know the purpose of his visit, since Xianxia came in person, he still had to give him face. Gently raising his hand, Su Ling said to the young general, please. Yes. Seeing his somewhat dignified expression, Gu Yun thought that something important had happened in the imperial court. She took the opportunity to smile and said, I can go by myself. I'm someone who can help Shan Yulan solve the case. He won't make things difficult for me. After dawdling for so long, it was almost morning. Gu Yun wanted to go and come back quickly. Just as she turned around, a pair of strong hands grabbed her wrist. At the same time, a low voice sounded in her ear, sit for a while. I'll go with you later. Gu Yun was startled. What's wrong with him today? Why is he so persistent? After being pulled to the chair closest to the desk and sat down, Gu Yun could only wait. According to Su Ling's character, if she insisted on leaving, the two of them might quarrel again. She didn't want to shout at him all day. A wise man submits to circumstances. Let's wait. Not long after, the young general brought an old man around 60 years old into the study. Gu Yun looked up and saw a woman following behind the old man. The woman's head was slightly lowered. She had a tall figure and elegant manners. At a glance, she had the demeanor of a daughter of a noble family. Gu Yun was suddenly curious about the woman's appearance. When she looked up, Gu Yun was startled. Why was it her? Xianxia entered and saw Gu Yun leaning on the chair as if no one else was around. He had never seen a woman who could appear in Su Ling's study and still be so relaxed. Retracting his gaze without leaving a trace, Xianxia slightly cupped his hands towards Su Ling and saluted, Greetings, General Su. Su Ling said with rare politeness, Lord Yu, there's no need to be so courteous. The Yuhandan behind Xianxia also gracefully saluted, General Su. Her gentle voice and elegant posture was a beautiful scenery no matter how one looked at it. Unfortunately, not only did Su Ling not show any happiness, his sword-like eyebrows were slightly knitted together. He only nodded coolly at her and turned to look at Xianxia, asking, Lord Yu, is there a reason for your visit? After Xianxia deeply saluted again, he said embarrassedly, Today, I came because I had no choice. This old man has a presumptuous request, and I hope General Su can agree. Please speak, Lord Yu. Seeing that Madame Yu had once saved his mother, since Xianxia asked, Su Ling naturally wouldn't refuse if he could help. However, he hadn't come to ask him for help for so many years. What was the reason for his visit this time? His dark eye swept across the Yuhandan who was standing there quietly, and Su Ling had a bad premonition in his heart. Yuzici sighed and replied worriedly, we are indebted to the Eastern Empress Dowager's favor for Hanfu to perform for the envoys of the various countries in this celebration. This is our Yu family's honor. However, Hanfu accidentally witnessed a murder yesterday and even encountered the murderer. That evil person is incomparably vicious, and I'm afraid that he will harm Hanfu. Thus, I would like to ask General Su to send someone to protect her. Before Su Ling could speak, the absent-minded Gu Yun suddenly became spirited. She didn't care if she interrupted Su Ling's words and stared at the silent Yu Handan, asking, you encountered the murderer? Then did you witness the process of him killing someone? Did you see his appearance clearly? Yu Handan was stunned and silently glanced at Su Ling. He didn't flip out, and there were no signs of anger on his face. It was as though Gu Yun's sudden interruption wasn't a big deal. She found a faint pampering and tolerance on that face that she didn't dare to look at. Slowly covering her eyes, Yu Handan replied in a low voice, last night, I went with a servant girl to Miaoying House to get a newly made zither. In the end, there were some problems with the tone. We couldn't get it right after a long time. We only returned to the residence at 9:15. Because it was already late, in order to return to the residence as quickly as possible, we prepared to walk through the alleyway. When we reached the entrance of the alleyway, I saw, Yu Handan tried her best to remain calm, but when she thought of the scene she saw last night, her breathing was clearly unstable. After taking a deep breath, she continued, I saw a silver-haired man holding a woman whose clothes were completely removed. He was holding a dagger in his hand, and the tip of the dagger was still bleeding. I was so scared that I screamed. The man turned around and saw us. At that time I was very scared and didn't know how to react. I looked at him for a while. At that time, the people who heard the scream ran over. The man ran in the other direction. He stood in the dark alleyway, so I couldn't see his appearance clearly. I could only vaguely see that his face was very thin, and his gaze was like a knife. So, when she heard the scream, the murder was in progress. At that time, Ao Tian had only left her sight for less than a quarter of an hour. From the direction he left to the dark alleyway, it was obviously not enough time for him to kill someone. In that case, the murderer couldn't be Ao Tian. Then, was it really a coincidence that he appeared at the scene of the crime? Or was he covering for the murderer and stalling for time? Or was there another possibility? The murderer wanted to frame Ao Tian, so he killed at the place where he appeared. Gu Yun's brain was working at high speed, analyzing all kinds of possibilities. Everyone was waiting for her to say something, but she entered her own world and didn't care about anyone at all. The study room instantly became quiet and awkward. Su Ling was helpless. After thinking for a while, he said to Yuzici, about this case, official, you should discuss it with the Ministry of Justice. It wasn't that he didn't want to help. After all, this was a case that the Ministry of Justice was in charge of. Yuzici smiled bitterly and replied, this old one just came back from the Ministry of Justice. Madame Dan said that the government is investigating the case with all their strength, and there is a shortage of manpower. General Su is in charge of the safety of this celebration, so this old one hopes that General Su can protect my daughter's safety. This is also related to the success of the celebration. Damn Shan Yulan, he really knows how to save trouble. Su Ling was unhappy in his heart, but his expression remained calm. He finally nodded and replied, I will send a group of people to stand guard outside the assistant minister's residence to protect Mrs. Safety. Yuzici hesitated for a while, looked at his precious daughter beside him, and finally couldn't help but continue. This old one heard that the murderer's martial arts is extremely high, and he is addicted to killing. I'm afraid, as Su Ling's expression gradually darkened, Yuzici's voice became softer and softer. No one could speak normally under his cold gaze, except for Gu Yun, of course. Just as she came out of her thoughts, she happened to hear Yuzici's words. Gu Yun smiled and said, you want Miss Yu to live in the general's residence. This is the safest place, right? Yuzici was about to nod, but Su Ling's cold voice rejected him without any trace of politeness, no. There are no women in the general's residence. It's not convenient for Miss Yu to live here. After Su Ling finished speaking, Mu Ji froze for a moment. Qing Mo was sitting next to him. These words, Yu Handan's elegant face flashed with a forced smile, and Yuzici also looked at Gu Yun strangely. Compared to their awkwardness, Gu Yun laughed freely and sighed self-deprecatingly. Alright, in Su Ling's eyes, she probably couldn't be considered a woman. Being called not a woman should be considered an insult, but this woman indeed smiled indifferently. The scar on her face ruined her beautiful face, but it couldn't hide her sharp and dazzling elegance. Uzisi finally knew who this woman was. The woman bestowed by the emperor, Xianxia. However, he didn't expect that Su Ling would let her come to the study. All the civil and military officials knew that Su Ling disdained women the most. After taking a deep look at the woman who was sitting casually and magnanimously, Uzisi withdrew his gaze and fell into deep thought. After a long time, he said in a low voice, "This old one knows that this request is rude, but the murderer appeared once last night. Yu family only has Hanfu as a daughter, this old one really, wait." Before Uzisi finished speaking, Gu Yun grasped an important point. She looked at the calm Yu Handan again and asked anxiously, "Did the murderer come to find you last night?" Ao Tian was already in prison last night. If the murderer appeared, then it was even more clear that the murderer wasn't Ao Tian. Yu Handan hesitated for a moment before saying softly, "I didn't see it in the room." It was Fuer who saw a black shadow in the courtyard. Just a black shadow? Gu Yun was a little disappointed. It seemed that the little lass was frightened and made up groundless accusations. If it was really the murderer, how could she be allowed to live? Su Ling's patience was obviously exhausted. He said clearly, "Later on, I will let Su Yu lead 500 men to guard the assistant minister's residence. This way, Yu Darren can be at ease." Since Su Ling had already said so, Yu Zaisi couldn't say anything more. Just as he was about to agree, the lady who had been sitting steadily at the side suddenly stood up and stood in front of Su Ling's table. She said, "The celebration is so important. As a performer, Miss Yu is related to Cheong Yu's face. For her safety, the Su family army naturally can't watch with folded arms. During this period of time, Su Yu should be very busy. Why don't we let her stay here first? Anyway, there are still a few empty rooms in Etian Park. She would be bored?" Su Ling looked as if he had seen a ghost as he waited for Gu Yun. He had never seen her idle, with her back facing the Yu family father and daughter. Gu Yun mouthed the words quickly agree to Su Ling. Su Yu's sword-like eyebrows knitted tighter and tighter. Gu Yun desperately gave him a look. Just as she felt that her eyes were about to cramp and was about to give up, she heard Su Ling's cold voice compromising, "All right. She better give him an explanation. Or else, the dark alley was pitch black. Even the bright moonlight couldn't shine into this narrow and dirty alley. Ever since the last case, no one dared to walk through this kind of alley at night. The squeaking sounds of the mice in the alley filled with the smell of decay were especially clear and strange. Master, Ao Tian has entered the Ministry of Justice's prison. What should we do next?" If it wasn't for the anxious male voice in the alley, no one would have noticed that there was someone else here. In front of the man, a slender black figure stood there. His dazzling silver hair was the only source of light in the dark night. He was pale and dazzling. The surrounding darkness did not affect him at all, because he belonged to the night. In such an environment, he felt more at ease. "Have you found out the identity of that woman?" The cold voice was slightly hoarse. It sounded like an old man, but it didn't look like one just by looking at his figure. The man respectfully replied, "Her name is Qing Mo. She's from Haoyu country. She's a gift from Haoyu country. Her sister, Qing Ling, married Lu Xian. Qing Feng was conferred the title of imperial concubine Qing. So that woman had such a background." Thinking of how he protected her that day, her captivating red lips coldly raised. "Ao Tian, oh Ao Tian, I don't believe that I can't lure you out of prison." 68, 69, 70, 71, Yu Handan covered her chest and stared wide-eyed at Gu Yun, who was hanging on the tree and using the strength of her arms to lift herself up. She only felt that it was a little difficult to breathe. She had already done 80. Wasn't she tired? She didn't expect her petite body and arms, which were almost as thin as her, to be so strong. Sweat dripped from her forehead and her face became a little red because of the continuous effort. However, her determined eyes told her that if this woman didn't complete her goal, she would never stop. Sure enough, although the last few were very difficult, Gu Yun still insisted on doing 100 pull-ups before letting go. Landing on the ground, Gu Yun sat on the grass and gasped for breath. Staring at Gu Yun, who was casually sitting down and covered in sweat, Yu Handan unconsciously raised the corner of her mouth slightly. This woman had an unusual charm. No wonder Suling was willing to make an exception for her. Why did you help me? This was what Yu Handan didn't understand. Did she not like Suling? Why did he let a woman into the general's mansion? Or was she really so confident that she didn't put any woman in her eyes? What? Gu Yun had just finished exercising, so she didn't pay much attention. She was at a loss for a moment. In fact, Yu Handan really wronged Gu Yun. She didn't look down on other women, but she didn't think in that direction at all. Meeting Yu Handan's puzzled eyes, Gu Yun came back to her senses and said with a smile, "For your safety." Yu Handan snorted, but her good upbringing didn't make her roll her eyes. She sat down elegantly beside Gu Yun. Yu Handan asked directly, "Ask whatever you want." Gu Yun raised her eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, "You are very sharp, but I already know everything that I should know. I don't need to ask you." She went to the Ministry of Justice in the afternoon and read all the information that she should. She believed that Yu Handan didn't lie and knew that she had already said everything that she should say. She kept her in the general's mansion for her safety because her confession almost proved that Ao Tian didn't have the time to commit the crime. If the murderer wanted to frame Ao Tian, it was inevitable that she would be involved. Since Gu Yun said so, Yu Handan didn't ask for a rebuff. She gently opened the wooden box beside her. Inside was a 7-string zither made of green jade. The rich and full green color shone brightly under the moonlight. Placing the zither on her lap, Yu Handan raised her slender hand and plucked the strings as if she was testing the sound. The clear sound rolled down, and it was beautiful beyond words. Although Gu Yun didn't know how to play the zither or music, she could feel the preciousness of the zither and Yu Handan's skill in playing it. With her hands behind her head, Gu Yun lay flat on the grass and looked above her head. The tree trunk that she used to do pull-ups was still swaying back and forth. Listening to the melodious sound of the zither, Gu Yun sighed inwardly. This was how a beauty should be. No wonder Suling felt that she didn't look like a woman. Compared to her, he realized that she really didn't look like one. Closing her eyes slightly, Gu Yun suddenly felt a strange feeling. This was the feeling of being peeped at. Gu Yun suddenly opened her eyes and pressed down on the trembling strings of the zither. The beautiful music came to an abrupt end. In the gloomy and cold prison cell, there was only a small window. The clear and cold moonlight shone through the window and into the prison. One could vaguely see a person sitting on the corner of the stone bed. His lean body was straight as he leaned against the stone wall. His silver-white hair shone in the darkness of the room. The overly quiet prison cell had a strange atmosphere. It seemed to lack human life. The bailiffs who usually patrolled the place had disappeared without a trace. I didn't expect Xianxia's prison to be so comfortable. A hoarse and teasing male voice sounded softly outside the prison cell door. A black shadow suddenly appeared. The man standing outside the prison cell door had silver-white hair that didn't lose to Ao Tian's. Even his appearance was 70% similar. However, he looked much older than Ao Tian. At first glance, the two really looked alike. The difference was that Ao Tian's body was surrounded by an ice-cold aura of indifference, while his entire body was filled with a cold murderous aura. Ao Tian's eyes that were darker than the night slowly opened. However, he didn't look at the man outside the door. He also didn't respond to his words. He couldn't see Ao Tian's expression. However, he could feel that the ice-cold aura was getting stronger and stronger. Seeing that Ao Tian didn't move, the man's cold eyes flashed. His low voice was full of sarcasm. "This is the first time I know that Ao Tian also knows how to escape. Or do you want to hide here for the rest of your life?" Ao Tian still sat there coldly. It was as if there was no one outside the door. His indifference was very thorough. The man's hand unconsciously clenched, and his thin lips gently raised into a cold arc. He laughed in a low voice and said, "That sister-in-law from last time was quite beautiful. I don't know if it would be as delicious to enjoy." Ao Tian was startled. Although it wasn't obvious, it was enough for the man to notice. His smile widened. He knew that he would win the bet this time. The man's hoarse and sharp laughter sounded unscrupulously in the cell. He didn't look at Ao Tian anymore. Instead, he walked towards the door. Finally, Ao Wu, who had been cool and silent all this time, suddenly shouted, "Stop." The man's figure paused. He only heard a cold and crippled voice that sounded like it came from hell behind him. "Don't touch her if you don't want to die." The man's heart suddenly jumped. What a strong aura. As expected of a member of the Ao family. His bloodthirsty and cruel nature flowed in his blood. He didn't know if his accelerated heartbeat was because of excitement or fear. The man's hoarse voice continued to provoke, "Don't worry, I will leave her corpse intact." After speaking, the man strode away without looking back. "Ao Tian, I don't believe that you won't go out." Gu Yun suddenly opened her eyes and stood up nimbly. She pressed down on the still trembling strings of the zither, and the beautiful music came to an abrupt end. Yu Handan was shocked. She stood there in a daze and didn't dare to move. The courtyard was quiet and there was nothing unusual. The night wind blew slowly, and withered leaves floated down from time to time. After waiting for a long time, there was still no movement. Yu Handan finally couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Gu Yun observed for a long time with rapt attention. The feeling of being watched seemed to have disappeared. Was she being paranoid? Or was the person hiding too well? She wasn't sure, so Gu Yun didn't say much to Yu Handan. She removed her hand from the zither and replied indifferently, "Nothing. You can continue." How could she continue? Gu Yun's sudden move just now made her lose all interest in playing the zither. She even scared her for no reason. Yu Handan's expression obviously changed. She could tell that Yu Handan was angry, but Gu Yun didn't intend to explain. The two of them sat on the grass like this, and the atmosphere was a little tense. At this moment, Su Ren's tall figure appeared outside the courtyard. Just as he was about to greet him, he saw the two women sitting there at odds. Gu Yun seemed a little indifferent, but Yu Handan was obviously angry. In his memory, Yu Handan was elegant and gentle, and even had a little bit of loftiness. She spoke softly and was a little shy from time to time. She was extremely well educated. Xianxia was really amazing. She had only interacted with such a person for half a day, but she could force her to change her attitude. After all, he had no experience in dealing with a war between women. Su Ren stood there for a long time. He pondered whether he should continue to walk in or hide first. A woman who was already his eldest brother, and a woman who wanted to be his eldest brother, he couldn't afford to provoke anyone. Just as he was about to leave, Yu Handan discovered his figure. She placed the zither on her knees to the side. Yu Handan immediately stood up and bowed slightly. She said softly, "Commander Su." Gu Yun was a little dumbfounded. Just now, she was glaring at her so fiercely that her eyeballs were about to fall out. Although her current gentle appearance was very pleasing to the eye, it was also very scary to change so quickly. Su Ren was taken aback. He quickly smiled and said, "Young lady, are you used to living here? Feel free to tell me if you need anything." Wang Handan smiled slightly and replied softly, "Commander Su is too polite." Yu Handan was elegant and polite as usual. At such a close distance, Gu Yun could hear that her voice seemed to be trembling slightly. Her beautiful eyes were slightly lowered, and she didn't dare to look at Su Ren. She was still calm when facing Su Ling this afternoon. Why did she become so uneasy now? Could it be, Gu Yun secretly guessed. However, she never dared to overestimate her ability to analyze emotions. Therefore, Gu Yun teased Su Ren, "What are you doing here? Don't tell me you heard that there's a beauty in the courtyard, so you rushed over to curry favor." Just as Gu Yun's voice fell, Yu Handan secretly glared at her again. However, her face became redder and redder. Gu Yun secretly laughed. All the signs indicated that her analysis should be correct. She looked at Su Ren again. He was startled at first, but he quickly explained, "Don't talk nonsense. Eldest brother asked me to call you over." There was a problem with him being so eager to explain. However, Su Ren's expression when he looked at Yu Handan didn't have any ambiguity or longing. Could it be that the falling flowers had feelings for the heartless flowing water? Gu Yun was a little confused. Her brain was indeed not suitable for analyzing love. She stood up and patted the grass off her body. Gu Yun knew that Su Ling was waiting for her to explain her actions today. After all, she was the one who insisted that Yu Handan stay. Gu Yun was about to leave when Su Ren suddenly noticed a strange light flashing on a big tree behind her. He immediately shouted, "Who's there?" At the same time, he took advantage of the situation and jumped up to the top of the tree. Gu Yun only saw the branches and leaves shake violently. For a moment, she knew that there was someone on the tree. Gu Yun grabbed Yu Handan, who was still confused about the situation, and retreated to the door of the room to observe the situation. The dense bushes shook violently. Gu Yun was secretly disappointed. This person was able to silently appear in the heavily guarded general's residence. It could be seen that his martial arts were high. She didn't know if Su Ren was his opponent. Just as she was about to call Bing Lian to help, two figures, one white and one black, chased each other from the treetops into the courtyard. Under the night light, the man in black silver hair was particularly dazzling. Ao Tian. Seeing the person clearly, Gu Yun and Yu Handan were shocked. Gu Yun was shocked that Ao Tian appeared here. Wasn't he in prison? Yu Handan was scared. The bloody scene from that night reappeared in front of her eyes. She shrank behind Gu Yun's back and tightly grabbed Gu Yun's sleeve. Su Ren didn't have any weapons in his hands. He only used his fists and kicks. Ao Tian also didn't draw his sword. Although his attacks were a little heavy, he didn't really kill him. Gu Yun secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She shielded Yu Handan behind her and quietly observed the situation. Ao Tian probably wanted to leave. Facing Su Ren's entanglement, his attacks became more and more ruthless. A heavy and hurried punch directly towards Su Ren's chest. Yu Handan immediately shouted nervously, "Be careful." Gu Yun slightly raised her eyebrows. Now she could almost confirm Miss Yu's intentions, because her arm was almost broken by Miss Yu. Even though Yu Handan shouted, Su Ren still couldn't avoid the punch. He was beaten back a few steps. There was a dull pain in his chest. It was probably an internal injury. Ao Tian didn't even look at him. When he turned around and was about to leave, a blazing hot sword energy pierced towards his back. Ao Tian nimbly dodged to the side, but his path was blocked by the long sword. At this moment, Su Ling held Qi Shui in his hand and looked coldly at Ao Tian. He actually dared to break into his general's residence. Good. Last time, he let him escape at the back of the mountain. This time, he wouldn't be so lucky. Ao Tian's cold black eyes flashed with a touch of ruthlessness. The injury on his arm was caused by him. Last time, he was saving Qing Mo, so he didn't tangle with him too much. This time, he wanted to let him experience Xi Ling's power. His hand slowly touched his waist. With a light wave of his hand, a black flexible sword appeared in Ao Tian's hand. The two of them didn't waste any more words. They rushed up and started fighting like two red-eyed bulls. Qi Shui's heat was against Xi Ling's flexibility. Su Ling's firm and fierce moves were against Ao Tian's strange martial arts. They were actually evenly matched. However, these two people were fighting with no regard for their lives. Gu Yun couldn't stand it anymore. She stepped forward and said loudly, "Ao Tian, Su Ling, stop fighting." The most important thing now was to figure out the purpose of Ao Tian's visit. Unfortunately, how could the two men who were fighting with red eyes listen to Gu Yun's words? They were still fighting inextricably and even seemed to be getting more and more intense. If the tiger didn't show its might, they would treat it as a sick cat. Yu Handan only heard Gu Yun curse in a low voice. Her petite body rushed towards the group of people who couldn't avoid the swords in time. Did she not want to live anymore? Or did she think that she could stop the two men who were in a rage? Yu Handan's heart was in his throat. He was afraid that he would see blood splattering on the scene again. He hurriedly covered his eyes. He only heard Gu Yun shout, "Ice burst." An icy cold chi burst out from the room. Yu Handan opened her eyes only to see a white light flashing by, and in Gu Yun's hand appeared a snow-white long sword. The body of the sword was slender and the tip of the sword was sharp. In a spurt of energy, Gu Yun rushed to the middle of the two people. Holding the long sword in her hand tightly, she swung her sword towards the two people's intertwined swords. These days of hard work and training, she had more and more tacit understanding with the ice chain. With the help of Gu Yun's boundless anger, the power of this sword was stronger than ever. Only an extremely ear-piercing sound of the sword scraping against each other was heard. Suling and Aotian were both shocked by this extremely cold and violent sword energy and jumped 3 feet away. Gu Yun's hand was also shocked by the sword energy until it was numb. He roared furiously, "I told the 2 of you to stop. Whoever dares to move again, I will chop him into pieces." The power of this lioness from Hedong's roar made the entire Etienne court quiet down. It was so quiet that Yu Handan could only hear his own heartbeat and nothing else. Yu Handan clutched her chest in fear. She didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Su Ren also secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was so nervous that a layer of sweat appeared on his back. On the battlefield, he often witnessed the might of Qi Shui. Only today did he know that Bing Lian, who had always been hung on the wall, also had such power. Su Ren's heart was in his throat. The last time Bing Lian and Qi Shui fought, Soaring Cloud's pavilion had to be repaired for more than a month before it was restored to its original state. If these 3 people fought, Heavenly Court could probably be rebuilt. Aotian and Suling each took a side. Neither of them was willing to give way. Neither of them was willing to restrain their aura. The sword in their hands creaked as they clenched it. It seemed that they would not stop until they fought to the death. Gu Yun was so angry that she wanted to die. She stabbed the long sword in her hand into the grass beside her feet. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and said coldly, "Since you 2 like to fight so much, why don't you fight with me? If you win, no one will care even if you want to fight to the death." Her cold voice was not as fiery as before, but it startled the 2 men at the same time. "Who's first?" Gu Yun looked at Aotian, then looked at Suling. The 2 of them looked away. After a long time, Aotian finally put down the long sword in his hand. Gu Yun secretly sighed in relief. She walked in front of him and asked softly, "What are you doing here?" Aotian coldly turned his back and ignored her. However, when he turned around, he happened to face Yu Handan. Yu Handan was so scared that her legs went weak. She held on to the door with trembling hands. Su Ren stepped forward and asked worriedly, "Miss Yu, are you all right?" Yu Handan forced herself to calm down and forced a smile. She replied, "I am fine." Gu Yun thought for a moment and walked towards the Yu Handan. She pointed at Aotian and asked, "Was he the person you saw that night?" Yu Handan took a deep breath and looked up at Aotian again. Maybe it was because she felt safer with Su Ren around, or maybe it was because she didn't want to lose her composure in front of Su Ren. Aotian had a thin face, silver hair, and a lean body. Yu Handan nodded and replied, "It's him." As soon as she finished speaking, Aotian suddenly raised her head and looked at Yu Handan. When their eyes met, Yu Handan's heart skipped a beat and he took another step back. Gu Yun frowned. "Are you sure?" This was impossible. That day, she had only separated from Aotian for a short while, and she had already heard screams. How could Aotian have already committed murder? Unless he could teleport. But this was impossible. Yu Handan's heart was in a mess. She didn't dare to look at Aotian again. However, when Gu Yun asked, she also felt that there was a slight difference. The murderer's eyes were cruel and ruthless, and this person's eyes were also very frightening. However, it was only cold and there was no disgusting smell of blood. I. After stuttering for a long time, Yu Handan didn't dare to say yes or no. She was afraid that her feelings were wrong. She stood there in a daze and couldn't speak. Suling's arrogant face was covered with a thick layer of frost. She really believed that Aotian wasn't the murderer? He had already killed his way to the general's residence, yet she still trusted him so much. Yu Handan dared to give a definite answer. Gu Yun was even more convinced that the murderer wasn't Aotian. That murderer must be related to Aotian. Otherwise, the 2 wouldn't look so similar. Aotian also wouldn't be willing to go to prison. Gu Yun wanted to talk to Aotian alone. At this moment, a young general reported loudly from outside the courtyard, "General, Lord Shan requests an audience." "Please." Suling no longer looked at Gu Yun and walked out of the courtyard. Before Suling could walk out of the courtyard, Shan Yulan had already walked in with 30 to 40 bailiffs. His calm face was filled with suppressed anger. Shan Yulan nodded slightly at Suling. His gaze swept across the messy courtyard and finally stopped on Aotian. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. He gently raised his hand and 30 to 40 bailiffs pulled out their swords at the same time. They rushed towards Aotian and surrounded him. Aotian stood there expressionlessly. The soft sword in his hand was already sheathed at his waist. He didn't need a weapon to deal with these people. Gu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. She asked in confusion, "Shan Yulan, what's going on?" They didn't have any evidence to prove that Aotian was the murderer. Moreover, he went to prison voluntarily. Even if he walked out today, Shan Yulan wouldn't have the bailiffs stop him with swords, right? Shan Yulan replied in a deep voice, "Xiao Yu is dead." Dead? Gu Yun was stunned. Aotian escaped from prison and Xiao Yu was dead. A bad premonition arose in Gu Yun's heart. Sure enough, Dan Yulan coldly said, "He died half a shurchen, 1 shurchen equals 2 hours, after Shi Tian left the Ministry of Justice." The murderer. Looking at the always cold and arrogant Aotian, Dan Yulan continued to say, "It was still a silver-haired man. I was worried about Miss Yu's safety, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect him to really be here. Aotian wasn't the murderer. He didn't have to kill Xiao Yu. But why was it so coincidental that Aotian escaped from prison at this time?" Gu Yun looked at Aotian, hoping to see something from his face. Unfortunately, Aotian was still cold. There wasn't a trace of emotion on his face. Qingheng suddenly rushed in front of Aotian and asked coldly, "Aotian, you pretended to go to jail to reduce the suspicion on yourself. Later on, you found out that there were 2 witnesses, Xiao Yu and Miss Yu, who saw your face clearly. You wanted to kill them to silence them, right?" After a long time, Aotian replied in a low voice, "I didn't kill anyone." His words seemed to have angered Qingheng. Qingheng glared at Aotian and roared sternly, "You dare say that you didn't kill the bailiff on duty tonight? If you didn't kill anyone, then how did you get out? Why did you come to the general's estate in the middle of the night? Aotian killed the bailiff?" Gu Yun finally understood why Shan Yulan was so angry and why Qingheng was so irritable. Gu Yun didn't believe that Aotian would do such a thing. With his martial arts, why would he need to kill someone to leave the Ministry of Justice? If he didn't kill the bailiff, then who could it be? What did Aotian want to do in the general's estate? A series of questions made Gu Yun shut her mouth. She quietly waited for his response. However, Aotian just stood there proudly and didn't say a word. When Aotian didn't say anything, Qingheng took it as a silent admission. He roared angrily, "You can't answer, right? You killed Xiao Yu first, then sneaked into the general's estate. You wanted to kill Miss Yu as well, right?" "I didn't kill anyone." Aotian repeated this sentence. He could only say this sentence. From the beginning, he guessed that they were deliberately trying to get him out of prison. Even if he knew, he couldn't not come out. If something happened to Qing Mo because of this, he wouldn't forgive himself. "You still dare to quibble?" No one could accept that a brother who went through fire and water with him died just like that. Qingheng wanted to beat him up. "Take him back first." Shan Yulan's low voice stopped Qingheng's fist. Qingheng angrily put down his hand and escorted Aotian out of the courtyard. Aotian didn't resist. Before he went out, his dark eyes swept past Gu Yun. It was so deep that it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Gu Yun only felt that Aotian was very strange tonight. The group of people left Yitian Court. Shan Yulan cupped his hands and said to Rua Suling, "General Su, sorry to disturb you." Suling nodded slightly and didn't say anything. Everything that happened tonight seemed to push Aotian into the position of the murderer. However, after fighting with Aotian just now, he felt that Aotian didn't seem like the murderer. People who used a sword knew that the sword was like the person. He had a flexible and cold sword. Even if his moves were strange, he absolutely disdained to do things like rape and plunder. The two of them walked together to the entrance of the courtyard. A young general ran over in a panic. His forehead was full of sweat. When he saw Suling, he immediately reported, "General, something bad has happened." At the same time, a bailiff also hurried over. He said in Shan Yulan's ear, "Darren, something has happened." Suling asked coldly, "What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Haoyu Country's post house exploded half an hour ago." Shan Yulan and Suling almost shouted at the same time, "What?" From the beginning, the two of them already guessed that something big must have happened. However, they never thought that the post house would explode. Shan Yulan said anxiously, "What's the situation now?" The soldier looked at Suling. Seeing Suling nod, he then continued, "Haoyu Country's envoy and official died. 3 people are seriously injured. There are also 5 people with light injuries. Before the celebration, the post house actually exploded. There were also envoys who died because of this. To Qiongyu, this was simply a great humiliation. Tomorrow morning, the emperor would definitely be furious." The two of them looked at each other and didn't say anything. They left the general's residence together. Gu Yun already heard their conversation from the courtyard. However, she wasn't in a hurry to chase after them. When Qing got married, she went to that Haoyu post house and knew how to get there. Sitting on the steps of the small house, Gu Yun closed her eyes slightly. She sorted out everything that happened tonight. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. She hurriedly said to Su Ren, who was about to go out, "Su Ren, quickly send people to other countries' post houses to check if there are any more explosives. Also, guard the post house for 24 hours. Don't let anyone come near." The explosion case came too strangely. Moreover, it happened before the celebration. This kind of terrorist attack couldn't only happen once. "Okay." Su Ren was shocked. Looking at Gu Yun's serious expression, he already knew her concerns. If it was really as she thought, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Ren hurriedly ran out of the small courtyard. Gu Yun stood up nimbly and said to Yu Handan, who was already frightened tonight, "You stay in Etion court. Don't wander around." After saying that, she walked out of the courtyard. Yu Handan came back to his senses and asked anxiously, "Where are you going?" "The crime scene." After saying that, the thin and petite figure disappeared from the courtyard. Looking at the back view that left confidently, Yu Handan suddenly felt a little envious of her. She was so skillful and could come and go as she pleased. She was so free and unrestrained. If she had half of her ability, wouldn't she be able to stop being arranged by his father? With a bitter smile, Yu Handan picked up the jade zither on the ground and sat down on the messy grass. Her white hands gently played the zither and the sound of the zither flowed. It brought a trace of silence to this night that was destined to not be peaceful. Haoyu Post House. This was Gu Yun's second time at Haoyu Post House. The first time was at Qing's wedding. She accompanied her to wait for Lu Xian to come and fetch the bride. At that time, the place was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. It was magnificent and gorgeous. Now, it was a different scene. General Su's soldiers surrounded the post house. The sound of footsteps in the courtyard was chaotic and the thick smell of gunpowder filled the air. The guards were from the Su army. When they saw Gu Yun arrive, not only did they not stop her, they even respectfully cupped their fists and saluted her. Some of the bailiffs from the Ministry of Justice had also seen Gu Yun and Lord Dan discussing the case together. Now that General Su's people did not stop her, they did not dare to stop her. Gu Yun successfully entered the post house. The courtyard was a mess. The flowers and plants on the ground were basically charred black and there were 3 large pits on the ground. Looking up, the seats in the conference hall were very neat and there were many people recuperating inside. Gu Yun guessed that the location of the explosion was in the courtyard. Shan Yulan and Suling were standing in front of the door, listening to the bailiff's reports. Qing Hang was squatting in front of a large pit and saying something to the bailiffs behind him who were desperately taking notes with a pen. Gu Yun walked towards Qing Hang. Suling saw Gu Yun's thin figure clearly and pulled her sleeve. He whispered, "Why are you here?" Thinking about it, the incident happened at Haoyu Post House. It was normal for her to be nervous. Gu Yun lowered her head slightly to observe the explosion points. She did not pay much attention to Suling's words and only replied faintly, "You do what you need to do. Don't worry about me." Suling frowned. What did she mean by "don't worry about her"? He was a little unhappy but did not let her go back. Gu Yun walked to the first explosion point and was about to squat down to take a look. Suddenly, an uncertain male voice sounded from behind, "Miss Qing Mo?" Is it really you? Gu Yun turned around and saw a man in his early 30s looking at her in surprise. Seeing that his attire was similar to the other Haoyu officials, Gu Yun guessed that he was also an official of Haoyu. Standing up and nodding slightly, the man quickly cupped his hands and smiled fawningly. The emperor has always been concerned about you sisters. He especially let this official send his regards to the ladies. Qing Ling was married to Lu Xian and Qing Feng was the imperial concubine of Qiongyu. Although this Qing Mo had yet to be officially recognized, he should curry favor with her early on. Gu Yun was not Qing Mo naturally, she did not have any feelings for Haoyu and did not want to be entangled with him. She politely and distantly thanked him. Then, she said to a soldier beside her, send him to rest. After the night raid and the suppression of the rebels, Qing Mo's reputation and position in the Su family army was extremely high. Hearing Gu Yun's order, the young general immediately replied, yes. Being led by the young general to the inner hall, the man occasionally turned around to look at Qing Mo, who was once again squatting on the ground seriously and attentively. In his memory, the third miss of the Qing family was a lovely person. How did she become an ice beauty when she came to Qiongyu? Just by looking at the attitude of the soldiers towards her, he knew that her position in the general fu was definitely not low. The three sisters of the Qing family indeed had their own methods. What exactly happened? Shan Yulan, who had always been calm and collected, faced with this messy scene, in addition to the casualties of Haoyu officials in the explosion, he also could not remain calm. In this late autumn night, the bailiffs' foreheads were also full of sweat. They hurriedly reported, according to the Haoyu officials, they were discussing matters in the front hall. At 9:45 p.m., they heard movement in the courtyard, so they came out to take a look. But just as they walked into the courtyard, there was an explosion. The assistant minister of rights of Haoyu, who was walking at the front, died. Shan Yulan clenched his teeth and continued to ask, did they see any suspicious people? No, when they arrived at the courtyard, there was an explosion. During the day, nothing special happened. The Haoyu officials arrived at the post house yesterday morning. During this time, no one came. During this special period of the celebration, there would be people patrolling the vicinity of the post house. If there were any suspicious people sneaking in, they should be able to discover it. How did the murderer secretly bury the explosives in the courtyard? The murderer did not place the explosives in the courtyard in advance to detonate. Instead, he directly threw the explosives in from outside the courtyard walls. A clear and cold female voice faintly sounded. Shan Yulan and Su Ling were both stunned. They simultaneously looked at Gu Yun, who was still squatting on the ground with her back facing them. Qing Hang, who was squatting beside Gu Yun, asked anxiously, how did you know? From the traces left at the scene, there were a total of 3 explosion points. Gu Yun stood up and walked to the center of the 3 explosion points. She explained, in the southwest direction of the 3 explosion points, there are a few shallow pits. The one in the southwest is slightly deeper. There is a lot of gunpowder scattered around each shallow pit. It can be seen that these explosives were dropped from a high place and then bounced a few times before exploding. Qing Hang looked carefully. Just as she said, there were 2 to 3 shallow pits in the southwest direction of each pit. If one did not look carefully, they would not have noticed them. Qing Hang raised his head and looked at Gu Yun with admiration. He saw her sharp eyes slightly squinting. She looked at the eaves in front of the courtyard for a while. Suddenly, her gaze fixed on a certain point. The corner of her lips curved into a confident arc as she said, according to the positions of the 3 explosion points and the bouncing points, the place where the murderer threw the explosives should be, there. Following the direction of Gu Yun's finger, Qing Hang nimbly stood up and jumped onto the eaves. He bent down and carefully examined it. He said excitedly, reporting to Darren, there are indeed some black powder and traces of being stepped on. Although the footprints were very light, they could still be vaguely seen. Draw the footprints according to the original scale. Gu Yun grabbed the white paper in the hands of the Yamen runner beside her. She dipped the brush in ink and threw it towards Qing Hang. Qing Hang quickly reached out to catch it. If his martial arts were not weak, he would have either fallen to his death or have his face washed by the brush and ink. After catching the brush and paper with great difficulty, Qing Hang stared with lingering fear at Gu Yun, who had already turned around. She did not even look at him. Qing Hang curled his lips and could only resign himself to his fate and draw. Su Ling walked to Gu Yun's side and looked at the traces she mentioned. They were so light that it was impossible to find them. On the battlefield, he could devise strategies and determine victory from 1,000 miles away. However, she seemed to be more skilled in this kind of observation and analysis. Shan Yulan had always known that Qing Mo had keen observation and analysis skills. Seeing that she seemed to have sunk into deep thought again, Shan Yulan hesitated for a moment before continuing to ask, "What else did you find?" Gu Yun's expression was somewhat solemn as she replied in a deep voice, "The power of the explosives is not very strong." The murderer chose to throw the explosives in the courtyard instead of burying them in an important place like the meeting hall. It can be seen that his purpose was not to kill, but a warning or provocation. However, after searching the scene, we did not find any threatening or negotiating letters left behind by the murderer. This can only mean that this explosion case is just the beginning. Beginning? Shan Yulan and Su Ling's expressions froze at the same time. You mean, the murderer will attack other places? Gu Yun nodded, but when she saw that they looked as if they were about to face a great enemy, she immediately smiled and comforted them. Su Ren has already sent more people to protect the post house in each country. It should, boom, before Gu Yun could finish her words, a loud sound like muffled thunder rang out in the silent night. Everyone present was frightened by the sound. There were post house in the vicinity, so the meaning of this muffled sound was self-evident. Quickly go and find out what happened. Where did that sound come from? Shan Yulan's face could already be described as alternating between green and white. Yes. Men. Order the Han Shu to quickly bring 8,000 elite soldiers to seal off all the city gates and official roads. Su Ling's deep eagle eyes also emitted a cold light. It seemed that it was just as she said. This murderer was determined to provoke them. Yes. Gu Yun's beautiful brows were tightly knitted together. She expected the murderer to continue with the terrorist attacks, but she didn't expect it to come so soon. Reporting, the one who came back to report was not the Yamen runner who had just left, but a red-clothed young general. He jogged straight to Su Ling's side and said urgently, "There was an explosion at the Northern Qi post house. Commander Su was there at the time and he was also injured." Su Ren was injured? The group hurried to the Northern Qi post house. There were also 3 or 4 circles of soldiers outside. The post house's door was wide open, and the door faced the center of the courtyard. There was a large and deep pit, indicating that the amount of explosives this time was much greater than the previous one. Gu Yun was the first to enter the courtyard. She saw a young general holding a cloth to help Su Ren bandage his arm. Gu Yun asked, "Su Ren, how are you?" Su Ren smiled disapprovingly. "It's just a small injury." Seeing Su Ling and Shan Yulan follow closely behind Gu Yun, Su Ren waved his hand to the young general beside him. He stood up and greeted, "Big brother, Sir Shan." The courtyard was filled with Su family soldiers who were cleaning up the mess. There were no Northern Qi officials to be seen. Shan Yulan asked with concern, "Commander Su, how are your injuries? Did anyone from Northern Qi get hurt?" Su Ren shook his head and smiled. "Thank you for your concern, Sir Shan. I only suffered a small injury. Fortunately, sister-in-law just told me to bring the soldiers over, and we just happened to encounter the murderer." The explosives exploded in the front courtyard. The Northern Qi officials and envoys were not injured. I had them all rest in the backyard. So it was she who had sent Su Ren to guard. Su Ling and Shan Yulan were slightly startled. At the same time, they looked at Gu Yun, who was half squatting on the ground. She was holding the charred soil in her hand. Her expression was grave. No one knew what she was thinking, but no one dared to disturb her. Gu Yun had her back to Su Ren. She asked in a low voice, "Did you see the murderer?" With Gu Yun's question, Su Ling and Shan Yulan came back to their senses. Looking at Su Ren replied with some annoyance, "I only saw a red shadow." The murderer was wearing a mask. Did he leave behind any words or things? If not, then this game was not over yet. Su Ling and Shan Yulan also understood the meaning of Gu Yun's question. Northern Qi was already the second courier station to be attacked at night. If there was a third, the two of them couldn't help but have a headache. Su Ren nodded and replied, "Yes." After he threw the explosives on the courtyard wall, he ran away. The murderer's martial arts are extraordinarily high. He disappeared without a trace. He left this on the top of the wall. Shan Yulan let out a sigh of relief. But when she saw Su Ling take the slip of paper and glance at it, his expression suddenly changed. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Gu Yan also noticed the change in Su Ling. She and Shan Yulan both turned their heads to look. On the plain white silk cloth, they saw a few simple words written in blood red: "Release the Aotian immediately. Otherwise, there will be a bloodbath at the celebration, Yi Mei." Yi Mei? Gu Yun murmured. The murderer would be that forever silent woman with a faint sense of justice. Gu Yun didn't quite believe it. Looking at Su Ren, she confirmed again, "Have you seen Yi Mei before? Is the murderer really her?" Su Ren replied somewhat helplessly, "I have seen Yi Mei once. But the murderer also wore a golden mask and a bright red cloak. He didn't say a word. I couldn't see his face or hear his voice. I couldn't determine whether he was a man or a woman. Red clothes, golden mask." The characteristics were obvious, but it was impossible to tell if it was the real person. It was very similar to Aotian's head of silver hair. Gu Yun suddenly had a premonition that everything that happened tonight was a meticulously woven great conspiracy. From the moment Aotian broke out of prison, things had developed step by step in the direction set up. This message pushed Aotian into the abyss, in the study of the procuratorate manor. In the large study, a few people with cold expressions sat quietly in chairs, each deep in thought. No one spoke. Only a few cups of strong tea were placed on the table, steaming. Report. The sound of hurried footsteps stopped outside the study. A young general reported in a clear voice, "General, we have already sent 8,000 elite soldiers to search both inside and outside the capital. We have not found Yi Mei's whereabouts." The general had ordered a report every hour. After 2 consecutive reports with no results, the general's face was frighteningly dark. The young general swallowed in fear. Fortunately, Su Ling did not get angry. He only ordered in a cold voice, "Send another 10,000 elite soldiers and expand the search area." "Yes." Qing Heng punched the short table with some irritation and hummed in confusion. When the murderer attacked the northern Qi post house, General Su had already sent soldiers to seal off all the roads in the capital. The murderer couldn't have escaped so quickly. She must still be in the capital. How could we not find her? Just as everyone was silent again, a bailiff jogged over and said urgently, "Sir, bodyguard Mo from the Prime Minister's manor requests an audience." Mabai, a late-night visit. Could it be that Prime Minister Liu had also heard the news so quickly? Shan Yulan sighed and replied, "Please." Mabai's tall figure appeared in the study. His slightly hurried breathing revealed his anxiety and impatience. Shan Yulan asked in a low voice, "Bodyguard Mo, for you to come so late at night, does Prime Minister Liu have any instructions for you? You suspect that Yi Mei is the murderer of the bombing?" Mabai did not answer the question. Shan Yulan frowned slightly. He wondered how he knew that they suspected Yi Mei was the murderer. But he knew that behind Mabai was Lu Xian. Shan Yulan cleverly maintained his silence. Shan Yulan did not answer. Mabai's low and cold voice suddenly said with certainty, "She is not the murderer." Everyone was stunned. Shan Yulan asked curiously, "How do you know she is not the murderer?" "Did Prime Minister Liu have evidence to prove that Yi Mei was not the murderer?" Mabai asked coldly. "When did the first explosion happen?" 9 o'clock. She was with me at 9 o'clock. I asked her to meet at Wuli Pavilion in the southern suburbs. She left at 9 o'clock. She can't be the murderer. The two of them were together? Gu Yan's lips slightly raised. No wonder Mabai, who was always indifferent to people, rushed over in such a hurry. Qing Heng obviously did not believe him and asked, "Was there anyone else with you?" "No." Mabai's blue eyes darkened. He said in a low voice, "You don't believe what I said?" Shan Yulan muttered, "Bodyguard Mo, it's not that I don't believe you, but the murderer left a note claiming to be Yi Mei. And Yi Mei just so coincidentally disappeared. Whether she is the murderer or not, we have to find her first." Mabai's cold aura was a bit scary. Shan Yulan did not speak again. The atmosphere in the study was very stiff. At this time, a man dressed as a eunuch came in hurriedly under the guidance of a yamen runner. When he saw Suling and Shan Yulan, he hurriedly said, "The emperor has decreed that General Su and Darren Shan should immediately enter the palace for an audience." Enter the palace immediately? It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Suling and Shan Yulan looked at each other. They already understood that they would have to face Yan Hongtian's violent rage. Thus, they stood up tacitly and followed the eunuch out of the study. Suling and Shan Yulan left. Ma Bai also turned around and left the study, leaving only Gu Yun and Qing Hang. Gu Yun lightly tapped on the low table, making a light knocking sound. Qing Hang was a bit annoyed. Just as he was about to tell her to stop, Gu Yun suddenly stopped and asked, "Do you believe what he said?" Qing Hang shook his head. Gu Yun smiled and asked, "Why?" "From his appearance just now, I know that he has an ambiguous relationship with Yi Mei. In order to protect his beloved and clear her suspicion, lying is human nature." Qing Hang sighed and said worriedly, "For something like this to happen before the celebration, the emperor will definitely be furious. I'm afraid that Darren's trip this time bodes ill rather than well." Qing Hang did not believe Ma Bai, but Gu Yun did. Ma Bai's face was calm and anxious, without a trace of guilt. It could be seen that he was not lying. If he was telling the truth, then someone wanted to use Yi Mei to frame Ao Tian? If Yi Mei disappeared at this time, then, oh no. Gu Yun suddenly stood up and ran out of the courtyard. Qing Hang shouted in confusion, "Where are you going?" What answered him was the empty study. Gu Yun left the study and ran straight to the Ministry of Justice's prison. When she reached the prison, Gu Yun suddenly realized that something was wrong. There were no guards in the huge prison. Damn it. Gu Yun cursed silently and rushed into the prison. As expected, she saw a scene that she didn't want to see. In the prison's passageway, there were more than a dozen bailiffs lying haphazardly. The dark figure that was supposed to be in the prison had defeated the last bailiff and was walking towards the prison's door. "Where are you going?" Gu Yun's cold voice rang out in the quiet prison in the wee hours of the morning, causing the advancing dark figure to tremble. Seeing Gu Yun blocking the door, Ao Tian's face suddenly darkened. Her gaze swept across the bailiffs lying on the ground. The slight rise and fall of their chests indicated that they were still alive. Gu Yun secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Her guess was right. Ao Tian wasn't the kind of person who would willfully kill the innocent. This also meant that the bailiffs who died earlier weren't killed by Ao Tian. Gu Yun stared at Ao Tian, who was walking closer and closer to her. She said with some annoyance, "You've already been tricked once. Isn't that enough?" She didn't know what method the murderer used to lure Ao Tian out last time. However, Xiao Yu died during that time and the explosion happened. If he still went out this time, the murderer would definitely not let him have the chance to turn back. Ao Tian seemed to not see Gu Yun. No matter what she said, his dark eyes looked coldly at the door. He pushed Gu Yun's slender body away with his large hand and stubbornly walked out. Ao Tian. How could Gu Yun allow him to leave like this? She turned around and grabbed Ao Tian's arm with a small grappling hand and dragged him into the prison cell. Ao Tian's arm was pulled. He frowned and grabbed Gu Yun's shoulder. As long as Gu Yun moved, she would be able to escape Ao Tian's big hand. However, Ao Tian would also take the opportunity to escape. Gu Yun steeled her heart and did not dodge. She did not loosen her grip on Ao Tian's hand. She allowed Ao Tian's large, eagle-like palm to grip her shoulder blade tightly. The pain made Gu Yun groan softly. She bit her lips tightly and refused to let go. A trace of helplessness flashed through Ao Tian's eyes. He knew how stubborn she was, so he had no choice but to loosen his grip and said coldly, "Let go." "No." The pain in her shoulder made Gu Yun angry. She growled, "I always thought that you were not an impulsive person. Why did you lose your cool this time?" Ao Tian moved his body. Gu Yun grabbed his hand even harder. Ao Tian turned his face to the side. He had always disdained to explain anything, but in the end, he said, "Yi Mei was captured by them. If I don't go out, she will die." "Who told you that Yi Mei was captured?" The explosion had just happened when Ao Tian was sent to prison. How did he know that it was Yi Mei? How did he know that Yi Mei was missing because she was captured? Gu Yun grabbed Ao Tian's collar and said anxiously, "Who is the person who has been threatening to frame you? Who tipped you off?" You clearly know everything. Why won't you say anything? Gu Yan's head only reached his chest, but her pair of white hands grabbed him tightly. Her clear eyes stared straight at his face, as if she wanted to see something from his face. He knew that she had a pair of sharp eyes. He turned his face away awkwardly and said hatefully, "Qingmo. Don't force me to do anything to you. If you go out, you may not survive. You know that it's a trap, so why do you still want to jump in?" He was avoiding her eyes. He really knew everything. Gu Yan ignored Ao Tian's threat. Ao Tian was a little annoyed. She was sure that he would not do anything to her, wasn't she? Ao Tian angrily reached out and grabbed Gu Yan's slender neck. He said coldly, "My affairs have nothing to do with you." Gu Yan's neck suddenly tightened and she could not breathe. The ice sword on her waist felt Gu Yan's strange breath and trembled uneasily. The temperature around her dropped by several degrees. Gu Yan's face was dark red, but she still refused to pull out her sword. Her hand that was holding Ao Tian's collar trembled slightly and she looked at him coldly like a cat. Gu Yun was betting that as long as she pulled out her sword, she would be able to escape danger. But what she wanted was the truth. Just as Gu Yun's face gradually darkened, Ao Tian retracted his hand in frustration and roared uncontrollably, "What do you want?" As soon as her hand was released, Gu Yun panted in a sorry state. Her hoarse voice and unstable breath replied, "Tell me the truth. Otherwise, you can only leave the Ministry of Justice's prison over my dead body." "You." Ao Tian was speechless. He looked into Gu Yun's eyes that were more stubborn than anyone else. He helplessly lowered his cold black eyes. "Yi Mei is my biological sister and my only family member. I can't just watch her die." A deep male voice sounded coldly. Gu Yun knew that she had won the bet. It turned out that Yi Mei was his sister. She was not surprised. Gu Yun adjusted her breath and asked, "Who is that silver-haired man?" "Aog, my father's younger brother." "Father's younger brother, wasn't that uncle?" Ao Tian probably didn't want to call that person uncle by addressing him in such a roundabout way. Ao Tian was indeed a block of wood. If Gu Yun didn't ask, he definitely wouldn't say a word. She could only continue to ask, "Why did he want to harm you?" Ao Tian fell into silence again. In the dark prison, it wasn't possible to see Ao Tian's hidden expression. Gu Yun also didn't rush him. She waited silently, but her tightly clenched hands didn't loosen. Ao Tian's deep and hoarse voice sounded faintly, "Spirit Gathering Island is a mysterious island in the East Sea. The ancestors of the Ao clan brought their clansmen to live in seclusion on this island. For generations, they killed for profit. No matter if it's a commoner or a country's monarch, as long as they can pay the corresponding price, Spirit Gathering Island will kill for them." Gu Yun lightly raised her eyebrows. In other words, Spirit Gathering Island was actually an assassin organization. But if they were really so powerful, why didn't Xiangyu's Yan Hongtian hire assassins to kill him? Thinking about it again, Xiangyu's prosperity wasn't just because of one Yan Hongtian. They couldn't possibly have killed Lu Xian and Su Ling. The Ao clan is divided into a few branch bloodlines. Every 10 years, they would organize a competition. The winner would be the clan leader. All the Ao clan's descendants would have to listen to his orders. The clan leader's clan would be able to rampage on Spirit Gathering Island for 10 years. "Your father is also the clan leader?" Gu Yun could faintly feel that these people were looking for trouble with Ao Tian. It must be related to the competition for the clan leader position. No, he was the one who had the highest chance of becoming the clan leader. Then? Gu Yun continued to get to the bottom of it. Ao Tian's expression became colder. His dark figure emitted a cold and oppressive aura. Gu Yun almost thought that he wouldn't answer. After a long time, she heard a deep voice calmly reply, "He fell in love with a girl outside of Spirit Gathering Island. After that girl was killed by his clansmen, he also committed suicide." He said it casually and didn't want to talk about it. Gu Yun could also hear the pain he was trying to hide from these simple words. Both his parents died. He and Yi Mei probably suffered a lot when they were young. There must be a reason why they grew up to be like this today. Unwilling to expose other people's scars, Gu Yun went back to the topic. "Aog can compete for the clan leader position himself. Why must it be you?" why can't it be the others? Gu Yun didn't continue to ask about his background. Ao Tian was obviously relieved. Not everyone in the Ao clan has silver hair. Only the descendants of the Ao clan who inherited the silver hair have the qualifications to compete. AOG already lost the competition 10 years ago. He doesn't have the qualifications to participate in this year's competition. And in AOG's bloodline, other than him, I'm the only one who inherited the silver hair. So you're saying that AOG wants to force you to go back to Spirit Gathering Island to compete for the clan leader position so that you can't have a foothold in Xianxia? Ao Tian nodded indifferently. Gu Yun comforted, Yi Mei is their most advantageous bargaining chip now. They won't kill her. If they killed her, they would lose their bargaining chip to control Ao Tian. They wouldn't be so stupid. Ao Tian's expression didn't soften. Instead, it became colder. You won't understand their methods. Dying in their hands isn't the most terrifying thing. If I don't go today, even if I can save her in the end, losing an arm or a leg, that would be lucky. Gu Yun's heart trembled. How could she forget that they were an assassin organization? Other than killing people, they definitely had many ways to torture people. No wonder Ao Tian was in a hurry to go out. If she told this to Shan Yulan and Suling, would they believe it? Would they help Ao Tian? The answer was unknown. Ao Tian wasn't a fool. Naturally, he also understood that he couldn't get the support of the government. Especially after the explosion. Gu Yun didn't have any bargaining chips to persuade him. She could only look at Ao Tian. She asked, You're going to look for them now? Ao Tian nodded firmly. Later, when the people from the Ministry of Justice discover the abnormality and rush over, there would only be more unnecessary deaths and injuries. After thinking about it, Gu Yun said, I'll go with you. No. Ao Tian shouted coldly. He turned around and wanted to leave. Gu Yun hurriedly grabbed Ao Tian's wrist even tighter. She also replied firmly, Then don't even think about going. Gu Yun's grip was very tight. Her fingertips almost sank into her flesh. Ao Tian frowned. He sighed softly and replied, Okay, I'll take you there. Let go of my hand first. I don't have qinggong. If I let you go, I won't be able to catch up. Gu Yun didn't believe him. She bent down and took out the Yamen runner's belt at her feet. She tied the two's intertwined palms. Her palm was very hot. Her palm was very small and soft. Ao Tian's heart throbbed. However, a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. She was determined to go with him. Ao Tian was in a dilemma. After making sure that the belt was tight enough, Gu Yun looked at Ao Tian. The corners of her mouth rose slightly. She replied, Didn't you say that there's not enough time? It's up to you to decide whether you want to continue dawdling or set off immediately. Ao Tian's black eyes flickered. A trace of morning light gradually appeared in the sky. He didn't have any more time. He hugged Gu Yun's slender waist and dashed out of the door. He had no other choice. Yi Mei wanted to save her. He wouldn't let her be in any danger. The mountain peak in the early morning had a breathtaking beauty. The morning glow filled the sky as if it was within reach. The faint fragrance of the mist in the air made people feel refreshed. If it was any other time, Gu Yun would definitely appreciate it. However, at this moment, her mind was completely focused on the two men in front of her who looked similar but had completely different temperaments. Aog glanced at Gu Yun who was beside Ao Tian. A strange light flashed across his eyes. The corners of his lips curled into a sinister smile that made people's hair stand on end. Ao Tian asked coldly, Where is she? Aog crossed his arms in front of his chest and chuckled, Don't worry. It wasn't easy to catch her. I can't bear to kill her. His low and hoarse voice coupled with his proud words made Gu Yun's brows furrow even tighter, just like Ao Tian's. Let her go. I'll go back to Spirit Gathering Island with you. Ao Tian's indifferent voice didn't reveal what he was thinking. Aog suddenly laughed out loud, Ao Tian, do you think I'll believe you? Once I let Yi Mei go, you'll hide her well. You'll be safe after the day of the competition. Is that right? The ear-piercing laughter made Ao Tian want to punch Aog in the face. However, he clenched his fists and suppressed it in the end. Aotian secretly gritted his teeth. What do you want? It's not impossible for me to let her go. As long as you do one thing, I'll believe that you're sincere about returning to Spirit Gathering Island with me. Otherwise, I'll have to use the mind-sealing powder on Yimei. As Aog spoke, he glanced at Gu Yun with a snake-like ferocious gaze. Gu Yun raised her head slightly and looked back at him. Many murderous drug lords and assassins had been brought to justice by her. Why would she be afraid of him? Gu Yun's calm and sharp gaze made Aog's eyes flicker. Gu Yun felt that something was wrong with Aotian. When Aog mentioned the mind-sealing powder, Aotian's straight back obviously stiffened. Although she didn't know what it was, she knew that it wasn't anything good. Aotian's voice was a little hurried as he said, "What is it? Tell me." Aog smugly raised the corner of his mouth as he raised his hand that was as pale as a withered branch and slowly pointed at Gu Yun. His ear-piercing voice carried a low laughter as he slowly said, "Kill her." Gu Yun was startled. She didn't expect Aog to make such a request. However, she wasn't too afraid. Perhaps it was because Aotian was standing beside her. Gu Yun stared at Aog cautiously. However, she realized that something was wrong with Aotian beside her. She turned her head slightly to look. Aotian's usually cold and silent eyes were emitting a bloodthirsty light. The veins on the back of his tightly clenched fists bulged like tree vines. His tense body was like a cheetah that was about to pounce and tear its prey apart. She had never seen Aotian like this before. Gu Yun couldn't help but hold her breath as a thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. As long as you kill her, I will believe that you are sincere in returning to Juling Island. I can also immediately return Yimei to you. He had investigated this woman. She was one of Suling's people. Her eldest sister was Lu Xian's newly married wife. Second sister had just been conferred the title of imperial concubine Qing and was pregnant with the dragon's seed. If Aotian personally killed her, it was equivalent to offending Suling, Lu Xian, and Yan Hongtian. Not to mention Qiongyu, there would be no place for him to stay in the 6 countries. At that time, even if he didn't want to return to Juling Island, he would have no choice. Looking at Aotian's cold and ruthless eyes, Aog's heart trembled. He looked exactly like his father. He wanted to force him to personally kill the person he loved and make him suffer for the rest of his life. The more Aog thought about it, the more excited he got. He pointed at Gu Yun and shouted somewhat crazily, "Kill her! Kill her! Enough!" A roar like that of a trapped beast echoed in the silent mountain peak. Gu Yun looked at Aotian beside her whose every muscle seemed to be trembling. Her heart surged with a faint bitterness and unbearable pain. One was the person he loved, the other was his blood relative. This kind of choice was enough to drive anyone crazy. Aog had a kind of perverted pleasure. He was suddenly not in a hurry to make a decision for Aotian. This kind of torture should come a little longer. His dark red thin lips curved into a sinister and strange arc. His hoarse voice pretended to be tender as he laughed and said, "Don't say that your uncle doesn't love you. I'll give you time to slowly think it through. Tonight at midnight, I'll wait for you here. Whether to keep her life or to keep Yimei's life, it's all up to you." This person was really sinister. Gu Yun grabbed Bing Lian in her hand. If she captured him alive now, she would see if he could still be so arrogant, as if he could sense Gu Yun's thoughts. Aog looked coldly at Gu Yun and laughed softly, "That's right, before midnight, I won't go see Yimei. However, I've ordered that if she doesn't return by midnight, I'll chop off one of her hands. If she doesn't return by midnight, I'll chop off one of her legs. Aotian, take your time to think about it. There's no rush." Ha 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 ha. Damn it. Gu Yun cursed softly. Even if she captured him now, it would be useless. It would only put Yimei in a desperate situation. Gu Yun's hand that was tightly holding on to Bing Lian could only let go in the end. She watched as Aog arrogantly disappeared before her eyes. Aotian, who had been tense all this time, suddenly moved and chased after Aog. Aotian. Gu Yun's figure was as fast as a cheetah. Just now, she was afraid that his hands would be injured when he fought with the enemy, so she loosened the rope. Now, she couldn't catch up with him at all. Gu Yun's eyes flashed and she shouted at Aotian's back, "I have a way to find Yimei. Her clear voice echoed in the valley. Guyan stared at the back view that was disappearing into the distance. Fortunately, as she wished, Aotian finally stopped and stood there motionless for a long time. Guyan quickly chased after him and grabbed Aotian's wrist again. She panted slightly but said firmly, "Trust me." The warm and soft palms on his wrists made him want to break free, but he couldn't bear to do so. He was afraid that these hands would become cold under his hands. He should stay far away from her, the farther the better. But why was it that at this moment, his feet couldn't move at all? Guyan didn't know about Aotian's complicated feelings at this moment. She only believed that she would never give up hope until the last moment. Guyan brought Aotian back to the general's residence. Suling wasn't in the residence. Guyan took out a cloth from her bosom, but he couldn't see what was wrapped inside. Aotian only saw her hand the cloth to a thin and cold man and whispered a few words in his ear. Then, she went with him to the procuratorate residence. When the two of them arrived at the entrance of the procuratorate residence, they saw that it was Aotian. The procuratorate residence's bailiffs immediately pulled out their swords and surrounded them. Guyan and Aotian stood together and were also surrounded by the flashes of swords. Aotian snorted coldly. Just as he was about to make a move, Guyan held his wrist. At this moment, Lu Jin had already rushed over after hearing the news. When he saw Guyan holding Aotian's hand, he frowned slightly and quietly watched the two of them. Guyan let go of Aotian's wrist and asked, "Have Shan Yulan and Suling returned?" Lu Jin nodded. "I want to see them, immediately." Guyan's tone was urgent. Lu Jin guessed that she must have made a new discovery. After all, she brought Aotian back. However, Aotian seemed to be different from before. He was usually cold and arrogant, but today, he seemed to be filled with a manic and ruthless aura. Lu Jin vaguely felt the urgency of the matter. He did not dare to delay and brought the two of them to the study. In the study, Shan Yulan sat on the wooden chairs with a solemn expression, Suling with a dark expression, Lu Xian with a faint smile, and Zhuqing with a strange expression. Seeing this scene, Guyan frowned. Lu Xian and Zhuqing were also here. This explosion case was far more difficult to resolve than the previous rape case. Zhuqing sized up Guyan and asked in a low voice, "Are you okay?" Guyan shook her head. Everyone shifted their gaze from her to Aotian. He stood outside the study with his back facing them. His arrogant posture did not look like a prisoner at all. Aotian's indifference and arrogance made Qingheng unable to help but growl, "Aotian, do you think the Ministry of Justice's prison is a place where you can come and go as you please?" Aotian remained silent and did not even turn his head. Seeing that Qingheng was about to rush over, Guyan said in a clear voice, "We just went to see someone." "We? How intimate." Suling's stiff and cold expression became even colder, but he endured it and did not say a word. Shan Yulan asked, "Who?" "The person who kidnapped Yimei." Everyone present was stunned. If Yimei was really kidnapped, then the person who kidnapped her was most likely the murderer of the explosion case. Qingheng said anxiously, "Where is he? Can't the two of you catch him?" Not to mention that Guyan's martial arts were not weak, Aotian's martial arts were definitely top-notch. The reason why they couldn't catch him was probably because he didn't want to, Guyan explained, "We can catch him, but if we do so, Yimei will be in danger." Qingheng had always admired Qing Yamo, but at this moment, he felt that Qing Yamo was completely biased towards Aotian. He was unhappy and said coldly, "No one knows if Yimei went missing because she hid herself or was caught. Perhaps all of this was a ploy by Aotian and Yimei to ruin the celebration. Miss Qing, don't be fooled by him." Was he questioning her judgment? Guyan narrowed her sharp eyes and said coldly, "I have my own analytical ability. You don't have to worry about me. If the Yamen insists that Yimei is the murderer of the explosion case, then let's use the evidence to speak. First, the shoe print on the wall was personally drawn by you. It's obviously a man's size. I've seen Yimei before. Her feet are no different from an ordinary woman's. It's impossible for her to leave such a big shoe print. Second, Ma Bai said that he only separated from Yimei at 8:45. Now, we have a witness to prove that Yimei didn't commit the crime. I have two pieces of evidence to prove that Yimei isn't the murderer of the explosion case. What evidence does the Yamen have to prove that Yimei is the murderer? Red clothes and a golden mask? Anyone can imitate this kind of outfit. As for the threatening note, Ao Tian has already identified it. It's not Yimei's handwriting at all. Just based on a piece of paper, a piece of clothing, and a mask, you're certain that Yimei is the murderer. Isn't it too hasty and childish? Gu Yan's analysis and interrogation made Qing Heng speechless. Even the entire Ministry of Justice lost face. Xue Qing secretly shook her head. These people actually dared to compete with Gu Yan in terms of investigation and evidence collection. Wasn't that just courting death? She had a background in criminal investigation and was an absolute expert in solving cases. Ma Bai's serene blue eyes couldn't hide his admiration. A group of men couldn't see through things as thoroughly as a woman. Shan Yulan sighed softly and said helplessly, Miss Qing, it's not that we don't believe you. If you and Ao Tian don't tell us the whole story, this matter will be very difficult to solve. Of course, he knew that there wasn't enough evidence, but all the evidence pointed to Ao Tian and Yimei. If he didn't start with them, how could he explain it to the emperor and the envoys from various countries? Without the support of the Ministry of Justice and the general's residence, the chances of finding Yimei were slim. Gu Yun glanced at Ao Tian. Ao Tian's dark eyes narrowed slightly. It could be considered that he acquiesced to her telling him the whole story. If it was before today, he definitely wouldn't say it. But now, he just wanted to find Yimei quickly. He wanted to find her before midnight. With Ao Tian's acquiescence, Gu Yun said softly, Ao Tian and Yimei are actually biological siblings. Their father is from Juling Island. So many things happened this time because Ao Tian's uncle, Ao Ji, wanted to force him to return to the island to compete for the position of the clan leader. The murder, the explosion, the kidnapping of Yimei, and the destruction of the celebration were all for this purpose. Ao Ji hid Yimei. If we capture him now, Yimei will be in danger. We can only rescue Yimei first and then capture him. Gu Yun tried her best to avoid the important points and dwell on the trivial points when she talked about Ao Tian's background. She only hoped that they could think of a way to rescue Yimei first. As long as Ao Ji didn't have Yimei as a protective talisman, it wouldn't be difficult to deal with him. Juling Island. Su Ling and Lu Xian's eyes darkened at the same time. Ao Tian was actually the person that Juling Island was looking for. No wonder they dared to bomb the post house and talk about massacring the celebration. There was nothing in the world that Juling Island didn't dare to do. Lu Xian's phoenix eyes looked up slightly. She glanced at the lonely figure outside the door and then looked at her sister-in-law who seemed to be especially concerned about Ao Tian. She said softly, the explosion at the post house made the emperor furious. After hearing that the culprit threatened to release Ao Tian, he became even more furious. He has already given the order that if the culprit isn't caught before the celebration, or if there are more explosions, Ao Tian will be executed before the celebration begins. Executed? There shouldn't be any evidence to prove that Ao Tian was the culprit in the previous cases. He wasn't involved in the explosion either. How could he be executed just like that? Was this the so-called supremacy of imperial power? Gu Yun sneered. That's right. If the case wasn't handled well, a second-rank official like Shan Yulan could be imprisoned for 3 years. Ao Tian was nothing in Yan Hongtian's eyes. Gu Yan's hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Xue Qing quickly said, it's useless to say anything now. The most important thing is to find Yimei and that AOG. There are still 5 days before the celebration. There's not much time left. Although she was disgusted with Yan Hongtian's despotism, she could understand the concerns and dignity of an emperor. However, Yun would never agree. In her world, right was right and wrong was wrong. Ao Tian didn't kill anyone, so he shouldn't die. Now, she could only hope that 5 days would be enough to rescue Yimei. Otherwise, it was hard to say what Yun would do. They didn't have 5 days. They only had a few hours. They didn't know this, but Gu Yun and Ao Tian were very clear. Ao Tian, who had been silent all this time, finally turned around. He stared at Gu Yun and said, "You said that you have a way to find her." He only hoped that she wasn't lying to him. Gu Yun was just about to speak when a Yamen runner whispered outside the door, "Darren, two soldiers who claim to be from the Su family army want to see Qing Mo, Gu Yun anxiously said, let them in. The Yamen runner glanced at Shan Yulan. Seeing him nod, he hurriedly ran out. A moment later, he led two men in, one with a tall zhuang and the other with a lean build. The two entered the study and went straight to Gu Yun. They called out, boss. Seeing Su Ling from the corner of their eyes, Leng Xiao and Gu Jingyun respectfully called out, General. Su Ling nodded expressionlessly. She was really good. She made this group of brats be so loyal to her that they forgot who was the one who gave them their salary. Gu Yun stretched out her hand and anxiously asked, did you find her? N. Leng Xiao nodded. He took out the cloth that Ao Tian saw in the morning and handed it to Gu Yun. He whispered a few words in her ear. Gu Yun's face finally showed her first smile today. She finally found her. Gu Yun revealed a confident smile. She opened the cloth in her hand and said loudly, actually, there weren't any clues left behind for the two explosion cases. I found this thing in the craters of the two posthouse explosions. What did she find? Qing Heng hurriedly walked to Gu Yun's side. Seeing that Gu Yun was holding some small dark green cloth, he asked, what is this? Placing the cloth in Qing Heng's hand, Gu Yun replied, I originally didn't know what this was. But now I know. This is a kind of silk paper used by the government to wrap explosives and gunpowder. It can resist moisture and heat. If I didn't guess wrongly, the murderer used it to wrap the explosives and threw them into the post house. Qing Heng placed the cloth in his hand on the table in front of Shan Yulan so that they could see the things inside clearly. He continued to ask, what does this mean? During the celebration, the people and goods entering and leaving the capital must go through strict inspection. Things like explosives are impossible to be transported in. Then where did they get the explosives from? Currently, on the streets of Cheongyu, there are soldiers patrolling both in the open and in the dark. Who would carry a large pile of explosives and wander around the streets, attracting people's attention? Lu Jin's thoughts were more meticulous than Qing Heng's. Hearing her words, he immediately realized, you mean, this group of criminals' lair might be near the government's gunpowder and flint warehouse? Gu Yun nodded appreciatively. Qing Heng's eyes lit up. In the capital, the government has a total of 2 gunpowder warehouses. One is beside the West City Gate and the other is near the South City Cloth Shop. We can split into 2 groups to chase and intercept. Gu Yun lightly snapped her fingers and replied, I also have this intention. Lu Jin and Qing Heng will go to the warehouse at the West City Gate. I, Leng Xiao and Gu Jingyun will go to the South City Cloth Shop. What does Shan Darren think? She had already arranged everything, what else could he say? Shan Yulan could only nod his head and said, since there are clues, we naturally have to investigate. Gu Yun smiled with satisfaction. Just as she was about to leave with Leng Xiao and the others, Ma Bai, who always followed behind Lu Xian like a shadow, suddenly said, I'll go with you. Gu Yun's footsteps paused and looked at Lu Xian. Lu Xian's gentle expression did not have any surprised expression. He smiled and nodded at her. Gu Yun shrugged her shoulders. Lu Xian did not have any objections, so she naturally did not have any objections. The group of people walked out of the study. Shan Yulan pointed at Ao Tian and said loudly, Ao Tian, you can't go. If he ran away again, the Ministry of Justice would completely lose face. Ao Tian snorted coldly in a very low voice. That kind of disdain and cold gaze made Gu Yun slightly apprehensive. At this time Ao Tian was different from usual. If she did not allow him to find Yi Mei now, he would definitely not be merciful like last night. Gu Yun quickly said, let him go. After all, Yi Mei is his biological sister. Shan Darren, I promised to bring him back. Gu Yun had already given Shan Yulan enough face. To put it bluntly, which of his bailiffs could do anything to Ao Tian? Shan Yulan's face darkened and did not speak. Lu Xian beside him said indifferently, go and come back quickly. Saving people is more important. After Lu Xian spoke, Gu Yun immediately led Ao Tian and Ma Bai out. They split into 2 groups and left separately. In the large study, only 4 people were left, Shuiqing, Lu Xian, Shan Yulan, and Su Ling. Shuiqing raised her eyebrows slightly and glanced at Su Ling, who was sitting there with a cold and dark expression from beginning to end. She asked in a mocking tone. General Su is not going? According to her observation, Su Ling had long fallen in love with Yun. Seeing her and that Aotion going in and out together, she thought that Su Ling would flip out several times. In the end, he was actually indifferent. Su Ling's eagle-like eyes raised slightly and glanced at the interested Xueqing. He stood up proudly and said to Shan Yulan, the culprit may continue to throw explosives. I will go to each country's post house to take a look. Let me know if there is anything. After speaking, he did not wait for Shan Yulan to reply, nor did he look at Xueqing and Lu Xian. He left with a cold aura. Xueqing propped up her cheeks and turned to look at Lu Xian. She smiled and said, Qing Mo always said that Su Ling is a hot-tempered brute. I don't think so. Do you know how other countries' generals describe General Su? Lu Xian asked with a faint smile. Xueqing quickly shook her head with a face full of curiosity. Lu Xian's thin lips slightly curved as he replied in a low voice, cold-faced god of war. Oh. Xueqing had a look of understanding. So that's how it is. It turned out that General Su's hot-tempered temper depended on the target. Shan Yulan sighed helplessly. Was this newly married couple here to watch a show or to investigate a case? Gu Yun and her group brought dozens of General Su's soldiers dressed in civilian clothes to the official warehouse next to the cloth shop in the south of the city. Leng Xiao reported the information he had gathered to Gu Yun. This warehouse is mostly used to store finished fireworks and firecrackers. There are relatively few flints. However, the terrain and environment here are more complicated. There are many cloth shops and embroidery shops nearby. Gu Yun didn't think for too long after listening to his words. She arranged, start searching with the warehouse as the center. Leng Xiao, bring some agile soldiers and focus on searching for residences. Don't alert the enemy. Sneak in quietly and report back immediately if you have any news. Gu Jingyun, bring some people to search the shops. Enter the shops and identify yourself. Yes. The two of them received their orders. Gu Jingyun didn't understand why they didn't investigate secretly. However, Gu Yun followed his team to search. Although she didn't understand, she didn't ask much. Aotion and Mabai both chose to follow Gu Yun. 4 hours had passed as the team searched the shops one by one. The sky gradually darkened. They searched more than half of the shops but still didn't find anything. The soldiers were a little tired. Aotion and Mabai were getting more and more impatient because of their impatience. They arrived at a small embroidery shop. The small lobby was crowded with so many people. The shop owner was a skinny man in his early 50s. When he saw them enter the shop, he greeted them and asked anxiously, "Who are you and what do you want?" "We are from the government. We are searching for a fugitive." Gu Jingyun expressionlessly revealed his identity. The shopkeeper immediately put on a fawning smile and explained, "We are just a small embroidery shop. In the backyard, only my old woman and daughter are doing embroidery work. There is no one else at all." "Where did the fugitive come from?" Gu Jingyun picked up the curtain at the back of the shop. Behind the curtain was a small garden and 2 simple wooden houses. The doors were still open and could be seen at a glance. There was no place to hide. Gu Jingyun was about to bring people into the backyard to search carefully out of caution. Gu Yun's cold voice sounded faintly with a hint of a smile, "Boss, your business isn't very good." Gu Yun leaned against a wooden cabinet that was used to display embroidery. Her fingers gently brushed the dust on the cabinet. She had a faint smile on her face and looked straight at the shop owner with her cat-like eyes. The shop owner was slightly stunned. Then, he awkwardly replied, "Yes, yes. The embroidery isn't good. There isn't much business." "Is that so?" Standing up straight, Gu Yun slowly walked to the opposite wooden cabinet that was also filled with embroidery. She casually picked up a piece of embroidery and said with a smile, "The embroidery on this cabinet is really exquisite. There must be a lot of people looking at it. There is even less dust." The shop owner's face stiffened. Gu Yun sneered. His acting skills were good, but unfortunately, he couldn't hide it from her eyes. The shop owner of a small embroidery shop didn't have the slightest fear after seeing Aotion's silver hair and Mabai's blue eyes. It could be seen that he was definitely experienced and knowledgeable. Gu Yun lifted the silk on the wooden cabinet and stroked the wooden cabinet's partition with her slender hand. The shop owner's eyes revealed a fierce glint. He suddenly pulled out a dagger from his sleeve and stabbed it towards Gu Yun's back. From the moment Gu Yun spoke, Ao Tian and Mabai became alert. Just as the dagger was revealed, the shop owner's hands were held back by Mabai and Ao Tian. The dagger fell to the ground with a clang. Gu Yun couldn't be bothered with what happened behind the scenes. She believed that with Ao Tian and Mabai around, no one would be able to commit murder under their noses. She was sure that there must be a mechanism behind the wooden cabinet, but she couldn't find it. Ao Tian pressed the shop owner against the wooden cabinet and asked coldly, "How do you open it?" The shop owner struggled for a moment. Suddenly, a suppressed growl came out of his throat and his whole body twitched. Gu Yun frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Ao Tian's dark eyes were obscure. He let go of the shop owner and replied with some annoyance, "He took poison." As if to prove his words, the shop owner fell to the ground and clutched his throat tightly. Dark black blood gushed out of his mouth and his face turned from green to black. He stopped breathing in an instant. Gu Yun frowned. Did he have to take poison if he was caught? What kind of place was Spirit Gathering Island? Seeing that Gu Yun couldn't find it after searching for a long time, Gu Jingyun said anxiously, "Let me do it." He grabbed the sides of the wooden cabinet tightly with his big hands and tried to push it to the side. He tried a few times and his face turned red, but he still couldn't push it away. "You can't use brute force." Gu Yun patted Gu Jingyun's shoulder lightly and made him move aside. She said, "Go to the backyard and grab a handful of fine soil." Gu Jingyun didn't ask her what she wanted the fine soil for. He quickly ran to the backyard and carried the soil back to Gu Yun. Grabbing a handful of fine soil, Gu Yun gently blew on the soil in front of the wooden cabinet. Not only were the soldiers in the room puzzled, even Ao Tian and Mo Ri were puzzled. They didn't know what she was doing. After blowing for a while, the faint soil left a thin layer of dust on the wooden cabinet. Gu Yun narrowed her eyes and looked at the wooden cabinet for a long time. Finally, a faint smile appeared on her face. She reached her hand to the side of the wooden cabinet and gently patted it a few times. The wooden cabinet that Gu Jingyun couldn't push opened like a door. Behind the wooden cabinet was a tunnel that led underground. Everyone still didn't know how Gu Yun knew the location of the mechanism. However, the most important thing now was to save people. Ao Tian and Mo Bai took the lead and went down the tunnel. The tunnel wasn't deep. Soon, a faint light could be seen. It turned out that there was a tunnel dug under the embroidery shop that was as big as the store. On the other side of the tunnel, there was an exit that was half a person's height. However, they didn't know where it led to. There was only a shabby wooden table and chairs in the tunnel. The corners of the tunnel were scattered with straw. Gu Yun walked to the straw and suddenly found a faint red light under the straw. She pushed the straw aside and saw Yi Mei's bright red whip. Gently raising the whip, Gu Yun whispered, "Ao Tian." Seeing the thing in Gu Yun's hand, Ao Tian's entire body tensed up. He held the whip in his hand and without thinking, he got up and went into another tunnel in the tunnel. There was an oil lamp in the room. The straw was still warm. They definitely didn't go far. They definitely didn't. Following closely behind Ao Tian, Mo Bai also went into the tunnel that wasn't very big. She didn't agree with them taking such a risk because she didn't know the situation at the exit. However, she was powerless to stop them now. She could only instruct Gu Jingyun to lead the soldiers to guard this place and report back to the Ministry of Justice. She also went into the tunnel. This tunnel was much longer than the previous one. Gu Yun climbed for about half an hour before she saw the exit. Coming out from the other side of the tunnel was a small cave. Dense branches covered the entrance of the cave. Even if someone entered the cave, they wouldn't notice that there was a small cave here. When they came out of the cave, the sky was completely dark. Looking around, it was dark. There was no sound of people around. She also didn't see Ao Tian or Mo Bai. Gu Yun felt a little uneasy. Mo Bai should have gone back by himself. Where was Ao Tian? If he couldn't find Yi Mei, where would he go? Gu Yun searched for a long time in the vicinity and shouted for a long time. However, there was still no response. Just when she was almost certain that she couldn't find Aotian, a proud and aloof figure appeared on the hillside not far away. Gu Yun quickly ran over. The proud and aloof figure standing against the wind made Gu Yun's footsteps stop. His silver-white hair fluttered with the wanton night wind. The bright red whip in his hand was almost sunk into his flesh. Even though it was just his back, Gu Yun could already feel his pain. He had been so close to her before, but he still couldn't save her. She stood behind him for a long time. Gu Yun sighed softly when the moonlight gradually deepened. Let's go see if Qinghang and the others have any clues. They must have more than one nest. Gu Yun and the others returned to the procuratorate office. As soon as they entered the study, Shan Yulan immediately asked, "How was it?" Gu Yun looked around. Suling wasn't around. Qinghang and the others hadn't returned either. Lu Xian and Shuiqing didn't leave. They sat there steadily. The tea on the short table was steaming. Gu Yun felt an inexplicable sense of irritation in her heart. She only shook her head as an answer. Shan Yulan saw that Aotian had been holding the bright red whip tightly in his hand. It seemed that he had found the place, but the person had run away. Lu Xian and Shuiqing also saw the whip in Aotian's hand. They understood and didn't say anything. The study was silent. Fortunately, it was only a short while before a series of hurried footsteps were heard. Everyone looked up and saw that it was Qinghang and Lu Jin. The strange thing was that Mo Bai actually came back with them. Gu Yun asked anxiously, "Did you find anything?" Qinghang didn't have time to wipe the sweat off his face. He replied with slight annoyance, "We've already searched the warehouse in the west for 10 li. We didn't find anything." Shan Yulan could see Gu Yun's disappointment and Aotian's cold expression. She comforted him, "A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Spirit Gathering Island has been doing business with people's lives for so many years. Yet, they can easily cross the 6 countries. They must be careful and vigilant. Although the capital is big, there are still 5 days. They still have a chance." Before Shan Yulan finished speaking, Gu Yun suddenly looked at Aotian and shouted, "Stop him!" Mo Bai, who was beside Aotian, was the first to move. Leng Xiao and Gu Jingyun also took action. Qinghang and Lu Jin couldn't just stand by and watch. Before Aotian could move, he was already surrounded. Aotian's cold eyes stared at Gu Yun. Gu Yun also stared at him without holding back. Who did he think he could save if he rushed out like this? Something was wrong with Yun today. Especially since she came back this time, her brows hadn't loosened. She faintly revealed an irritated aura. Shuiqing had never seen her like this even though she had handled so many difficult cases in the past. Shuiqing stood up and walked towards Gu Yun. She asked with a serious expression, "Are you still hiding something?" Meeting Shuiqing's bright and sharp eyes, Gu Yun turned her head slightly. Shuiqing was even more certain that something was wrong. She grabbed Gu Yun's arm and said anxiously, "Don't hide it from me." Sighing softly, Gu Yun finally replied softly, "We don't have 5 days. Tonight, either I die or ye may dies." Shuiqing's heart trembled. Before she could ask in detail, a deep and angry male voice sounded from outside the door, "Speak clearly." If looks could kill, Shuiqing guessed that she would have been cut into pieces by the daggers behind her. The corner of her mouth lifted slightly as she nodded at Su Ling and smiled, "General Su, you came at the right time. Her body doesn't have any major problems so you can take her away." Finished speaking, Shuiqing confidently waved her hand and went out of the door. She was exceptionally kind to help them close the door. Gu Yun took a deep breath. This woman whose IQ had been robbed by love thought that she was married and wanted others to faint with her. Let's not lower ourselves to her level. When Su Ling entered the inner room, he saw Gu Yun sitting by the bed. Her face was green and white. Fortunately, she seemed to be in good spirits. Su Ling sighed inwardly. He never thought that he would miss someone so much. For the first time, he felt that 3 days was so long. It seemed that whenever he was free, this person's image would appear in his mind. He would wonder if she was well and what she was doing. This completely unfamiliar feeling made him feel at a loss, but he couldn't resist it. The 2 of them opened their mouths at the same time. When they realized that they had stolen the other person's words, they shut their mouths at the same time. Yun didn't know what Su Ling was thinking. In short, she felt that the atmosphere was very awkward. Both of them were silent for a while. Yun took the lead to break the deadlock. Let me speak first. Su Ling raised his eyebrows slightly. Seeing her serious and exceptionally serious look, he was curious about what she wanted to say. With a light cough, Yun raised her head and stared straight into his eyes. She asked, "Do you like me?" Su Ling was stunned. Then, a feeling of anticipation and uneasiness rose in his heart. Did she finally feel something? Looking at Yun's calm eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, Su Ling replied in a low voice, "What do you think?" Yun frowned. She thought for a while and replied, "I think so." After waking up this time, she could feel that Su Ling treated her differently. That kind of passionate and deep gaze made her feel more and more uncomfortable. She was basically sure that Su Ling liked her. Should? Right? Su Ling suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He rarely interacted with women. In his limited knowledge, shouldn't women be shy and timid when faced with this kind of problem? Otherwise, he would be on tenterhooks. On the other hand, she had generously asked him if he liked her. Even when she came to a conclusion, she was so calm and rational. Was it because he knew too little about women? Or was she that special? Or perhaps she really wasn't attracted to him at all. The expression on Su Ling's face was too complicated. He seemed helpless and distressed. Yun hesitated for a moment before asking, "Or did I misunderstand and you don't like me?" Su Ling's heart turned cold. Could it be that he hadn't made it obvious enough? He saw doubt and uncertainty in Yun's clear eyes. Su Ling sighed bitterly. What kind of woman did he like? It was basically impossible for her to understand on her own. Su Ling accepted his fate and said, "You didn't misunderstand. I do like you." It was originally a beautiful confession, but Su Ling was already mentally and physically exhausted from Yun's torment, so he said it weakly. A part of her heart that wasn't easily touched shook slightly. Knowing was one thing, but hearing him say it was another. Yun lowered her head slightly. After a long time, she said softly, "I don't know if I like you. I need time." In fact, she wasn't completely uninterested in matters of the heart. It was just that she usually put her energy on the case or other things, so she didn't think in that direction. What if that person was Su Ling? Yun raised her head slightly and immediately met a pair of black eyes that looked calm on the surface, but were actually surging with undercurrents. For some reason, she was a little nervous. Would he leave in a rage, or would he be cold and speechless? "Don't make me wait too long." His low voice was full of deep helplessness and faint affection. Yun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps she could leave the decision to time. There were still a few months before the Su family's sacrificial ceremony. She could take this opportunity to think carefully about whether she liked him or not. Yun secretly thought. Her body was light, and she was carried by a pair of strong hands around her waist. Yun exclaimed, "What are you doing?" The injury on her chest made her not dare to move, but it was really strange to be carried like this. Su Ling pretended to be calm and replied, returning to the residence. He finally knew that the little woman in his arms could be sharp and resolute in any matter, but when it came to love, she was so muddle-headed that it made people anxious. But this was also good. If she was slow, she wouldn't be able to feel the pursuit of those crazy bees and butterflies, such as Aotion and Feather. My feet are not crippled. Yun was depressed. She couldn't wait to slap this handsome face that was smiling. Standing in front of the door of the outer room, Su Ling stopped and looked at the angry beauty in his arms. He whispered with a smile, "You can't get out of bed and walk now, or do you like to be carried out?" Carried out? Yun almost broke her teeth from clenching them. She spat out 2 words from between her teeth, "Go." Yun sullenly lowered her head and ignored him. Su Ling's mood was particularly good. Fortunately, there weren't many servants in the courtyard. Shuiqing also kindly didn't come out to tease them. Yun's expression finally eased a little. After leaving the courtyard, Yun saw a wide navy blue carriage parked outside the door. She suddenly thought of something and raised her head to say to Su Ling, "That's right, when we go back, tell Su Ren to prepare. In 10 days, I'll be selecting members of the special forces. Su Ling glared at her and coldly snorted, "You're not allowed to do anything in your current state." She only had half of her life left, and she still wanted to train soldiers. Gu Yun was helpless. "I'm just selecting members. I'm not going to fight with them. The celebration is over, so the training should be put on the agenda immediately. Then there's no hurry." This matter was originally proposed because he was afraid that she would be too bored and want to go out all day long. Although he was looking forward to her so-called special forces, nothing was more important than her health. "You're not in a hurry, but I am." The servant lifted the curtain and Su Ling gently placed her in the carriage. He asked doubtfully, "What are you in a hurry for?" "I still owe you a few thousand taels of silver." "I remember." Gu Yun answered matter-of-factly, but Su Ling's face instantly stiffened. He clenched his fists tightly and wished that he could grab the ground and beat it up. "Ching, mo." Gu Yun climbed into the carriage and ignored the thunderous roars outside the carriage. It was a matter of course to repay one's debts. General's residence, Heavenly Court. After the previous battle, the entire courtyard was ruined by Su Ling and Ao Tian. After some repairs, it was much more humane than before. In the huge courtyard, there was finally a decent table and chairs. There was no need to sit on the ground every time. Many of the trees in the courtyard had been burned down, so Su Rin moved a few old trees from the back of the mountain over. The dense shade of the trees almost covered the entire courtyard, making it very comfortable to cool down in the courtyard. It was just that everyone's eyes were filled with lush trees, which was not very aesthetically pleasing. Only now did she know that Su Ren's aesthetic standards were somewhat peculiar. On the brand new jade square table, there was a bowl of cold medicinal soup. A man and a woman sat facing each other. "Are you very free recently?" Gu Yun snorted coldly. "Indeed, I'm not too busy." Gu Yun lamented, "Don't you have anything else to do? If you can obediently finish the medicine, I will have more time to do other things." He did not know that it was so difficult to feed her medicine 3 times a day. His patience was getting better and better. "I'm already fine." There was no room for discussion. Su Ling insisted, "The imperial physician said that you still have to take the medicine for half a month. You'll let me go after I finish it?" With a low sigh, Su Ling compromised, "You can only watch from the high platform." "Deal." After speaking, Gu Yun grabbed the bowl of medicine and drank it all without frowning. Putting down the empty bowl, Gu Yun looked at Su Ren, who was holding his chin and looking at them in boredom for a long time. She asked, "Have you prepared the things I asked you to prepare?" Su Ren slowly sat up and stretched. He smiled and said, "It's been prepared a long time ago." For more than 10 days, these two people would often be in a deadlock for 2 to 4 hours over a bowl of medicine. Although the medicine would end up in Qing Mo's mouth in the end, it was all on the premise that Big Brother agreed to certain conditions. He was a little curious. How much more could Big Brother pamper her? Gu Yun nodded in satisfaction, but she did not get up. She sat steadily on the stone bench and tapped her index finger from time to time. No one knew what she was thinking. "So you came in from outside the courtyard and saw Gu Yun's leisurely appearance." He could not help but burn with anger. "It's almost time. It's already 5 in the afternoon and the soldiers have been standing under the scorching sun for 4 hours. Do you still want to choose?" Although it was autumn, the scorching sun did not diminish in the slightest. He and the soldiers had waited for an entire afternoon on the drill ground, but she was actually sitting under the shade of a tree and chatting. Gu Yun looked up at the sky. Between the dense foliage, she could still see the dazzling sunlight. Gu Yun replied softly, "It's not time yet. If we wait any longer, the sun will set." Gu Yun smiled and replied confidently, "I'm waiting for the sun to set." "Then why did you ask the soldiers to line up in the middle of the day?" Suyu was furious. Her body had not recovered yet, and he did not agree with her selecting soldiers under the scorching sun. However, if she wanted to select soldiers at night, what did she mean by asking them to line up in the middle of the day? How could they display their best state under the scorching sun at night? The corners of Gu Yun's mouth curled up thoughtfully. She replied matter-of-factly, "The test has been going on all this time. If they can't even stand this little bit of sun, they're not the people I want." Suyu was slightly startled. He glanced at his eldest brother and second brother, whose expressions were normal. Could it be that they already knew that this was one of Qing Mo's tests? Suyu was secretly annoyed at himself for being impulsive. He turned around and left Etienne Court gloomily. Suren gently shook his head. Yu was a few years older than Qingmo, but compared to her, why did she seem so impatient? He had seen 2 of the 3 sisters of the Qing family. What kind of people were their parents to be able to raise such a daughter? Suren seemed to be observing her. Gu Yun generously allowed him to look and asked in a seemingly bored manner, Suren, has young Miss Yu returned? Suren returned to his senses and said, she returned after the celebration performance. The case was closed and the celebration performance was over. She had no reason to continue staying here. How was her performance? Thinking of that day when the Yuhandan stood on the high platform against the wind with her clothes fluttering in the wind, Su Ren's lips unconsciously curled up. Very good. TSK, the meaning behind this very good seemed to be very profound. Glancing sideways at Su Ren, Gu Yun said with a faint smile, it's a pity that I didn't see her that day. What do you think about inviting her to our home as a guest some other day? Ah, Su Ren was stunned. Why did she have to ask him who she wanted to invite? Faintly feeling that something was wrong, Su Ren stood up. As he walked out, he said, I'm going to the school field to see if there's anything that hasn't been prepared yet. Su Ling found it funny. What kind of weirdo was this woman? She was so sensitive to other people's feelings, but she was insensitive to her own matters. Before Su Ren could walk out of the courtyard, Su Yu's loud voice could be heard from afar. Big brother. Su Ling stood up and exchanged glances with Su Ren. He had a bad premonition in his heart. Even if Su Yu's temperament was more impatient, he wouldn't lose his composure like this. Big brother. Big brother. Su Yu's hurried voice was accompanied by hurried footsteps as he rushed into Heavenly Court once again. Su Ren stood by the door. Seeing his frightened expression, he anxiously asked, what happened? Swallowing his saliva, Su Yu looked at Suling and anxiously said, the old man is here. Suling's expression suddenly turned cold. What's he doing here? With a long face, Su Yu told him an even more tragic nightmare. Not only did the old man come, Uncle Quan and Uncle Yen also came. Su Ren gently rubbed his forehead and sighed, this time it's going to be lively. After saying that, he looked at Gu Yun as if he was invincible. The 3 men stood at the courtyard's entrance with lingering fear. Gu Yun's elbows were propped up on the stone table as he leaned comfortably. He smiled with interest and asked, may I ask who is coming? Who was so important that the 3 great generals of the Su family were frightened to this extent? Gu Yun's voice had just faded when a deep roar accompanied by a tall and sturdy figure appeared in the courtyard. Brat, why are you running so fast? Are you trying to leak information? After catching Su Yu, the person who came slapped his broad palm hard on his shoulder. Su Yu was slapped until he was out of breath, but he didn't dare to cough out. He held it in and his face turned into the color of pig liver. Compared to the person who came, Su Yu's tall and straight figure instantly appeared much shorter. No wonder he dared to be angry but didn't dare to say anything. Gu Yun sat up straight and carefully sized up the person who came. Gu Yun almost couldn't see his face clearly due to the full beard on his face. However, his pair of tiger eyes were bright and full of expression. He had a broad body and a voice like a large bell. If it wasn't for his head of white hair, Gu Yun would have thought that he was only in his 40s. It's so lively. Why are all of you gathered at Heavenly Court? The old voice made people absent-minded for a moment. Gu Yun looked towards the source of the voice. A white-haired old man dressed in a plain robe appeared in the courtyard. He had an otherworldly aura and an indescribable elegance. However, he was so thin that it seemed like he could be blown away by a gust of wind. Especially when he stood beside the bearded uncle who was as sturdy as a mountain, the strong contrast made people sweat for him. The person following behind the white-haired old man, was he a person? Gu Yun was dumbfounded. That person didn't look too old. He looked like he was in his 50s. However, he was fleshy from head to toe and looked like a ball. Coupled with his bright smile, he looked like the Maitreya Buddha in a temple. Gu Yun was puzzled. These 3 people's physiques were really unique. Other than the bearded uncle, the other 2 people didn't look like the Su family. Are you unhappy to see us? The Maitreya Buddha's voice was just like his person, kind and mellow. However, the 3 people didn't relax. Instead, their bodies trembled. Su Ren was the first to react. He quickly smiled and said, "Uncle Quan, what are you saying? You must have had a hard journey. Go to the front hall and drink some tea. Rest for a while. I will order people to clean up the guest rooms." Ren is still the most sensible. The bearded uncle, who was as sturdy as a mountain, said while glaring at Su Ling, who didn't have a good expression from beginning to end, "Unlike a certain someone who only knows how to give us old things a hard time." Su Ling pretended not to see his annoyed look and called out faintly, "Patriarch, Uncle Quan, Uncle Yen." "N." The white-haired old man smiled and nodded. He didn't mind Su Ling's cold tone and dark expression at all. "The three uncles have come from afar. May I know what's the matter?" So you felt that their arrival this time was strange, especially when the three of them came together. It couldn't be that they simply came to see them, right? What's wrong? Can't you come for no reason? The bearded uncle roared. So you immediately shrunk into a chicken? Of course not. I'm just casually asking, casually asking. What a joke. How could he dare to say yes? It wasn't like he wasn't afraid of death. His shoulder hurt terribly and was definitely bruised. Gu Yun was watching with relish. The bearded uncle raised his tiger-like eyes and stared at Gu Yun. He asked in a loud and clear voice, "Who is this ugly girl?" Ugly girl. Gu Yun raised her eyebrows slightly. She wasn't displeased, but if she answered, wouldn't she be admitting that she was ugly? Gu Yun smiled faintly and didn't say anything. The bearded uncle was a little impatient and walked towards Gu Yun. Afraid that Uncle Yen would do something to Gu Yun and provoke his elder brother, Su Ren hurriedly mediated, "She is dash." He only said 2 words. Su Ren didn't know how to introduce her. Should he say that she was a gift from the emperor? He reckoned that Xianxia would bear a grudge against him. If he said that she was his elder brother's woman, he was afraid that he would die even faster. Su Yan stood beside Gu Yun and asked loudly, "Girl, what's your name?" Gu Yun stood up politely and replied, "Xianxia, you're Xianxia?" Su Yan glanced at the girl, who didn't even reach his chest. She was so thin that she looked like she would break with a touch. Astonishment flashed through his eyes. Gu Yun didn't know why he had such an expression when he heard this name. But in the next second, that pair of broad and thick hands mercilessly grabbed her shoulder. Gu Yun was startled. She hurriedly took a step back and dodged. The strength of his palm wasn't light. If it was in the past, it wouldn't be a big deal to receive this move. But now, if she was hit by him, the wound that she had painstakingly healed would definitely split open again. At that time, Shi Qing would definitely fight with her to the death. When Su Yan struck again, an extremely fast black shadow flashed past from the side. Su Ling's tall figure stood in front of the girl. This palm also landed solidly on his shoulder. Su Ling let out a muffled groan and forcibly took this palm. Su Yan was slightly stunned. He thoughtfully withdrew his hand. Su Ling quickly turned around and looked at Gu Yun. He saw that her hand was covering her chest. Her brows were knitted together and her face was deathly pale. Su Ling's heart suddenly jumped. He anxiously asked, "Moer, how are you? Does your chest hurt?" "Moer?" Gu Yun's chest was burning with pain. Su Ling's moer made her want to curse. In order to avoid the old man's sudden palm strike, her movements were too big. She reckoned that she had pulled her wound. This Su family was indeed not refined. They attacked at the slightest provocation. He didn't seem to be young anymore. How could he still have such a fiery temper? Seeing that her breathing was disorderly and she didn't reply to him, Su Ling became anxious. He growled, "Su Ren, send someone to get the imperial physician." Su Ren nodded. Just as he was about to leave, Gu Yun suddenly called out, "Wait." She took a deep breath and stood up straight. The initial wave of pain had slowly dissipated. Thus, she waved her hand and insisted, "I'm fine." When the imperial physician came, she was originally fine. However, he said that she was seriously injured. "Are you really fine?" Su Ling was still worried. In order to reassure him, Gu Yun raised a faint smile. It was like a gentle night breeze that inexplicably made people's hearts tremble. She had never smiled like this before. Su Ling looked at her in a daze. Su Yan couldn't stand Su Ling's dazed and stupid look. He was afraid that others couldn't hear him and said, "Where did you find such a sickly and ugly woman? Su Ling, your eyesight is really too bad." He didn't hit her and she looked like she was about to faint. There was also a bowl of medicine on the table. It could be seen how weak this girl's body was. Gu Yun didn't comment on Su Yan's evaluation. However, Su Ling beside her wasn't as indifferent as she was. He supported Gu Yun's cold hand. The coldness in his dark eyes made Gu Yun feel uneasy. However, she didn't say anything. These people should be the elders of the Su family. Su Ling would know his limits. Supporting Gu Yun to sit down on the stone bench, Su Ling didn't look at Su Yan. His cold tone was enough to express his meaning: if you want to come, then come. If you want to stay, then stay. However, if you want to cause trouble for her again, then please leave. The other two people, Su Quan and Su Qing, looked at each other. Their eyes once again fell on the girl who was protected by Su Ling. She could dodge Su Yan's first palm. It could be seen that she wasn't a weak person. However, even so, she wasn't a woman who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Rise. The bad thing was that Rise's love for her was probably too deep. He actually chased them away today. Su Yan angrily scolded, "You've grown up. You actually dare to talk to Uncle Yan like that." Su Ling ignored him and whispered to Gu Yun, "Go in and lie down for a while." Gu Yun looked up at the sky. The sun was gradually setting and the sky was starting to darken. She shook her head and replied, "I'm really fine. It's almost time. Let's go to the school grounds." Su Ling didn't say anything. His hand that was supporting her tightened. Gu Yun hurriedly said, "I'll only watch from the high platform. I promise." She was getting more and more experienced in dealing with Su Ling. He was like a cool and arrogant lion. He would be easy to talk to if his fur was caressed. Sure enough, Su Ling's expression wasn't too good. However, he still abandoned the group of people and supported her out of Heavenly Court. He actually didn't even acknowledge them. Su Yan looked at their leisurely departing figures and asked, "Where are they going?" Su Yu hesitated for a moment. Should he say that they were going to select soldiers? Suddenly, he felt a weight on his shoulder. Uncle Quan's smiling face was right in front of him. You're the most obedient. Is there anything interesting that you haven't told us?" Uncle Quan's kind voice gave Su Yu goosebumps. No. Su Yu immediately decided that it was better not to tell them. Otherwise, he didn't know what kind of trouble they would cause. Su Quan's eyes were almost narrowed into slits. His face was full of disbelief. Su Yu smiled embarrassedly and continued to laugh. "It's really nothing. It's just something like training soldiers. You also know that it's common for the general's estate to train soldiers." Su Quan turned to look at Su Ren and smiled. "Ren, do you have anything to say?" Su Ren straightforwardly replied, "No. These three brats, they were working together to deceive him." Su Yan was about to flip out when Su Ren suddenly thought of something and said, "Oh right, Bing Lian has already chosen a female master." Su Yan rolled his eyes. "Of course we know. Otherwise, do you think that we're a bunch of old bones and would specially come here to play?" Did he really think that they had nothing better to do? Su Quan's smiling face froze. He asked, "That girl is Bing Lian's choice?" Su Ren shrugged as an answer. "That's impossible." Su Yan looked as if he had been struck by lightning. "What's wrong with Bing Lian? The people he chooses are getting worse and worse. This time, he simply chose a sick beauty." Although Su Ling's mother wasn't a martial arts expert, at least her body was healthy. If this woman became Ling's wife, would it be difficult for her to even have children? That's not right. The clan emblem has been moving frequently recently. Bing Lian hasn't been this excited for more than 100 years. That girl named Qing Mo doesn't seem to be able to control it. Su Qing gently shook his head. He looked at Su Ren's eyes and wanted to see some clues from his face. Unfortunately, Su Ren always looked back at him with a faint smile. They came here this time because of Bing Lian. It had always protected the female master of the Su family, but it was only protection. This time, it seemed to be unusually excited, which made them couldn't help but come to investigate. They had heard that the emperor had sent a woman to Emperor Ling. Her name was Qing Mo. At first, they also thought that it would be her. However, after seeing her frail body, they really didn't believe that she would be able to unleash the power of ice refinement. Su Yan lifted Su Ren's collar and coldly snorted, "Ren, don't tell me you want to deceive your Uncle Yan. How can her small body be worthy of being Lian?" Just the cold air was enough to make her suffer. Su Ren smiled and pulled away Su Yan's hand, saying, "Uncles, come with me. Whether she is worthy or not, you will see later." Thinking of the battle on the training field, Su Ren's mouth raised a strange smile. "What do you mean?" The three looked at each other. Su Yan and the others chased after Su Ren. When they arrived at the training field, they only saw a large open space with thousands of soldiers standing there. The whole training field was silent, so quiet that it was a bit scary. The sun had already set, and there were no torches on the open space, so they couldn't see the expressions of the soldiers. Even so, the thousands of elite soldiers stood there indifferently. Their intimidating aura made it difficult for people to breathe. What was even more strange was that they could faintly feel resentment and anger. Su Quan's already small eyes narrowed even more. Finally, he saw Su Ling's tall and dark figure on the high platform. Su Quan tilted his head to look at Su Ren and asked with a smile, "Ling wants to train soldiers? Little Ren, what did you call us to see?" They had no interest in training soldiers. Before Su Ren could speak, Su Yan saw a petite figure standing next to Su Ling. His face immediately darkened. Since when can women watch soldiers train at the general's estate? What was Su Ling doing? Even if he spoiled women, he shouldn't spoil them to this extent. No wonder the soldiers were resentful. Uncle Yan, you can just say it here. It's best if you don't call her woman in front of her, or else." Suyu coughed twice and didn't continue. Now, whenever he heard the word woman, he would get goosebumps. At that time, he had also shouted the same thing to her. In the end, he had been humiliated and lost all his face. Su Yan replied disapprovingly, "What else can she do to me? Otherwise, he would be in trouble." Suyu and Su Ren looked at each other. They had a tacit understanding and didn't say anything. The other side was baffled. On the other side, Han Shu had been waiting for an entire afternoon. He was also quite angry. He whispered to Gu Yun, who still had the intention to BBS JOYOO. "Net, who sat down, how do you want to compete? It's already dark." Gu Yun chuckled and said, "Let's compete. Let's start a fire." Han Shu couldn't understand what she was thinking. Although he was annoyed, he still carried out her order and shouted, "Start a fire." Under Han Shu's order, the torches around the drill ground were immediately lit, illuminating the entire drill ground. At the same time, it also illuminated the resolute faces. Gu Yun raised her eyebrows slightly. They looked pretty good. After being under the sun for an entire afternoon, they were still quite energetic. Their posture was still tall and straight, and their aura was like a rainbow. There wasn't a trace of dejection. It seemed that Han Shu had put in a lot of effort to select these 3,000 people. No wonder he felt so sorry for them. Gu Yun slowly got up. Suddenly, she felt a grip on her wrist. Su Ling's dark eyes were coldly looking at her. Gu Yun sighed inwardly. This man was really difficult to deal with. Gu Yun helplessly pursed her lips and explained, "I'll tell them the rules. Don't worry, I won't leave this high platform." She wasn't crazy. She still cherished this little life of hers. Su Ling finally let go of her hand. However, he began to regret it in his heart. Why did he ask her to train the troops at that time? Looking at her extremely serious appearance, Su Ling had no choice but to go along with her. Gu Yun walked to the front of the high platform. Her bright eyes slowly swept across the firm and cold faces on the drill ground. With the murderous aura that was cultivated from being on the battlefield, even if they didn't do anything, they could still make you tremble in fear. The corners of Gu Yun's lips lifted slightly. Suddenly, she felt a sense of excitement. They weren't the group of inexperienced brats that she had led half a year ago. She was really looking forward to their performance. On the high platform, she was wearing a light blue plain dress. Her long hair was tied up high. Facing a group of tough men, her face was calm and her eyes were calm. Su Yan pointed at Gu Yun and asked, "What is she going to do?" Su Yan secretly observed Su Qing, who was beside him. He slowly stroked his long beard and looked at Gu Yun with an inquisitive gaze. Su Ren laughed inwardly. He didn't answer Su Yan's question and said, "Uncles, please sit down on the high platform and watch slowly." Su Qing nodded with interest. Su Quan was still smiling happily. Only Su Yan's face was filled with displeasure. Su Ren led the two to the side of the high platform and sat down. Su Ling turned around and saw them. His eyes darkened. Su Ren's eyes darted around, but he didn't look at him. He pretended not to see him. They were competing with their gazes behind them. Gu Yan's thoughts were all on the competition. Gu Yan didn't explain why she let them bask in the sun for the entire afternoon, nor did she appease or apologize. She gently raised her hand and pointed to the strange things on the side of the drill ground. Later, 50 people will be divided into one group. In front of you will be a deep pit, a thorny net, a single plank bridge, and a high wall. You must jump into the deep pit before coming out. When you pass through the thorny net, you must crawl forward. Those who walk on the single plank bridge and fall will have to walk again. Behind the high wall, there will be 10 bows and 10 arrows. The target doesn't have a bullseye. There will be a feather hanging on it. Those who shoot the feather will be able to stay. Her clear voice was loud and clear, allowing everyone to hear it clearly. They had been looking at those things for the entire afternoon and there was nothing special about them. The generals were expressionless, but the few elders on the high platform were somewhat curious. They saw that on the 20 to 30 zhang long field, there was a deep pit that was more than 1 zhang deep at the front. In front of the pit, there was a net that was pulled up by thorns and was a foot above the ground. Below the net was a quagmire. If one crawled through there, they would definitely be battered and exhausted. After passing through the thorny net, there were 10 tree trunks that were only as thick as a bull lying on the ground. Beyond that, there was a high wall that was more than 2 zhang tall. What was the use of this girl making so many strange things? They suddenly felt that it was very interesting. The three of them watched with relish. There wasn't a single soldier in the Su family army who didn't know martial arts, not to mention the martial arts of the elite soldiers. All of them looked calm. Guyan smiled slightly and said, "I know that you are all elites among elites. I don't doubt that you can pass through these obstacles. However, you must remember that there are only 10 arrows." Everyone understood. She meant that only the first 10 people to arrive in each group would be qualified to shoot arrows. The others would all be defeated. After making sure that they understood her meaning, Guyan said to Han Shu, who was beside her, "Let's begin. Divide into groups and line up." Han Shu ordered loudly. The soldiers immediately lined up in an orderly manner into a horizontal formation of 50 people. There were exactly 60 rows of 3,000 people. Their speed was very fast and very neat. Guyan exclaimed inwardly. General Su's formation training was too amazing. When facing a large-scale enemy on the battlefield, such a precise and swift formation method would definitely make it impossible for the enemy to find a weak spot to attack. While Guyan was still praising, the team had already trotted to the obstacle course. Begin. Following Han Shu's order, the first row of soldiers charged forward like arrows. Everyone knew that if they couldn't get into the top 10, they would lose. 50 people jumped into the pit almost at the same time, but when they came out, there was a clear difference in the order. In that 3-meter long, 3-meter wide, 3-meter deep pit, 50 people jumped in at once, almost sticking to each other. There wasn't enough space for a run-up, so they basically jumped on the spot. It wasn't easy to get out. Sure enough, this pit had already pulled them apart. Crawling forward wasn't difficult for them. It would only cause them to be covered in mud and become an obstacle when they climbed higher. After running across the single-plank bridge, the 6-meter-high wall blocked many people's path. However, those who had a foundation in Qinggong still managed to climb over. When the 10 arrows had their owners, Su Ren's deputy general, Yu Shijun, stood beside the high wall and shouted, "The people behind, retreat." Those who couldn't quickly climb over the high wall were naturally defeated. Those who were lucky enough to get the arrows didn't necessarily get what they wanted. The target was 20 zhang away from them. The white feathers were fluttering back and forth with the night wind. Under the night sky, they could only rely on torches for illumination. Under the flickering flames, some people couldn't even see the feathers clearly, let alone hit it. Guyun didn't give them time to slowly aim. After picking up the arrow, they had to shoot it within half an hour. The running in front made their breathing unstable. The fluttering feathers tested their eyesight even more. The result of this round was, none of them hit the target. Yu Shijun glanced at the feathers that were still fluttering on the target. He secretly criticized Gu Yun's craftiness in his heart. How many people could complete this kind of question? The first round was completely defeated. The generals who were full of confidence finally became nervous. Begin. The second group of people rushed out. The first person to climb out of the deep pit looked very familiar. Gu Yun narrowed her eyes and looked over. That was Lo Yan. In the rainforest, he left a deep impression on her. Looking at his well-proportioned bones and the explosive power of his muscles, it wasn't a problem for him to climb over the high wall. She just didn't know if he could hit the feathers. Lo Yan passed all the rounds. His movements were clean and efficient. As Gu Yun expected, he was the first to get the arrow. Lo Yan glanced at the feathers in the distance. Without hesitation, he pulled the bowstring and the pure white feathers were nailed onto the target. Good archery. Good eyesight. Gu Yun secretly rejoiced. This person was a talent that could be molded. This group's results were very good. 4 people hit the feathers. The next few groups were not bad either. Leng Xiao and Gu Jingyun were also selected. However, among the recruits that Gu Yun had led, only the 2 of them were selected. Seeing that the competition was more than halfway done, and that the people who were selected were basically from the Tiger Subdue camp, Lu Xing sighed softly, the Tiger Subdue camp is too strong. Among our batch of recruits, not many have the chance to shoot. The young general who was also a recruit sighed. Yes, not everyone is like Leng Xiao and Gu Jingyun. This won't do. Lu Xing said sullenly, boss was supposed to teach us. After the selection, not many of our people were selected. This is too embarrassing. We can't let the people from the Tiger Subdue camp look down on us. They had risked their lives to make it to the top 3,000 people. They couldn't accept losing like this. That's right. In their row, there were 3 or 4 recruits who had been Gu Yun's subordinates. They couldn't accept it either, but there was nothing they could do. What should we do now? We are indeed not as strong as them. Lu Xing had a sly look in his eyes as he laughed softly. Taking advantage of the fact that the competition was still going on, he lowered his head and whispered a few words into the ears of the people around him. After listening, the people around him looked at each other. Finally, they pointed at Lu Xing and said, all right. Let's do it this way. You go. Lu Xing was stunned for a moment before he nodded his head vigorously. Soon, it was their turn. Begin. Han Shu ordered. 50 people rushed into the deep pit like a swarm of bees. Miraculously, a young figure jumped out of the pit almost at the same time as he landed. His body was as light as a swallow. After him, another person got out of the pit as easily as he did. Everyone was dumbfounded. Looking into the pit, they found that there were 2 people using their bodies as support, allowing them to step on them and jump out. The soldiers who had lost in the pit were all angry. How can they do this? Everyone was unconvinced. However, Gu Yun, who was on the high seat, only raised his eyebrows slightly. He smiled as he watched all of this. Su Ling looked on coldly from the side. Since the 2 masters didn't call for a halt, the competition naturally continued. Even though Lu Xing and the other 2 young soldiers had taken the initiative, the Tiger Subdue camp's ability was still higher than theirs. By the time they reached the high platform, 4 or 5 people had already jumped over. Lu Xing and the other 2 young soldiers tried once, but they could only jump halfway up the high wall. Seeing that another 2 people had jumped over, the 2 young soldiers looked at each other and gritted their teeth. One of them got into a horse stance while the other stepped on his shoulder to form a luohan. At the same time, they shouted to Lu Xing, go. N. Clenching his fists, Lu Xing used the 2 people's shoulders to finally reach the high platform. He jumped down from the high platform and happily rushed over to grab the last long arrow. At the same time, Yu Shijun also said to the people behind him, retreat. Many people glared at Lu Xing indignantly. The burly man who had followed closely behind Lu Xing and also jumped over the high platform but didn't manage to grab an arrow couldn't help but roar, "They cheated. It's not fair." With someone taking the lead, those soldiers who were below the high platform and couldn't climb over also shouted, "Yes. It's not fair." The scene instantly became a little chaotic. Yu Shijun looked at Guyan awkwardly. Lu Xing and the others had indeed cheated. Guyan ignored their clamor and said loudly, "Shoot the arrows." With her order, the few people who got the arrows didn't dare to hesitate and continued shooting. The long arrows were nailed to the target one by one, and only 3 arrows hit the feathers. One of the arrows was shot by Lu Xing. The matter was settled. Everyone thought that Guyan would ignore the burly man who was indignant. Guyan suddenly looked at him and asked calmly, "What's not fair?" The burly man didn't think that he was wrong. He looked back at Guyan firmly and said loudly, "They swarmed up to help one person. Naturally, they could pass the obstacle." However, he didn't rely on his own ability to pass the obstacle. It's unfair to those who are stronger than him. The soldiers who fell behind nodded one after another to express their dissatisfaction. Guyan didn't get angry and said, indifferently, "I said very clearly just now. As long as they pass through these obstacles, the first 10 people to arrive will be qualified to shoot the arrows. Did I say that they can't work together as a team? Why don't you ask them why they didn't recommend someone else but were willing to be his stepping stone?" The burly man glanced at Lu Xing, who had shot the feathers with an arrow, and then looked at the few young generals behind the high wall who couldn't jump over but were still smiling. He remained silent and didn't answer Guyan's question. His expression gradually calmed down. He didn't say anything, but Guyan didn't plan to give up this opportunity to let them understand what teamwork was. She pointed at the feathers that were still floating on the tip of the arrow and said, "Because the last round is a competition of eyesight, accuracy, and stability. In the 10 out of 50 probability, they chose to let the person who has the highest chance of winning come over. What I want are soldiers with brains, courage, and who know how to make a choice, not boorish men." Her clear voice echoed in the spacious drill ground. Every word was clear, not because Guyan shouted loudly, but because no one dared to refute her. The few people who were clamoring about the unfairness just now silently lowered their heads. Suling couldn't help but smile. These burly men who had followed him for many years had frightened many of his opponents, but today, they were speechless in front of her. Guyan didn't even look at them. She said to Han Shu, "Continue." Han Shu came back to his senses and immediately shouted, "Begin." Another row of soldiers rushed into the deep pit. The competition was carried out in an orderly manner. The 60 teams took 4 hours to finish the competition. Looking at the pitiful few hundred people left, Han Shu let out a long sigh of relief. He walked to Guyan and whispered, "The competition is over." Only 321 people passed. Guyan nodded gently. She didn't seem to think that there were too few people. She smiled and said, "The others are dismissed. Those who stay, gather. I have something to say." "Yes." Han Shu accepted the order and left. For the entire night, Su Ling didn't even say a single word. It was all that little girl who was commanding. Those seemingly awe-inspiring vanguard deputy generals were also ordered around by her. Although Su Yan had some good impressions of her after seeing her performance tonight, he still wasn't too happy in his heart. When did the general's residence change owners? Compared to his awkwardness, Su Qing generously praised, "This girl is interesting. She might really be the person we are looking for." "I don't think so. She only knows how to talk." "What's the use of that? Her body was so weak, so what if she was smart?" "I think this girl is not bad. She only has brute force but no brains. She won't be able to achieve great things." After Su Quan finished speaking, he glanced at him. Su Yan raised his tiger-like eyes and roared fiercely, "I say, third brother, who are you saying has brute force but no brains?" Su Quan smiled but didn't answer. Su Yan held his breath but couldn't release it. If he was about to explode, wouldn't that mean that he was a person who had brute force but no brains? Guyan was speechless. Did they think that their voices were very soft? They were already over 50 years old, yet they were still as noisy as children. Looking at Su Ling, Guyan discovered that he was smiling at her calmly, as if he was used to it. Gu Yun immediately decided to completely ignore these three old men. Otherwise, she didn't know if she would be unable to resist doing something to them. Turning around, 320 people had finished lining up. Gu Yun raised a bright smile and said, "Congratulations to everyone for passing the test. Tonight's selection can begin now." Ah, that was just a small test. Everyone looked at Gu Yun in a daze. At this moment, the smile on her face made people's hair stand on end. Some people thought of the painful 5-mile frog jump, some people thought of the fatworms in the jungle, and even more people were baffled and didn't know what was going on. Everyone stared at her in a daze. Seeing many familiar frightened eyes, Gu Yun was in an exceptionally good mood. Her words were also unusually light. "Everyone, don't be nervous. Tonight's test questions are very simple." It would have been better if she didn't say it. Once she said that it was very simple, the soldiers who had suffered losses in the past almost broke out in a cold sweat. The easier she said it was, the more miserable their deaths would be. Han Shu. Gu Yun raised her hand slightly towards Han Shu, who was not far away. He lifted a huge black sackcloth. Under the sackcloth, there were sandbags piled up into a small mountain. "Everyone, come over and pick up 10 sandbags. Tie 4 to your legs and 6 to your waist." Han Shu's loud voice could be heard clearly even in the spacious drill ground. More than 300 soldiers put away the doubts in their hearts and quickly jogged to the small mountain. They tied the sandbags to their bodies in an orderly manner without any hesitation. Han Shu saw that there were less than 30 sandbags left on the ground and secretly cursed in his heart. No wonder her previous questions were so tricky. It turned out that she didn't intend to let many people enter the stage from the beginning. After they lined up again, Gu Yun continued, "There is a soldier holding a red ribbon at the top of Yuchuan Peak 10 miles away. Run there and pick up one. I don't have a time limit, but the last 10 people can return to the camp on their own." According to their previous experience, it was impossible for Gu Yun to come up with such a simple question. The soldiers stood motionless and waited for her to continue, but there was no follow-up for a long time. In the end, Gu Yun elegantly waved her hand at them. "Let's go." "That's it?" The soldiers were puzzled. To them, who had been training for a long time, running 20 miles with sandbags tied to them wasn't a harsh training. She spent so much effort to prepare sandbags just to eliminate 10 people. They didn't know what the others were thinking, but Ling Xiao, Gu Jingyun, and Lu Xing didn't believe that Gu Yun was so easy to talk to. But even if they didn't believe it, all the soldiers obeyed the order and set off towards Yuchuan Peak. The 3 of them could only do their best to rush forward. After a while, only the soldiers holding torches and a few people on the high platform were left in the spacious drill ground. The late autumn night wind was getting colder and colder. Especially in the spacious drill ground, the wind was even more fierce. She stood on the high platform with her clothes fluttering in the wind. Her thin body looked like it could be blown away by the wind at any time. Su Ling stood up and walked in front of Gu Yun, blocking the night wind for her. Normally, he didn't know how to take care of a woman, let alone how to express goodwill to a woman. It was supposed to be a warm scene, but Su Ling's words ruined the atmosphere. "How much longer do you want to torment me?" Fortunately, Gu Yun never paid attention to these things and replied truthfully, "Not so fast." She turned her head to look at the 3 elders in the night wind and kindly said, "If the elders are tired, please go back and rest." Unfortunately, they didn't appreciate it. Su Yan shouted in a rough voice, "Little girl, just take care of yourself." "We're not tired." Gu Yun asked for a snub. She shrugged her shoulders and sat down on the chair to rest. She didn't say anything else. Although Su Ling's expression didn't look too good, he didn't rush her. On the high platform, the few people just sat there in a daze. Su Yan suddenly stood up, grabbed Su Ren's collar, and pulled him to a corner behind the high platform. Su Ren didn't struggle and obediently let him pull him. He smiled bitterly and said, "Uncle Yan, what are you doing?" Releasing the hand that grabbed his collar, Su Yan lowered his voice and said, "Go and get the ice smelting." Su Ren's eyes flashed with a trace of light, but he still pretended to be at a loss and asked, "What do you want?" "If I tell you to go, then go." Su Ren took a step back and smiled awkwardly, "How can I take it?" The ice smelting had an extremely cold body. It wasn't something that anyone could touch. Stinking brat, don't pretend to be pitiful. Put it in a wooden box and bring it over. Su Yan impatiently scolded in a low voice, go quickly. Okay, I'll go. Turning around, Su Ren's helplessness was swept away. The sly smile on his face was unusually dazzling. Big brother, I'm helping you. Su Yan was satisfied and was about to go back. Suddenly, there was a low laugh behind him. Where do you want him to go? Just by listening to the voice, he knew who the person behind him was. Without hiding anything, Su Yan generously asked, I want to see if that girl is the one chosen by ice smelting. Even if Su Quan didn't smile, his happy face was full of doubts. Why can't you keep your cool? You also saw it. Ling accommodates her in every way possible. He likes her very much. I'm afraid that the news that ice smelting chose her to be the mistress was deliberately released by Ling. Our purpose this time is to confirm who is Ling's destined one. The longer we delay, the more troublesome it will be. Most of the men in the Su family were one-track minded. Once they decided on something, they wouldn't change it. If this girl wasn't the destined one, then they had to make plans as soon as possible. Su Quan looked back at Su Ling, who had been indulging Qing Mo all night. He sighed and nodded, agreeing with Su Yan's approach. For thousands of years, ice smelting had never chosen the wrong person. He shouldn't choose the wrong person this time either. When they sat down on the high platform, the two of them unconsciously looked at Gu Yun. Gu Yun could feel their gazes on her, but she didn't open her eyes. She faintly sensed that the three elders of the Su family seemed to be here for her, but she was just a foreign gift. There was no need for them to bother. With doubts in her heart, Gu Yun planned to bide her time and observe the changes. After a while, the sound of orderly footsteps came from afar. Gu Yun opened her eyes and saw more than 300 people running back. They arrived almost at the same time. After running for 10 kilometers with weights, most people were only sweating profusely and breathing rapidly. They didn't look too tired. Their overall quality was not bad. Gu Yun was secretly satisfied. She got up and walked to the front of the high platform. She said loudly, line up. The team that wasn't scattered quickly lined up. The last 10 people took off the sandbags on their bodies and withdrew from the competition. Gu Yun didn't waste time talking. She pointed to a muddy pit in front of them and said, jump into the muddy pit in order and come out. Jump into the muddy pit? What kind of test was this? They were definitely depressed, but a soldier's duty was to obey orders. No matter what dissatisfaction they had in their hearts, they had to jump. Without hesitation, the group of tall men jumped into the muddy pit one after another. They were sweating profusely. When they jumped into the cold muddy water, their pores contracted instantly. Many people shivered. After the sandbags on their bodies were soaked in the muddy water, they became twice as heavy as before. Their bodies were soaked in the muddy water. When the night wind blew, their bodies would shiver. Not to mention, the mud was still stuck on their bodies. That sticky feeling made them uncomfortable. Waiting for this group of miserable-looking elites to line up again, Gu Yun's clear voice did not carry any emotion as he ordered, your next task is to go and get the red silk before coming back. The difference is, this time there are 20 people who need to leave. Set off. Still running? Low grumbling could be heard in the crowd. However, Su Ling stood behind her and supported her completely. Even if they clenched their fists, they didn't dare to disobey her orders. With a heart full of unhappiness and resentment, this group of people moved abnormally fast. Gu Yun chuckled. It was only the second round and they were already like this. They would have more to suffer in the future. Just as they left, Su Ren carried the wooden box back to the high platform. Su Ren threw the wooden box in his hand onto the chair he was sitting on and said, Uncle Yan, I brought it. Damn it. It was too cold. Su Ren rubbed his hands that were frozen red as he retreated behind Su Yan. Big brother would probably get angry later. Su Yan opened the wooden box. A gust of extremely cold air instantly overflowed. The silver-white sword emitted a luster under the moonlight. It was rare for Su Yan to have a good expression. He smiled at Gu Yun and said, little girl, pick up the sword. Gu Yun stood motionless and replied faintly, why? Why did they use ice smelt? Gu Yun looked at Su Ling who was beside her. Unexpectedly, he didn't look back at her. Su Yan frowned and said impatiently, just take it when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much? It was strange to ask her to use ice smelt for no reason. Su Ling's expression also became strange after seeing ice smelt. This made Gu Yun suspicious. She was still thinking about how to act when Su Ling's tall figure blocked in front of her. Just by listening to his cold voice, she knew that his expression was definitely very interesting. I said before, don't cause trouble for her. Uncle Yan, did you think I was joking? The expression on Ling's face was obviously guilty. It was obvious that his guess was right. Su Yan asked back, when did I cause trouble for her? I just asked her to pick up a sword. Why are you so nervous? Su Ling was suddenly at a loss for words. He turned to look at Su Ren. Ren, send ice smelt back to Heavenly Court. Su Ren immediately shook his head. Who do I listen to when each of you says so? You can find someone else to send it to. I don't want to touch it again. As soon as Su Ren finished speaking, Su Yu immediately shouted, don't look at me. I can't do it either. Even with the 1,000-year-old wood blocking part of ice smelt's cold air, it was still extremely cold. It wasn't like he hadn't suffered before. Seeing that the atmosphere was about to become stiff again, Su Qing stroked his long beard and smiled amiably. Little girl, do you think this sword is beautiful? Gu Yun walked to the wooden box and glanced at the beautiful ice smelt. She smiled and replied, it is very beautiful. Pick it up and it's yours. It was already mine in the first place. The corners of Gu Yun's lips were slightly raised, but unfortunately, it didn't look like a smile. Her cold voice carried a hint of provocation as she replied, since threats failed, you changed it to temptation. Unfortunately, it doesn't appeal to me. Why don't you tell me the truth? I might consider picking it up. Ice smelt was so strange that there must be a story behind it. She had even experienced something as inexplicable as transmigrating to a different world. No matter how bizarre the secret behind ice smelt was, she could accept it. Why are girls so scheming? Asking you to take it won't harm you. Although ice smelt's cold air was oppressive, it wouldn't hurt her to touch it. Ling looked nervous, and this little girl was evasive. Su Yan was once again sure that she wasn't the mistress chosen by ice smelt. Gu Yun gently raised her hand and slowly extended it towards ice smelt. Just as the three of them held their breaths and waited for her to pick up ice smelt, Gu Yun's hand stopped just as it was about to touch ice smelt. It's up to you whether you want to say it or not. It's up to me whether I take it or not. At the same time, Gu Yun's slender fingers turned and pressed down on the wooden tray. With a bang, the lid of the box was closed. Stupid girl. Hanging their hearts in the air and not giving them a happy ending, this little girl's temper was really hateful. Su Yan was so angry that he almost wanted to go forward and break her neck. Su Ling's heart was also in a mess. She was already angry. If she knew that the old man did so much just to verify whether she was worthy to be the daughter-in-law of the Su family, she would go crazy with anger. Su Ren, take ice smelt away. Su Ling said while gnashing his teeth. Su Ren's scalp went numb when he heard this. Wasn't it just verifying whether Qing Mo was the daughter-in-law of the Su family? Why was it so troublesome? His hands were still numb from the cold, but he couldn't say no. Su Ren unwillingly walked to the side of the wooden box. Just as he was about to pick it up, the box suddenly shook. Almost at the same time, several cold silver lights shot towards Gu Yun from the woods around the school grounds. Be careful. Su Ling was the first to notice the abnormality. He hugged Gu Yun's waist and jumped back. Only 3 muffled dang-dang-dang sounds were heard. At the position where Gu Yun was standing, 3 crescent-shaped concealed weapons directly sank into the back of the heavy chair. The exposed blades were still shaking violently and making a buzzing sound. It could be seen how powerful the concealed weapons were. If they were shot into the body, the consequences could be imagined. The people on the high platform looked around vigilantly. It was not easy to hide someone in such a spacious place. Moreover, to be able to silently release concealed weapons in front of them, the intruder's martial arts must be profound. The treetops in the distance swayed slightly and a group of dark shadows jumped down from the treetops. Their speed was very fast and their steps were light. Looking around, there were about 20 people. Their faces were covered with masks and their bodies seemed to be hidden in the darkness. They moved without making any sound. Their figures flashed like ghosts and rushed to the center of the school grounds in an instant. Gu Yun was amazed by their martial arts. They looked very much like ninjas. Su Ling protected Gu Yun behind him. The scarlet blood sword in his hand glowed with a faint red light. Gu Yun could feel the muscles all over his body tensing up. Just by looking at the skills of these men in black, she knew that tonight's battle would be very tricky. The men in black stood still in the middle of the school grounds. Their faces were covered by black masks and only pairs of cold eyes could be seen. They stared straight at Gu Yun and did not hide the purpose of this operation at all. The fierce night wind suddenly stopped. The windless night made the atmosphere even more tense. On and off the high platform, the two parties were confronting each other. No one dared to act rashly. Han Shu's low roar broke the strange balance. "Who are you people? How dare you behave atrociously in the general's residence?" One of the men in black suddenly took a step forward and made a gesture while pointing at Gu Yun. The others quickly moved. More than 20 men split into 3 groups and surrounded the high platform from the front, left, and right. The soldiers holding torches drew their weapons and were about to line up. A silver light flashed and the first few soldiers who moved instantly fell down. A crescent-shaped sharp blade pierced through their necks and nailed them to the ground. Su Ling's eagle eyes darkened. These people were all well-trained dark soldiers. Ordinary soldiers would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Without the light from the torches, it would be even more difficult to deal with them in this dark environment. Su Ling shouted, "Retreat!" The soldiers who were preparing for the second wave of attack immediately stopped and trotted back 10 feet. The last few soldiers lowered their bodies and quietly retreated. They quickly ran towards the camp 5 miles away. The men in black probably knew that a stalemate was not a solution. The leader of the men in black raised his right hand again. Su Ling did not wait for his order. He held Xianxia tightly and jumped off the high platform. At the same time, he said to Su Yu and Su Ren behind him, "Ren, you, protect her." "Okay." Han Shu saw that Su Ling had moved and followed closely behind him into the battle. Because they took the initiative to attack, the men in black were unable to successfully surround them. Both of their martial arts were top-notch, especially Su Ling. Wherever Xianxia went, the men in black were unable to withstand it. Seeing that the situation was about to change, the leader of the men in black changed his hand gesture. More than 10 men in black turned to attack Su Ling and Han Shu. The other men jumped up the high platform. Su Ren and Su Ren were about to protect Gu Yun when they suddenly felt a pain on their shoulders. The next moment, they were unable to move. Su Yan was standing behind them. Su Yan placed his large hands on their shoulders and said in a low voice, "You two stay here obediently." Uncle Yan actually sealed their acupoints at this time? Su Yu growled, "Uncle Yan. Let go of me." These men in black were very aggressive. Qing Mo's injuries had just recovered. How could he let her take the risk alone? Compared to Su Yu's anxiety, Su Ren was clearly much calmer. Although the men in black were fierce, Qing Mo and the old man were not easy to deal with. Gu Yun slightly tilted her head and met with Su Yan's provocative eyes. Then she looked at the other 2 people who were sitting steadily on the chair. One on the left and one on the right. They looked away and did not look at her. Gu Yun snorted coldly. Did they want to force her to do it herself? Well, it had been a long time since she had any activities. She reckoned that Bing Lian was also bored. Su Ling, you can't blame her for this. She was just forced to do it. Below the high platform, the men in black were fighting with their lives. Su Ling and Han Shu were trapped and could not do anything. For a while, the 3 old men stood there with folded arms. They did not have any intention of helping. Su Yu tried to break through her acupoints several times, but it was useless. Seeing that she was surrounded by the men in black, Su Yu could only anxiously shout, "Qing Mo, be careful." Gu Yun's sharp black eyes glanced at the approaching cold sword. She narrowed her cold eyes and opened her palm. She called out in a low voice, "Bing Lian." Her clear and low voice was not loud. Almost at the same time, a dazzling white light rushed out of the tightly shut wooden box. The moment the silver-white sword was unsheathed, it let out a draconic humming sound, causing the people who heard it to be absent-minded. Before anyone could recover from their shock, the frost blade had already landed in the open palm of that person's hand. Su Yan was so surprised that he forgot what he wanted to say. Bing Lian and Qi Shui had protected the Su family for thousands of years. According to the family history, the two swords could move according to the master's will. Unfortunately, they had seen that the two daughters-in-law of the Su family could not do it. Bing Lian could only protect them at most. They did not expect this weak and delicate little girl to have such ability. The moment Bing Lian was unsheathed, the surrounding air seemed to condense instantly. The domineering cold air rushed to their hearts and lungs. The three people were excited. No wonder the clan emblem had been acting strangely recently. It was the first time they had seen Bing Lian display her strength so strongly. The black-clothed man also felt this strange cold air. She stood sideways with her weapon in hand, and a fierce aura came over. Although she was silent and motionless, she could still attack or retreat. The black-clothed man didn't know what to do for a moment. Normally, Guyan liked to attack as a form of defense. But today, her old injury had not healed, so she did not dare to act rashly. Holding Bing Lian, Guyan did not dare to relax. The men in black's every move could not escape her sharp eyes. This side was in a deadlock, but the men in black below the high platform were almost unable to hold on. If they did not seize this time, they would not have another chance when Su Ling attacked. The men in black exchanged glances with each other and decided to attack as a group. The high platform was instantly filled with murderous intent. Before the enemy moved, I moved first. Gu Yun sensed the other party's intention. Her body suddenly moved to the right, and her long sword went straight for the two men in black on the far right. The cold silver blade suddenly attacked. When the two men reacted and dodged to the side, their chests were already cut by the sharp sword aura. After a burst of cold air, blood flowed out. The other men in black were shocked. What a fast move! What a powerful weapon! When Gu Yun suddenly revealed this move, the black-clothed men were shocked and at the same time, they became even more cautious. The men in black on the high platform suddenly swarmed forward and surrounded Gu Yun in the middle again. Gu Yun forced herself to contend with them. From the moment she made her first move, her chest began to hurt. The result of her brute force was that her wound was torn open again. She could feel the warm blood seeping out bit by bit. Every contraction of her heart made her break out in cold sweat. Even so, Gu Yun did not dare to show a trace of pain on her face. These people should be trained killers. Once they saw that her chest was injured, they would definitely focus on her chest. At that time, she would definitely lose. Su Yan slapped his thigh and said cheerfully, "Well done." Bing Lian's eyesight was indeed good. Su Yan was bursting with joy while Gu Yun wanted to curse. She thought they were watching a monkey show. The tearing pain in her chest and the burning anger in her heart made Gu Yun's attacks even more ruthless. This girl is not bad, not bad. Su Quan smiled. Her swordsmanship was very special. There were no fancy movements or elegant moves. Every stab was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Her coordination with Bing Lian was also very good. Very good. Su Quan and Su Yan's eyes and attention were on Gu Yun. They did not notice that Su Ling, who was below the high platform, had a huge change in expression when he saw Gu Yun make her move. Almost all the men in black who were blocking him were killed by him in one slash. He was simply in a killing frenzy. Su Qing asked softly, "What happened to Ling?" Su Ren looked at Gu Yun, who was gradually struggling to resist the attacks, and replied coldly, "She just suffered a stab to her chest. The wound must have split open. You guys can do as you see fit." "What?" Slapping Su Ren's head hard, Su Yan scolded, "Brat, why didn't you say so earlier?" He only thought that her body was not good. So it turned out that she was injured. "If I had said so earlier, you wouldn't have tried?" Su Ren declined to comment. Su Yan nimbly unsealed Su Ren and Su Yu's acupoints. A tall figure immediately joined the battle. Su Yu and Su Ren also made their moves at the same time. Soon, the outcome was decided. So painful. Gu Yun pressed her chest. She felt that her hand was already wet. Her vision turned black. If it wasn't for Bing Lian supporting her, she would have fallen to the ground. Guyan closed her eyes, hoping that this heart-wrenching pain would pass quickly. The night wind, which was not cold, blew on her body. It was so cold that her limbs turned cold. Guyan's body trembled involuntarily. In the next moment, she fell into a warm embrace. Moer. How are you? Rapid breathing sprayed on her face. There was a familiar low roar in her ear. It was him, Suling. Guyan did not answer him. Her beautiful facial features were almost wrinkled together. The blood stains on her chest made Suling extremely frightened. He anxiously said, I'll send you back. Suling wrapped his arms around her waist. Just as he was about to carry her, Guyan suddenly grabbed his sleeve tightly. She struggled to say softly, wait. The pain this time was nothing compared to the heart-piercing pain last time. She could still endure it. Those soldiers should be back soon. Tonight's test could not be stopped, what were they waiting for? Suling thought that she was in so much pain that she could not move, so he did not dare to pull her. Su Quan patted Suling's shoulder and replied, Ling, let go of her first. Let the clan leader take her pulse. Suling stared at them vigilantly. Who was the one who stood by and did nothing, causing her injury to worsen? The little girl's face was as pale as paper. Her breathing was messy. Su Yan also began to worry. He said to Suling, who was covered in thorns, all right. We can't wait to treat her like a treasure. Quickly move aside. Su Qing walked to Guyan's side. Suling thought for a while, then gently lifted her wrist and brought it to Su Qing. Placing his hand on Guyan's slender wrist, Su Qing's expression changed slightly. This child was actually hurt in her heart. Then why did she fight so hard just now? She was not even willing to admit defeat to them. Su Qing did not speak for a long time. Suling could not help but ask, how is she? Withdrawing her hand, Su Qing replied softly, her heart was not hurt. She just suffered some physical pain. Physical injuries did not hurt? Guyan endured the initial pain with great difficulty. When she opened her eyes, she heard these infuriating words. Just when she was about to go crazy, Su Qing suddenly held her wrist and raised her left hand. His palm touched hers. Guyan did not like the warm palm and wanted to withdraw it. But the strange thing was that no matter how hard she tried to move her palm, it seemed that she could not escape from his control. At this moment, a warm current slowly flowed into her palm. Guyan was startled. She stared blankly at the thin old man beside her. His eyes were calm and his breathing was peaceful. What was going on? Guyan carefully felt the direction of the warm current. It flowed along her arm and into her chest. Her throbbing heart seemed to be surrounded by a warm source. The pain was still there, but it was no longer so unbearable. Suling's suspended heart slightly relaxed. Using true qi to protect the heart meridian wasn't something that anyone could do. If one's skill wasn't deep enough, forcefully sending true qi into the body, not only would it not save the person, it would also cause both sides to suffer. Suling was naturally happy that the clan leader was willing to help. General, how should we deal with these people? Below the high platform, Han Shu had already tied up the men in black who were not dead and was waiting for their punishment. Lock them in the dark room, Suling said. Then, he said to Su Ren behind him, I'll leave these people to you. You must interrogate them and find out who is the mastermind. Yes. These people's martial arts were strange and their target was Qing Mo. Su Ren already had a vague direction in his heart. Su Ren led the soldiers to escort the men in black away. Su Qing also slowly withdrew his hand. After he withdrew his hand, the warm current also dissipated. The wound on her chest was still very painful. But as he said, it was just a physical pain. The throbbing pain in her heart had lessened by a lot. This was too miraculous. Could it be the so-called internal strength? Her heart was full of questions. Guyan quietly observed the old man beside her. He smiled back at her and did not avoid her eyes. Her sharp observation skills did not seem to work on him. He only smiled faintly and did not seem to be strange. Su Quan's smiling face came forward and said with concern, Girl, are you feeling better? Does it still hurt? Guyan was startled and instinctively took a step back. Suyu, what are you still standing here for? Hurry and call for a doctor. Su Yan shouted loudly, giving Guyun a fright. Oh. Suyu embarrassedly walked down the high platform and looked back at Guyun, who was surrounded by people. His elder brother's hand was firmly wrapped around her waist. A trace of bitterness flashed through his heart. She would eventually become his elder sister-in-law. She could only be his elder sister-in-law. Silently retracting his gaze, Suyu quickened his footsteps. A moment ago, he was still shouting at Suyu. The next moment, Su Yan held Guyun's hand and said with an extremely gentle and fawning smile, "Why didn't you say earlier that you were not feeling well? Tell Uncle Yan if you feel any discomfort." Stop. Guyun only felt a chill run up from the bottom of her feet. Originally, her heart was hurting, but now, even her head was starting to hurt. Can you imagine an old man as big as a mountain caring about you in every possible way? The main point was that he did not save you just a moment ago. Guyun forcefully pulled her hand back and said with a look of disgust, "You better stay away from me." Su Yan was puzzled and asked, "Why?" "I'll get goosebumps." She had always respected the elderly, but facing this group of eccentric old men was a huge challenge to her self-cultivation. Su Yan stood there awkwardly and did not dare to yell at Guyun again. He could only stare at Suling. The evil he brought upon himself was the hardest to bear. Suling ignored his stare. When he saw that Guyun's complexion was better, he said, "If you still want to practice, let Han Shu do it. I'll send you back to bandage your wounds." Guyun still wanted to say something, but when she saw the determined look on Suling's face, she immediately shut her mouth. Looking up at the dark sky, Guyun said to Han Shu, "When the team comes back later, let them jump into the pit and continue running. The next time, eliminate 30 people. The next time, eliminate 40 people. Until I come back." Why? He did not have any opinion on how she wanted to choose people, but what was the point of letting the soldiers keep running like this? Was it purely to eliminate people? Guyun panted slightly and snorted, "Do you need me to explain it to you now?" Su Yan said impatiently, "Just do as the girl says. Why are you asking so many questions? Bandaging your wounds is the most important thing. Do as she says." "Yes." Suling ordered. Even if Han Shu was unwilling, he did not dare to say anything. He could only accept the order. Guyun was about to turn around and go down when her waist suddenly tightened. Her legs were suspended in the air. She had been picked up by Suling. Guyun said uncomfortably in a low voice, "Put me down. I can walk on my own." "No." Suling simply ignored her and walked towards Heavenly Court in large strides with his long legs. The three elders looked at each other and looked at Bing Lian, who was abandoned in the wooden box. A gratified smile appeared on their faces. "Put me down." She was really uncomfortable being carried like this. "If you move again, I will seal your acupoints." Why didn't he know that this woman was like a loach? "You dare?" Guyun said, but she was already sensible enough to stop twisting. Suling was a boorish man. It was hard to guarantee that he would not really seal her acupoints. It was rare for the person in his arms to settle down. This made Suling's mood a little better. A faint smile appeared on his face. "Why wouldn't I dare, more?" More? Guyun's strong heart twisted into a ball at this moment. The cold air made every pore on her body stand up. Guyun said solemnly, "Su Yan, there is something we need to talk about." Suling replied politely, "Go ahead. Don't call me mower. I don't like it." The correct way to describe it was disgust. Suling better not call her that disgustingly. She would never compromise like Qing. Her heart could not stand this kind of stimulation. Fortunately, Suling was silent for a while and asked, "Then what do you like me to call you?" "Call her Guyun." But she couldn't tell him. After thinking about it, Guyun replied, "Call me Qing Mo." Suling frowned, "Must I call you by your full name?" Actually, he felt a little awkward calling her mower. But he didn't want to be like others and call her Qing Mo. What was wrong with calling her by her full name? Guyun didn't understand why Suling minded so much. Anyway, she absolutely couldn't accept being called mower. After hesitating for a moment, Guyun finally said, "Call me Yun." "Yun?" Suling looked at her in confusion. Guyun casually explained, "This is my nickname. My sister often calls me that. When she was alone with Qing did call her that. If someone heard it in the future, it could be explained. So that's how it was." Yun. Gathering and dispersing with the wind, ethereal and undependable? She had heard countless people call her Yun. She had never felt anything special about it. But tonight, when she heard a low voice slowly say this word in her ear, her heart felt like it was being gently slid by a hair. It was numb and very strange. She raised her head slightly and Suling's resolute face was right in front of her. He was not as handsome as Lu Xian. His face looked very serious all day long, especially his pair of dark eagle eyes. Every time she looked into his eyes, she felt like she was being drawn into a deep pool. Suling sensed Guyun's gaze. He lowered his head slightly and saw Guyun's bright eyes staring straight at him. Suling's heart tightened. Was she looking at him? Suddenly meeting that pair of dark eyes, Guyun awkwardly withdrew her gaze and turned her head slightly, pretending that nothing had happened. Suling looked at the woman in his arms who had an uneasy expression. The corners of his lips unconsciously rose. His footsteps didn't stop, but the strength in his hands tightened. The two of them were silent the entire way. Soon, they entered Heavenly Court. The imperial physician who was already waiting there quickly greeted them. "This official greets General Su." Suling walked past the imperial physician and carried Guyun into the inner room. He placed her on the bed and covered her with a thin blanket. Then, he turned to the imperial physician and said, "Her wound might have split open again. Quickly treat her." The imperial physician quickly replied, "Yes." Although this Miss Qing currently didn't have any status or rank, one of her sisters was the emperor's favored concubine and the other was Prime Minister Lu's wife. Looking at General Su's nervous expression, she was very likely to be the mistress of the general's household. He absolutely couldn't afford to offend her. Suling walked out of the room and saw that Suyu was about to leave. He said in a low voice, "You, go to the Ministry of Justice and have Shan Yulan send more people to watch over AOG. 5 days later, AOG would be executed." For something like this to happen tonight, it was too much of a coincidence. "Okay." Suyu replied in a muffled voice. He quickly left as if he wanted to avoid Suling. Sitting down on the stone bench, Suling thought of Suyu's fleeing figure and was somewhat puzzled. However, he didn't know why Suyu was acting like this. After a short period of silence, Su Yan's tall figure once again appeared in Etienne Park. Suling didn't even look at him. Knowing that he was in the wrong, Su Yan sat down across from Suling and carelessly said, "I didn't know that she was injured. Moreover, she still had the strength to flirt with you. She definitely isn't seriously injured." Suling turned his head away, as if he didn't want to waste words with him. Su Yan didn't mind and continued, Bing Lian's taste wasn't bad this time. You picked a good one." Under the dark night, Su Yan couldn't see Suling's face clearly. He only heard his low voice coldly say, "I don't want her to know about Bing Lian." Su Yan didn't care and smiled, okay. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. The girl that Bing Lian chose was skilled and beautiful. It was rare for Ling to be so satisfied. It was a happy ending for everyone. Su Yan gave a perfunctory reply to Suling, but he didn't take this matter to heart. The morning light shone through the dense leaves and mottled the green grass. The light and shadow swayed gently with the wind. This flourishing courtyard didn't have the bleakness that an autumn day should have. Unfortunately, Suling wasn't in the mood to appreciate the scenery. Just as his patience was about to run out, the courtyard door finally opened. Suling went forward and anxiously asked, "How is it?" The imperial physician wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, "General Su, don't worry. Miss Qing's injury isn't very serious. As long as she rests more and doesn't tear her wound, she'll be fine." Suling nodded. Just as he was about to walk past him and enter, the imperial physician suddenly said with some hesitation, "Miss Qing asked you not to go in first." "Why?" Suling glared at him. The imperial physician quickly shook his head and said, "I don't know. This official will go and decoct the medicine." After saying this, the imperial physician didn't wait for Suling to speak. He bowed and quickly left. Su Ling stared at the tightly shut door. He didn't understand what Gu Yun was doing. He grabbed the door handle, but didn't push the door open for a long time. Fortunately, Gu Yun didn't make him wait for too long. The door opened once again. Inside stood Gu Yun, dressed in black. Her long hair was tied up high. Under the contrast of the black clothes, her skin appeared even fairer. Her sharp eyes were full of sharpness. He admitted that this valiant and formidable posture was very beautiful, but what was she going to do with this outfit? Where are you going? Seeing her outfit, Su Ling already had a bad premonition. Sure enough, Gu Yun calmly replied, I'm going to the training grounds. Su Ling practically gnashed his teeth and said, the matter of the competition ends here. Once again, he deeply felt that it was an extremely wrong decision to let her train the soldiers. He was now certain that she would spend all her time on training the soldiers in the future. No. This time, Gu Yun insisted, if we don't compete in the next round, this night's training will be in vain. He didn't think that she made the soldiers run the entire night just to tease them, right? Su Ling took a deep breath and said patiently, you have to tell Han Shu everything and let him supervise. He can still choose the people you want. Gu Yun shook her head, he can't. Why? With a provocative smile, Gu Yun replied, he doesn't know what kind of soldiers I really want. Seeing Su Ling's frown getting tighter, Gu Yun chuckled and asked, you also think that it's strange for me to make them run the entire night, right? But it was very strange. He once asked her how she wanted to choose the soldiers. She kept smiling and didn't answer, which made him curious as well. Last night, other than the feather shooting that was a little interesting, there was nothing special about the rest. What did she want to do? Walking out of the door, she stood side by side with him and made an inviting gesture. Gu Yun was in a good mood and said, let's go and see. Her rare playful look was really cute. If she didn't ask to go to the training grounds, he would be happier. Su Ling stared at her with a cold face. Gu Yun helplessly laughed and said, don't worry, your old man is quite powerful. I feel better now than this morning. She never knew that the so-called internal strength was so powerful. She had always practiced martial arts that focused on practicality and attack. She really didn't come into contact with this kind of martial arts that focused on training chi. She would look for the white-bearded old man to study it another day. Under the sunlight, her complexion was still not very good. However, the expression between her eyebrows was indeed better than a few days ago. If he forced her to rest now, she felt that she wouldn't be obedient. It was better to fulfill her wish and not let her be too tired. Su Ling sighed and finally compromised, okay, don't try to be brave. If you don't feel well, then rest immediately. Gu Yun laughed heartily and replied, you should worry about your soldiers. She really knew how to keep people in suspense. Su Ling shook his head in amusement. Forget it, let her be. When the two of them returned to the drill ground, the sun had already risen completely. Under the bright and beautiful sunlight, a group of clay figurines were squeezed in the huge mud pit, but no one climbed up. Each and every one of them stood there with wooden expressions. With her arms crossed in front of her chest, Gu Yun asked with a smile that wasn't a smile, what are you doing? Han Shu glanced at her and replied with a strange tone, according to your instructions, we're crossing the quagmire. She thought that they were doing something. After running for an entire night, these people were almost numb from the torment. His heart ached? With such a big temper, Gu Yun's lips curled up as she said, all of you come out. Hearing her voice, the soldiers who were numb from running all turned to look at her. Their faces were covered with mud so that Gu Yun could not tell who was who. Gu Yun looked at them with a smile. However, the people in the quagmire didn't have such good manners. Pairs of eyes stared at Gu Yun like a vicious tiger. They couldn't wait to climb up and bite her a few times. They had been crawling through the quagmire for an entire night, but she had slept refreshingly. The power of resentment was indeed great. The generals who were almost unable to climb up quickly climbed up the quagmire. The morning sun shone on their bodies and faint white steam could be seen. It could be seen how cold the water in the quagmire was. Gu Yun seemed to enjoy their hateful gazes. She smiled as usual and said, take off the sandbags and line up over there. Even if they stared until their eyes were blinded, Gu Yun was still unmoved. No matter how dissatisfied they were, the generals could only obey. Although they could take off the sandbags, they didn't feel relaxed at all. Their clothes and hair were still dripping with mud. Their clothes were wet and dry, and their bodies were also hot and cold. The mud and cloth stuck to their bodies, sticky and cold. However, they didn't even have the strength to raise their hands to wipe it off. What supported them now was perhaps only their willpower. Everyone jogged to the other side of the drill ground and lined up. Guyun went straight to the point and said, 100 people were eliminated last night. The fact that you were able to persevere shows that your physical strength is very good. Now, you can rest here for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. I hope that you can pass the last test. After being tortured for an entire night, they had already expected that Guyun wouldn't let them off so easily. Therefore, when she said that there was still the next test, the generals weren't surprised. They just wanted to rest now. Almost as soon as Guyun's voice fell, many of the soldiers sat on the ground. There were even some who directly laid down flat. Their hands and feet didn't seem to be their own. Guyun smiled and didn't say anything. She allowed them to sit and lie down. Yu Shijun. Yu Shijun replied loudly, yes. Are the things ready? Yes. Give them to them. Yes. After a while, a crossbow appeared at everyone's feet. Many people forced themselves to sit up straight and began to study the weapons they had just received. Even more people were so tired that they didn't even want to move. Guyun silently looked at the group of collapsed soldiers. She watched as Yu Shijun commanded everyone to move the archery targets to the middle of the drill ground. Suling asked curiously, what are you doing? Guyun smiled mysteriously, you'll know in a while. There was a small table in the middle of the drill ground. With the table as the center, there were 8 archery targets. There were 10 tables and 80 targets in the drill ground. When everything was ready, Guyun shouted, line up. Even if they were so tired that their bones were about to fall apart, even if they wanted to sleep for a long time, as soldiers, they had no reason to disobey orders. They used twice the usual speed to barely line up. Guyun didn't reprimand them. She said coldly, put the crossbows in your hands by your feet. Without my orders, don't touch them again. Most of the people's crossbows were originally placed by their feet. Only a few soldiers put down their crossbows. Guyun waited for all of them to stand properly before continuing. The next test is to test your proficiency in using the crossbow, your ability to distinguish directions, and your coordination. There are 10 crossbow arrows on each table that you see now. There are 10 numbers on the ends of the arrows. When you shoot later, you must shoot according to the order. There are 8 targets around each table. They are in the east, south, west, north, southeast, northeast, southwest, and northwest directions. In a while, I will casually call out 10 directions. You must shoot according to the directions that I tell you. When I finish speaking, you must finish shooting the arrows. Do you understand? Yes. Regardless of whether they really understood or not, Guyun didn't intend to say it a second time. 10 people in a group. Who will go first? Me. As soon as Guyun finished speaking, Gu Jingyun took the lead and walked out. Me. Lo Yan was next. Me. Me. Soon, there were 10 people. She always knew that General Su never lacked brave warriors. Her gaze swept over Leng Xiao and Lu Xing. Both of them didn't move. Leng Xiao was a cautious and scheming person, while Lu Xing was a clever boy. She guessed that Leng Xiao would come out in the second group, while Lu Xing would wait until the last group to participate in the competition. The 10 people picked up the crossbows at their feet and jogged to the table where the short arrows were placed. Guyun narrowed her eyes and looked at the rising sun. She said, all of you, face east. The 10 people immediately turned in the direction of the rising sun. Get ready. Guyun ordered. The 10 people picked up the first short arrow at the same time and loaded it on the crossbow. West. As soon as she finished speaking, the 10 short arrows uniformly shot in the west direction. No one shot the wrong arrow. Northwest. Guyun said the second direction almost immediately. This time, the arrows that were shot were not so uniform. Some were fast, some were slow, and the direction also began to deviate. south, southeast, northeast, southwest, west, south, northwest, northeast. Gu Yun shouted very quickly. The pause was only enough to load the crossbow. If the arrow was shot in the wrong direction, the next direction would be out before they could react. Su Ling seemed to understand Gu Yun's intention of letting them run for the whole night. This was their most tired moment. At this time, to be able to distinguish the direction in such a short time not only required a strong willpower, but also an absolutely flexible brain. What was even more hateful was that she chose the crossbow instead of the arrow as the competition tool. Loading the short arrow into the crossbow required much more effort than loading the arrow into the bow. After shouting for the 10 directions, some people didn't even finish shooting the arrows on the table. After the shooting, there was a soldier next to each group. He took the order that he had just memorized and looked at it one by one. The 10 arrows were a little chaotic towards the end. If the arrows weren't marked with a number, it really wouldn't be clear. Soon, the results were out. 7th middle, 5 pairs. 9th middle, 8 pairs. Alright, all correct. 6th middle, 3 pairs. Alright, all correct. 7th middle, 5 pairs. 8th middle, 8 pairs. Alright, all correct. 8th middle, 1 pair. 1 pair? So only the direction at the beginning was correct? Gu Yun was slightly angry and said coldly, alright, step out and gather on the right side. Yes. There were a total of 3 people in the middle. Gu Jingyun, Lo Yan, and a tall man. Gu Yun's attention was not on them at all. Her gaze fell on the soldier on the far right. His figure was not tall zhuang. His head was always slightly lowered, and his skin was very dark. He didn't look outstanding at all. Gu Yun stared at him for a long time, but that person didn't raise his head. Gu Yun asked in a clear voice, the first one on the right, what's your name? Gu Yun's voice sounded for a long time before that person slowly raised his head. Gu Yun finally saw his appearance clearly. He was about 30 years old and had ordinary facial features. If there was something special about him, it was that his eyes were very indifferent. Yes, indifferent. Among this group of elite troops, she had seen too many passionate, brave, resolute, or proud eyes. But this was the first time she had seen such cold and calm eyes that had no desire or desire. However, she believed that this was just a facade. If he really had no desire, he wouldn't have come to this stage. After looking into Gu Yun's probing eyes for a while, the man lowered his head again and replied, sure who? You go over too. As soon as these words came out, not only was the man stunned, but the others also began to whisper. After a long time, the man replied loudly, yes. The others can return to the camp. After Gu Yun finished speaking, the 6 people who failed to be selected still stood in their original positions without moving. Gu Yun's expression didn't change, but she was already beginning to feel unhappy. Her calm voice didn't reveal her anger. Do you have anything to say? After a night of torment, they finally reached this stage. No one wanted to be eliminated. The soldier standing in the middle was the first to speak. I didn't calibrate my crossbow properly, so I missed. If everyone's weapons are the same, why can others hit all the targets? Why can others' crossbows have a crosshair? Gu Yan's cold voice interrupted his words. Her cold eyes swept across the exhausted soldiers who were still participating in the test. Her words didn't have the slightest bit of pity. As a soldier, your weapon is your life. The moment you received your weapon, you should have checked it. But what were you doing at that time? If you can't even control your weapon, what else can you control? Does anyone else have anything to say? None of the 7-foot-tall men present dared to utter a word. The 5 people who had just failed to be selected silently left the competition grounds. Only one person was still standing there, staring straight at Sure Hu. He said angrily, I have nothing to say about those who hit all the targets. Why can Sure Hu also stay? This time, Gu Yun wasn't angry. She turned her head to Sure Hu on her right and said, Sure Hu, tell him why you can stay. Sure Hu raised his head and met Gu Yun's half-smiling eyes. He sighed inwardly. This Miss Qing was not only good at scolding people, but her eyes were also very vicious. With a soft sigh, Sure Hu replied in a low voice, I didn't check my weapon either, so I didn't know that there was a problem with its crosshair. However, after the first arrow missed, I discovered this problem. So, when I shot the second arrow, I used the bullseye as the target. I looked at how big the deviation between where the arrow landed and the bullseye was. After that, I took the deviation into account when I shot the second arrow. Xianxia spoke very casually, so Guyun didn't make things difficult for him. Her cold voice carried a hint of provocation as she said, "If any of you have the ability to load the crossbow in such a short time, calculate the deviation angle, and accurately shoot the target, I will also let him stay." Are there any other questions? There was silence below. Answer. She knew that they were all stubborn. She would soon let them know what it meant to submit. No. No matter if they really didn't have any questions or if they didn't dare to say it, they would always answer in a loud and orderly manner. This was what Guyun wanted now. Continue. Under the sunlight, Guyun's face began to redden. Speaking so loudly was also very exhausting. Suling said in a low voice, "You rest for a while. Let Yu Shijun call out the direction." Every time Guyun spoke forcefully, she would pull on her wound. Indeed, she was beginning to feel a little uncomfortable. She didn't try to be brave and nodded in reply, "Okay." Suling waved at Yu Shijun. Yu Shijun understood and took a step forward. He shouted in a clear voice, "Next group, who wants to challenge?" As expected, Lung Xiao was the first to stand up. Soon, the next group was ready. Ready. Yu Shijun called out the password in front. Guyun watched the competition below. Suling suddenly stood up and waved at Han Shu behind him. Han Shu walked in front of Suling and stood still. Suling asked in a low voice, "Who is that Xianxia?" Han Shu thought for a long time and then said vaguely, "He was originally a small captain in the mounted archery camp. 3 years ago, in the battle with Northern Qi, he led 500 men in a surprise attack behind the enemy lines. It seems that because he changed his plan midway, the surprise attack failed. He was beaten 100 times and transferred to the kitchen." Miss Jing said that this time, the selection of 30,000 soldiers in the camp had to participate. That's why he had the chance to come out. I didn't expect him to be able to hold out until now. Not everyone could be so skilled after 3 years in the kitchen. Xianxia, standing in the middle of the generals, didn't seem to exist at all. This person seemed to hide himself very deeply. Frowning and thinking for a moment, Suling said, "Go investigate what happened that year." Yes. Guyun tilted her head and looked at Suling. She smiled and said, "Why are you so interested in him?" Suling didn't deny it. "I am very interested. But if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known that there was such a person in the army kitchen." No wonder she said Han Shu didn't know what kind of person she wanted. 10 people competing at the same time. She had clearly noticed Xianxia's precise calculation ability from the beginning. Or, it could be said that she had been observing them from the moment she sent down the crossbows. Guyun raised her eyebrows. "You're not going to steal him from me, are you?" Seeing her unhappy expression, Suling laughed loudly. Guyun rolled her eyes at him. Since when did he like to laugh so much? The competition between 200 people ended quickly. Yu Shijun ran in front of the two of them and reported, "The competition is over. There are still 138 people." Without waiting for Yu Shijun to finish, Guyun muttered, "Why are there still so many people?" He didn't expect her to be able to calculate how many people were left while talking to the general. After hearing Guyun's words, Yu Shijun's eyes widened. Only 138 people were picked out from 30,000 people. That was still considered a lot? Guyun walked past the dazed Yu Shijun and walked towards the remaining 100 people. She stood in front of them and the group of men suddenly became nervous. She wouldn't have another trick up her sleeve, right? They hadn't eaten or drunk anything since noon yesterday, let alone sleep. What else did she want? Facing the nervous and sad faces, Guyun laughed. "You don't have to be so nervous. Today's test is over." "It's over?" Although they didn't live up to expectations, everyone still let out a long sigh of relief in their hearts. But, Guyun only said 2 words when everyone's hearts rose to their throats again. Guyun didn't keep them in suspense and kindly explained, "I only want 100 people. Because of your excellence, it's hard for me to choose. Therefore, you can train with me." Every training in the future will be a test. Each of you will have 100 points. The 20 people with the worst results will have 10 points deducted. After the deduction, you will leave. Do you understand? Every training session is a test? So the ordeal had just begun. Understood. Perhaps it was to vent the anger in their hearts, or perhaps it was to mourn for the days to come. In any case, this shout was exceptionally loud. Guyun nodded in satisfaction. Dismissed. After running for an entire night, their limbs were already filled with lead. Their feet were full of blisters, and their bodies were soaked with mud over and over again. Now that the sun was shining, the mud was all over their bodies. It was as if they were wearing tight metal armor. When their sweat flowed down, traces of mud would flow out. They didn't feel it when they were nervous, but now that they were relaxed, they really wanted to lie on the ground and not move. Dragging their tired bodies, the usually mighty generals were now like old grannies, shuffling back step by step. Guyun turned around and happened to see Han Shu's strange smile. "What are you laughing at?" Han Shu hid the smile on his face and asked seriously, "Do you know what the recruits you taught called you behind your back?" Guyun looked at him indifferently. Han Shu pretended to be mysterious and replied, "Cold-blooded instructor." Guyun snorted. She thought that those brats could come up with something new, but it turned out that it was just that. "But after this time, they will definitely not call you that again." Guyun looked excited. Yu Shijun, who was beside her, asked curiously, "Why?" "Because there's something more suitable." "What's it called?" Han Shu glanced at Guyun and laughed, "Hag." "Hag?" "Han Shu, you're courting death." Guyun grabbed a short arrow and threw it at Han Shu. Han Shu covered his head and scurried away. Suling laughed and hugged Guyun, who was about to chase after him. In the drill ground, curses, strange cries, and laughter were incessant. Only Su Ren, who was standing outside the drill ground, had a serious expression. In the drill ground, there were curses, strange cries, and laughter. Su Ren's deep voice interrupted their laughter. "Big brother." Suling and Guyun turned around at the same time and saw Su Ren standing not far away with a serious expression. Letting go of Guyun's hand, Suling asked, "What's the matter?" Su Ren replied expressionlessly, "I didn't send over some documents. I'm still waiting for you to look over them." Suling and Su Ren looked at each other, then lowered their heads and said to Guyun, "They've been tormented by you. Let's start training tomorrow. You should take a nap too." Guyun smiled and said, "Okay, go do your own thing." It was rare for Su Ren to be so serious. It seemed like the Ministry of War's matter was very urgent. Suling nodded and turned around to leave the drill ground with Su Ren. As soon as they walked out, Suling immediately asked, "What's the matter?" "Those men in black last night were from Spirit Gathering Island. Their goal was to capture Qingmo and threaten you to release AOG." Suling snorted coldly, "Impossible. AOG caused her to be so badly injured. It was already merciful that they didn't cut him into pieces." Su Ren's expression was still serious. If that was all, he wouldn't be like this. Su Ling stopped his footsteps and asked, "What's even worse?" Su Ren said in a low voice, "Spirit Gathering Island elects a chief every 10 years. Only the silver-haired descendants are qualified to participate. In AOG's bloodline, only he and Ao Tian are silver-haired. If AOG dies, Ao Tian will become the hope of this clan. Most importantly, AOG's children are not silver-haired. To continue the silver-haired bloodline, they can only rely on Ao Tian and Yi Mei. If that's the case, Yi Mei and the others won't kill her. The only way to threaten Ao Tian is to capture Qingmo. In other words, there would only be more and more attacks like last night, and her life would always be on the line." Su Ren didn't continue, but Suling already understood. The fiery light in his black eyes became more and more intense as Su Ren spoke. On his originally angular cheeks, because of his tightly clenched teeth, there were lines of prismatic lines. Su Ren secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Those people must have pissed off his big brother. As expected, Suling coldly said, "Send the people we caught last night to the Ministry of Justice. On the day of the Shan Yu lands talk about the chariot splitting the AOG, the General's Manor will send an extra 1,000 guards." When the time comes, immediately execute them. There must be no mistakes. He hated being threatened the most, especially with her life. In addition, Suling paused for a moment, then said, ask the clan leader to send 3 shadow guards to protect her. Su Ren's heart suddenly jumped. After being stunned for a while, he finally replied, yes. Big Brother's feelings for her had already reached this level? The Su family's shadow guards had always only protected the Su family. Xianxia must be the mistress of the general's manor. This time, it wasn't Bing Lian who chose her, but his big brother. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Su Ren's gloomy mood was swept away. In fact, he had been very worried. If Bing Lian didn't choose someone his big brother truly loved, then according to his big brother's temper, he definitely wouldn't compromise. Fortunately, Bing Lian chose Xianxia. After a tiring night last night, Gu Yun slept deeply. She slowly woke up and stretched. She accidentally pulled on her wound, causing her to gasp in pain. She supported herself on the edge of the bed and sat up straight. She suddenly felt a slight movement outside the courtyard. Gu Yun gently got up and walked to the side of the wooden box where Bing Lian was placed. She then shouted, who's outside? She was injured and couldn't act rashly. If the other party didn't come for her, they would probably run away when they heard someone shouting. Girl, you're awake? Come out quickly. I brought something good for you. Outside the room, a voice full of energy shouted. Gu Yun was startled. This voice belonged to that strange old man. While letting out a sigh of relief, Gu Yun felt her scalp go numb. What exactly did he want to do? After putting on her coat, Gu Yun opened the door. Su Yan was sitting on the stone bench. When he saw her, he immediately waved at her happily. Gu Yun helplessly walked over and saw a bowl of golden yellow oily liquid on the stone table. She subconsciously took a step back and coldly asked, what is this? Su Yan proudly smiled and said, stewed chicken with red ginseng and snow lotus. Try it. It's delicious and nourishing. You're too skinny. Uncle Yan's heart aches when he sees you. It was indeed very fragrant. However, one who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. Gu Yun lightly snorted and said, you didn't poison it, right? She didn't forget the palm strike he gave her the first time they met and how he didn't save her. Su Yan refused to admit his viciousness. He curled his lips and replied, what nonsense are you talking about? Uncle Yan's heart aches for you. Heart aches? Gu Yun once again had goosebumps all over her body. Chicken soup is useless. Just as Gu Yun was about to move further away from him, another disdainful male voice sounded from behind her. Gu Yun turned around. A mountain-like fat figure had already appeared behind her. He handed the thing in his hand to her as if he was presenting a treasure. Uncle Quan brought you an all-nourishing pill. Eat this and I guarantee that your injuries will be healed by more than half immediately. Gu Yun was secretly surprised. His huge body could silently appear behind her. This person couldn't be underestimated. Seeing that Su Quan wanted to steal his limelight, Su Yan hurriedly stood up and shouted, your great nourishing pill is too nourishing. People with weak bodies won't be able to take it. My chicken soup is more nourishing. Don't pretend to know when you don't. The great nourishing pill is the most effective in treating internal injuries. She doesn't have internal injuries. No matter what, it's better than your chicken soup. You dash stop. Seeing that the two of them were about to quarrel, Gu Yun pointed to the chairs opposite her and said, please sit down. The two of them looked at each other and snorted coldly. However, they still sat down obediently as Gu Yun said. Gu Yun sat down opposite them and pushed the chicken soup and the so-called great nourishing pill on the table in their direction. She went straight to the point and said, I've never believed in something as good as pie falling from the sky. If you have anything to say, just say it. Hearing her words, Su Yan was displeased, but he couldn't bear to yell at her. He could only mutter to himself, you child, you're too paranoid. Can't I treat you well? Her body was like a bean sprout. This was the first time he saw her and she looked like a sick beauty. It was really unpleasant. If he knew that this girl had such a temper, he wouldn't have hurt her. Why was this girl so vengeful? Okay. The straightforward answer made the two of them smile. Then, Gu Yun's face sank and she continued to interrogate, why do you treat me well? Gu Yan's relentless interrogation made Su Yan a little impatient. He replied casually, you're our Su family's wedding dress. If we don't treat you well, who should we treat well? Su Quan smiled and nodded in agreement. Gu Yan frowned, who said that I'm your Su family's daughter-in-law? Their expressions were natural and didn't look like they were lying. They didn't seem to have any ulterior motives for treating her well. However, how could they conclude that she was the Su family's daughter-in-law? It was absolutely impossible for Su Ling to tell them these things. Su Quan laughed and said, is there a need to ask? Even ice refining is with you. Ice refining? Gu Yan seemed to have found a breakthrough. They did become strange after she picked up ice refining. Without batting an eyelid, Gu Yan smiled and asked, what does ice refining have to do with me? Of course. Su Quan only said 2 words when a large hand landed on his shoulder. Su Yan's loud voice abruptly interrupted his words, Aya, it's getting dark and I'm hungry. Let's eat first. Let's eat. Su Yan said while winking at Su Quan. He finally remembered Su Ling's warning last night. This girl was very scheming. If she found out about ice refining and threw a tantrum, Su Quan would definitely fly into a rage. Gu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Would Su Yan go blind if he continued to blink like this? Fortunately, Su Quan still received such an obvious hint, so he stood up with him and said with a smile, let's eat, let's eat. The 2 of them walked out of Heavenly Court. Gu Yan stared at the things left on the stone table, and her expression gradually became serious. Su Yan and Su Quan's intentions were definitely not fake. Their sudden concern was even more suspicious, and all these abnormalities seemed to originate from ice refining. She had a hazy guess in her heart, but she also felt that it was somewhat ridiculous. Gu Yan sat alone in the courtyard and filtered the matters related to ice refining one by one. Only then did she realize that the Su family's attitude towards ice refining was indeed very different. It seemed like they treasured it, but they casually gave it to her. Just because she didn't feel cold from ice refining, they gave away their family's treasure? This didn't seem to make sense. Then, what was the reason? She couldn't find a clue for a while. A servant called out from outside the courtyard, Miss Qing, the general invites you to the reception pavilion for a meal. Gu Yan returned to her senses and replied, I understand. After sitting for a while, Gu Yan wrapped up the large tonic pill on the table and stuffed it into the inner compartment of her belt. However, she still didn't drink a single drop of the chicken soup. Approaching the reception pavilion, she saw that there was only Su Ling at the dining table filled with dishes. The few old men of the Su family were not present. Su Ren and Su Yu were also nowhere to be found. Gu Yan walked over. A little boy in green suddenly clasped his hands and bowed to her, Congratulations Miss Qing. His shrill voice sounded a little strange. At his age, he should have passed the age where his voice should be changing. His voice shouldn't be like this. Moreover, he just said congratulations? What's there to congratulate? Gu Yan looked at Su Ling doubtfully. Su Ling gave her a hearty smile. His mood seemed to be not bad. Observing a person's body language was a little eunuch's specialty. The little boy hurriedly said, Imperial concubine Qing gave birth to a dragon child for the emperor at noon today. Gave birth? They had only been in Xianxia for a total of 8 months. Even if they had intercourse as soon as they entered the palace, it was impossible for them to give birth at this time. Gu Yan anxiously asked, was it a safe and smooth birth? The little eunuch immediately nodded and smiled, yes, both mother and child are safe. This servant specially came to report the good news to you. Gu Yan's anxious heart relaxed. If it was premature, then it was premature. As long as they were safe, it was fine. Gu Yan only cared about being happy and forgot that Nan Hai was still standing there bowing. Su Ling gently raised his hand. Uncle Ming, who was behind him, handed over a bag of silver to the little eunuch. He smiled and said, Many thanks to Gong Gong. This servant will take his leave. Secretly weighing the weight of the money bag, the little eunuch smiled happily in his heart. General Su was really generous. The little eunuch happily left the parlor. Gu Yan's mood was also very good. She walked to Su Ling's side and sat down. She asked, Can I enter the palace to see her? Last time at Qing and Lu Xian's family banquet, she saw Qing Feng once. The two of them did not speak much that day. Gu Yun remembered that determined woman. The stubbornness in her bones made people who saw her feel apprehensive and distressed for her. Although she and he were not biological sisters, it did not prevent her from caring about that other woman. Knowing that she was anxious, Suling smiled and comforted her, not now. The prince invited all the officials to his 1-month birthday banquet. I can think of a way to let the two of you meet. All right. Gu Yun did not make things difficult for Suling. Suling pushed the bowl of soup that the servant had served in front of her. It seemed that they rarely had the chance to eat alone like this. Suling enjoyed the time that the two of them were alone. He put some of each dish into her bowl. The gentleness in his eyes made the servant who was waiting on the side stunned. The moonlight was good and the atmosphere was good. Unfortunately, the employee did not have the awareness of being in front of flowers under the moonlight. She held the soup spoon and lowered her head to drink the soup while asking, "Did the people who were caught last night confess? Who was the mastermind?" Suling's hand that was picking up the food paused. After thinking about it, he avoided the important points and replied, "It's the people from Juling Island. AOG was sentenced to the punishment of being split by the carriage because I submitted a memorial. They came to seek revenge. The people have already been sent back to the Ministry of Justice. It's better to leave this matter to the Ministry of Justice." This was the best. She was afraid that Suling would use private punishment. Although it was the general's residence, it was not the law enforcement department. It was not very good for him to detain a large group of people in the residence. Hearing that he had sent the people to the Ministry of Justice, she did not ask any more questions. Suling secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Gu Yun suddenly raised her head and put down the soup ladle in her hand. Her bright eyes flashed with a bright light and her voice was unusually gentle. "That's right, is there a story behind ice refinement that I should know but didn't know?" Suling's heart tightened. Who said something to her? Gu Yun raised her eyebrows slightly. There was a faint smile on her lips. Suling did not know how much she knew, but he did not dare to deny it. He coughed lightly and asked, "What do you want to know?" His eyes flickered and his lips unconsciously pursed. What was it that made Great General Su so nervous? Gu Yun's calm voice had a hint of provocation. She laughed softly and said, "Are you avoiding my question?" "It's just a sword." Suling said this, but his body was very tense. He did not look at Gu Yun and only put food into her bowl. Gu Yun did not eat and did not speak. Her pair of bright eyes stared at Suling's expressionless face. "Pa." Suling put down his chopsticks and suddenly stood up. "I still have something to do. You eat first." He only left this sentence and left in a hurry. He was not afraid of her questioning or guessing, but her unfathomable appearance made him uncomfortable. When did he start to care so much about her feelings and emotions? Damn it. Gu Yun did not stop him. She supported her chin with her hand and quietly watched the back of the figure that left in a hurry. Her clear eyes narrowed slightly. He was indeed avoiding it. But why? There must be some secret behind Bing Lian. Early in the morning, to be precise, it was the time when the sun and the moon alternated. The moon and the sun appeared in the sky at the same time. The morning glow and the stars shone together. It was a beautiful sight. In the forest, it was supposed to be a morning when birds and insects chirped. Because of the arrival of more than 100 people, it was abnormally quiet. Gu Yun was very satisfied with the people who were selected this time. There were not many people, but their aura was like a rainbow. With more than 100 people standing there indifferently, it was enough to make people's hearts tremble. Standing in front of them, Gu Yun calmly said, "My name is Qing Mo. During training, you can call me boss. From today onwards, you will receive a month of training. After a month, those who are still able to stay will become official members of this team. At that time, I will tell you the name of this team, what you will do in the future, and who you will belong to. Now, what you need to do is to make yourselves stay." They listened with their backs straight and their resolute faces expressionless. Gu Yun knew that there was no need to pretend to be fierce or arrogant in front of this group of people. They did not care at all. To them, working so hard to join this team was just to show their excellence. Therefore, in order to tame them, she could not be too hasty. A small number of you are recruits that I used to train. You should have heard a little about my training methods. However, what you have heard is just a drop in the ocean. That is my requirement for recruits. I will be even stricter with you. I know that some of you are already major generals or even lieutenant generals. No matter how high your rank was in the past, it is zero to me. I only look at your ability. What responded to her was the usual dead silence. Gu Yun did not mind and called out, Yu Shijun. Yes. Yu Shijun, who was standing behind her, took a step forward and opened the paper that Gu Yun had just given him. Using the hazy morning light, he said loudly, exercise at 5 o'clock. Carry a 25 kilogram sandbag and run 20 kilometers. Complete 100 push-ups, 200 sit-ups, and 500 frog jumps. Breakfast at 7 o'clock. After breakfast, begin weapon operation training. Lunch at noon. Physical fitness training at 5 o'clock. Return to your residence at 5 o'clock. Dinner at 5 o'clock. Summarize your performance for the day at 7 o'clock. Cultural studies at 5 o'clock. Lights out and rest at 9 o'clock. While Yu Shijun was speaking, Gu Yun had been secretly observing their expressions. Perhaps they were already mentally prepared after jumping in the mud pit for an entire night last time. Other than some people's eyebrows that began to unconsciously tighten slowly, everything was normal. Gu Yun's lips curled up slightly. She hoped that when today's training ended, they could still be so upright and unruly. Gu Yun called out loudly, Lung Xiao, Gu Jingyun. Yes. The two stood in the last row. Gu Yun waved at them and the two jogged up. Later, I'll demonstrate what pull-ups, push-ups, sit-ups, and leapfrogs are. Gu Yun was a little glad that the two of them had worked hard to reach this stage. Otherwise, she really wouldn't know how to demonstrate these movements to them now that she was injured. Lung Xiao and Gu Jingyun demonstrated the training exercises one by one. When they were doing the frog jumps, Gu Yun saw the familiar contempt and annoyance. Although they hid it well, it still didn't escape her eyes. After the two of them finished demonstrating, Gu Yun nodded at them. The two of them jogged to the back of the line again. The training before breakfast is something that you must complete every day. It will be changed every 5 days. The intensity will get higher and higher. At first, she didn't know their abilities, so she could only choose the average training intensity of the special forces to let them adapt first. Finally, I will say a few rules. First, the training schedule and time that I just mentioned must be strictly followed. If you are lazy or late during training, you can leave immediately without me saying anything. Second, don't question my orders. Don't ask me why. You only need to obey, and absolutely obey. Third, don't reveal anything that you have learned here to the outside world. Also, don't mention anything that I say. Otherwise, you will be punished by military law. According to her and Su Ling's initial setup, they would not belong to any battalion in the Su family army in the future. They would be an independent army. Keeping secrets was one of their rules. Do you understand? Gu Yun asked loudly. Understood. What answered her was a uniform roar. Gu Yun raised her eyebrows slightly and said in a low voice, then what are we waiting for? Yes. Now was the time to run with weights in the training schedule. The soldiers jogged to the place where the sandbags were stacked. They carried the sandbags that had been fixed with ropes on their backs and ran towards the mountaintop 5 miles away. Looking at the so-called training schedule in his hand, Yu Shijun hesitated for a moment. He couldn't help but call out, Miss Qing. After just 3 words, Gu Yun frowned slightly and looked at him. Yu Shijun quickly changed his words, boss. Gu Yun's expression returned to normal. He then continued, today is only the first day of training. It is better to let them have a process of adapting. It is better to do it step by step. By the time they finished what she said, they would probably be paralyzed. How would they continue with the training after that? Gu Yun said coldly, Yu Shijun, you are the person that Su Ling sent to assist me. I don't want you to be the first person to question my orders. If you don't like my training method, I can ask Su Ling to change it. She was already doing it step by step, but there was no need to explain it to him. Yu Shijun stood up straight and replied loudly, sorry, I didn't mean it that way. Yu Shijun's jaw tightened. He closed his mouth and stood silently behind Gu Yun. In fact, Gu Yun didn't have to care about his emotions. He didn't dare to disobey her orders because it was an order given to him by Suling. However, she didn't want her deputy to be unconvinced. So, she slowly turned around and looked into Yu Shijun's eyes. She asked, "Do you think I am too harsh on them?" This time, Yu Shijun simply didn't answer. He just stood there like a stone pillar. Gu Yun shook her head gently and said, "That is because you don't understand the meaning of their existence. What they will face in the future will be the most dangerous and important missions. If there is even the slightest mistake, they will lose their lives. It may even ruin the entire plan. If they can't even withstand such training intensity, it means that they are not suitable to stay in this team. Eliminating them will save their lives. Even the most outstanding people could lose their lives when faced with difficult missions, let alone people who didn't have the ability to do so." Yu Shijun lowered his head slightly and met Gu Yun's determined eyes. His heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. He didn't understand how such a young woman could have such a pair of eyes. Gu Yun retracted her gaze and turned around. She looked at their backs as they carried their equipment and walked away. She continued faintly, "I also feel sorry for them, but only by making them sweat more now can they bleed less when they carry out missions in the future. So, we can't be soft-hearted." She spoke very forcefully, but Yu Shijun felt warmth in his heart when he heard it. He replied loudly and firmly, "I understand." After last night's morning training, everyone's limbs were almost numb. Especially the frog jumps that they despised the most just now. After doing 500 of them, their legs would go soft when they walked. Fortunately, Gu Yun didn't continue to harass them. According to the schedule, she let them go back for breakfast. Usually, when they trained, they would have breakfast first. Now, after a round of fierce training, they only felt their limbs go soft. Other than wanting to drink water, they couldn't eat anything else. Gu Yun had breakfast with them. Seeing that they ate so little, she didn't say anything. She minded her own business and ate 3 steamed buns and drank a big bowl of porridge. After breakfast, when the group of people returned to the forest to line up, they found that there were all kinds of weapons piled up on the ground. At a glance, there were bows, crossbows, spears, knives, swords, spears, shields, axes, halberds, truncheons, pickaxes, pitchforks, brocade ropes, etc. It could be said that there were all kinds of weapons. There was a person standing in front of each weapon. However, there were all kinds of people, tall, short, fat, and thin. There was even a skinny old man who looked to be in his early 50s. Gu Yun was also stunned when she saw them for the first time. She asked Yu Shijun to find the best person in the army who could wield various weapons, but she didn't expect them to be so strange. Sure enough, everyone had their own strengths. Gu Yun coughed lightly and called out, "Yu Shijun, let them draw lots to form groups." Yes. According to the results of the drawing of lots, 10 people were divided into 13 groups. There was also a group with only 8 people. After they stood according to their groups, Gu Yun said, "You all come from different branches of the Su family army. You may be able to wield the weapons that you are familiar with, but this is far from enough. I require that you all must know how to use any weapon and use it well. When carrying out a mission, it is very likely that you won't have a weapon in your hands. How to seize a weapon from the enemy's hands and how to use it better after seizing the weapon will be the main direction of your training for the next 5 days. I will give you 5 days to explore and practice. After 5 days, there will be an assessment. The group with the lowest total score will have 10 points deducted from each person. In addition, as long as one of the 10 people fails the assessment, that group will also have 10 points deducted from the entire group." They had nothing to say about the deduction of points from the group with the lowest total score, but why did the same group have to have 10 points deducted if one person failed the assessment? Gu Yun saw protest and unwillingness on their gloomy faces. However, due to the discipline she had just mentioned, no one dared to ask. They just went to choose their weapons sullenly. Her gaze swept back and forth across the members of her group. The people in the same group as Lu Xing were obviously angrier. This was because they all saw that he had cheated to pass the assessment. He had no ability at all. Therefore, being in the same group as him meant that they were destined to be at a disadvantage. Gu Yun did this to improve their teamwork ability. Unfortunately, these people did not have this concept yet. Gu Yun did not say much and coldly ordered, practice in groups. Yes. According to the groups, each group would first learn a weapon. They would change every half an hour and take turns to go into battle. The reason why Gu Yun let them learn this way was to test their ability to accept new things in an instant. Moreover, in each group, there would definitely be one or two people who were more familiar with a weapon. It would be easier for them to use it and learn it faster. If they knew how to cooperate and teach each other, there was still a chance for them to win. Unfortunately, not everyone could understand Gu Yun's intentions. After taking turns like this, 2 hours later, stop. Gu Yun shouted in a low voice. The soldiers stopped playing with the weapons in their hands. Gu Yun walked to the side of a sturdy soldier and asked coldly, "What are you doing?" "Practicing the jian." The soldier answered matter-of-factly. Gu Yun fiercely gritted her teeth and said angrily, "When I said that you know how to use it, I meant that you have to understand the characteristics and strengths of this weapon and how to use it to maximize its lethality. Every weapon is wielded like a knife. This is not called knowing how to use it. Do you understand? The higher-ups had policies and the subordinates had countermeasures, right? She asked them to learn how to use weapons, but they were good. As long as it was a short weapon, they would use it as a knife. As long as it was a long weapon, they would use it as a spear. If it was so simple, why would she bother to find people to call them over? After being seen through, they could no longer be lazy and use tricks. The soldiers wailed in their hearts, but they still shouted in unison, "Yes." Again. Gu Yun shouted, "Whoever tries to fish in troubled waters, scram to the side and do 1,000 frog jumps." 1,000 frog jumps? That would be worse than death. For a moment, the huge forest became lively again. The clanging of weapons could be heard. Although the moves were rusty and awkward, no one dared to play tricks. Gu Yun took a deep breath to relieve the discomfort in her chest. As expected, shouting was very tiring. In the distance, a servant ran over and whispered to Gu Yun, "Miss Qing, Madame Lu is here." Qing? What was she doing here? After thinking for a while, Gu Yun said, "Let her wait for a while." The servant nodded and was about to leave when Yu Shijun said, "Boss, you go ahead. I'll just watch." Gu Yun looked at him with her bright eyes. Without waiting for her to speak, Yu Shijun patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, I won't be lenient." As he spoke, he deliberately clenched his fists. Gu Yun laughed and turned to look at the soldiers who had become much more obedient. She nodded and said, "All right, don't disappoint me." Yu Shijun immediately replied, "Definitely not." Gu Yun threw him a look that said, "Let's see how you perform." She turned and left the forest with the servant. From time to time, she could hear Yu Shijun's stern growls behind her. The corners of her lips unconsciously curled up. Soldiers were indeed very cute. Gu Yun rushed back to Yitian Court and saw Xueqing sitting leisurely on a stone bench. There was a steaming cup of tea on the table and a plate of pastries next to it. She held her cheek with one hand and looked up at the crossbar used to practice pull-ups on the tree. She held a pastry in her other hand and slowly put it into her mouth. Seeing her so comfortable that it made people jealous, Gu Yun couldn't help but tease, "What wind blew you here?" Xueqing looked towards the courtyard door. Gu Yun leaned against the door with her arms crossed in front of her chest. There was a faint smile on her face, and her black neck dress made her look even more slender. If it wasn't for her extremely cute face, Xueqing really wanted to shout, "So handsome." Last time, Qing Yamo had been lying down because of her injury, so she didn't notice it. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that Qing Mo's body seemed to have grown a lot taller. In fact, this was normal. Qing Ling and Qing Feng were both tall, so there was no reason for Qing Yamo to be short. Xueqing threw the pastry in her hand into her mouth and smiled, "You've recovered well. To think that I was so worried about you." Yun was really a cockroach that couldn't be killed. It had only been half a month, but she was alive and kicking again. What kind of words were these? Gu Yun walked over and replied in a bad mood, "Do you want to see me half dead?" Gu Yun's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. She was still sweating in autumn. She must be tormenting herself again. Shuiqing snorted, although your body's foundation is good, don't push yourself too hard. Guyun smiled and didn't answer her. She asked, why are you looking for me? Tell me. Can't I look for you if there's nothing? This woman knew how to change the topic. She grabbed a piece of pastry and threw it into her mouth without caring about her image. Guyun replied incoherently, I've never been narcissistic. She didn't come to work during her honeymoon period just to chat, right? Shuiqing rolled her eyes and said seriously, Qing Feng gave birth to a son 2 days ago. You know about it, right? Yes. She nodded casually. It was premature. Is there a secret? Qing would deliberately emphasize that there was a secret behind the premature birth. Sure enough, Shuiqing nodded and replied, she fell down the stairs and that's why she gave birth prematurely. Guyun raised her eyebrows coldly, did you find out who did it? Shuiqing sighed softly, it's not that easy. She gave birth to a son. I'm afraid there will be more danger in the future. I heard that Yan Hongtian's heirs are very thin until now. Most of them died prematurely. She didn't know much about the matters in the harem. The last time she entered the harem, she almost lost her life. Qing Feng didn't survive in there. What can we help her with? Even if she wanted to help Qing Feng investigate what happened in the harem, she didn't have the qualifications to intervene. Shuiqing shook her head, we can't, but Lu Xian and Su Ling can. She and Qing Feng could live a relatively independent life now because they relied on the protection of Lu Xian and Su Ling. They didn't have the ability to help Qing Feng. Guyun was silent and didn't know what to think. Shuiqing continued, only the Lu family and the Su family can stand behind her to protect her and the child. What do you want me to do? Persuade Su Ling to give the newborn prince a big gift in the name of the general's residence. She was already married to Xian. The officials naturally knew that she and Xian stood behind Qing Feng. However, the relationship between Yun and Su Ling was unclear. Giving this gift wouldn't mean anything. It would only make those behind the scenes a little afraid. They hoped that this way, Qing Feng and her child could fight for space to live. Qing Feng understood. Although she didn't know much about the matters in the harem, she understood what it meant for a general to publicly support a prince. Doing so might save Qing Feng, but it might bring trouble to Su Ling. Looking up at Shuiqing, Guyun said awkwardly, I'm not sure. Patting Guyun's shoulder lightly, Shuiqing said with a relaxed smile, I've already talked to Lu Xian. You just have to mention it to Su Ling. If it doesn't work, then forget it. Don't force it. She pitied Qing Feng, but cared more about Guyun. She hoped that this matter wouldn't become a knot between her and Su Ling. Guyun nodded lightly. Looking at the sky, it was already noon. Shuiqing got up and said, I'm leaving. Take care to rest. Guyun also wanted to get up and send her off. Shuiqing pressed her shoulder and said with a smile, no need. Mabai is waiting for me outside. I can go back by myself. Okay. Guyun didn't insist. Watching the elegant figure disappear in front of her eyes, she had a strange feeling in her heart. Qing had already integrated into this era very well. Her identity and perspective when considering things now was no longer the Qing of the past. She was the Prime Minister's wife and Qing Feng's elder sister. What about her? She was so passionate about training soldiers and solving cases. Was it only at that time that she felt that she was the original Guyun? That kind of life was the one she was familiar with in the past. She still wanted to go back, didn't she? Today's conversation with Qing made her mind a little scattered. Guyun walked to the grass and lay down. She put her hands behind her head and stared straight at the dense canopy above her head. Behind her was a soft grass cushion. It was a little itchy, but it was very comfortable. The sunlight was cut into countless rays by the leaves and modeled on her body. Her eyes happened to be hit by a ray of light. She didn't cover it. Her eyes were white, just like her brain at this time. Guyun didn't understand herself. She wanted to go back. She had always wanted to. But why was she hesitating at this moment? There was nothing here that made her reluctant to leave, was there? It seemed that ever since she got hit by the arrow, everything became different. He thought that only Su Ling was different. So it turned out that she also started to change? A shadow blocked the dazzling light. Gu Yun saw a big hand blocking her eyes. His 10 fingers and palms were covered with thick calluses. They were clean and thick. Gu Yun was in a daze for a moment. She wanted to reach out and grab this hand, and she did so. At the same time, a low snort sounded in her ear. "What are you thinking about?" The big hand in her hand was very warm but not soft, as if every joint contained power. When she grabbed it, she clearly felt it stiffen for a moment. A light snort by her ear called her back to her senses at the right time. She turned her head to look and saw Su Ling sitting by her side, and she was currently grabbing his hand. Quickly letting go of Su Ling's hand, Gu Yun suddenly sat up straight. Embarrassment was not enough to describe her current feelings. Especially under the gaze of that pair of deep black eyes, her heart was beating abnormally fast. Su Ling withdrew his hand in disappointment. The warmth of her fingertips seemed to still remain in his palm. He now regretted not grabbing her hand tightly and letting her slip away. "What are you thinking about?" She was looking at the sky in a daze just now, as if she would disappear in the fine sunlight at any time. That kind of lost expression made one's heart ache. Gu Yun lowered her head slightly and slowly calmed her chaotic emotions. Thinking of Qing's request, she didn't know how to tell him. She could only reply in a low voice, "Nothing." Liar. She might be able to discern the hidden emotions under other people's expressions, but she was not a person who was good at disguising herself. If something had not happened that made her extremely troubled, how could a determined person like her show such an expression, just like how she was just now, lying comfortably on the grass, as if she was determined to waste time with him. Su Ling continued to ask, "If you have something to say, just say it. It's not your style to be hesitant." Gu Yun was slightly stunned. She laughed and asked, "In your eyes, what should I do?" With a loud laugh, Su Ling said mercilessly, insolent to the point of being arrogant. Was that so? She didn't know who was the one who kept shouting and yelling. If her bones weren't hard enough, who knew how many times her hand would have been broken by him. Even now, lying flat on the grass, he didn't seem gentler. He still had such a domineering and dictatorial look. Gu Yun replied, "Same to you." Su Ling didn't deny it. His low voice still didn't give up and asked, "Are you still unwilling to say it?" Gu Yun restrained her smile and thought for a while. It was rare that Su Ling didn't press her again. After a long time, Gu Yun replied in a low voice, "My sister came to find me just now." Su Ling didn't interrupt her and waited for her to continue. "She suspects that Qing Feng." After a pause, Gu Yun explained with a smile, "Sometimes, sisters in our family are used to calling each other by their names." It was already very difficult for her to call elder sister Qing. She was really not used to calling someone younger than her actual age as elder sister. Su Ling nodded and didn't seem to care. Gu Yun continued, "She suspects that Qing Feng's premature birth was deliberately caused by someone." Su Ling slowly sat up straight. His dark eyes narrowed, but he still didn't say anything. Gu Yun could only continue, Yan Hongtian's interest in her not only failed to protect her, but also brought her a lot of trouble. She gave birth to a prince this time. I'm afraid that not only will she not be able to protect the child, but she will also lose her life. At this point, Gu Yun stopped. She thought about how to continue the topic. Su Ling looked at her serious face and chuckled, "The emperor isn't as incompetent as you think. If he wants to protect Qing Feng, no one can hurt her." Gu Yun didn't think so. She snorted, "The problem is whether or not your emperor truly wants to protect Qing Feng. Or is it that the open and hidden struggles between women are harmless in his eyes? It's just a lifestyle change. The death of 1 or 2 women doesn't matter to him at all? I heard that many of his children died young. Could it be that they were all natural disasters?" She never believed in coincidences and didn't believe that there were so many accidents in the world. What she said wasn't without reason. Few people could guess the emperor's thoughts. Perhaps only Lu Xian could peek at a few things. Gu Yun sat in silence. She looked like she wanted to say something but didn't. Su Ling's thin lips, which had always been cold and arrogant, slightly raised. He smiled and said, "Tomorrow, I'll have Ren send a gold cast yazi, 2 sounds, Z4 sounds, to the newly born prince. It can be considered a congratulatory gift from the general's estate." He finally knew why she was so distressed. Qing Feng was her older sister. She wanted him to help Qing Feng and the newly born child, but she was too embarrassed to ask. Yazi? Gu Yun didn't react for a moment. Yazi is one of the 9 sons of the dragon. It loves to kill. So it's often installed on weapons to deter the enemy. After listening to Su Ling's explanation, Gu Yun's brows didn't relax. Instead, they knitted even tighter. Su Ling relied on 2/3 of Qiong Yu's military power to send such a vicious beast to a prince. A discerning person could see the deep meaning behind it. If someone with ulterior motives used this as a pretext to make a fuss and annoy the tyrannical Yan Hongtian, wouldn't that bring a big trouble to the general's estate? Gu Yun shook her head and replied, "You're too obvious. What if people talk about it? Are you worried about me?" Su Ling didn't wait for her to finish speaking. His tone was anxious. Gu Yun was at a loss for words. She met the overly passionate gaze opposite her. Her eyes also started to drift. "I'm worried about everyone in the general's estate." Although Gu Yun's answer was barely satisfactory, her uneasy expression made Su Ling's mood slightly better. She finally felt his affection, right? Don't worry. The prince is originally the son of the dragon. The general's estate is also a place that values martial arts over literature. There's nothing wrong with sending Yazi. Moreover, the empress family's power is already strong enough. If the position of crown prince falls into their pocket, I'm afraid this country will change owners. Lu Xian and I support Qing Feng. It's just right to balance the interests. The emperor will only be happy to see this happen. You don't have to worry. Moreover, Su Ling paused for a moment and changed the topic. Lu Xian has already made a move. I can't just stand by and watch. Lu Xian has already made a move. I can't just stand by and watch. Gu Yun silently repeated this sentence. Her face became increasingly hot. Lu Xian was Qing's husband. It was natural for him to help. He couldn't just stand by and watch. What did he want to say? Was this a disguised confession? Gu Yun obviously didn't have the experience to deal with this kind of situation. She replied hesitantly, "Actually, you don't have to be so accommodating to me." After saying this, Gu Yun suddenly felt that it was inappropriate. What did she want Su Ling to say by saying this? If he was really interested in her, wasn't this forcing him to confess? She wanted to cry but had no tears. She was so nervous that she simply lowered her head. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. It was best to be deaf as well and end all troubles. In fact, at this moment, not only was Gu Yun annoyed, but Su Ling was also a little confused. He had lived for so many years, and there were very few women in his life. If it was in the past, let alone confessing, he would feel annoyed even if he had to say a few more words to a woman. He would never say sweet nothings. Now that he was faced with such a question, he didn't know what to say next. In the end, he sullenly threw out a sentence, "I do." "I do?" Gu Yun was stunned. She looked up at Su Ling in a daze. "Do what? Do you want to accommodate her?" Why did this sound a little strange? The two of them looked at each other for a long time. Gu Yun stared at him with a pair of big eyes. Su Ling's heart tightened. He also felt that his answer just now was very clumsy. There was a dark red color under his dark skin. Fortunately, it wasn't too obvious. He was obviously very nervous, but his face looked like someone owed him hundreds of thousands of yuan. Gu Yun burst out laughing. She didn't expect him to have such a cute side. This laugh also broke the ambiguous atmosphere just now. Gu Yun laughed a little exaggeratedly. Su Ling's face really darkened this time. Gu Yun coughed lightly to hide her laughter. She quickly changed the topic. "Why did you come back so early today?" Angered by Gu Yun's laugh, Su Ling coldly snorted, "It's the first day of training. I came back to take a look. I didn't expect the instructor to be lazy." Gu Yun originally wanted to explain, but on second thought, she was indeed the one who left her post without permission. A mistake was a mistake, and there was nothing to explain. Gu Yun said seriously, "I'm sorry. There won't be a next time." He just wanted to tease her. Who knew that she would take it seriously? Su Ling anxiously said, "I'm just teasing you. Don't take it seriously. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet." If you want to train, just arrange it. You don't have to do everything yourself. Suling's army has hundreds of thousands of soldiers. I haven't been there every time they train. Guyun still had a serious face and remained silent. Suling became even more anxious. Did you hear what I said? Guyun got up and patted the grass off her clothes and hair. She acted as if she didn't hear what he said at all, let alone respond. Afraid that she would be too tired and her body that had just recovered would collapse again, Suling habitually growled, "This is a military order." Guyun held a piece of withered grass. Her lips curled into a playful smile, and she asked neither lightly nor heavily, "Who's the arrogant one, Great General Su?" Suling had been in the army for many years and was used to giving orders. He blurted it out in a hurry. Suling was a little embarrassed, and his face was naturally very ugly. It was fine to pull the tiger's whiskers occasionally. If he flew into a rage out of humiliation later, she would still have to clean up the mess. Guyun smiled and said, "Lunch will be over soon. General Su, do you want to see how your soldiers are training?" Suling was still sitting on the ground, and his eagle-like eyes stared straight at Guyun. Guyun raised her eyebrows and chuckled, "You're not going?" Suling helplessly got up, "Let's go." The two walked side by side to the back of the mountain, and they didn't speak along the way. Guyun secretly bit her lip. Who could tell her how she could get along with him in the future so that it wouldn't be awkward? When they walked to the training ground, they only saw a group of strong men lying straight on the ground. Weapons were scattered everywhere, and everyone looked like they were fished out of the water. Some of them had their eyes closed, and some of them were staring straight at the bushes above their heads. Their eyes were empty. Suling gently raised his eyebrows and asked with a faint smile, "Is this the new training method you came up with?" It turned out that he had misunderstood her. She was lying in a daze in Etienne Court, and the soldiers were in a daze in the forest. Guyun only felt a flame rising from the bottom of her heart to her head. Her angry roar pierced through the clouds. Yu Shijun, Guyun's angry roar woke up many soldiers who were resting with their eyes closed. They looked in her direction and saw Suling's tall figure standing there. As long as the soldiers saw him, their faces were filled with panic and awe. They quickly got up from the ground and stood upright. The people beside them felt the movement and looked up. When they saw that it was Suling, they jumped up almost instantly and their tiredness was swept away. Yu Shijun sat by a big tree to rest. He saw Guyun and Suling's figures from afar. When she roared, Yu Shijun had already run in front of her. "Yes." He looked excitedly at Suling behind her. Yu Shijun respectfully called out, "General." He was Commander Su's deputy general. He rarely had the chance to interact with the general. This time, the general actually came in person. It could be seen that he valued this team very much. Suling nodded slightly. His perpetually serious expression made it impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. What are they doing? Yu Shijun was only focused on observing. Suling. He didn't notice that Guyun's expression could no longer be described as gloomy. Thus, he replied truthfully, "Resting." "Resting?" Her cold eyes shot straight at him. Yu Shijun looked at Guyun's cold face in hindsight. His heart trembled and he quickly replied, "It's not midnight yet." Guyun frowned slightly. "You mean to say that you will rest here after lunch and wait for midnight to start training?" If they went back to the camp to eat, they could rest in the barracks for half an hour before coming back to gather. Why would they lie on the ground in a sorry state? Yu Shijun explained, "They didn't go back to the camp for lunch." Why didn't they eat? They already didn't eat breakfast. Why didn't they eat lunch? After practicing weapons for the whole morning, the soldiers are so tired that they can't move. Since it's lunch break, I didn't force them to go back to the camp. Ask the kitchen to bring over 2 baskets of steamed buns and water. After eating, they can rest for a while. After he finished speaking, Yu Shijun seemed to want to guarantee something as he hurriedly said, "From morning till night, I definitely did not go easy on them during training. Did they think that mealtime was a free break where they could eat whatever they wanted?" Guyun was so angry that she laughed. "Do you like to eat steamed buns?" "Very good." The smile on her lips not only made Yu Shijun tremble, even Suling felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, especially when he heard her say, "Very good." Raising her head to look at the sky, Guyun coldly said, "It's time now. Line up." Yes. Yu Shijun turned around and walked to the middle of the soldiers who had already stood up. He shouted, "Line up." More than 100 people quickly and nimbly lined up. They were full of energy as if they had been injected with chicken blood. If it weren't for the dust on their clothes and their hair, Guyen would have thought that her eyes were playing tricks on her. Looking sideways at Suling beside her, Guyen asked, "Is there a river nearby?" "Yes. There's a Bai Shui River 5 miles north of the city." Suling narrowed his eagle-like eyes and secretly observed her expression. Unfortunately, there wasn't much expression on her face that had already calmed down. For a moment, he couldn't tell what she wanted to do. "Yu Shijun." Guyen shouted. "Yes." Yu Shijun jogged over. Guyen whispered a few words in his ear. Yu Shijun's face showed a moment of doubt, but he quickly recovered and replied, "I'll go prepare immediately." Glancing at the soldiers who suddenly had a boost in morale, Guyen coldly said, "Those who can't swim, step out." Qiangyu's territory was vast. Most of it was inland with only one side facing the sea. It wasn't strange that they couldn't swim. Fortunately, these elites didn't step out. Guyen nodded with satisfaction and said, "Everyone is responsible for 20 kilograms of sandbags. Run to the Bai Shui River 5 miles north of the city." "Yes." The majestic low roar shook the birds in the trees until they scurried away. Guyen suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She waved her hand at the soldiers who had tied the sandbags and said clearly, "Let's go." After walking a few steps behind the troops, Guyen turned around and asked Suling, "Do you want to go together or do you want to do your own things?" Suling originally didn't plan to continue watching, but he couldn't resist her invitation. "I have nothing to do in the afternoon. I want to see how you train the soldiers." Guyen nodded. She suddenly remembered something and reminded him, "Don't forget what you promised me." She had the final say on how to train the soldiers. He couldn't interfere with her. Thinking about how Yu Shijun was respectful to her just now, Suling teased, "Your prestige in the army isn't low." She was able to train his elite soldiers until they lay down in one morning. Her methods weren't weak. Guyen rolled her eyes at him and replied, "I'm far inferior to you. I'm just a fox borrowing the tiger's might." Suling's position in the army was unshakable. She also didn't plan to shake his position. Suling didn't expect her to be so calm. He smiled and said, "You don't seem like someone who lacks confidence." Guyen replied generously, "I'm confident but not conceited. Let's go." The two walked side by side out of the school. Suling led a pure black horse. "Over." He mounted the horse and extended his hand towards Guyen. The afternoon sun was still very dazzling. The sunlight shone down from above. Guyen raised her head slightly. She almost couldn't open her eyes. She couldn't see his handsome face under the sunlight. She could only see a large hand in front of her. Under the sunlight, the rough calluses on his palm and fingertips were even more clear. Guyen thought about the time when she held this hand in Etienne Park. That warm and strong touch made her dazed again. Guyen stood there with her head lowered. She didn't say anything and didn't mount the horse. Suling whispered, "Mount the horse." Guyen only regained her senses when she heard a deep male voice. She was annoyed. What was wrong with her today? It was just a pair of hands. When did she become so sensitive? Seeing that there were no other horses around, Guyen gritted her teeth and placed her hand on Suling's large hand. Suling was very strong. Guyen only felt a force lifting her up. Her waist suddenly tightened. She was already fixed on the horse by Suling. Releasing the hand around her waist, Suling only said one sentence, "Sit tight." Then he urged the horse away. The horse ran very fast. The wind whistled past their ears. The trees beside them were constantly moving backwards. Guyen lowered her head slightly. She knew that there was a change in her mentality. She couldn't seem to be as natural as before when facing him. Just like at this moment. She sat very straight because his warm and undulating chest was behind her. Guyen despised herself. Didn't she always think that she was free and easy? She never did things sloppily. Suling liked her. It was obvious. She could tell. Then, did she like him? Give me a quick answer so that both of us won't be so awkward, Gu Yun was still questioning herself when the reins suddenly tightened. The horse stopped. They had arrived. She didn't know if she was relieved or annoyed that she couldn't come up with a conclusion. In short, Gu Yun jumped off the horse as if she was escaping. Su Ling stared at the figure that was eager to escape. The corners of his lips curled up higher and higher. She wasn't that slow after all. Yu Shijun had been waiting for them on the shore for a long time. There was a long fishing net at his feet and 2 small wooden boats behind him. 4 young generals were standing steadily on the boats. At first glance, one could tell that they were experts in sailing on the waves. Gu Yun narrowed her eyes and looked over. This Baishui River was wider than she had imagined. It was about 70 to 80 meters wide. Moreover, the current was very fast. The ripples were unusually dazzling under the sunlight. Pull up the net and stop them downstream. As long as she didn't think about those complicated relationships between men and women, Gu Yun's brain was still as good as before. Under Su Ling and Yu Shijun's puzzled gazes, she commanded the 2 boats to pull the fishing net downstream. Not long after the fishing net was set up, more than 100 people arrived on the shore one after another. Gu Yun ignored them and said to the 4 young generals, "You guys, drive the boat to the center of the river. If anyone can't hold on anymore, pull them up." "Yes." The 4 people nodded in a daze. They didn't understand what she meant. The fighters behind her all had sturdy physiques. They were carrying heavy sandbags on their backs. They should have run very far. They were just breathing heavily and their faces were a little flushed. They should be fine even if they swam 1 or 2 rounds. The 4 people looked at each other, but they didn't dare to risk their lives. They rowed the boat to the center of the river. Gu Yun turned around and saw that the soldiers were already in formation. They were all unusually excited because of Su Ling's arrival. Gu Yun didn't beat around the bush and directly said, "The physical training this afternoon will mainly train your endurance, swimming skills, and speed. From here, feel your way to the other side of the river and return. You will be in a group of 20 and swim a total of 10 rounds. The last person in each round will have 10 points deducted. Those who can complete 10 rounds will pass the test. There will be no bonus points for passing. As for those who have their points deducted, they will go to the shore and do frog jumps. You can only stop when all the team members have finished the test." The more Gu Yun spoke, the more gloomy the faces of the soldiers became. According to her, more than half of the people were destined to have 10 points deducted in one afternoon. Moreover, the punishment for those who had their points deducted was far more severe than those who persevered. 20 people in a group, 7 groups of 10 rounds. It would take at least 4 hours to finish swimming. Wouldn't the people in the first group who were eliminated have to frog jump for more than 4 hours? The cold sweat on their foreheads began to drip down. They were all secretly praying that they weren't in the first group. Their faces became uglier and uglier. Gu Yun's tone was very light. "Do you understand?" Taking a deep breath, the soldiers replied in unison, "Understood." After answering, the soldiers began to untie the sandbags on their bodies and prepared to enter the water. Gu Yun's cold voice said coldly, "Who allowed you to untie the sandbags?" They weren't allowed to untie the sandbags? The sandbags weighed a total of 20 kilograms. After entering the water, they would become heavier. With sandbags hanging from their waists and feet, how were they going to cross the river? After hearing Gu Yun's words, although Su Ling's expression didn't change, he began to worry in his heart. There were basically no sailors in the Su family army. The only 10,000-man navy was stationed at the east side of the sea all year round. These elite soldiers knew how to swim, but their swimming skills were definitely not that good. They might not be able to complete 10 rounds without sandbags, not to mention 20 kilograms of sandbags. Even though his heart was sweating for these soldiers, Su Ling still didn't say a word. "Don't doubt the people you use. Don't use people you don't trust." He now understood the purpose of the fishing net at the lower reaches of the river. Gu Yun didn't give them a chance to refute or complain. Her stern voice sounded again, "Fasten the sandbags. First group, get ready." Gu Yun rearranged the formation according to the order of height. The first group was relatively thin. Lu Xing, Ling Xiao, and Shi Hu were in the first group. "Let's go." Although the soldiers were wailing in their hearts, they didn't hesitate to enter the water. This was because no one wanted to fall behind and become someone who had their points deducted and had to frog jump for 4 hours. The rules that Gu Yun announced were cruel. Even if everyone in this group was fast, there would still be a last place. After the first round, Lu Xing was eliminated. Lu Xing climbed ashore dejectedly. Without needing Gu Yun to say anything, he frog jumped on the shore by himself. Gu Yun shook her head inwardly. Unity and cleverness allowed him to enter this group as he wished. However, according to his physique, Gu Yun was worried that his 100 points would be depleted in less than 10 days. When she turned her gaze back, the second round had already ended. It was inevitable that someone would join Lu Xing's group. After a few rounds, the distance between people on the huge river gradually increased. Gu Chu looked at their gradually slowing movements and shouted loudly, "Swim faster! Why are you dilly-dallying?" Yu Shijun, who had been observing the river surface in fear, suddenly whispered, "It seems like someone is drowning." Gu Yun narrowed her eyes and looked over. There was indeed a figure struggling on the river surface. It was likely that the person was physically weak or had a cramp in his leg. Gu Yun waved towards the boat in the center of the river and shouted, "Save him." The young soldiers on the boat quickly rowed the boat over. They finally knew why they had to wait at the center to save someone. 10 rounds with sandbags tied to their bodies. Heavens, this kind of training was too crazy. The drowning soldier looked very young. He was in his early 20s. As he was saved in time, he didn't drink much water. He just hugged his leg with a painful expression on his face. A soldier rowed the boat to the shore while another soldier quickly rubbed his leg. It was normal to have a cramp in one's leg during swimming. Usually, if someone had a cramp, they would be fine after rubbing it. However, this soldier rubbed his leg for a long time. His leg was like a rock and his expression became more and more painful. The young soldier bit his lower lip and didn't dare to make a sound. However, his distorted face showed that he was in pain again and again. Gu Yun walked in front of the young soldier and whispered to Yu Shijun, "Move aside." Yu Shijun turned around and glanced at Gu Yun. He let go of his hand and took a step back. "Hold his shoulder." Yu Shijun grabbed the young soldier's shoulder. Gu Yun lifted her leg and kicked at the soles of his feet. Every kick made a loud bang. After kicking, she still wasn't satisfied. She even used her foot to step on the young soldier's feet. The young soldier's face became more and more green. The soldiers on the shore stared straight at Gu Yun. Those who knew what she was doing understood that she was helping the young soldier relax. Those who didn't know would think that she was going to cripple his leg. Their muscles had been tense for an entire day. They were also repeating the same action of kicking their feet. In addition, the river water was cold. The muscles on their feet were probably similar to rocks. They couldn't be massaged and could only be kicked. Gu Yun pretended not to see the burning gazes behind her. After kicking and stepping for a while, she squatted down and held his foot with one hand. She slowly pressed it in the direction of his body and used her other hand to rub his small foot vigorously. Suling looked at them and walked over with a slight frown. Because of his approach, the young soldier nervously held his breath. His stiff muscles slowly relaxed. Gu Yun asked in a low voice, "How are you?" The young soldier regained his senses under Suling's powerful aura. He moved his leg that was still in pain just now but was now much better. He replied somewhat embarrassedly, "I'm fine." Perhaps this general's wife only looked strict. After all, she was a woman. She always had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. The lamentation in his heart was shattered by Gu Yun's words in the next moment. Gu Yun stood up and said coldly, "If you're fine, get up and do frog jumps." Frog jumps? His foot was still hurting. Gu Yun looked at him coldly. The young soldier fiercely cursed Gu Yun in his heart. He could only reply, "Yes." He took back his words just now. This woman had a heart of stone. The young soldier rubbed his leg while keeping up with the soldiers who had been jumping for a long time in front of him. He struggled to jump up step by step. On a sunny afternoon by the beautiful bank of the clear water, the strong men who were drenched from head to toe lined up in a row. They were like frogs jumping with difficulty on the bank. In the river that was supposed to be rippling with blue waves, the figures struggling for their lives were particularly eye-catching. The small boats guarding the fishing net would occasionally pick up a few exhausted soldiers. The scene was very tragic. Suling crossed his arms in front of his chest and said with a serious expression, "Are you sure that after a month of training like this, there will still be 100 people left?" Looking at her style in the afternoon, the weapon practice in the morning was probably very tragic. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made them fall asleep immediately. The first day was already so harsh. After a month, there probably wouldn't be more than 50 people who didn't have 100 points deducted by her. Gu Yun was unmoved. Her slightly low voice sounded cold and ruthless. If they can't persevere to the end, it means that they are not up to the task in the future. If no one is left, this team will be disbanded. I don't want to collect their corpses. Suling's heart trembled. He turned his head to look. She stared at the lake with incomparable concentration and abnormally firm eyes. The first group finally finished their 10 rounds. There were less than 6 people left. They were still paralyzed on the bank, unable to move. Gu Yun said, "The second group. Let's go." The situation of the last few groups wasn't much better than the first group. There weren't many people who could complete 10 rounds. The line of people jumping on the bank was getting longer and longer. Lu Xing, who was at the front, was about to cry. Every time he jumped, he had to support himself with both hands on the ground. His face was so red that it was almost the color of a pig's liver. Gu Yun looked back at them and shouted sternly, "Don't stop. Continue jumping." Gu Yun's voice was simply like a devil's voice at this moment. The soldiers cursed her every time they jumped. This was probably the reason why they could still persevere. The sun gradually set. In the west, the 7 groups finally finished. Stop. Under Gu Yun's command, a long stretch of the riverbank fell down. The people in the last group secretly rejoiced. Unfortunately, Gu Yun didn't intend to let them go. The last 2 groups whose points were deducted will return to the camp later. If you can't complete the frog jump, another 10 points will be deducted. Ignoring the sharp glares, Gu Yun shouted, "Line up." This was the slowest assembly in history. Some people even walked 3 steps and crawled back to the formation. Their usually tall and straight posture was now bent like an old man. Gu Yun didn't criticize their standing posture. She only said to Yu Shijun, who was beside her, "Remember who has 10 points deducted. Once their points are deducted, immediately let them leave." Yu Shijun helplessly replied, "Yes." He was very doubtful. Could these people still train tomorrow? Line up and return to the camp. Wait for me at the barracks in an hour. She wasn't done yet? Everyone collapsed. What else did she want? Gu Yun looked at the pairs of shocked, hateful, and tearless eyes and replied, "Those who want to quit don't have to come." If they voluntarily quit on the first day, how could they survive in the military camp in the future? They couldn't wait to chop Gu Yun into pieces, but they had no choice but to listen to her orders. These famous generals who had once galloped on the battlefield felt sullen and cowardly. Gu Yun gently raised her eyebrows and said, "Why aren't you leaving? An hour isn't very long." This woman was too arrogant. They wanted to leave quickly, but at this moment, their legs felt like they were broken. They couldn't stop trembling. Even if Suling was present, they were extremely tired and didn't have the energy to pretend to be imposing. The 100 or so people who came valiantly and in high spirits could only drag their 2 legs and slowly move back to the camp. There was a line of frogs accompanying them along the way. Narrowing his eagle eyes, Suling looked at the elite soldiers in front of him who were walking slower than the old lady. He suddenly said seriously, "Han Shu is wrong. After a month, they will definitely not call you a hag. They will directly say that you are not a woman at all." He thought that she was already considered cold on normal days, but he didn't expect that during training, she would simply not recognize anyone. She was cruel and heartless. She already knew that he wouldn't say anything good. Gu Yun rolled her eyes at him, boring. She didn't get on Suling's horse again. Instead, she walked alone in the afterglow towards the general's estate. She could walk 5 li in half an hour. Right now, she didn't want to be too close to Suling. She needed some time to think. Suling didn't force her to get on the horse. He led the horse behind her. Looking at the thin figure in front of him and thinking about her actions just now, the doubts in his heart became heavier and heavier. There was no doubt that she was Qing Yamo, but why would a rich young miss be so proficient in the art of training soldiers? Why would she have so many strange but useful training methods when he thought about it? There was also Qing Ling. She was abnormally calm when facing the corpse, as if it was something that had never happened before. Even Shan Yulan couldn't help but admire the accuracy of her autopsy. In the depths of the palace, there were as many talented and beautiful women as there were hairs on a cow. Qing Feng, a woman with a ruined face, used less than a year to go from a palace made with no rank to imperial concubine Qing, one of the 4 imperial concubines. The methods and strategies involved were also not something an ordinary woman would have. The rumors about the 3 beauties of the Qing family in the marketplace, was it a misunderstanding, or were they intentional? The 2 of them had their own thoughts. When they were about to reach the general's estate, they saw Suyu coming out of the estate from afar. Gu Yun wanted to greet him, but Suyu suddenly turned his head and quickly walked in the opposite direction. Gu Yun closed her mouth in puzzlement. Suyu obviously saw them, but why did he leave in such a hurry? Gu Yun asked in a low voice, Suyu has been very busy recently? Su Ling's face darkened slightly. He didn't say anything and only nodded. So that was the case. Gu Yun didn't take it to heart. The 2 of them entered the estate together. Gu Yun was prepared to go directly to the military barracks from the military field, but when she passed by the courtyard in front of the reception pavilion, she was stopped. Girl. Su Yan was holding a bowl of something in his hand as he walked out of the reception pavilion. Behind him was the smiling Su Quan and the leisurely strolling Su Qing. When they arrived in front of Gu Yun, Su Yan excitedly placed the thing in his hand in front of Gu Yun and said as if he was presenting a treasure, Girl, you're finally back. I stewed soup for you again. This time, it's Ganoderma old turtle soup. That bowl of black thing was Ganoderma old turtle soup? Gu Yun didn't even think about it and directly replied, I don't drink it. Su Quan, who had caught up with them, smiled like a Maitreya Buddha, I already said that I don't like your things. After eating my nourishing pill, I don't need to touch your soup at all. Stop being so long-winded. The 2 of them began to quarrel again. Gu Yun gently rubbed her forehead with a headache. Would these 2 die if they didn't quarrel for a day? Just as she was about to walk around the 2 of them and leave, Su Qing smiled faintly and said, Let me take your pulse. Gu Yun's raised foot paused. She was amazed by Su Qing's internal strength last time and had a better impression and trust of him. Not only that, she admired him for being able to remain calm in front of the 2 chattering old men. Gu Yun didn't dodge. She raised her left hand and stretched it out in front of him. Su Qing took Gu Yun's pulse. Su Ling glared at the 2 old men who were still bickering and the 2 of them shut up resentfully. Su Qing's fingers only lingered on Gu Yun's wrist for a while before he retracted them and said, Your body is fine now. Pay attention to rest and nourish your body. You'll be able to jump around in a month. Su Yan quickly took the opportunity to pass the soup bowl in his hand and said, Right? You still need to nourish your body. Quick, drink the soup. Gu Yun ignored him. She stared at Su Qing's smiling face and asked, Can I start doing some exercises to recover my strength now? Su Qing stroked his white beard and smiled, Yes, but you can't be too hasty. Under Su Ling's glare, Su Qing continued to smile freely. He didn't take his sharp gaze seriously. Looking at the soup in Su Yan's hand, Su Qing said meaningfully, Drinking some soup that's good for your body won't do you any harm. There's also that tonic pill. If you eat it, you'll recover faster. In addition to the injuries she suffered this time, she also had more serious internal injuries. According to her pulse, her body wasn't considered strong. It was probably because this girl was eager to be strong. Regardless of whether her body could take it or not, she forcefully added a heavy burden to her body. Fortunately, Bing Lian had always been by her side. He remembered her with his 1,000-year-old soul essence, which allowed her thin body to have the current strength. However, if she didn't recuperate and replenish her vitality, she was afraid that her vitality would be empty in the future. If she could let her body recover to its previous state, she didn't care what she drank. Gu Yun took the bowl of black soup and drank it in one gulp. It wasn't bitter, but it definitely didn't taste good. Gu Yun obediently drank the soup. The happiest person was Su Yan. He smiled happily and said, "That's great. I'll stew it for you tomorrow." She was too thin. He must take advantage of this period of time to make her white and plump. Su Quan didn't like Su Yan's complacent look. He said embarrassedly, "It's already dark. Let's eat first." Medicinal soup can be eaten as rice. The two of them added up to over 100 years old, but they still liked to bicker with each other. Guyan shook her head in amusement and said, "You guys eat. I'm going to the military camp." Those fellows who needed to be taught a lesson still didn't know how to follow a schedule. She would leave a deep impression on them. Guyan finished speaking and walked towards the military camp. This time, Suling didn't go with her. He only looked at the beautiful figure with his deep black eyes. His eyes were filled with a complicated light. Suling slowly retracted his gaze until Guyan's figure disappeared in front of him. Su Qing's voice with a hint of laughter sounded in his ear, "You're sure it's her?" Suling's tall and straight back stiffened. Then, he suddenly laughed softly. His usually cold voice was unusually light, "Only I would dare to want her." Su Qing laughed and shook her head. Ling probably didn't know that the silly smile on his face was so bright that it was somewhat dazzling. In the kitchen of the barracks. At the dining table, tired figures were forced to sit upright. They stared at Gu Yun with eyes full of vigilance. They were constantly worried that Gu Yun would give them some difficult problems. "I was supposed to summarize today's performance after dinner, but because you didn't complete 2 tasks, I'll point it out to you now. You're not allowed to do it again in the future." Which one of the tasks she asked them not to complete? If they were lazy, their hands and feet wouldn't be numb now. She was actually lying through her teeth. As soon as Gu Yun's voice fell, the pairs of eyes that were originally full of resentment shot out a sharp light. Even though most of them wanted to rush up and reason with her, they were afraid that this would give her an excuse to flip out, so they forcibly endured it. If looks could kill, Gu Yun would probably have died 1,000 times. Ignoring the pairs of eyes that were filled with hostility, Gu Yun continued, "You didn't eat properly for breakfast and lunch today. You only ate less than half of the food that was prepared for you. You have to carry out every training arrangement that I set for you, including meals. I've already made it very clear what you should do every hour. From this meal onwards, unless you have my permission, you must return to the barracks to eat every meal. The kitchen will divide your food into portions. You must finish them all. If there's a grain of rice left, 10 points will be deducted. Do you understand?" "Eh?" She was talking about meals? The anger in the soldiers' hearts dissipated and was replaced with sneers. If they wanted to train, then train. Why would she care how much they ate? If they were hungry, then eat more. If they weren't hungry, then eat less. She was too controlling. They cursed Gu Yun fiercely in their hearts, but they had no choice but to reply, "Understood." Gu Yun raised her eyebrows slightly. These people really had guts. They expressed their dissatisfaction vividly, as if they were afraid that she couldn't see it. Very good. She liked people who were true to themselves. However, liking them was one thing. She wasn't very happy at the moment. Gu Yun's lips curled into a smile that gave everyone goosebumps. She smiled and said, "Let the kitchen serve them food." Yes. After a while, a few veterans came in with a few large baskets. One of the baskets had a pile of bowls that were as big as flower pots, if they could still be called bowls. The flower pots were placed in front of everyone. The soldiers looked at each other in dismay. Following that, the other baskets were also opened. A few veterans dragged the baskets and added things to their flower pots one by one. 2 cucumbers were just right. 3 spoonfuls of rice was a little too much, but it was still edible. Half a chicken was just right for the rice. A spoonful of vegetables and meat was also not bad. 8 eggs was a little exaggerated. What was the meaning of 2 spoonfuls of fresh red raw beef? The soldiers looked at the flower pots that were piled up in front of them and then looked at Gu Yun's extremely gentle smile. They were certain that she was deliberately pranking them. She wanted them to have their points deducted, right? Don't even think about it. They grabbed their chopsticks angrily and lowered their heads. The soldiers buried their heads and ate hard. In Yu Shijin's eyes, Gu Yun was already very benevolent to them. At least, she did not ask them to eat snakes, insects, rats, and ants. The scene of them eating worms in the rainforest made them feel disgusted even now. Guyun walked to the last stool and sat down. She waved at Yu Shijun. Yu Shijun walked in front of her. Guyun pointed to the chair beside her and motioned for him to sit down. Yu Shijun hesitated for a moment, but finally sat down. Guyun asked in a low voice, "Is there anyone at the drill ground at night?" "Usually not." Seeing her nod in satisfaction, Yu Shijun asked with some hope, "There's no training tonight, right?" Guyun replied sternly, "Of course there is." The words "no discussion" were clearly written on her face. Even if Yu Shijun sympathized with them in his heart, he did not dare to provoke the tiger's whiskers at this time. Later, prepare 14 bundles of hemp rope and send them to the drill ground. Let them rest for a quarter of an hour after eating and then gather at the drill ground. Guyun said casually, but the soldiers who had been eavesdropping on her conversation with Yu Shijun all wailed in their hearts. This woman was definitely a demon. Why was the day so long? They did not know what she would do at night. Yu Shijun sighed and replied, "Yes." Guyun was secretly amused. Why did they look like they were about to die? These people really needed to be taught a lesson. She remembered that the training schedule clearly stated that the evening was the cultural learning time. Did they even use their brains to remember? Guyun sat there and waited for a long time, but there was still nothing in front of her. Guyun stared at the veteran in the kitchen and asked loudly, "Where's my food?" Ah? She wanted to eat with them? Not only did the veteran stand there in a daze, but many soldiers also turned to look at Guyun. She also wanted to eat raw meat and drink egg syrup? Didn't she ask them to eat to prank them? Guyun looked as if she was waiting for her food. The veteran stared at Guyun in a daze for a long time before he came back to his senses. He said in a panic, "Please wait a moment. It'll be ready soon." Guyun laughed heartily and said, "It'll be the same as theirs, but the portion will be halved." "Yes." The veteran hurriedly ran to the kitchen. It was already strange for a young lady to train soldiers, but to eat such strange things with the soldiers at the same table? The general's preferences were really hard to fathom. This meal, the soldiers were very full. To be exact, they ate until they wanted to cry. Indeed, not a single grain of rice was left. However, they were very worried. Would the training at night make them spit out the food they ate again? Would this be another way for her to torture them? When the group of people gathered at the drill ground, the sky was already completely dark. There were torches all around. Guyun's feet were bundles of rope. She was also holding a 3-foot-long hemp rope in her hand. The flickering candlelight illuminated her expressionless face. The hearts of the soldiers were drumming. In fact, if she had told them what they were going to train tonight, their hearts would have been more at ease. She did not say anything, which made them even more apprehensive. Especially when their limbs were numb and almost stiff, this kind of torture made them collapse. They were thinking too much. Guyun stood there and did not say anything. In fact, she was thinking about what kind of knot would be more practical to teach them later. When she was thinking, she was usually expressionless. After suffering for a quarter of an hour, Guyun finally began to speak. "Let me first summarize your performance today. Through today's training, you should know how poor their physical fitness is. With your current physique, it's impossible for you to keep up with my training program. If you want to increase your strength and endurance, there is only one way, and that is to train. You must do your best in all the training. I said that I only want the most outstanding people. I hope that you are." Being the most outstanding people was the reason why they wanted to join this team. But now, they had another thought in their hearts. They could not be looked down upon by this woman. Guyun glanced at the rope on the ground and said loudly, "Stand in line according to the morning's groups." The formation was quickly in place. Guyun said to Yu Shijun, "Distribute the things. Each group of rope is a bundle. Each person gets a portion of paper and charcoal." "Yes." Yu Shijun distributed the rope, paper, and a small piece of charcoal. The soldiers were even more confused. What were the paper and charcoal used for? Guyun did not waste any time. She held the long rope in her hand tightly and said, "Rope is the best and most commonly used tool. Through knotting, you can change its length and use. If you are in the wild, vines or cloth strips can be used to make long ropes. Tonight, I will teach you 10 types of knots. You must learn how to untie these knots and be able to use them skillfully. Even in complete darkness, you must complete the knots accurately and untie them. So tonight, they were going to learn how to tie knots. The soldiers secretly heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Guyun raised her eyebrows slightly and continued, I have an exam tomorrow night. If you can't answer it, 10 points will be deducted from your answer. Do you understand? Understood. Another deduction of points. They were already numb to it, but they did not dare to belittle it. They really did not have many points to deduct. Let's talk about the first type first. It's the simplest and most commonly used figure-8 knot. As Guyun spoke, she demonstrated to them, the figure-8 knot includes the figure-8 loop knot and figure-8 knot. In fact, Guyun did not speak quickly and her movements were very slow. She tried her best to let them see clearly and even guided them step by step. However, this method of tying knots, which they thought was not a big deal, made the group of elites sweat profusely. 10 types of knots and the method to untie them made a total of 20 types. Some knots were easier to tie but harder to untie. Some knots were tied in similar ways but had very different uses. They now knew why she gave them paper and charcoal. In such a short time, if they did not write it down, they would not be able to remember it at all. They still had an exam tomorrow. What should they do? Seeing the group of people tying knots and recording in a flurry, Yu Shijun finally understood why she requested that the soldiers must be literate when she first selected them. So that was why. Today's training ends here. Line up and return to camp. When the cold voice sounded, it was the first time the soldiers felt that time passed so quickly. They put away the paper in their hands that was densely filled with drawings. At this moment, everyone's mind was filled with knots that were tangled together. The corners of Guyun's lips curled up slightly and she said with a relaxed smile, it's best that no one is late tomorrow. Otherwise, I will let you know how merciful I am today. The clear female voice sounded leisurely and everyone trembled at the same time. There was only one thought in their minds. They could not be late tomorrow even if they died. 4 days later. After a few days of training, although their limbs were sore and numb, the soldiers finally gradually adapted to Guyun's training method. Tomorrow was the day of the weapon competition. The soldiers were especially excited today. Guyun was also looking forward to their performance tomorrow. After all, her testing method was definitely not as simple as sparring or target shooting as they imagined. After a day of training, the employees were already very tired. On the way back to Etienne Court, they saw Suyu walking over with his head lowered. His footsteps were still a little unsteady. Guyun called out loudly, Suyu. Hearing the voice, Suyu seemed to be a little dazed. When he raised his head and saw Guyun smiling and waving at him, his face suddenly darkened. His heart felt like it was being twisted by something. Suyu did not say anything and turned around to leave. Guyun's lips were still curled up slightly just now, but now she was standing there awkwardly. She didn't seem to have offended him, right? These few days, she would occasionally bump into him, but he was always in a hurry and ignored her. It was the middle of the night now. Everything should be done by now. She would give him a smile, but he would just leave her with his back facing her. Guyun was annoyed. She shouted at the figure that was in a hurry to escape, Suyu, stop right there. Suyu's body stiffened. He paused for a moment and immediately lifted his feet to leave. Unfortunately, Guyun froze and quickly chased after him, blocking his path. The strong smell of alcohol from Suyu's body assaulted her senses. Why are you avoiding me? Suyu lowered his head slightly, and Guyun could not see his face clearly. She only heard him ask incoherently, I didn't. The moment Suyu opened his mouth, the strong smell of alcohol made Guyun's brows furrow tightly. He must have drunk a lot, as he kept his head down and ignored her. Guyun was really puzzled. When did she become so annoying? She asked curiously, did I offend you? Guyun was just asking casually, but Suyu was like a hedgehog. Every thorn on his body was straight, and his hoarse voice was almost roaring, I said I didn't. Can you not appear in front of me in the future? Suyu's roar aroused Guyun's curiosity. Why? There's no reason. I just don't want to see you. Go away. As he spoke, Suyu even pushed her. The injury on her chest had mostly healed, so it did not hurt much after being pushed a few times. However, Guyun was clearly starting to get impatient. Why are you acting like a drunkard? Pushing away his hand that was still on her shoulder, Guyun decided not to waste her breath on a drunkard. Guyun turned around and suddenly felt a pain on her wrist. The force was shockingly strong. Guyun sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. When she turned around, she saw Suyu holding her hand tightly, with no intention of letting go. Guyun cursed silently. This damn brat wanted to crush her hand. Just as Guyun was considering whether to punch him to sober up, Suyu suddenly raised his head. The face that came into view gave Guyun a fright. Her clenched fist froze in place. He drank too much, and his face was red and dark. His usually smooth face was full of stubble, and his bloodshot eyes were dull and lifeless. He seemed to be staring at her, but in fact, his gaze was extremely erratic. The strong smell of alcohol assaulted her senses, and Guyun's face darkened. What the hell was Suyu doing? He was originally a handsome and tall person. How did he end up like this after not seeing him for a few days? Guyun wanted to withdraw her hand and help him back to his courtyard to rest. Who knew that this person who looked so drunk would still hold her hand so tightly? No matter how Guyun pulled, he would not let go. In the end, Suyu simply grabbed her hand and pressed it against his chest. Guyun was shocked. Suyu did not have time to react. He frantically stepped back and shouting, "You're big brothers, you're his." The walkway was already unstable to begin with. After retreating a few steps, Suyu staggered and fell to the ground. His body almost fell straight to the ground. His mouth was mumbling something that could not be heard clearly. Guyun never dealt with drunkards. In the past, when the team had a meal together, a group of people would compete in drinking. She would usually not get drunk. When it was about to end, she would immediately leave. She would definitely not clean up the mess. Looking at the man who was paralyzed on the ground, she felt helpless. She was about to call the soldiers on night patrol to carry him back. When she walked past him, she heard Suyu keep saying something about Bing Lian, you, and so on. She always knew that Bing Lian had a secret. The old man from the Su family organization was unwilling to tell her, so she could start from Suyu. Half squatting down, Guyun listened carefully to what he was saying. Why did Bing Lian choose you? Why you? Bing Lian, after listening to him intermittently for a long time, Guyun still did not understand. Taking advantage of his drunken stupor, Guyun asked softly, is there any special meaning for Bing Lian to choose me? Suyu closed his eyes and mumbled a few words. Guyun could not hear him clearly and was about to leave in disappointment. Suyu began to sit up crazily again. His bloodshot eyes stared at Guyun. He was no longer in a trance like before. Instead, he stared straight at her. The complicated and incomprehensible light in his eyes made Guyun feel a little apprehensive. After a long time, Suyu finally spoke, Bing Lian chose you. You are Big Brother's wife. You are Big Brother's woman. I can't. Like you. Before he could say the last 3 words, his collar was grabbed by Guyun. Guyun stared at him and asked impatiently, what did you say? Whoever Bing Lian chooses will be Suling's wife? Suyu suddenly laughed. Unfortunately, his laughter was uglier than crying. Guyun still refused to let go of him and asked forcefully, make it clear. If you don't make it clear today, I won't let you go. Suyu looked back at Guyun with bloodshot eyes. He laughed and said, for thousands of years, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Su family has always been chosen by Bing Lian. As long as it chooses someone, no one can object. No matter which woman is beautiful or ugly, smart or stupid, as long as it chooses her, the descendants of the Su family must agree. You were chosen by Bing Lian. I don't even have the chance to fight for you. Do you understand now? As if to vent, Suyu shouted every sentence loudly. It was difficult for Guyun to not hear it. She did not have time to pay attention to Suyu's last confession. The words in front were like a heavy hammer. That hit her heart fiercely. Beautiful or ugly, smart or stupid, as long as it chooses her, the descendants of the Su family must agree. Did Suling think so too? The hand that grabbed Suyu's lapel unconsciously loosened. Guyun muttered to herself, you mean, it doesn't matter who it is. If Bing Lian didn't choose me, Suling wouldn't even pay attention to me. Guyun let go and Suyu fell to the ground with a bang. She laughed and said, there are many talented and beautiful women around Big Brother. He doesn't lack women, he doesn't lack women. Yes, she remembered the first time she saw him. He was so arrogant that he was even stingy to look at her. When she fought with him in Soaring Clouds Pavilion, he saw her holding Bing Lian with eyes full of surprise and anger. It turned out that he was protesting against Bing Lian's choice. He then left in a hurry. Was it because he was unwilling? Everything was because of Bing Lian. Guyun always wanted to know the secret behind Bing Lian. Now that she knew, why did she feel so uncomfortable? Her heart was stuffy and she couldn't breathe. Suren heard Suyu shouting from afar. Suyu and Qingmo, one was lying down and the other was kneeling, pulling and shoving each other. He was shocked and shouted, Suyu. He rushed over and forcefully dragged the drunk Suyu over. He stared at Guyun's uncertain face and hurriedly explained, he's drunk. Ignore him. Damn it, how much did Feather drink? Guyun stared straight at Su Ren and asked anxiously, the person Bing Lian chose is the mistress of the Su family. You were so polite to me at the beginning, the elders of the Su family treated me so well, and even Suling looked at me differently. It was all because Bing Lian chose me, right? Su Ren's heart sank. Feather really said it. He thought about how to answer. Actually, seeing his hesitation, Guyun said word by word, I want to hear the truth. It's not good to be too sensitive. With a low sigh, Su Ren replied, at the beginning, it was because of Bing Lian. But later on, everyone really liked you. So it was true. Guyun's face suddenly turned pale. She didn't say anything and turned to leave. Qingmo. Suyu hung on his body, so he couldn't chase after her. Looking at her slender back that revealed a rare indifference, Su Ren's eyelids twitched for some reason. Helping the drunk Suyu up, Su Ren scolded, stinking brat, you're in big trouble this time. If Big Brother knew, he would skin him alive. On the way back to Etienne Court, Guyun's mind kept replaying every time she was anxious with Suling. From disgust, to anger, to indifference, to recognition, concern, and even love. It was as if it was all related to Bing Lian. If it wasn't for Bing Lian, he wouldn't have accepted her opinion when exterminating the bandits. Perhaps he wouldn't have listened to a foreign woman's words. If it wasn't for Bing Lian, he wouldn't have allowed a woman to train the elite soldiers of his Su family army. If it wasn't for Bing Lian, he wouldn't have said I do that day. With a gloomy heart, Guyun walked into the house and saw Bing Lian hanging on the wall. She gently took it down and held it in her hand. The cool air was very comfortable in the past, but tonight, she didn't know why, but the cold air seemed to jump into her heart and her heart turned cold. Gently caressing the lustrous white blade, Guyun asked in a low voice, is it all because of you? For the first time, the clear and cold voice sounded so confused. When she asked this question, her heart skipped a beat. This kind of pain that was different from a knife wound made her somewhat unsteady. She tightly held the ice chain and coldly asked, why did you choose me? Guyun sneered. She thought she was special and that he really liked her. It turned out that Bing Lian only chose her. In Suling's eyes, it didn't matter who she was. No wonder he could accept a broken face. No wonder he tolerated her arrogance. No wonder everyone in the general's residence treated her so well. So it was like this, it was nothing more than this, why did he choose her? She didn't need to rely on a sword to gain other people's favor. She didn't want it. With a bang, Guyun threw Bing Lian back into the wooden box and turned to leave. Bing Lian, who had been lying quietly in the wooden box, seemed to have sensed something. It jumped out of the box and stood in front of Guyun, as if it was trying to express its goodwill. Under the moonlight, the pure white blade was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off it. Unfortunately, Guyun didn't have the mood to appreciate it at this time. She said coldly, I don't belong here. You shouldn't have chosen me. She wanted to go back. She wanted to go back to her original era. Passing by Bing Lian, Guyun continued to walk out. Bing Lian didn't give up and wanted to follow her. Guyun didn't even turn her head and growled, don't follow me. Her mind was in a mess. She just wanted to be alone. Bing Lian was left in the house. The moment Gu Yun stepped out of the courtyard, its body shook violently. Its owner didn't want it anymore. A dazzling white light illuminated the spacious room. The white fog and cold air instantly engulfed the entire heavenly court. Gu Yun appeared at the general's residence's entrance in the middle of the night. The soldier guarding the door was shocked and asked, "Miss Qing, you still want to go out so late?" "Yes, I'm just taking a walk." She didn't know where she was going. Perhaps she was really just taking a walk. Right now, she could only leave this residence that was suffocating her and making her heart ache. Perhaps she could think about it calmly. Gu Yun decided to do it herself. The general had instructed that she could enter and leave the general's residence freely. They didn't dare to stop her and could only watch as Gu Yun left the residence. The younger soldier felt that it wasn't appropriate and asked softly, "The general hasn't returned yet. Should we report this to the commander?" The older soldier thought for a moment and replied, "Let's go." The younger soldier nodded and ran into the residence. No one noticed that a dark figure followed closely behind Gu Yun and left. There were no street lamps in the middle of the night. The moonlight couldn't shine into the alley. The pure black steed and the person on the horse almost blended into the night. Only the sound of horse hooves could be heard coming from afar. Suling held the reins in his hand. His mind was still thinking about the battle report from the East Sea that was sent today. There were often pirates causing trouble in the East Sea. However, because Qiangyu's goods were mostly transported by sea, the emperor didn't have any plans to communicate with the nearby island countries. Therefore, there were few interactions with the pirates. However, in the recent months, the pirates actually came ashore many times. They burned, killed, and looted the small towns in the East Sea. Our navy was weak. They chased after them many times and let them escape. He and the Minister of Bing discussed for a night and decided to write a memorial to ask the emperor to send troops to defend the East Sea. Suling was still thinking about which troop to send to the East Sea when the chi shui on his waist suddenly heated up. It emitted a strange white light. In the dark night, it was dazzling and strange. At the same time, the sword body trembled violently. He could still feel the heat through his clothes. The chi shui rarely had such an intense reaction. That white light made Suling extremely shocked. What happened to Bing Lian? Thinking about what Su Ren said that day, Suling's heart tightened. Were the people from Spirit Gathering Island so powerful that even Bing Lian and the Shadow Guards couldn't protect her? Grasping the reins tightly, Su Ling clamped the horse's abdomen. The steed seemed to have sensed its master's impatience. With a long neigh, its dark figure flew out like a sharp sword, passing through the alleyway. The hurried sound of horse hooves attracted the attention of the general guarding the door. He looked up and saw a black figure galloping towards him. In a short while, it was in front of him. The person on the horse pulled on the reins. The horse neighed and stopped in front of the general's residence. Seeing the person on the horse, the general immediately went up to welcome him. "General." The general's face was serious. The general was hesitating on how to tell him about Miss Qing leaving the residence. Suling had already got off the horse. He threw the reins to the general and hurriedly ran into the residence. Suling had just entered the gate when he met Han Shu, who was also in a hurry. Han Shu let out a long sigh of relief and said, "General, you're finally back." Suling was worried that his guess was right. His tone was a little impatient. "What happened?" Han Shu said with a strange expression, "Something happened in Heavenly Court. You should go and take a look." Something really happened. Suling's mind automatically remembered the scene of the sword piercing through the heart. His body turned cold and his face became very ugly. Han Shu looked at Suling's unsteady breathing strangely and asked anxiously, "General, what happened?" Han Shu's loud voice pulled Suling back to reality. Other than Han Shu's strange expression, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Based on his personality, if Qing Mo was attacked in the residence, he shouldn't have such an expression. Suling suppressed his panicked and uneasy emotions. As he walked quickly in the direction of Heavenly Court, he asked, "What happened?" Following closely behind Suling's footsteps, Han Shu's brows were knitted together. With a blank expression, he replied, "I don't know why, but the vicinity of Heavenly Court was suddenly surrounded by a cold air. It was abnormally cold. I originally wanted to go in and take a look, but by the time I reached the courtyard, my entire body was almost frozen stiff. I had no choice but to come out first. I don't know if Miss Qing is in the room. If she is, then it'll be troublesome. Cold air? Although ice was cold, it wasn't to the extent that one couldn't bear to walk into the courtyard. Suling also didn't know what was going on. However, he didn't hear anything about a night attack. His anxious heart relaxed a little, but his footsteps didn't slow down in the slightest. When the slightly older guard came back, the two of them had long since disappeared. At this moment, the young general who went to report the news trotted back. Without waiting for him to steady himself, the guard asked anxiously, "Did you see the general just now?" The young general shook his head and replied, "No." "Where's Commander Su?" The young general replied in defeat, "I didn't find him either. He's not in his own courtyard. He even went to the study to search, but he didn't see the commander. He clearly didn't go out, so how could he disappear?" In the windy night, the guard was so anxious that his forehead was covered in sweat. "I seem to have heard Vanguard Han say that something happened in Heavenly Court. Doesn't Miss Qing live there? What do we do now?" The young general also became nervous. If he had known earlier that this was the situation, he wouldn't have let Miss Qing leave the residence no matter what. Clenching his fists tightly, the guard steeled his heart and said, "You stay here and keep watch. I'll go to Heavenly Court to report the matter of Miss Qing leaving the residence to the general." If he didn't report what he knew, his crime would be even more serious. "Yes." The young general was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat and hurriedly nodded. The guard broke into a run and rushed towards Heavenly Court. The more he walked in, the more he felt a chill that penetrated his heart. He actually started to tremble uncontrollably. When Han Shu and Suling arrived at Heavenly Court, they were also so shocked by the scene in front of them that they couldn't move for a moment. On the courtyard walls that were taller than a person, there was a thin layer of ice. On the roof tiles, there were icicles that were more than 2 inches long. The dense tree leaves swayed stiffly under the night wind. What should have been the rustling sound of leaves rubbing against each other, but because the leaves were also frozen, there was a strange sound that sounded like small stones being knocked against each other. The entire Heavenly Court was shrouded in ice. Under the moonlight, it emitted a lustrous flowing light. Outside Heavenly Court, the soldiers on night patrol all stood frozen in front of the courtyard with their eyes and mouths agape when they saw the spectacle. They couldn't stop trembling. Suling was the first to come back to his senses and walked towards the courtyard door. Han Shu stared straight at the icicles on the courtyard walls and couldn't help but cry out, "My God! When I went in just now, it wasn't frozen yet. It's only November, how could there be such a strange thing?" Xianxia was located in the south, and the capital was located in a warm and comfortable place. In a year, there would only be some snowflakes during the new year. When had there ever been such a scene? Suling walked to the door, and the courtyard door suddenly opened from the inside. A gust of extremely cold air immediately rushed out. Everyone standing by the door couldn't help but shiver. Once he reached Gao Zhuang's figure, he patted the broken ice off his body and walked out while cursing, "It's so cold." Looking from outside the door, there was a dazzling white light that illuminated the courtyard. The grass was covered with half a foot of ice. The window frames and the roof were all covered with icicles. Standing outside the courtyard, one could already feel the bone-chilling cold. If one was inside, one could imagine the feeling. Suling anxiously asked, "Uncle Yan, is she inside?" Su Yan hurriedly closed the courtyard door. While rubbing his stiff fingers, he replied with a trembling voice, "That girl isn't inside. I don't know what's wrong with Bing Lian. Everything within 1 foot of it was frozen into ice." The white light was dazzling. "I didn't expect Bing Lian's ability to be so strong. If he didn't have 40 years of internal energy to protect his body, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to come out." "She's not inside? Then where did she go?" Suling pushed open the courtyard door and wanted to go in to find out what was going on. For Bing Lian to be so strange, it must have known what happened to her. When the courtyard door opened, the cold air that rushed out was even more bone-chilling than before. Su Yan shrunk his neck. He grabbed Suling's sleeve and anxiously said, "Ling, don't go in. Bing Lian is very strange tonight." For many years, although Bing Lian had always been cold, but when people touched it, it would restrain the cold air. Even if it was still cold, it wouldn't frostbite them. Tonight when he went in, Bing Lian didn't restrain the cold air. Instead, when he got close, the cold air became even stronger. If he didn't jump away quickly, he would have been frozen inside. Su Ling frowned. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Something must have happened to her. Otherwise, Bing Lian wouldn't be like this. Clenching qi shui in his hand, Su Ling replied, I have qi shui. It's fine. The more it was like this, the more he wanted to go in. Looking at the dark red sword in his hand, Su Yan felt a little relieved and finally let go of his hand. Su Ling stepped into the courtyard and closed the door behind him. Bing Lian and the house seemed to have sensed their arrival. The dazzling white light became even more dazzling. At this time, Qi Shui, who had been quiet all this time, began to tremble uneasily. A warm current flowed into his palm and blocked a lot of the cold air. It helped him to smoothly enter the almost frozen house. Su Ling pushed open the door with force and saw that the large room didn't have any traces of fighting. Ice melt was suspended in midair, and just like what Su Yan said, everything around it was frozen into ice, turning into empty large cylinders. Under the dazzling white light reflected by the ice, it was so dazzling that it was hard to open one's eyes. Su Ling resisted the sharp cold wind and stepped into the house. He anxiously asked, Bing Lian, where is she? It would have been better if he didn't ask. But as soon as he asked, he immediately angered Bing Lian. Separated by a thick layer of ice, Bing Lian suddenly attacked him. As it moved, the ice moved with it. In an instant, the ice carried an extremely cold qi and a merciless force as it rushed towards him. Su Ling was shocked and jumped back a step. The scarlet blood sword in his hand slashed out horizontally. The scarlet sword qi collided with the cold ice. With a loud bang, the ice was split into two. Unfortunately, Su Ling and Qi Shui also didn't gain any advantage. The dull pain in his chest reminded him that the power of the backlash from that sword strike almost caused him to suffer internal injuries, and Qi Shui was still trembling after that strike. Su Ling's eagle eyes narrowed. He wanted to go in again, but Qi Shui was suddenly placed in front of him, not allowing him to take another step forward. Separated by the broken ice, Bing Lian did not seem convinced. It crazily released its cold qi and the broken ice began to condense. It seemed like Bing Lian did not plan on letting him go. Su Ling thought for a while and decided not to go forward. He turned around and left the courtyard. As soon as he opened the door, he was immediately pulled out by a large hand. When Su Ling came out, not only was his entire body covered in ice, even his hair and eyebrows were covered in ice. When he breathed, a white mist rose. It was obvious that he had been frozen inside. Looking at his sorry state, it was obvious that Qi Shui had not been able to help him. Su Yan quickly helped him remove the ice from his body. He anxiously asked, how is it? Su Ling's face was dark as he replied, Bing Lian is angry, I can't go near it. Su Ling asked bafflingly, what the hell is going on here? He also did not know what was going on. She had disappeared and Bing Lian had gone crazy for no reason. Su Ling's heart was filled with anger after being discovered. At this time, Su Quan and Su Ren had also arrived at Heavenly Court. Seeing the scene in front of them, even the always smiling Su Quan had a serious expression. Qing Imo knows about Bing Lian choosing a wife. Just as Su Ling was feeling confused and worried, Su Ren's low voice suddenly sounded out. He explained the crux of the problem. She knows? Who told her? Su Ling's cold eyes angrily glared at Su Yan. Su Yan quickly took a step back and anxiously said, it wasn't me. Su Ren gave a low sigh and explained, Feather was drunk tonight and Qing Imo happened to meet him. He felt uncomfortable so he spoke without thinking. Who knew? It was his negligence. Such a proud woman, how could she stand being an appendage of a sword? Su Ling's heart sank. She left? As if to confirm his guess, the guard hurriedly took a step forward and said, reporting to General, Miss Qing left the manor half an hour ago. Where did she go? Su Ling's angry roar scared the guard so much that his face turned pale. He trembled as he replied, she said she was just taking a walk. We didn't dare to ask. Bastard! Why didn't you ask where she went? Why didn't you follow her? Su Ling's irritated roar not only scared the guard standing at the side, but also everyone present was shocked by his angry look. Su Ling was obviously at a loss. Su Ren quickly analyzed for him, brother, she has the protection of the shadow guards. It's okay. When the clan leader returns and summons the shadow guards, we will know where she is. The shadow guards only protected the Su family and only took orders from the clan leader. Su Ren was very calm, but Su Ling didn't have such good cultivation. After all, the one who went missing was his woman. You stay in the manor and wait for the clan leader to return. If there is news about Qingmo, immediately send people to stop her. No matter what, you must find her for me. After leaving this sentence, Su Ling didn't care about their reaction. He turned and ran out of the manor, leaving a group of men who were swept by his anger standing there with lingering fear. Staring at the tall figure that left like a whirlwind, Han Shu understood. It was the first time he saw the general so flustered. Qing Mo's position in his heart was self-evident. Thus, he turned to look at Su Ren, who also had a grave expression, and asked, "What do we do now?" "She didn't ride a horse and can't go far. I will wait here for the clan leader. You arrange the soldiers into small teams and search the capital to find her. If they couldn't find her, third brother would be in trouble. Even if big brother was willing to let him go, he could force himself to death." Han Shu nodded and replied, "Okay, I will go now." Han Shu. Su Ren suddenly stopped him. After thinking for a while, he said, "Be careful. Don't let others talk." Han Shu patted his chest and said, "Don't worry." Just as Han Shu's voice fell, a series of crunching sounds suddenly sounded in the night. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the ice on the wall was like a vine, slowly extending to the ground. The bright and transparent ice was very beautiful. However, the way it was swallowing everything along the ground made one's hair stand on end. Seeing that the ice was about to climb up to the soles of their feet, Su Yan seemed to wake up from a dream and shouted, "Retreat." The people surrounding Heavenly Court quickly retreated and stared at the ice that was gradually extending on the ground. Su Ren's face also began to pale. He called out to Han Shu in a low voice, "Quickly go." "Oh." Coming back to his senses, Han Shu flew to the camp behind the military field. The ice was still crazily extending in all directions. The soldiers on night patrol were extremely frightened. If Miss Qing didn't come back, the general's manor wouldn't be frozen, right? The general's manor was a mess, but Gu Yun didn't know about it at all. Gu Yun walked slowly along the bluestone alleyway. Looking up, there were only a few dim stars covered by clouds above her head. Even the moonlight wasn't bright. The front of the alleyway was also pitch black, as if she couldn't see the road ahead. She walked like this, step by step. Her heart went from anger to disappointment, and then to confusion. Perhaps in such a quiet night, only the sound of her footsteps and heartbeat could be heard clearly. She didn't know how long she had been walking, because she didn't know where to go. For the first time, she didn't know what she wanted to do. She joined the army at the age of 17, and at the age of 19, she joined the armed police force. No, she didn't remember how many missions she had carried out. Until the age of 24, when she carried out an anti-terrorist mission, her right lung was shot by an SOAE caliber Desert Eagle. Half of her lung was lobotomized, and she had no choice but to retire. After retiring, she was transferred to the criminal investigation team of the city bureau. She entered the police force as she wished. After that, she was excellent in all the examinations. Her rate of solving cases was extremely high, and she completed all kinds of missions excellently. However, in such a male-dominated world, she thought that she could rely on her own strength to gain recognition. In the end, she found out that everything was just her self-righteousness. She was actually an accessory of a sword. In their eyes, who she was might not be important at all. Right now, she only wanted to know if the man who always yelled at her but always agreed to her requests, who was impatient but would silently accompany her to drink medicine, who always had a cold face but would awkwardly say "I do," was he only interested in that sword? Did he like her, or did he habitually approve of the Su family's divine sword's foresight? Her footsteps became heavy. Gu Yun leaned against the cold stone wall and slowly sat at the corner by the roadside. She hid herself in the darkness, gently rested her head on her knees, and slowly closed her eyes. She always thought that she didn't care, but why was her heart so unbearably sour now? End of chapter 30. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.